Immemorial Dragon Elephant Art Chapter 589 to Chapter 672. The myriad immortal sect's members quickly surrounded Lin Feng and the others. Shi Weizhu and the others turned pale when they saw these people from myriad immortal sect moving in large numbers. Lin Feng was strong, but they had too many people on their side. Moreover, there was a top-notch expert among them. Wanxing was tall and slender. He was dressed in white, and he had an innate arrogance about him. Who killed junior brothers Wahaoyang? Come out now, he said indifferently. Wanxing was rather arrogant because his cultivation was strong enough. This was the reason why he was arrogant. This battle can't be avoided. Even Wanxing is here. That brat won't be able to escape. Jing Wandao and the others were also observing this situation from afar. The few cultivators beside Jing Wandao whispered to each other. Even Jing Wandao nodded his head slightly. Wanxing was an extremely terrifying person. Even if he were to fight against Wanxing, he wouldn't dare to say that he could win against Wanxing. Lin Feng was also very strong. However, Jing Wandao felt that Lin Feng's cultivation hadn't improved yet. He would still be at a disadvantage if he faced a top expert like Wanxing. Master, it's that brat. More than a dozen black-clothed men stood in the distance and looked over with killing intent. They were the experts of the myriad immortal sect. The terrifying black-clothed woman looked at Lin Feng coldly. The ancient devil ring is still in his hands. One of the black-clothed men said. Should we make a move? Another black-clothed man asked. We can't cause any more trouble. When we return to the sect, I'll report this to the elders and ask them to use a sacrificial ritual to retrieve the ancient devil ring. The black-clothed woman said. Yes, the dozen or so black-clothed men behind the black-robed woman responded. Miss, it's that brat from the mine. More than a dozen people were standing in another direction. The leader was the mysterious white-clothed woman Lin Feng had met before. The middle-aged cultivator called Uncle Tian whispered to the white-clothed woman. The white-clothed woman nodded slightly and said, I've seen Wanxing fight before. He's one of the top 10 inner disciples of the myriad immortal sect. He's definitely worthy of his reputation. Miss, are you saying that the brat from the Blue Cloud sect will lose? Tianzhong asked. The white-clothed woman shook her head and said, I don't think he will lose. Tianzhong was shocked. Miss, do you think so highly of that brat from the Blue Cloud sect? That brat is only a third celestial stage martial king. Tianzhong, the white-clothed woman said, I've never seen someone who is so calm and composed. He has absolute confidence in himself. He was some mortals, he was, of course, Tianzhong's. Many cultivators were very confident in themselves, but only when they met a true powerhouse did they realize that there was always someone better than them out there. He was strong immortal sect. He was. The white-clothed woman could see Tianzhong's disdain for Lin Feng. She muttered inwardly, how can this person be simple? The white-clothed woman suddenly thought of the secret technique Lin Feng had used to fix the spirit veins in the mountains. Is it the legacy of the mountain-moving Taoist? I've seen it before, but I'm not too sure. If it is, then it's amazing. The mountain-moving Taoist's legacy is almost extinct. I wonder if that technique is the mountain-moving Taoist's yin yang feng shui or the dragon-seeking formula? The masked woman in white couldn't help but frown slightly. Myriad immortal sect? You're here for revenge so soon? Lin Feng looked at Wanxing indifferently. He didn't seem to be angry at Wanxing's order to get out here. However, if one took a closer look at Lin Feng's expression, one would see a sneer on Lin Feng's face. Anyone who knew Lin Feng would know that when Lin Feng's lips curled up, it meant that Lin Feng was ready to kill. So it's you? Wanxing sneered at Lin Feng. You're courting death. How dare you kill a disciple of my myriad immortal sect, and the one you killed is the son of an elder. Do you know that 100 deaths won't be enough to quell my sect's anger? Lin Feng said indifferently. Are you done? If you're done, scram as far away as you can before I make a move. Silence. The entire forest fell silent. Everyone looked at Lin Feng in astonishment. Does this guy know what he's talking about? Does that brat not know Wanxing? Does he not know how terrifying Wanxing is? How can he not know Wanxing? Even if he didn't know before, he should know by now. There are so many cultivators around him talking about Wanxing. A martial king's ears can hear the sounds of ants fighting 100 meters away. Naturally, the cultivators around him can't escape his ears. He doesn't even put Wanxing in his eyes. Isn't he being too arrogant? Wanxing is one of the top 10 inner disciples of the Myriad Immortals sect. He's a genius who will definitely enter the yin-yang realm in the future. Sui Haoyang is far from being comparable to Wanxing. They're not even on the same level. Look, Wanxing's face is completely gloomy. He's completely infuriated. That brat is dead for sure. Many people started discussing, looking at Wanxing with reverence. Almost 99% of them believed that Lin Feng wouldn't be able to escape this time. Good, good, good. Wanxing was so angry that he laughed and said good 3 times in a row. It was obvious how angry he was. Wanxing's gloomy eyes looked at Lin Feng and said, "Brat, you've infuriated me. You'll pay a heavy price for your stupid actions. Brother, we don't need to do anything. We can kill that brat." Some disciples of the Myriad Immortals sect said. That brat killed Brother Sui Haoyang. You're not his match. Wanxing waved his hand and walked towards Lin Feng step by step. Brat, you'll die in the endless sea. Wanxing's face was filled with killing intent. After he said that, a terrifying qi emerged from Wanxing's body. Spirit of 10,000 gods, destroy the world. Boom boom boom, as Wanxing's voice fell, a devastating aura burst forth from Wanxing's body. That's the spirit Wanxing comprehended. It's the spirit of 10,000 gods. It's an extremely terrifying spirit. Spirit of 10,000 gods, it's said that Wanxing's spirit has never been defeated. Many of the spectators turned to look at Wanxing in shock. Roar, a deafening roar shook the sky, and an endless amount of godly light emerged. In the godly lights, there were many cultivators wearing holy armor and holding godly weapons. They were riding gigantic celestial dragons and moving towards Lin Feng. Ah, it's the spirit of 10,000 gods, what a terrifying spirit. Many people trembled when they sensed the qi released by the spirit of 10,000 gods. Their faces turned pale. The spirit of 10,000 gods could transform into 10,000 gods, and 10,000 gods could crush the sky. It was terrifying. That brat is going to be killed by Wanxing. Many people looked at Lin Feng. In many people's opinion, it was impossible for Lin Feng to resist Wanxing's attack. Brother Lin, dodge! Shouted Shi and the others. Wanxing's attack was too terrifying. Even their souls were shaking. Looking at the army of gods that was surging towards them on the backs of heavenly dragons, they felt as if the sky was blotting out the earth and sky. Lin Feng looked indifferent. There's a blade in my heart that can split the world, murmured Lin Feng. He raised his right hand and slashed forward. Buzz, everyone was shocked to see a 300-meter-long knife light slash out and tear apart the god spirit army riding the sky dragon. Then, that horrifying saber light cleaved Wanxing into 2 with a single slash. The forest was eerily quiet. Everyone was staring blankly at the scene. Is Wanxing really dead? Many people were asking themselves the same question. Wanxing's corpse was still lying on the ground in the distance. It seemed that Wanxing was really dead. Senior Brother Wan. The disciples of the Myriad Immortal sect were the first to react, and they all cried out in fear. At this moment, their arrogance and despotism had disappeared, and they looked at Lin Feng with deep fear. Even Wanxing had been killed by a single slash. What about them? If Lin Feng wanted to kill them, who could stop him? The group of people was trembling in fear. He killed Wanxing in an instant. Am I hallucinating? Heavens, isn't he too strong? Many of the spectating cultivators cried out in shock. What they had just witnessed had truly shaken them to the core. The geniuses of the major powers around Xingwandao were all dumbfounded. After a long time, one of them said, "How is this Lin Feng so strong?" Someone said regretfully, "It's a pity that we couldn't invite him to join us. If he did, our team's combat strength would be unparalleled." Xingwandao smiled bitterly. If he had known that Lin Feng was so strong, he would have agreed to Lin Feng's conditions and invited Lin Feng to join them. Unfortunately, there was no hope now. The people from the myriad demon sect were also shocked. Xianxia said, how did he become so strong? How did his combat strength increase so much in half a year? He didn't obtain the inheritance of the ancient devil ring, did he? When the rest of the black-clothed people heard Xianxia's words, their eyes lit up. Was the inheritance of the ancient devil ring really that powerful? Many of them even wanted to snatch it immediately. The black-robed woman said, this person isn't simple at all, and the technique he used isn't the legacy of the ancient devil ring. The ancient devil ring isn't that easy to open, and if he wants to open the ancient devil ring's spatial world, he would need to sacrifice at least 100,000 lives. The black-robed woman paused for a moment before saying, we can't deal with him for now. Our biggest goal is still the Divine Palace. Open it and obtain the Eternal Divine Sword. That's the Eternal Divine Sword, ranked second in the Divine Sword chart. It's rumored that once it's activated, it can cut down the stars in outer space, said the woman in black. Indeed, that's the Eternal Godly Sword. There are 72 godly swords in the Godly Sword book, but the Reincarnation Godly Sword, the Eternal Godly Sword, and the Netherworld Demon Sword are recognized as godly swords. Any one of those 3 godly swords can rival an ancient influence. So powerful? All of the men in black were shocked, said the black-robed woman. Of course, it doesn't mean that they'll immediately be able to contend against the ancient powers. That's not realistic. However, the greatest secret of the 3 Paragon swords isn't their power, but the terrifying inheritances contained within them. Legacy? The eyes of the 10,000 demon sect's cultivators lit up. The woman in black nodded and said, if you can obtain any of the inheritances and use them with the Eternal Godly Sword, your cultivation will advance by leaps and bounds. In the future, you will be able to make the ancient powers bow to you. Just like Li Tai in the Middle Ages, people called him the Sword Immortal. His sword was ranked 4th among the 72 godly swords, the Azure Lotus Godly Sword. Li Tai relied on the Azure Lotus Godly Sword and the Azure Lotus Sword technique to dominate the Middle Ages. His strength was unimaginable, but the 3 supreme godly swords are much more powerful than the Azure Lotus Godly Sword. Yes. I'll do my best. Even if I have to die 9 times, I'll have no regrets. I'll definitely find the Eternal Godly Sword, said the group of men in black. All right. The black-robed woman nodded and walked off into the distance. The group of men in black followed her and soon left as well. The woman in white looked at Tianzong, who seemed to be in a daze. She smiled and said, Uncle Tian, what do you think of him? He's really... Tianzong thought for a long time before saying, too terrifying. The woman in white said, I'm going to invite him to search for the god's palace with me. Tianzong's expression suddenly changed. He's too strong. Searching for the god's palace with him is like asking a tiger for its skin. It doesn't matter. Since I'm inviting him, I'm not worried that he'll do anything to me. The masked woman in white smiled faintly. Let's go. Lin Feng glanced at Shuizhu and the others. The members of the sect of 10,000 immortals heaved a sigh of relief, but then they were filled with grief and indignation. From the beginning to the end, that kid hadn't even looked at them. Could it be that we're all air? The cultivators of the sect of 10,000 immortals thought to themselves. Of course they weren't air, but they weren't even worthy of being killed by that guy. When they thought of this, their expressions became extremely unsightly. Their self-confidence had been greatly damaged. The night was bright, and the disciples of Heaven Repairing Peak were scattered around the bonfire to rest. Lin Feng was sitting cross-legged on a huge branch of a tree. He was using the ancient dragonesque elephant technique, and the energy of the world was pouring into his body. Junior brother, don't you ever rest? It's time to rest, but you're still cultivating. A fragrant wind drifted over. Shuizhu also jumped onto the tree and sat next to Lin Feng. Lin Feng opened his eyes and said, for me, cultivating is the same as resting. Shuizhu couldn't help but sigh. Many people were envious of Lin Feng's talent and strength, but they didn't know how much effort Lin Feng had put in to get to where he was. Looking at Shuizhu's delicate face up close, he realized how beautiful she was. In the distance, the roar of a beast could be heard. Someone's coming. Shuizhu pointed in the distance. Lin Feng looked over and saw a group of people coming over. Dozens of cultivators were escorting a beast carriage. It wasn't clear whether they were friends or foes. The disciples of Heaven Repairing Peak stood up and looked at them with vigilance. It was the woman in white and the others. "May I ask if you're a disciple of the Blue Cloud sect?" Tianzong cupped his fists and asked. Jingping nodded and cupped his fists as well. "We are indeed disciples of the Blue Cloud sect." "May I know who you are?" "I am Tianzong from the Immortal Palace. Our young miss wishes to meet Lin Feng and Lin Gongzi." Tianzong cupped his fists. "What? The Immortal Palace?" When Jingping, Wang Hu, Shi Weizhu, and the others heard the name, their expressions changed. The Immortal Palace was a truly hegemonic power. It was the leader of the righteous factions in the 72 northern prefectures. It was the oldest archaic power. There were very few top-tier factions in the 72 northern prefectures. The Immemorial era only had the Hall of Immortality, the leader of the righteous path, and the godly Hall of the Wildlands, the leader of the demons. But everyone knew that there were differences in strength even among the Immemorial era. Why did the godly Hall of the Wildlands not dare to expand its influence in the barren wastelands? It was because of the Hall of Immortality. The Hall of Immortality was too powerful. The Hall of Immortality had 3 top-tier divine arts. The Art of Immortality. The Heaven Transformation Technique. The Deity Slaying Slash. These 3 legacies were all top-tier divine arts in the Immemorial era. The ancestor of the Hall of Immortality was the famous Immemorial era's Emperor Xianxia. He was a heaven-defying figure. He could pluck the stars and the moon, move the stars, and live forever. He was omnipotent. It was said that he had participated in the creation of the investiture of the gods. Of course, these were all legends. But this also showed how terrifying Eternal Emperor Xianxia was. The Hall of Immortality was so powerful that it could destroy an Immemorial era faction with a snap of its fingers. Even destroying a desolate era faction wouldn't take much effort. This was because the Hall of Immortality had passed down the Immortal Emperor's immortal bell, a supreme treasure that could destroy the world. When the immortal bell rings, 100,000 stars fall. A folk song from the Immemorial era had been passed down to the present. When the immortal bell rings, 100,000 stars in outer space are about to fall. Who could contend against such a force? It was no wonder that Jingping, Shi Weizhu, and the others were so shocked. They didn't know whether it was a blessing or a curse for a faction like the Hall of Immortality to come knocking on their door. "So you're from the Hall of Immortality. How long have you been looking for me?" a calm voice said. Tianzong was shocked. He looked to the left and saw Lin Feng standing there. Tianzong was sure that there was no one there. He hadn't noticed when Lin Feng had appeared. Tianzong took a deep breath. No wonder the fairy said that this person was terrifying. It didn't sound like much, but when he personally experienced it, he realized how terrifying this person was. Of course, Tianzong had seen many great powers and geniuses before, so he quickly calmed down and smiled. "Lin Gongzi invited me over." Lin Feng smiled faintly and followed him towards the beast carriage in the distance. He was rather curious. Why were the people from the Palace of Immortality looking for him? Could it be that woman? Lin Feng couldn't help but think of the masked woman in white that he had seen that day. When Lin Feng arrived in front of the beast-drawn carriage, the masked woman in white came down from the carriage. She saw Lin Feng coming over, and slightly saluted. Lin Feng cupped his fists as well. "How should I address you?" "Ouyang Shiyu." Lin Feng smiled and asked, "May I know why Fairy Ouyang is looking for me?" "Ouyang," she asked, "can you accompany me for a walk?" Lin Feng nodded and walked away with Ouyang Shiyu. Given Lin Gongzi's talent, he can already join some of the greatest powers. I can recommend Lin Gongzi to join our Palace of Immortality. I believe that Lin Gongzi will be able to smoothly join us. Ouyang Shiyu said. Palace of Immortality. Lin Feng was slightly surprised. He hadn't expected Ouyang Shiyu to recommend him to join the Palace of Immortality. It was indeed a very tempting suggestion. The Palace of Immortality was a colossal power in the northern 72 prefectures. If he could join the Palace of Immortality, it would mean that he would have the support of one of the greatest powers. Our Palace of Immortality is not like other sections. The entire Palace of Immortality only has around 300 people, from elders to disciples. Xianxia said. Lin Feng sucked in a breath of cold air. The Palace of Immortality, the greatest power in the northern 72 prefectures, only had around 300 people. Wasn't that a little too little? Tianzong and the others couldn't even be considered members of the Palace of Immortality. Lin Feng guessed that they must be Xiangshi's servants. The Palace of Immortality currently has 83 disciples. You can imagine how many cultivation resources these disciples will receive if the Palace of Immortality uses its resources to nurture such a small number of disciples. This is something that countless people dream of. Xiangshi's voice was gentle and enticing. Lin Feng nodded and said, "It is indeed something that everyone dreams of, but I can't agree to it." Xianxia was very surprised. Why is that? Are you worried that you will let down the Blue Cloud sect's nurture? You can rest assured about this. Our Palace of Immortality will give the Blue Cloud sect enough resources, and being able to send disciples to the Blue Cloud sect is also something that the upper echelons of the Blue Cloud sect would be happy to see. This can also deepen the relationship between the Blue Cloud sect and the Palace of Immortality. Lin Feng smiled and shook his head. Could it be that the Martial Spirit Palace or the Spirit Array Master Guild invited you? Xianxia thought of her two competitors. Although the Martial Spirit Palace and the Spirit Array Master Guild were neutral powers and didn't participate in the matters of the northern 72 prefectures. However, if these two powers encountered top geniuses, they would still recruit them. Lin Feng said, "They didn't invite me." Then why? Xianxia couldn't understand. It's naturally good to be able to join the Palace of Immortality, but I remember something my father told me when I was young. A drop of water should be repaid with a gushing spring. Lin Feng looked at Xianxia and said, "Back then, I kept running into obstacles in the desolate region. It was the Blue Cloud sect that took me in. Moreover, I was very happy in the Blue Cloud sect. Although joining the Palace of Immortality will give me more cultivation resources and even some heavenly treasures that I have never heard of before, I still like to rely on my own efforts to fight for everything." Xianxia looked at Lin Feng with some admiration and said, "Since Lin Gongzi is so insistent, it can only mean that Lin Gongzi is not fated with the Palace of Immortality." Lin Feng cupped his fists apologetically. Xianxia continued, "Lin Gongzi, have you ever heard of the Eternal Divine Palace?" Lin Feng shook his head. During the primordial era, the Eternal Divine Emperor was a powerhouse on the investiture of the gods list. His cave is in the Thunderblade secret territory. 500 years ago, when the Thunderblade secret territory opened, the Eternal Divine Emperor's cave showed some signs. I suspect that the Eternal Divine Emperor's cave will appear soon. Xianxia said. Lin Feng was shocked. The Eternal Divine Emperor was actually a god from the primordial era. Was the Eternal Divine Emperor very strong? Lin Feng asked. Rumor has it that the Eternal Divine Emperor not only mastered the Eternal Great Tao, but also refined the Eternal Divine Sword. The Eternal Divine Sword is ranked second on the Divine Sword chart, and it can cut down the stars of the Milky Way world. Xianxia said. I've heard of the Eternal Divine Sword. To be able to forge such a peerless weapon, the Eternal Divine Emperor is truly terrifying. Lin Feng said emotionally. How about we join forces? No matter what we get, we can split it equally. Xianxia looked at Lin Feng and said. Lin Feng didn't bring Jingping, Shi and the others with him to the Eternal Divine Palace. According to Xianxia, the place was extremely dangerous. It wasn't an exaggeration to say that there was only a slim chance of survival. Lin Feng didn't think that Xianxia would lie to him about something like that. Since it was so dangerous, it was safest to leave Jingping, Shi and the others there. They had obtained enough resources during this time, so Lin Feng suggested that they cultivate in seclusion. Jingping, Shi and the others agreed. So, Lin Feng brought them to the Flame Demon Lord's cave. Lan Xianxian was delighted to see Lin Feng return. She had been cultivating alone for a long time, so it was inevitable that she would feel lonely. Lan Xianxian also seemed to have some attachment to Lin Feng. After seeing Lin Feng come back, she was not only happy, but there seemed to be a special feeling in it. It was a feeling that made Lan Xianxian's heart beat faster. But when she saw that Lin Feng was followed by the Blue Cloud sect, she hid her feelings. Lin Feng didn't stay for long. He left quickly and met up with Xianxia. The Thunderblade secret territory has been open for 8 months. We only have 4 months left. The Eternal Divine Palace should be opening soon. Xianxia said on the way. Are all the people you brought with you going to the Eternal Divine Palace? Lin Feng asked. No, they'll wait outside. They'll die if they go in. Xianxia said. Lin Feng nodded and didn't say anything else. They arrived at an extremely dangerous place in the Thunderblade secret territory. The ground was dark red, and the sky was filled with the power of broken laws. It contained a terrifying power that could destroy the heavens and the earth. At the center of the dark red land was a huge abyss that was almost 100 miles long. Endless black fog rolled in the abyss, and a cold and terrifying aura emanated from it. Looking into the abyss, one couldn't see anything. One could only see eternal darkness. This abyss was like an abyss that led to the netherworld. Lin Feng looked into the depths of the abyss and frowned slightly. He felt that there seemed to be some terrifying existence hidden within the rolling devil chi. But when he tried to sense it carefully, he couldn't sense anything. More and more cultivators arrived one after another. They scattered around the area and observed the enormous abyss. Some of them might have heard about the Eternal Divine Palace and decided to come here to try their luck. However, most people did not know about the existence of the Eternal Divine Palace. They only flocked to this place because they thought that there might be great opportunities waiting for them at the bottom of the abyss. Is the Eternal Divine Prefecture hidden in the abyss? Lin Feng looked at Xianxia. It should be here. Xianxia nodded. Seeing that many cultivators were flying towards the abyss, Lin Feng said, let's go down as well. Xianxia nodded. She wasn't alone. Most of them stayed on the surface and waited. However, Tianzhong brought 10 guards with him. These 10 guards were different from the others. Their eyes were resolute, as if they were ready to face death. Death-sworn, Lin Feng couldn't help but be vigilant against Xianxia. He had to be vigilant, especially when he didn't know Xianxia's character. Sometimes, he had to be vigilant, otherwise, he would die without a grave. Swoosh, Lin Feng and the others didn't stop. They flew down into the abyss at high speed. Screech! A sharp, ear-piercing screech suddenly came from the abyss. Something is flying up from below! Shouted a cultivator in the distance. Ah! Soon, the cultivators below let out mournful cries. Protect the young lady! Shouted Tianzhong. The 10 Deathsworn and Tianzhong stood guard beside Xianxia. At that moment, a swarm of devil insects flew up from below. They were palm-sized, blood-red, bat-like, with the claws of a spider, the body of a giant ant, and the tail of a scorpion. It was an extremely strange creature. It was Lin Feng's first time seeing it. Not good. It's the infernal imps. They're one of the most terrifying imps. They usually live in groups and are very strong. They're also very poisonous. We have to leave the abyss quickly. Otherwise, we'll be in danger. Shouted Tianzhong. As soon as he finished speaking, the swarm of infernal imps rushed over, scattering everyone. Lin Feng felt like he was surrounded by hideous infernal imps. Lin Feng hurriedly activated his protective energy and quickly flew down. Screech, the densely packed infernal imps tore at Lin Feng's protective energy. Kacha kacha kacha. Lin Feng's protective chi was being torn apart. Lin Feng's facial expression suddenly changed. Those little demons were really strong. If they had enough time, they would be able to break through Lin Feng's protective layer. Facing the attacks of these infernal imps, Lin Feng slashed out sword chi. The infernal imps were killed one by one. Not only did the blood not scare them away, but it also made them even crazier. More and more infernal imps rushed over, trapping Lin Feng in midair. Ah! Mournful screams could be heard one after another. Many cultivators died tragically under the attacks of the infernal imps. What a pity! If I had mastered the 10,000 swords returned to origin, I would have been able to carve out a bloody path for myself. Lin Feng shook his head. He had only comprehended the first level of Sword Dao Spirit. 10,000 swords was the third level. Lin Feng used sword slashes heaven and earth. With Lin Feng as the center, dozens of sword chi swept out in all directions. Puff, 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 a large number of infernal imps were killed, and Lin Feng quickly fell hundreds of meters. But soon, he was surrounded by another group of infernal imps. 4 or 5 times in a row, Lin Feng didn't know how many infernal imps he had killed, but he still hadn't reached the bottom. How deep is this abyss? Lin Feng couldn't help but feel depressed. He was already feeling tired, but he still hadn't reached the bottom. Moreover, his protective energy was very thin. Once it was bitten by the infernal imps, only death would await him. Just as Lin Feng continued to kill the infernal imps, a black-clothed man moved silently among the infernal imps. When the infernal imps sensed the black-clothed man's aura, they were so frightened that they quickly dodged. The black-clothed man silently hid behind Lin Feng. His eyes flashed with a cold killing intent. Wielding a sword, he stabbed at Lin Feng, wanting to pierce through his chest from behind. An assassin. The person who attacked was actually an assassin. This assassin was one of the 2 Nine Nether assassins who were looking for Lin Feng. Nine Nether. It was a terrifying name that was enough to make anyone's hair stand on end. Now, Lin Feng was targeted by someone from Nine Nether. This sword was fast, accurate, and ruthless. Its power was extremely terrifying. The sword pierced over, wanting to kill Lin Feng with one blow. His chi energy was pierced. Oh no! It was only then that Lin Feng sensed the appearance of the assassin behind him. The Nine Nether assassin's method of concealment was too amazing. In addition, there were so many hell imps around, so Lin Feng didn't notice anything before. Now, he finally noticed, but it was too late. After that terrifying sword pierced through the chi energy, it was about to pierce Lin Feng's chest. But at this moment of life and death, boom, not far away, a terrifying aura spread out. That aura was too terrifying, as if an ancient demon god was about to awaken. The boundless demonic fog churned, and a tall figure appeared in the middle of the demonic fog. It was an existence that was like a demon or a god. There was no vitality in his body, as if he was a corpse. The corpse seemed to be sleeping in the abyss. Even though it had been dead for countless years, it was still shrouded in a powerful demonic aura. Now, too many cultivators had entered the abyss. Some people found the corpse and wanted to collect it, so the corpse exuded a terrifying aura. The heavenly Tao was clear: blasphemers must die, no. Several cultivators who wanted to collect the corpse screamed in horror, but no one could save them. Their bodies exploded, and their souls scattered on the spot. The surrounding cultivators were also badly affected by the shockwaves. Those with weaker cultivation bases ended up coughing out mouthfuls of blood. Those with stronger cultivation bases were also sent flying by the terrifying aura. Originally, the sword was about to stab Lin Feng to death. When the terrifying aura spread out, Lin Feng and the Nine Nether assassin were both sent flying. The assassin's sword pierced nothing. Sky split. Lin Feng roared and condensed a saber light to slash at the Nine Nether assassin. The Nine Nether assassin quickly dodged. Pooh. However, he wasn't able to dodge the attack completely. The Nine Serenities assassin's arm was chopped off, and blood immediately gushed out. The Nine Nether assassin let out a muffled groan as he concealed himself and disappeared without a trace. Damn it, I actually let him escape. Who is this person that wants to kill me? What a powerful concealment technique. I almost died at his hands. Lin Feng also broke out in a cold sweat. He looked at the demonic corpse floating in the abyss not far away, his heart filled with shock. Abyss hanging corpse. Even after being dead for so long, his aura was still so terrifying, and his might was not to be blasphemed. Just how terrifying was this existence before him? At this time, a violent fluctuation swept over. A bronze chariot was wantonly harvesting the lives of hell imps. Although the hell imps' attack was astonishing, it was unable to break through the bronze chariot. This treasure's defense was astonishing. Lin Gongzi, come up quickly. Tianzong's voice came from the bronze chariot. Lin Feng was startled. This was a treasure of the immortal temple. He quickly flew towards the chariot, activating its defenses and allowing Lin Feng to enter. Next, the chariot quickly charged into the abyss. The numerous hell imps were unable to break through the chariot's defenses. Instead, a large number of them were killed by the powerful killing intent emitted by the chariot. After descending for over 30,000 meters, the chariot landed. The Hell Imps were only active in the abyss. They wouldn't come down at all. There are too many Hell Imps. I'm afraid many people will die miserably in the abyss. Lin Feng said. The Hell Imps spend most of their time in a state of deep sleep. If only a few hundred people entered the abyss, they might not have been able to wake up, but there are too many of them. That's why they woke up. Tianzong said. Lin Feng nodded and asked, "Did you see that demonic corpse?" "It's a primordial costume." Xianxia said. "Are you saying that the demonic corpse is an expert from the primordial era?" "It's been hundreds of thousands of years since then." Lin Feng was shocked. A corpse that hadn't decomposed after hundreds of thousands of years, moreover, it was able to emit such a terrifying aura and pressure. What level of cultivation had that corpse been at? Just thinking about it was enough to make one's hair stand on end. It was too terrifying. Xianxia said, "That's right. It should be an expert from the primordial era. Based on its costume, I'm guessing that it was at the end of the primordial era. If an almighty expert had come here, they might have thought of a way to collect the corpse. It's too valuable for research, but we don't have that ability. We can't even get close." "That's true." Lin Feng nodded. They didn't stop. They chose a direction and quickly flew towards the depths of the abyss. Many cultivators quickly flew towards the depths of the abyss. Not long after, they encountered many underground demonic wolves. This was a type of demonic wolf that had mastered the infernal demonic flame and could spit out terrifying flame attacks. Long-range attacks. A cultivator shouted. A cultivator bellowed, and over 3,000 cultivators had gathered in a short period of time. A high number of cultivators brought out their magic treasures and attacked the demonic abyss wolf from afar. Puff puff, more and more demonic wolves were killed. The demonic cores of the demonic wolves are the main ingredients for refining many earth-tier spirit medicines. It's almost impossible to find any demonic wolves in the outside world. There are actually so many of them here. We've struck gold. A cultivator shouted excitedly. Many people were collecting the demonic wolf's corpses. However, the storage rings of ordinary cultivators were limited. They couldn't store many demonic wolf's corpses directly. They could only choose to dig out the demonic cores, but the speed of collecting them was greatly reduced. However, Lin Feng didn't have this concern. The storage ring he had bought at the auction was tens of thousands of acres large. It could store as many demonic wolf's corpses as he wanted. While others were digging out the demonic wolf's corpses to look for demonic cores, Lin Feng had collected a large number of demonic wolves into his storage ring. Every time a cultivator dug out a demonic core, Lin Feng would have collected more than 100 demonic wolf's corpses. "Brat, aren't you being too greedy?" The corners of many people's mouths twitched. Lin Feng had collected more than half of the demonic wolf's corpses by himself. These cultivators were extremely depressed. Some people's eyes flashed with cold-killing intent. Lin Feng's storage ring was so big that it was priceless. Moreover, there might be many precious treasures inside. Lin Feng said indifferently, "Since it's ownerless, it naturally belongs to whoever collects it." "Seems like you want to die." A cultivator sneered at Lin Feng. A cultivator at the 8th layer of the Martial King realm flew towards Lin Feng. "Dong Mingtao is attacking. That brat at the 3rd layer of the Martial King realm is dead for sure." Immediately, a cultivator shouted. He sighed inwardly. It seemed that he didn't have a chance. "Die, brat." Dong Mingtao threw a punch at Lin Feng. Lin Feng looked indifferent. He raised his right hand and sent out a beam of sword qi, which instantly cut Dong Mingtao in half. The surroundings immediately became silent. "It's him. He killed Wanxing with a beam of sword qi." He was the one who killed Wanxing? Many people gasped, especially the cultivators who had wanted to kill Lin Feng and steal his storage ring. Their faces were deathly pale and filled with fear. Fortunately, they hadn't attacked, or they might have died there. The surrounding cultivators scattered and hurried to collect the corpses of the abyss demonic wolves. They did not dare to waste any more time. Otherwise, they would all be collected by Lin Feng. There were many abyss demonic wolves, but they could not withstand the attacks of the cultivators. The abyss demonic wolf king, which was hidden in the depths, let out a long howl. Then, the abyss demonic wolves began to retreat. After collecting the corpses of the abyss demonic wolves, the cultivators went deeper. One day later, when they were passing by a wide underground river, they were attacked. In the river, there were surging waves. Then, one by one, fish monsters that were 3 to 4 meters long rushed into the sky. Their noses were as sharp as swords, and their teeth were as sharp as saws. Their bodies were extremely hard and could be said to be impenetrable. One magic treasure after another struck the fish monsters' bodies, but they were incapable of breaking through the fish monsters' defenses. Instead, the fish monsters charged forward, using their sword-like noses to pierce the cultivators' bodies or their sharp fangs to bite off the cultivators' necks. These are devil swordfish. These devil swordfish are impenetrable and have powerful attacks. Don't fight them head-on. An old cultivator shouted. The crowd was filled with panic. Many people died tragically and became food for the devil swordfish. Clang! Lin Feng's sword chi slashed out, but it could not cut open the devil swordfish's body. This was an attack that contained a spirit. What kind of defense is this? It's too perverted. Lin Feng could not help but be shocked. No wonder the old cultivator was so flustered. He held the black dragon sword and sent the devil swordfish flying. Then, he quickly rushed to the other side and heaved a sigh of relief. However, many cultivators had died in the river. There were probably 300 to 400 people. This abyss is too scary. Many people were pale. There was a scream. Everyone looked over and saw a cultivator lying on the ground, twitching violently. Look, what a big ant. Someone pointed at a giant ant on the cultivator's body. The ant was over 10 centimeters long and had a huge pincer and forelimbs. Its entire body was light green. Clearly, this ant was highly toxic. Forest marching ants. They're forest marching ants. Don't stop. Lin Feng shouted after seeing the ants. This was the first time he had seen these ants, but he had heard of them before. The jungle army ants were one of the most terrifying social creatures. Their movements were overwhelming, and their bodies contained poison. The poison of a few dozen jungle army ants could paralyze a yin-yang cultivator. Wherever the jungle marching ants passed, all living things would be devoured. These are the forest marching ants? Clearly, many cultivators had also heard of the jungle army ants. Their faces were pale as they quickly flew into the distance. At this moment, a dense swarm of giant ants drilled out from the ground. In a breath's time, the cultivator who had fallen to the ground was devoured into a pile of bones. Huge mounds of earth kept popping out of the forest. After the mounds of earth were destroyed, the dense swarm of jungle army ants rushed into the sky and pounced on the cultivators. These jungle army ants had wings and could fly. Lin Feng looked behind and saw the jungle army ants blotting out the sky and covering the earth chasing after them. Cultivators were constantly being devoured by the jungle army ants. Soon, only a pile of bones was left. It was a tragic death. How terrifying. Lin Feng gasped. There are also jungle army ants in front of us. We're surrounded. A cultivator shouted in fear because jungle army ants had also appeared in front of him. When they looked carefully, they saw that there were jungle army ants everywhere. Flame. A cultivator shouted and took out a flame to burn the jungle army ants. These were all alchemists. They tore open a gap and fled into the distance. However, alchemists were too rare. There were only a few of them. When disaster struck, they all flew away. It was wishful thinking to make these alchemists risk their lives to save others. Some alchemists took the lead to escape, leaving more than 2,000 cultivators trapped. I can't just watch them die. Lin Feng sighed slightly. Although he wanted to ignore these people, he felt that his conscience couldn't get over it. Purple earth core fire. Lin Feng waved his right hand. Suddenly, an overwhelming amount of flame surged out, sealing the world and burning fiercely. A large number of jungle army ants were burned to death. It was already good enough for an alchemist's flame to cover a radius of 7 to 8 meters. However, Lin Feng's skyfire was too powerful. It covered a radius of several hundred meters. Of course, activating the skyfire to the extreme consumed a lot of his own energy. Lin Feng couldn't hold on for too long. He shouted, "Let's go." The despairing crowd suddenly burst into cheers. "Thank you for saving us, brother. We will definitely remember your kindness." There were also many people who shouted gratefully. Whoosh whoosh whoosh, the trapped cultivators quickly fled into the distance. "Miss, this guy is really something." Tianzong shook his head and said, "In the face of a great disaster, everyone fled, but he still helped these unknown cultivators." Although he was shaking his head, Tianzong admired Lin Feng in his heart. Who would be willing to help a group of unknown people in a life-and-death crisis? Moreover, these people might become his competitors in the near future. However, Lin Feng had done that. "It seems that I still underestimated this person. His heart is bigger than the sky. How many of those top geniuses in the Yinyang realm can compare to him?" Xianxia said. After a quarter of an hour, all the cultivators had escaped. Lin Feng felt waves of fatigue sweep over his body. He couldn't help but smile bitterly. If he could break through to the Yinyang realm, he would be able to maintain the skyfire to the extreme for a longer time, right? He quickly rushed out of the encirclement of the jungle army ants and met up with Xianxia. "Are you hurt?" Xianxia asked. Tianzong was stunned. The miss was actually concerned about Lin Feng. Tianzong found it hard to believe. He knew the miss's personality too well. She wouldn't reveal such feelings to any man. "I'm fine. Thank you for your concern. Let's quickly leave this place," Lin Feng said. Xianxia nodded, and the group quickly flew deeper into the forest. Not long after, an earth-shaking roar came from ahead. 1,000-meter-tall existence stood up. It was a terrifying existence with 3 heads and 6 arms. Its 3 heads roared and its 6 arms waved, causing the ground to shake violently. "What's that? A 3-headed, 6-armed god fiend?" Many people cried out in horror. The enormous being emanated an aura that seemed capable of destroying heaven and earth. It was truly terrifying. No wonder so many people thought it was a god fiend. The resemblance was uncanny. 3 heads and 6 arms. The god fiends also had such creatures. But soon, someone shouted, "No, it's not a god fiend. It's a blood-haired Azura with 3 heads and 6 arms." Azuras were a very large branch of the devil race. The Azuras were divided into flying Azuras, white-haired Azuras, 4-armed Azuras, and so on. The blood-haired Azuras with 3 heads and 6 arms were the most powerful bloodline of the Azuras. Many cultivators were now engaged in a fierce battle with the Azura. Attack together. Slay this Azura and we'll be able to obtain great origin energy. Many cultivators charged forward and joined the battle. Slash. Lin Feng, Xianxia, and the others joined the battle as well. The blood-haired Azura was blocking their path. If they didn't kill it, they would never be able to reach the Eternal Divine Palace. Rumble. A dense barrage of attacks converged and swept across the land. Powerful waves of energy shook the void, as if they were about to tear the world apart. The torrent of attacks flooded toward the blood-haired Azura. However, the 3-headed, 6-armed blood-haired Azura was simply too powerful. Its 3 heads spat out lightning, hail, and wind blades. Its 6 arms wielded enormous stone hammers, which they swung at the cultivators. With a single swing of the hammers, the combined attacks of the cultivators were shattered. With 2 swings of the hammers, many cultivators were struck. Their bodies exploded, and they died on the spot. The blood-haired Azura was simply too powerful. Many people were terrified by the blood-haired Azura's slaughter. "Use the arrows," a cultivator shouted and summoned a magical arrow. Magical arrows were usually equipped with 3 types of formation talismans: acceleration, penetration, and explosion. Therefore, magical arrows were extremely powerful. Many of the cultivators there were equipped with magic arrows. At that very moment, they were put to good use and a high number of magic arrows shot towards the 3-headed, 6-armed blood-haired Azura. As for the cultivators without arrows, they used all sorts of magic treasures to attack the 3-headed, 6-armed blood-haired Azura. The magic arrow was indeed useful. It pierced through the blood-red defensive barrier around the 3-headed, 6-armed blood-haired Azura. The magic arrow exploded when it entered the three-headed, six-armed Azura's body, causing it to bleed profusely. The three-headed, six-armed blood-haired Azura went berserk and attacked the cultivators in a frenzy. However, the cultivators had the advantage in numbers and all kinds of magic treasures. An hour later, the powerful blood-haired Azura was wiped out. Bang, the three-headed, six-armed blood-haired Azura's body exploded. Next, the blood-haired Azura's essence power hovered in midair and many cultivators rushed forward to snatch it. The origin energy of such a powerful blood-haired Azura was definitely the best supplement. Lin Feng had also devoured a large amount of origin energy and was waiting for an opportunity to refine it. The cultivators left one after another. Lin Feng, Ouyang Xiyu, and the others also left quickly. Ouyang Xiyu, Tianzhong, and the sacrificial warriors had also collected a large amount of origin energy and were preparing to refine it. They found a secluded place and Lin Feng set up a few concealment arrays. Then, everyone began to refine the blood-haired Azura's origin energy. Lin Feng devoured all the origin energy of the blood-haired Azura and then activated the archaic dragonesque elephant art. Instantly, the enormous amount of origin energy was absorbed by Lin Feng. Lin Feng's cultivation began to rise. 6 hours later, all the energy had been absorbed by Lin Feng. Lin Feng's cultivation had risen from the third firmament to the fourth firmament of the martial king realm. Sensing the powerful increase in combat strength after the breakthrough, Lin Feng's face lit up with joy. He looked at the others and saw that they were still cultivating. Lin Feng carefully sensed the rapid increase in his cultivation. 2 hours later, everyone woke up one after another. It was obvious that everyone had gained a lot of benefits, so everyone was smiling from ear to ear. The group continued to move deeper into the abyss. During this time, more and more cultivators entered the mysterious abyss. Many cultivators stopped in front of a huge canyon. A gloomy aura constantly surged out from the canyon. Many people looked at the canyon in surprise and did not dare to rashly pass through it. Isn't that Xianxia and Immemorial? Lin Feng was shocked. He saw the two people, Xianxia and Immemorial. They were also swallowed by the black stone door. Lin Feng had clearly heard the mournful screams and thought that they should have died. He did not expect them to survive. Xianxia and Immemorial seemed to have sensed Lin Feng's gaze. The two of them looked at Lin Feng with a strange black light in their eyes. Lin Feng felt a deep coldness in their eyes. It was a coldness without a trace of emotion. Lin Feng felt a chill in his heart. What's going on? What a terrifying gaze. Even my heart is palpitating. Lin Feng looked away, feeling a bit pressured. Xianxia and Immemorial should not have been able to make him feel so pressured. Do you know those two women? Ouyang Shi asked. Lin Feng nodded. That's right. Ouyang Shi said, those two women's auras are very strange. It's as if something unknown has happened to them. Lin Feng thought about the pitch-black door. Could it be that behind the pitch-black door, something had happened that he didn't know about? However, Lin Feng did not think too much about it. He was not very familiar with Immemorial and Xianxia. More and more cultivators flew to the other side of the canyon. The canyon was about 40 to 50 kilometers wide. Lin Feng and the others soared into the sky. If they wanted to go deeper, they would have to pass through the canyon. More and more cultivators flew into the canyon and towards the other side at high speed. Do you hear something? Lin Feng asked. It seems to be down there. Ouyang Shi said. Lin Feng looked down with a serious expression. Suddenly, he saw a golden figure rushing out from the depths of the canyon. Soon, the golden figure charged forward. It was a golden saber light the size of a palm. The saber light charged forward and instantly cut a cultivator's body in half. It's a golden blade demon. Ouyang Shi's expression suddenly changed. That's a golden blade demon? Lin Feng cried out in alarm. Golden blade demons were extremely terrifying creatures. They were shaped like golden scimitars and as thin as cicada wings. They also had a pair of golden wings. However, they weren't real blades. They were creatures that belonged to the demon race. Golden blade demons' defensive power surpassed top-grade magic treasures, and their offensive power was close to that of Dao weapons. Even a yin-yang realm cultivator would have to flee if they saw a golden blade demon. Buzz. Buzz, at that moment, the sound of wings flapping could be heard. Below the canyon, a dense crowd of golden blade demons soared into the sky and attacked the cultivators above. Heavens! It's rare to even see a single golden blade demon, but there's a horde here. Run! Xianxia's face was deathly pale. She frantically ran towards the other side of the canyon. Swoosh, Lin Feng was even faster than Xianxia. He quickly rushed towards the other side of the canyon. Slash! Slash, slash! The sound of flesh being torn apart could be heard. The slower cultivators were directly torn apart by the golden blade demons. They died on the spot. Their blood dyed the sky red. Golden saber demons, why aren't you running? Shouted Lin Feng when he saw that the cultivators were scared out of their wits. The surrounding cultivators came back to their senses. Obviously, everyone had heard of the golden saber demon and knew how terrifying these creatures were. Hearing that these creatures in front of them were golden saber demons, all of them were scared out of their wits and fled for their lives. A large number of golden saber demons rushed out from the bottom of the canyon. Some cultivators were being chased by the golden saber demons. They summoned their flying swords to attack the golden saber demons. However, the golden saber demons were too terrifying. They destroyed the flying swords and rushed towards the cultivators with lightning speed. Poochie! They tore apart the cultivators' bodies. Isn't this too terrifying? Lin Feng felt a chill run down his spine when he saw the cultivators being killed by the golden saber demons. This wasn't a battle on the same level at all. He increased his speed, wanting to escape from the canyon as quickly as possible. However, the canyon was too large, and he couldn't escape from it in a short time. Buzz! More golden saber demons rushed out from the canyon. A few cultivators just happened to collide with several hundred golden saber demons, and the golden saber demons pounced on them. Seeing that there was no way to escape, the cultivators brought out their defensive magic treasures. They possessed quite a number of formidable defensive magic treasures on them. One of them was a high-grade prize-tier defensive magic treasure and 3 of them were mid-grade prize-tier defensive magic treasures. With 4 defensive treasures, they were a bit more confident. However, a frightening thing quickly happened. The 4 defensive magic treasures were all brought out, forming a 4-layered defensive system. However, when the several hundred golden blade demons attacked, the 4 magic treasures with astonishing defensive power were instantly torn apart. The cultivators were also killed. Their flesh and blood were cleanly devoured by the golden saber demons in the blink of an eye. Only their bones were left as they fell into the abyss. Lin Feng, Xianxia, and the others felt their scalps go numb. They had no choice but to change directions and flee to the right. I don't want to die. Save me. Some cultivators were being chased by the golden saber demons and let out terrified cries. But now that things had progressed to this stage, everyone could barely fend for themselves. Who could still save others? A high number of golden blade demons rapidly charged out from the depths of the canyon, chasing after them. Cultivators were constantly killed and their flesh and blood were devoured by the golden blade demons. It was as though the canyon had transformed into an azure hell. It didn't take long for half of the 2,000 cultivators to die. Only a very small number of people didn't enter the canyon, but those cultivators were also chased by the golden saber demon and died tragically outside the canyon. There are golden blade demons everywhere. There's no way to escape. Lin Feng's expression was extremely gloomy. A golden saber demon locked onto Lin Feng and quickly rushed over. Sky splitting! Lin Feng bellowed, and a saber chi slashed towards the golden saber demon. Clang! An earth-shattering sound rang out. Lin Feng's attack collided with the golden saber demon, and a hair-raising scene immediately followed. Sky Splitter was actually unable to kill the golden saber demon. This golden saber demon is too strong. Lin Feng gasped. Hurry up and enter the chariot, we'll force our way through. Xianxia summoned the ancient chariot. Lin Feng also quickly entered the chariot. The chariot emitted a terrifying aura that could destroy heaven and earth. A tyrannical power surged out and swept towards the incoming golden saber demons. This was a great treasure from the ancient era. In the longevity hall, there were only a dozen of these chariots left. It was said that these ancient chariots were forged by the ancestors of the Longevity Hall when they fought against the Outer Realm demons. They were stained with the blood of cultivators and became abnormally powerful. The ancient chariot pushed the densely packed golden saber devils forward, but it couldn't destroy them because their defensive power was too strong. Crack crack. Hundreds of golden saber demons surrounded the chariot and attacked it in a frenzy. The chariot's defense was being destroyed by the golden saber demons. Even though the people around Xianxia were death warriors, they were still slightly pale at this moment. It wasn't that they weren't afraid of death. "Miss, I'm afraid the chariot won't last long," Tianzhong said with an ugly expression. "There are too many golden saber demons, there's no way to escape." Xiangshiu's pretty face was also pale. "If we can't go up, we'll go down. A large number of golden saber demons are rushing out. I think there are very few of them left in the canyon. Let's go." Xiangshiu controlled the chariot to rush down the canyon. The chariot was as fast as lightning, rushing towards the depths of the canyon. Sure enough, as Lin Feng had guessed, there were very few golden saber demons down there. There were still some golden saber demons flying around. The other golden saber demons were chasing after Lin Feng and the others. There were originally a few hundred golden saber demons, but now there were more than 1,000 golden saber demons. They were still crazily attacking the chariot. Even the chariot's defense system was gradually being destroyed by the golden saber demons. The situation was very dangerous. "Miss, I'm afraid the chariot won't last much longer. It will be destroyed in a quarter of an hour at most," Tianzhong said with a trembling voice. Everyone had seen how terrifying the golden saber demons were. If the chariot was destroyed, not to mention 1,000 golden saber demons, even a few dozen golden saber demons would be able to kill them all. "Go, use all your strength to get as close as possible to the other side of the canyon. We'll have to rely on ourselves for the rest of the distance," said Lin Feng. Xianxia nodded. That was the only way. There was no other way. The chariot's speed was pushed to the limit. Even though the chariot's speed was greatly reduced because of the golden saber demons, it still managed to rush for about 30 li. I'll detonate the chariot. Everyone, use your defensive treasures to protect yourselves. We'll rush out before the chariot explodes," said Xianxia in a low voice. Everyone nodded and hurriedly took out their defensive treasures to protect themselves. Lin Feng took out a precious Buddhist robe and put it on. The robe turned into a protective layer of light around him. "Go!" shouted Xianxia. The chariot launched its strongest attack, sweeping away a large number of golden saber demons. Then, Lin Feng and the others rushed out of the canyon. Those golden saber demons chased after Lin Feng and the others. Boom! Just at this time, the ancient chariot exploded. That world-destroying power surged out and swept out in an instant. The golden saber demon was submerged in the explosion of the ancient chariot. Lin Feng and the others weren't an exception either. They were all killed by the explosion of the chariot. Wow, Lin Feng coughed up a mouthful of blood. That's terrible. Lin Feng couldn't help but howl. He quickly crawled up from the ground. Xianxia and the others weren't in a better condition than Lin Feng. Their faces were also deathly pale, and they had suffered serious injuries. However, the explosion of the ancient chariot had killed a large number of golden saber demons. The explosion of the ancient chariot was very destructive. Lin Feng and the others didn't dare to stop. They quickly rushed forward. Soon, the golden saber demons that hadn't died chased after them again. There were about 400 or 500 of them. Not far away, a dozen cultivators were being chased by a group of golden saber demons. Some cultivators were like Lin Feng and the others. They ran into the canyon, hoping to escape. Lin Feng saw Xianxia and Immemorial. They were also in the group. Only Xianxia and Immemorial are here. They're releasing a strange qi. It seems that Xianxia and the others have died behind the black stone door. Lin Feng thought. He felt sad when he thought about Xianxia's death. Although he did not have a close relationship with Xianxia, he was still a friend of his. Lin Feng thought about his current situation and smiled bitterly. He didn't know if he could escape alive from the encirclement of the golden saber demons. He actually felt sad about the deaths of others. Lin Feng quickly calmed down. The group of 13 regrouped with the cultivators in front of them. Everyone rushed to the other side. "It's you," Xianxia looked at Lin Feng and smiled. But when Lin Feng saw her smile, he felt a chill in his heart. Xianxia gave Lin Feng a strange feeling. Originally, Xianxia looked like a flirtatious woman. However, the current Xianxia gave him an eerie and cold feeling. "You're quite capable to be able to escape from there," Immemorial also said in a neutral tone. Lin Feng frowned. Xianxia and Immemorial were really too strange. Their tone also carried a hint of provocation. This was different from the Xianxia and Immemorial he knew. "Didn't you all come out alive?" Lin Feng glanced at the two of them indifferently. "We?" Xianxia and Immemorial glanced at each other as a weird light flashed across their eyes. After that, they threw a deep glance at Lin Feng and didn't say anything else. Their auras are so gloomy. Xianxia frowned slightly. "Indeed. I don't want to pay attention to them. I don't care what they've been through, as long as they don't provoke me. If they provoke me, I don't care if they're Xianxia or Immemorial, I won't show them any mercy." A cold light flashed in Lin Feng's eyes. Xianxia said, "It seems that you also suspect that they've been." Xianxia didn't finish her sentence. She believed that Lin Feng knew what she wanted to say. Lin Feng nodded and didn't say anything else. They quickly flew towards the other side of the canyon. Behind them, a dense group of golden blade demons were chasing after them, emitting a terrifying chi. There were also golden blade demons chasing after them from above. There were also golden blade demons in front of them and on the left and right. "We're surrounded," shouted a cultivator with a pale face. "Don't worry about the golden blade demons behind you. Attack the one in front with all your strength. Xianxia, lead 3 people to block the one on the left. Immemorial, lead 3 people to block the one on the right. You don't need to kill them, just block them for a while," shouted Lin Feng. Xianxia and Immemorial's eyes flashed with anger. How dare this lowly creature order them to do something? But when they thought about how their strength hadn't recovered yet, and even though they'd obtained a new body, there was still a possibility of them dying, Xianxia and Immemorial nodded and agreed. "The rest of you, fight the golden blade demons with all your strength. We'll tear open a path of blood," shouted Lin Feng. Everyone knew that the moment of life and death had arrived, so they all worked very hard. Lin Feng, Xianxia, and the others attacked the golden blade demons together. Lin Feng threw out over 100 talisman stones that he'd carved earlier. All the talisman stones exploded, sending many golden blade demons flying. The pressure on Lin Feng and the others was greatly reduced. Lin Feng turned to look at Xianxia and Immemorial. One of them was releasing a sky full of godly light to block the golden blade demons, while the other was releasing a sky full of demonic light to block the golden blade demons on the other side. There were also 3 cultivators supporting them. The golden blade demons had actually been blocked. Lin Feng was shocked. It seemed that something unknown had really happened to these two. Otherwise, how could they suddenly have such terrifying power? Lin Feng could naturally see that 90% of the credit for blocking the golden blade demons was due to Xianxia and Immemorial. Lin Feng quickly withdrew his gaze and fought the golden blade demons with Xianxia and the others. They tore open a gap and rushed out through it. But not everyone was lucky enough to get out. 10 cultivators were still killed, including the 3 death warriors by Xianxia's side. Fortunately, most of them managed to get out of the abyss. They didn't dare to stop and quickly rushed forward. The golden blade demons chased them for a few hundred meters before flying back into the canyon. It seemed that they couldn't get too far away from the canyon. Phew. Everyone looked like they'd just survived a calamity. More than 2,000 people, it's already very lucky if even a tenth of them survived, said Lin Feng. More and more cultivators managed to escape. Lin Feng and the others quickly left. 3 days later, a huge lake appeared in front of them. Everyone flew into the lake. Halfway there, Lin Feng saw Zhengwandao, but Zhengwandao was alone. "Brother Zheng, why did you come alone?" asked Lin Feng. Zhengwandao sighed. We passed through a dense forest and were attacked by a group of God-splitter demon spiders. The rest of my team died tragically. I was the only one who managed to escape. After talking with Jing Wandao, they found out that they hadn't come from the canyon, but from another area. However, they had to pass through a dense forest where they couldn't even see their own fingers. Something terrifying had happened in the forest. The terrifying god-hunting demon spiders had appeared, and they'd attacked in large groups. Countless cultivators had died tragically in the forest, and only a few had managed to escape. Xianxia said, "It seems that no matter where you come from, you'll encounter a fatal attack." Lin Feng nodded. Being able to escape alive was definitely a stroke of luck. Luckily, he hadn't brought Zhu and the others with him. Otherwise, with their cultivation levels, they would have all died tragically in this dangerous place. Many cultivators had reached the depths of the abyss. They could not see the end of the lake. However, no one had entered it to observe the lake. Everyone had experienced many dangers and it was not easy to reach this place. They were all like birds that were startled by the twang of a bough. Lin Feng felt a cold murderous intent enveloping him. He looked in the direction of the murderous intent and saw the black-robed woman and the others. There were still 7 of them. He didn't know if the others had died along the way. It was very likely. Myriad Demon Sect. Lin Feng raised his eyebrows slightly. This sect had their eyes on the ancient devil ring, but it was true that he didn't have it. Now that they had a grudge against him, it wouldn't be easy to resolve it. In another direction, a dozen people were looking at them coldly. Myriad Immortal Sect. Lin Feng recognized the clothes of a few of them. They were experts from the Myriad Immortal Sect. Lin Feng sensed that some of them were much stronger than Wan Xing, who he had killed before. In addition, Lin Feng also sensed hidden murderous intent. There were 2 of them. Others might not have noticed them, but Lin Feng's soul perception was too strong. He could sense the cold murderous intent. Who are they? They have such powerful concealment techniques. Are they the black-robed men who ambushed me? Could they be assassins from Netherworld? Lin Feng muttered. He couldn't be sure. There were many experts here. Lin Feng even saw Yi Xingchen and the others from Deity Sword Villa. They had killed thousands of cultivators in order to open a seal. They were vicious and merciless. Many experts from the major sects won't miss this opportunity. Xianxia said. Yes. Lin Feng nodded. The Eternal Divine Palace was the inheritance of a god. It was no small matter. It would naturally attract many top geniuses. Finally, someone made a move and flew towards the depths of the lake. One after another, cultivators soared into the sky and flew towards the depths of the lake. Let's go and see if there really is an Eternal Divine Palace in the depths of the lake. Lin Feng said. He, Xianxia, and the others also flew towards the depths of the lake. There were more than 1,000 cultivators who had made it this far. All of them were very powerful. At this moment, everyone was hoping to find the Eternal Divine Palace and obtain a great opportunity that could change their lives. Suddenly, a huge sound came from the lake. The entire lake seemed to be shaking. White fog lingered around, and visibility was extremely low. In the depths of the lake, 2 suns slowly rose into the sky. What's that? Why are there 2 suns? Many people were puzzled. Everyone quickly rushed towards the depths of the lake. When they arrived, all of them revealed shocked expressions. It wasn't a sun at all, but 2 pairs of eyes. His eyes were so cold that it sent chills down people's spines. A huge python appeared. Only its head and neck were above the surface of the water, but its body was already 3,000 meters tall, like a huge mountain. It was hard to imagine how huge the entire body of the giant snake was. Heavens! It's even bigger than the Blackwater serpent in the magnetic fog lake. Seeing the huge snake, Lin Feng felt his scalp go numb. It's an ancient heavenly serpent. Run! Some cultivators recognized the giant snake and were scared out of their wits. They turned around and fled towards the periphery of the lake. The ancient heavenly serpent was one of the top 5 primeval beasts of the snake species. It was rumored that even powerful human cultivators would die if they encountered it. No wonder so many cultivators were scared out of their wits. Of course, some cultivators didn't want to leave just like that. They gritted their teeth and continued to rush towards the depths of the lake. They wanted to go around the ancient heavenly serpent and reach the depths of the lake. Screech! The ancient heavenly serpent let out an ear-piercing screech. Ah! Many people screamed miserably. The ancient heavenly serpent's screech contained a soul attack. Many cultivators' souls were injured. Lin Feng felt a slight pain in his head, but it quickly recovered. The ancient heavenly serpent's cultivation level is also suppressed by the Thunderblade's secret territory. Otherwise, we wouldn't have been able to withstand its screech. We would have been killed by its screech. Lin Feng said. That's right. Let's go. Xianxia said. Whoosh, Lin Feng, Xianxia, and the others quickly rushed towards the depths of the lake. By now, many people had realized that something was wrong. The ancient heavenly serpent was indeed powerful, but it wasn't powerful enough to defy the heavens. It was obvious that its cultivation level was suppressed by the Thunderblade's secret territory. Therefore, many people weighed the pros and cons and decided to give it a try. Many cultivators rushed towards the depths of the lake. At this moment, the ancient heavenly serpent launched an even more powerful attack. A loud rumbling sound was heard. Its thick, mountain-like tail stretched out from the lake and swept towards the crowd. The heavenly serpent's tail was too huge. Many cultivators couldn't dodge it. Bang! Along with the violent collision sound, the cultivators who were swept by the ancient heavenly serpent's tail couldn't withstand the power of the ancient heavenly serpent at all. Their bodies exploded and turned into a bloody mist. This was truly a terrifying destructive power that was so strong that it made one shudder in fear. The power displayed by the ancient heavenly serpent was simply terrifying. However, it was understandable if one thought about it carefully. After all, the ancient heavenly serpent's body was there. With such a huge body, even if it didn't use any secret skills, its strength alone was enough to crush everything. Rumble! After the ancient heavenly serpent's attack, its huge tail whipped over again. Lin Feng shouted, "Be careful of the ancient heavenly serpent's tail." He quickly dodged, narrowly avoiding the ancient heavenly serpent's tail that was as large as a mountain. However, the two kamikaze warriors beside Xianxia didn't dodge. Their bodies were torn apart by the ancient heavenly serpent's whip, and they died on the spot. Lin Feng and the others didn't dare to hesitate. They quickly rushed towards the depths of the lake and left the area where the ancient heavenly serpent was. "Look, there's an island up ahead," a cultivator shouted. The eyes of the cultivators who rushed past the ancient heavenly serpent's defensive line suddenly lit up. Everyone sped up and flew towards the island. About 200 cultivators landed on the island. The rest either died tragically or escaped. The island wasn't big. Soon, the group arrived at the depths of the island. In the depths of the island, there was a huge tree that was 300 to 400 meters tall. Its branches stretched out for 1,000 meters. "A cultivator," Lin Feng muttered, revealing an extremely shocked expression. Many people, like Lin Feng, looked at the cultivator in shock. It was a man. He sat cross-legged under the ancient tree. His clothes were as white as snow, and he was extraordinarily handsome. He was like a banished immortal. His temperament was otherworldly, and he was surrounded by immortal light. He was sacred and inviolable. "Who's he?" Lin Feng murmured. He was extremely shocked to see a cultivator sitting cross-legged here. Lin Feng released his divine will and carefully sensed the cultivator. He was shocked. This cultivator did not have any aura of life. He was not alive. He was already dead. Could it be the eternal divine sovereign? Someone said so. His tone was very excited. If it was the eternal divine sovereign, it would be too shocking. The corpse of an ancient eternal divine sovereign was priceless. Whoosh! Someone could not wait any longer and rushed forward. Instantly, the scene was in chaos. Many cultivators rushed over because they saw the ring on the eternal divine sovereign's hand. It was definitely a storage ring. No one knew if the eternal divine palace really existed. It was just a rumor. But the eternal divine sovereign's corpse was here, and there was also his storage ring. The eternal divine sword and the eternal divine sovereign's inheritance might be in the storage ring. This was enough to make anyone go crazy. Clang, a great battle broke out. Many people were fighting in a chaotic melee. It was an extremely tragic battle. Die, kid. A tall cultivator punched at Lin Feng. Scram. Lin Feng shouted coldly and punched back. His fist shook heaven and earth as it swept out. He sent the tall cultivator flying with one punch. Crack, crack. The tall cultivator's arm was broken. His face was pale. He knew that he had kicked an iron plate. He was afraid that Lin Feng would kill him, so he quickly distanced himself from Lin Feng. Lin Feng stepped towards the eternal divine sovereign's corpse. His divine fist swept through everything in his way. One cultivator after another was sent flying by Lin Feng. Get rid of this kid. More than 10 cultivators shouted coldly as they rushed towards Lin Feng. Slash. Lin Feng shouted coldly. He slashed out with Sky Splitter, and the blade light pierced through heaven and earth. 3 cultivators were killed, while the rest were heavily injured and luckily managed to escape the calamity. This attack was so terrifying that it shocked everyone. Lin Feng was the first to rush to the Eternal God's side. However, he was soon surrounded and attacked by more than 10 top geniuses. These top prodigies had all comprehended spirit very early on. Some of them were even like Lin Feng, who had not only comprehended spirit. Moreover, they'd even comprehended force. So, it was easy to imagine how terrifying these people were. The lethality of their joint attack was truly too terrifying. How shameless! You're ganging up on me. Lin Feng cursed and had no choice but to retreat quickly. Many geniuses' faces darkened. Now that everyone was fighting for the eternal divine emperor's corpse and storage ring, they naturally could not let him have his way. Was it wrong to attack him? After Lin Feng was forced into a corner, these top geniuses also started fighting. Boom. At this moment, the black-robed woman from the Myriad Demons sect made her move. She walked towards the eternal divine lord's corpse. The people of the 10,000 Demons sect are too arrogant. A top-notch skypride sneered and charged towards the black-robed woman. Bang! The black-robed woman swung her jade-like fist and sent a top-tier heaven's favorite flying. How is this possible? Many people exclaimed in disbelief. Only Lin Feng knew what was going on. The black-robed woman had used some terrifying technique to suppress her cultivation level from the Yin-Yang realm to the peak of the Martial King realm. But this woman must have paid a heavy price to suppress her cultivation level. Because this was how the world worked, you had to pay a heavy price for what you gained. The exchange of power was equivalent. For example, Lin Feng's ordinary secret techniques did not consume too much energy, but the power of such techniques was limited. If he used a secret technique like the destruction of the Tao, the power would be enough to destroy the heavens and earth. But Lin Feng's energy would be instantly depleted by 90%. A large consumption of energy in exchange for a large amount of battle power. This woman had suppressed her cultivation level for the same reason. She must have paid a heavy price for it. This woman is terrifying. She seems to have suppressed her cultivation level from the Yin-Yang realm to the Martial King realm. Let's fight her together, shouted Lin Feng. Everyone was shocked. The dozen or so top fighters did not say anything else. They all charged towards the black-robed woman. Eat my fist, shouted Lin Feng coldly. He threw a punch. Bang! But a moment later, the black-robed woman swept him away. The black-robed woman was too strong. She had the power to crush him. Lin Feng was not the only one who had been swept away. Even Ouyang Xiu, Yi Xingchen, and the other top fighters had been swept away by the black-robed woman. They were not on the same level at all. The black-robed woman had already arrived in front of the Eternal Emperor's corpse. She stretched out her hand, wanting to collect the corpse. Ancient haste. But at that moment, an endless amount of light emerged from the Eternal Emperor's body. A deep voice suddenly filled the air. That's... Everyone was astonished. A moment later, everyone felt dizzy. An endless amount of light flooded the area. When Lin Feng came back to his senses, he realized that he had disappeared from the island. He had disappeared from under the ancient tree. The people in front of him had disappeared. He had arrived in another world. An illusion? Lin Feng was shocked. This had to be an illusion created by the Eternal Emperor. He had just heard the words ancient haste, but he did not know what they meant. Then he had appeared here. This was an ancient city with no one around. But a moment later, the city became extremely lively. People came and went. Lin Feng tried to communicate with the others, but he was ignored. The people here could not see him at all. Lin Feng could only smile bitterly. The Eternal Emperor was really terrifying. He had been dead for tens of thousands of years, but the illusion he created was still so terrifying. In the distance, a 15 or 16-year-old boy walked over. He was very handsome. Many people pointed at him and whispered, "He's the crippled Murong Yongheng. He's about to be crowned, but he still can't cultivate. TSK, TSK. If his father hadn't been the clan leader, he would have been kicked out of the Murong family long ago." Many people pointed at him and mocked him. In the distance, strange beasts appeared. There were more than 10 cultivators. Some of them were riding strange beasts. Behind them, there were 4 strange beasts pulling a bronze carriage. The leader of the group was a young man. "Hey, isn't that Murong Yongheng?" said the young man in a strange tone. "Jiangsu, it's you." Murong Yongheng frowned. "It's been 3 years, right?" "What? You still can't cultivate?" Jiangsu looked at Murong Yongheng mockingly. "Cultivate? You'll know soon enough," said Murong Yongheng. "Haha. The Murong family has been waiting for you for 16 years, but you still can't cultivate," said Jiangsu. Murong Yongheng smiled. Murong Yongheng clenched his fists. His expression was unsightly. At that moment, a gentle and pleasant voice came from the bronze carriage. "Murong Yongheng, we haven't seen each other in a long time," said a woman in snow-white clothes. Many people cried out in surprise when they saw the woman. She was like a celestial being who had descended to the mortal world. "Murong Yongheng? That's an eternal divine sovereign in his youth?" Lin Feng stared at the young man in astonishment. He had never thought that he would be pulled into an illusory world and see an eternal divine sovereign in his youth. Eternal divine sovereigns can't cultivate when they're young? Lin Feng was surprised. "Xiqi." Murong Yongheng was very happy to see her. In the past, Zhang Xiqi had lived in the Murong clan for a long time. They could be considered childhood sweethearts. Moreover, they had been engaged since they were young. Unlike the joy she had when she met him in the past, the current Zhang Xiqi looked at Murong Yongheng with indifference. Murong Yongheng was a very sensitive person. He immediately sensed that something was wrong. "Yongheng, tomorrow, I will go to the Murong clan with the elders," said Zhang Xiqi. Zhang Xiqi said and then left with the group. Lin Feng rubbed his chin. What did Zhang Xiqi want to do? Lin Feng followed Murong Yongheng to the Murong clan. On the second day, Zhang Xiqi and her clansmen arrived at the Murong clan. The great elder of the clan, Zhang Zuping, accompanied Zhang Xiqi. "Yongheng and Xiqi are about to reach adulthood. Are you here to discuss the marriage?" asked Murong Yongheng's father, Murong Kaifeng. "Have you heard of the Taishang Celestial Dynasty?" asked Zhang Zuping with a smile. "Is it the Taishang Celestial Dynasty from the Supreme Ancient Era?" asked Murong Kaifeng in astonishment. "That's right. The Taishang Celestial Dynasty is high and lofty." Murong Kaifeng nodded. "To us, it's indeed a lofty and ancient power." Murong Kaifeng nodded. "Xiqi is lucky. Speaking of which, Xiqi is really lucky. When she was training, she got to know the third prince of one of the Supreme Immortal Dynasty's kings." Zhang Zuping smiled. When he heard that, Murong Kaifeng's expression changed drastically. As for the great elder of the Murong clan, he smiled coldly. They had always wanted to seize the position of the leader of the Murong clan, but they hadn't had the chance. Now, they seemed to have seen some signs. "Brother Zhang, what are you trying to say?" Murong Kaifeng asked in a deep voice. At that moment, Zhang Xiqi said, "I've already pledged my life to that crown prince, so I can no longer fulfill my engagement with Murong Yongheng. I've come here to annul the engagement between our two families." Murong Kaifeng's body suddenly trembled. He never thought that these people had such intentions. Endless anger rose in his heart. In the past, it was the Zhang clan who had begged for this marriage. Now, he had to go back on his word. I wish you happiness. Morong Yongheng walked over with a marriage contract in his hand. He tore it into pieces and grinned at Zhang Shiqi. Eternal. Morong Kaifeng looked at his son with heartache. At least you know your place. A toad can't eat swan meat. Zhang Su said sarcastically. Zhang Shiqi did not even look at Morong Yongheng as she left with the rest of the Zhang family. Soon, the Morong family's situation changed, and the Great Elders branch impeached the clan leader. He had committed 2 crimes. First, his son had no talent for cultivation and had no heir to inherit the position of patriarch. Second, his son's fiancée had annulled the engagement, bringing shame to the clan. Morong Kaifeng had been removed from the position of patriarch, and his son had been persecuted by the Great Elders branch. They had no choice but to leave the Morong family. Along the way, Morong Kaifeng had been killed in order to save Morong Yongheng. What a tragic life. Lin Feng murmured. He looked at Morong Yongheng, who had buried his father in the rain. He looked at the young man kneeling in front of Morong Kaifeng's grave. Lin Feng couldn't help but sigh. Who would have thought that the eternal divine emperor, who had dominated the ancient times, would have such a tragic life? On the day of his 16th birthday, Morong Yongheng's body was burning. He was lying in a valley, unconscious. It was raining heavily. Lin Feng wanted to carry Morong Yongheng to a place where they could shelter him from the rain, but he was just a passerby in this world. There was nothing he could do. He could only watch silently. At that moment, Lin Feng saw a shocking scene. Morong Yongheng's body was filled with divine light, and his dantian became dazzling. What shocked Lin Feng was that Morong Yongheng didn't have a martial spirit. No wonder he can't cultivate. He doesn't have a martial spirit. Lin Feng shook his head. But at that moment, the power of billions of stars gathered. A world of stars appeared in Morong Yongheng's dantian. In this world of stars, there was a divine sun, a bright moon, a dazzling group of stars, a divine palace, a jade palace, and a myriad of living things. Myriad world martial spirit. Lin Feng was shocked. His face revealed an extremely shocked expression. It was actually a legendary martial spirit. The myriad world martial spirit was one of the most mysterious martial spirits. It showed countless images of the myriad world. But because it was so mysterious, there was no description of the myriad world martial spirit. My martial spirit has finally awakened. Morong Yongheng opened his eyes. Lin Feng touched his chin. He hadn't thought that this would happen. It seemed that the awakening of such a terrifying martial spirit required certain conditions. This was indeed a heaven-defying martial spirit. In 10 years, Morong Yongheng's cultivation base had crossed several major realms, and he had become a god. Lin Feng was extremely shocked. This kind of cultivation speed was too fast. It was simply inconceivable. And at that time, a desperate battle between gods had erupted. Gods, Buddhas, devils, demons, ghosts, and all kinds of living beings had participated in that battle. The battle had spread far and wide, and countless planets with life had been affected. The world Morong Yongheng was in wasn't the martial heaven continent, but another world. In that battle, the heavenly devils had invaded that world, and countless powers had been destroyed. Morong Yongheng had led the experts of that world to rise up and resist. The battle had been extremely fierce, and countless powers had been destroyed. But in the end, Morong Yongheng had led many experts to defeat the invading heavenly devils. Countless experts had come to pay respects to Morong Yongheng. It's him. Zhang Shiqi was among them. She was extremely shocked to see Morong Yongheng. How is this possible? This included the Morong family as well. The great elder had fulfilled his wish to become the clan leader. When they saw that the person who was revered as a god by countless people was the boy who had escaped from their pursuit in the past, everyone's heart sank to the bottom of the valley. Yongheng, how have you been these years? One night, Zhang Shiqi saw Morong Yongheng. Her eyes were filled with endless longing. However, all of the characters had disappeared without a trace. Damn, what happened after that? That bitch Zhang Shiqi still has the nerve to look for Morong Yongheng? Lin Feng couldn't help but feel gloomy. Because the content had disappeared, he didn't know what had happened after that. He didn't know how Morong Yongheng would treat Zhang Shiqi, who had betrayed him back then. He also didn't know how Morong Yongheng would treat the first elder who had tried to kill him and his father. Why has everyone disappeared? Why haven't I left this world? Lin Feng frowned. He had seen some things about the eternal divine emperor when he was young. Logically speaking, he should have returned to reality by now. But the reality was that Lin Feng was still in this illusory world. He couldn't leave. I'm trapped here? Lin Feng frowned. This was troublesome. If he was trapped here, how could he leave? Lin Feng's expression became serious. He went to many places, but he didn't find anything. Everyone seemed to have disappeared. There were no birds or beasts in the forest. No way. Brother Eternal Divine Emperor, I saw you in the rain and wanted to carry you to a place where you wouldn't get wet. I'm such a kind person, but you want to trap me in this damned place? Lin Feng was very depressed. This was a desolate world. There was no life. It was as if he was the only person in this world. It was enough to drive people crazy. Lin Feng searched many places, but he didn't find any life. He didn't even see Ouyang Xiyu and the others. Logically speaking, they should have entered the Eternal Divine Emperor's world. Why weren't they here? That was what puzzled Lin Feng the most. He felt that this forest was full of evil. I should cultivate. I hope that when I'm strong enough, I'll be able to find some clues. Lin Feng sighed. He had discovered something shocking. The dragon-seeking incantation could be used in this world. Lin Feng relied on the dragon-seeking incantation to find many spiritual mines. He dug out dozens of top-quality spirit stones. Lin Feng relied on them to cultivate. Cultivation was endless. When Lin Feng woke up, he had broken through to the fourth heavenly layer of the Martial King realm. He had reached the peak of the fourth heavenly layer of the Martial King realm. As expected of a top-grade spirit stone. Cultivating with a top-grade spirit stone is really fast. Lin Feng muttered. He continued to look for spiritual mines in the mountains. He wanted to dig out some top-quality spirit stones to cultivate. However, none of the spirit ores that they found later yielded any top-grade spirit stones. Lin Feng lay on the ground and looked at the sun in the sky. He couldn't help but sigh. He didn't know when these days would end. He did not know when he would be able to leave this strange world. You're actually in the mood to lie here and bask in the sun. A sneer could be heard. Lin Feng was astonished and hastily stood up. He saw a black-robed woman walking over. The black-robed woman from the Thousand Devil sect. Lin Feng's eyes were brimming with tears. How many days had it been? What he did every day was to talk to himself, look for spirit ores, mine spirit ores, and then cultivate. Or he could practice alchemy or spirit array techniques. These days were repeated over and over again. Naturally, it was very boring. Now, he finally saw a living person. Although the two of them had a grudge against each other. Lin Feng originally wanted to give the black-robed woman a bear hug, but he stopped in time because he was afraid that the black-robed woman would beat him to death. The black-robed woman sneered, "Don't worry, I won't kill you now." Lin Feng smiled and said, "Even if you want to kill me, I'm afraid you won't be able to. Although I'm not your opponent, it won't be difficult to get rid of you." The black-robed woman didn't say anything. She didn't refute him either. Her eyes shrouded in black robes looked at Lin Feng. It was unknown what she was thinking. "Have you seen anyone else?" Lin Feng asked. "I haven't. You're the first person I've seen," the black-robed woman said. "You're also the first person I've seen. How did you find me?" Lin Feng asked. The black-robed woman fell silent. She was originally in a desolate world. Not long ago, she seemed to have heard a complaining voice. She followed the voice and jumped into a lake. However, in the next moment, she appeared in this forest. Then, she saw Lin Feng lying on the ground. The cultivators who entered this world should have been separated into different spaces by a special method. However, these spaces are connected to each other. If one can find the spatial connection point, one can travel between different spaces. I must have accidentally entered such a spatial connection point, the black-robed woman said. It seems that the two of us are fated, Lin Feng said with a smile that wasn't a smile. In front of me, you'd better watch your mouth. Don't talk nonsense to me. Otherwise, you'll know the consequences. The black-robed woman looked coldly at Lin Feng. I've always been honest. Lin Feng grinned. After that, he and the black-robed woman cultivated together. It was rare that the two of them didn't fight. Perhaps the black-robed woman also hated the feeling of being alone in a desolate and silent world. After a long time, it would make people go crazy. Ah, this is my top-grade spirit stone. Lin Feng roared in grief and indignation. He had dug out 5 top-grade spirit stones with great difficulty, but 4 of them were snatched away by the black-robed woman. I want it. The black-robed woman coldly snorted. Her expression said that even if you don't agree, you have to agree. Lin Feng wanted to cry but had no tears. Then, Lin Feng's miserable life began. Every time he dug out a top-grade spirit stone, the black-robed woman would snatch away a few pieces. If he was lucky, he would be able to keep 2 pieces. If he was unlucky, then only 1 piece would be left. There was no time in the days here. There was no cycle of spring and autumn, nor was there any change in yin and yang. The eternal day was the world here. Lin Feng's cultivation had increased by leaps and bounds. His cultivation had reached the 7th layer of the martial king realm. Lin Feng would often find the black-robed woman to spar with. The black-robed woman was really too strong. Every time Lin Feng went to spar with her, he would inevitably be beaten up. But this time, Lin Feng seized the opportunity. Before the black-robed woman could send him flying, he directly pushed her to the ground. Bastard, let go of me. The black-robed woman's voice clearly became a little flustered. It seems like every dog has its day. Now that you've fallen into my hands, how do you think I should punish you? Lin Feng smiled evilly. Do you believe that I won't kill you? The black-robed woman's voice was ice-cold. Lin Feng said helplessly, I was just joking. Actually, I've always wanted to see what you look like. Don't even think about it. The black-robed woman snorted coldly. Lin Feng took advantage of the fact that she wasn't paying attention and pulled off the veil covering her face. A delicate and beautiful face the size of a palm suddenly appeared in front of Lin Feng's eyes. This was a face so beautiful that it could take one's breath away. A pair of eyes that were filled with spirituality, long eyelashes, black eyebrows, a straight nose, and red lips that were as gentle as jade. Every single one of her facial features was beautiful to the extreme, and when combined together, it could even be called a heavenly beauty. You bastard. Feeling Lin Feng's burning gaze, the black-robed woman blushed. She wanted to push Lin Feng away, but she was firmly held down by Lin Feng. After being beaten for so long, I'm a real man. I won't argue with you. Lin Feng grinned. Then hurry up and let go of me. The black-robed woman's face was red. Lin Feng lowered his head and with lightning speed, he lightly kissed her pink lips. The black-robed woman suddenly felt her mind go blank. Her face was so red that it could drip blood. My first kiss is gone, just like that? That was the only thought in the black-robed woman's mind. Then, she was filled with endless anger. Lin Feng, I'm going to kill you. She sent Lin Feng flying with a slap. Lin Feng flew dozens of miles before crashing to the ground. Muxia, are you trying to kill your husband? Said Lin Feng, rubbing his chest. He couldn't help but feel depressed. The black-robed woman told Lin Feng that her name was Muxia, but Lin Feng did not know if that was her real name. You bastard, I'm going to cut you into pieces. Muxia shouted angrily and rushed toward Lin Feng. Her first kiss was stolen. It seemed that she was furious. However, at that moment, the deep voice spoke again. Time immemorial rush. As the voice spoke, Lin Feng and Muxia were shocked to find that their bodies were wrapped up by a powerful force. Countless images flashed through their minds. These images were everything they had seen and heard in this world. Swoosh. In the next moment, Lin Feng felt himself being wrapped up by a powerful force and disappeared from this world. 5 years have passed, but only a moment has passed in the outside world. Some cultivators exclaimed. Everyone returned to reality. How could this be? 5 years have passed in that mysterious world? Damn it, I've been looking for a way out and haven't been able to calm down and cultivate. Me too. If I knew that 5 years in there was only a breath of time in the outside world, I would have cultivated diligently and seized the 5 years I stole from the heavens. Many cultivators wailed, their expressions full of regret. Time immemorial rush. Lin Feng murmured. It was terrifying. Had he stayed in that mysterious world for 5 years, but only a breath of time had passed in the outside world. Only a breath of time had passed. Lin Feng recalled everything that had happened in that world. In an extremely short period of time, he had seen the eternal God's life, from the annulment of his marriage at the age of 15 and the tragic death of his father to the reign of the heavens at the age of 26 and quelling the chaos of the heavenly demons at the age of 30. It should have only taken him a few days to finish reading all these. The rest of the time was free time to cultivate. Fortunately, he didn't waste those 5 years like other people. Furthermore, in the past 5 years, his cultivation had improved rapidly. He had now broken through to the 7th heaven of the martial king realm. Spirit array masters and alchemists should have also reached the earth rank. It was absolutely heaven-defying. It was all thanks to the 5 years of time he had snatched from the heavens in that mysterious world. My body's 100 acupoints are like the starry sky. Time flows in the blink of an eye, defying the heavens and seizing life. 5 years have passed in a flash. A deep voice resounded throughout the area. The eternal God's body shone brightly as his meridians gave off a dazzling divine light. An acupoint was a divine abode. So this was the so-called eternal divine palace. Let's go in again. A cultivator shouted and charged towards the eternal divine Lord. He wanted to enter that mysterious world again just like before. In the time it took for a breath outside. It was 5 years inside. A few more rounds. This was heaven-defying. Cultivators were seizing life from the heavens and buying time from the heavens. The world that the eternal divine Lord had created was too terrifying. However, the eternal divine Lord's body emitted a dazzling light that swept away all the cultivators who approached. The eternal divine Lord's body was gradually dissipating. No, give us another chance, many cultivators shouted. They were unwilling to let the eternal divine Lord's body dissipate just like that. They had missed 5 years of time just like that. It was 5 years of rapid cultivation improvement. It could be said that seizing life from the heavens for 5 years was the greatest opportunity in the Thunderblade secret realm. However, many people didn't cherish it. It wasn't until they came out of that mysterious world and understood everything that they regretted it. However, the eternal divine Lord still dissipated in the end. Xianxia said, this isn't his real body. It should be a space-time imprint. The cultivators who have gone through untold hardships to come here will get this opportunity. Lin Feng nodded. The opportunity that the eternal divine Lord left for the future generations was not a magic treasure or a secret technique, but time. For cultivators, time was the most precious thing. My lord, should we kill that kid? Xianxia looked at Xianxia and asked. Xianxia looked at Lin Feng and sighed. Logically, she should kill Lin Feng because of his relationship with the Thousand Demon sect. However, Xianxia realized that she could no longer harden her heart to kill Lin Feng. Lin Feng glanced at Xianxia. Xianxia quickly looked away, not daring to look at Lin Feng. She looked at Xianxia and said, this is not a good place to fight. Yes. Xianxia naturally didn't dare to ask too many questions. Buzz. At this moment, a cold light came from above Lin Feng. Everyone looked over and was greatly shocked. This was actually a one-armed black-cloaked man. He held a cold sword in his hand and descended from the sky. What a terrifying killing intent. Who is this person? Why does he want to kill that kid? He seems to be from the Assassin Dynasty. What? Assassin Dynasty? An assassin from 9 underworlds? Many people sucked in a breath of cold air. If he was an assassin from 9 underworlds, then it was too terrifying. Anyone who was targeted by an assassin from 9 underworlds would not have a good ending. An assassin from 9 underworlds. Huaxia's expression became a little nervous when she saw the assassin coming at Lin Feng. I let you escape last time, but you still dare to assassinate me. Assassin from 9 underworlds, was it Xianxia who sent you to kill me last time? Xianxia is dead, but you still want to assassinate me. It seems that the rumor that 9 Underworld's assassins accept a mission and complete it regardless of whether the employer is dead or not is true. However, you've assassinated the wrong person. Die. Lin Feng shouted coldly and waved his right hand. Whoosh, a sword chi directly slashed towards the black-clothed assassin who was attacking from above. At the moment when Lin Feng attacked, another assassin wearing black clothes appeared behind Lin Feng without making any sound. The first assassin in black was just a feint. The second assassin in black was the real assassin who wanted to kill Lin Feng. The assassin in black thrust his sword at Lin Feng. The second assassin in black has appeared. The 9 Underworld's assassins have sent 2 assassins to kill that kid. He can't dodge that sword. He's going to be killed by the 9 Underworld's assassins. Many people cried out in alarm. Oh no. Mu Xia's expression changed again and again. She wanted to save him, but it was too late. Mu Xia didn't know why she wanted to save Lin Feng. When she saw that Lin Feng was about to be killed by the 9 Underworld's assassins, her heart was filled with endless panic and helplessness. Why did she have such a feeling? What did he have to do with her? Mu Xia felt a faint pain in her heart. I knew there was a second assassin hiding in the surroundings, waiting for you to appear. At that moment, Lin Feng's cold laughter woke Mu Xia up. She looked at Lin Feng and saw a distorted black hole condense around Lin Feng. The 2 assassins in black were surrounded by the distorted black hole and couldn't move. Poof. Poof, in the blink of an eye, the 2 assassins' heads were cut off by Lin Feng. Blood splashed everywhere. The surroundings were silent. Everyone looked at Lin Feng as if they were looking at a monster. The assassin from 9 Nether had a powerful killing technique. He was about to kill Lin Feng, but in the end, the assassin was killed in an instant. Wasn't that kid too terrifying? Isn't that the guy who escaped from the canyon? A cultivator from Deity Sword Manor whispered to Yi Xingchen. Yi Xingchen nodded, his eyes flashing with killing intent. He said, that's right, it's that kid. No wonder the junior brothers who went after him died tragically. This kid's cultivation is beyond our expectations. Yi Xingchen seemed to be weighing the pros and cons, deciding whether to kill Lin Feng or not. But in the end, he restrained his killing intent. This wasn't a good place to make a move, and Yi Xingchen wasn't sure if he could kill Lin Feng. This guy didn't use his full strength when we fought before, Mu Xia muttered. Previously, in the mysterious world, Lin Feng challenged her time and time again, but Mu Xia taught him a lesson every time. Mu Xia originally thought that she had a better understanding of Lin Feng's strength, but now she knew that Lin Feng was hiding his strength. Although she was dissatisfied with Lin Feng hiding his strength, she was relieved to see that Lin Feng was fine. Why should I care about him? Despicable guy. Mu Xia glared at Lin Feng fiercely. When she thought about how Lin Feng stole her first kiss, she felt her heart beat faster. Only Mu Xia herself knew if she was truly angry. Lin Gongzi, are you hurt? Xianxia asked with concern. I'm fine. Lin Feng smiled. Seeing how close Lin Feng and Xianxia were, Mu Xia couldn't help but feel irritated. She snorted coldly and walked away. Xiaomayu and the others broke out in cold sweat. Who offended this young miss again? There were also some cultivators who continued to wander around the island, hoping to find some fortune. Lin Feng, Xianxia, and the others did not leave immediately. He planned to use the dragon searching formula to search around and see if there were any cave dwellings here, but he did not find anything. After that, Lin Feng, Xianxia and the others also left. Lin Gongzi, it won't be long before the Thunderblade's secret territory ends. Let's part ways here. This is a piece of jade that I've been carrying with me for many years. It's not anything precious. Lin Gongzi, please accept it. If you think things through in the future, you can take this token to the Longevity City. When the city lord of the Longevity City sees this jade, he will bring Lin Gongzi to the Longevity Palace. Xianxia murmured. However, she suddenly remembered that the jade pendant that a woman gave to a man seemed to be a token of love. Her pretty face couldn't help but blush slightly. Lin Feng didn't think too much about it. He accepted the jade pendant and said, "Thank you, fairy." One day later, Lin Feng parted ways with Xianxia and the others. As for Lin Feng, He kept looking for strong ferocious beasts to challenge and test his strength. When the Thunderblade secret territory was about to open again, Lin Feng went to the Fire Demon Lord's cave. When they saw Lin Feng, they were very happy. Lin Feng sensed everyone's strength. Their cultivation levels had increased by leaps and bounds. "It seems like everyone has gained a lot," said Lin Feng with a smile. "Ah, senior brother Lin, your cultivation level has caught up with mine," said Jining in surprise. Her red lips were slightly parted. She looked very attractive. "Seventh celestial layer of the Martial King layer?" Shuizhu also looked at Lin Feng in surprise. When Lin Feng had left, he was only at the third celestial layer of the Martial King layer. How many months had it been? And he was already at the seventh celestial layer of the Martial King layer? Wasn't his cultivation speed too fast? Of course, what astonished everybody the most was how strong Lin Feng was. How strong was he now? When he was at the third celestial layer of the Martial King layer, he could kill Wan Xing, a genius who had comprehended spirit. Now that he was at the seventh celestial layer of the Martial King layer, even those geniuses who had comprehended spirit and force wouldn't be a match for Lin Feng. Lin Feng smiled and said, "I've gone through many dangers and narrowly escaped death. However, I've also had some fortuitous encounters. That's why my cultivation has increased so quickly. Everyone, get ready. We're going to leave the Thunderblade secret territory." Everyone nodded. The Thunderblade secret territory would only open for a year. It was almost a year ago. They had to leave quickly. If they were trapped in the Thunderblade secret territory, they wouldn't be able to break through to the Yin-Yang realm because the Thunderblade secret territory would suppress their cultivation. A Martial King layer cultivator only had a lifespan of 200 years at most. The next day, everyone headed to the Thunderblade secret territory together. They didn't see Yu Fan, Han Shuai, and the others in the Thunderblade secret territory. They didn't know how they were doing. They didn't see Tian Zhongdao and the old drunkard either. However, Lin Feng wasn't worried about Tian Zhongdao and the old drunkard. Those two weren't simple characters. Many cultivators headed to the Thunderblade secret territory. In the end, everyone left the Thunderblade secret territory. When they were outside, Lin Feng saw Yu Fan and Han Shuai. When he saw that they were safe and sound, he was relieved. "You have to be on guard against Elder Xianxia in Nebula Pavilion. I'm worried that Elder Xianxia will vent his anger on you because of me," Lin Feng reminded them. "Don't worry. Elder Xianxia has been taking care of Han Shuai and me recently. He probably wants to build a good relationship with Zhongyan through us. When Zhongyan comes out of seclusion, I'll definitely tell him that Elder Xianxia harmed you," Yu Fan said fiercely. "Let's forget about this. Elder Xianxia, wait for me to become stronger. I'll deal with him personally," Lin Feng said. He and Yu Fan and Han Shuai talked for a while and then parted ways. "Brother Lin, when we get back to the sect, I'll ask you to teach me about formations," Shui Lanqian said with a red face. After saying that, she ran away as if she was escaping. Lin Feng smiled bitterly. Shui Lanqian wouldn't stick to him, right? TSK, kid, you're good. You got yourself another beautiful girl?" The old drunkard appeared out of nowhere and looked at Shui Lanquan's back as she left and clicked his tongue in wonder. Nothing good comes out of a dog's mouth. Lin Feng couldn't help but roll his eyes. Tian Zhongdao also came out with the old drunkard and gave Lin Feng a bear hug. "This time, the big sects must have lost a lot of people," Lin Feng said. Tian Zhongdao nodded, "Yes, but those who survived have improved their cultivation by leaps and bounds." The disciples of the Blue Cloud sect gathered. Elder Zhang Quan counted the number of people and found that more than 1,000 disciples didn't make it back. They probably died in the Thunderblade secret territory. The Thunderblade secret territory was that cruel. Cultivation itself was a cruel thing. One had to go against the will of the heavens and go through all kinds of dangers. This path was full of thorns. If one wasn't careful, they could die. Even if they broke through the Yin-Yang realm in the future, they would still have to go through the 3 calamities and 9 tribulations. At that time, it would be even more dangerous because any one of the 3 calamities and 9 tribulations could crush a cultivator. But even if this path was full of endless hardships, there were still countless people who fought for it. Although 9 of them died, they had no regrets. After returning to the Blue Cloud sect, everything seemed to have returned to normal. However, there was a rumor in the Blue Cloud sect that a group of disciples would be joining the inner courtyard. Because of the opening of the Thunderblade secret territory, many Blue Cloud sect disciples had advanced by leaps and bounds in the Thunderblade secret territory. They had already reached the qualifications to join the inner courtyard. If one wanted to join the inner courtyard, they had to go through the sect's examination. The examination was naturally very strict. The 12 Peaks would normally recommend people to the inner courtyard. Those who received a recommendation would go to the outer courtyard Disciples Mountain for the qualification examination. If they passed, they could join the inner courtyard. There were many conditions to join the inner courtyard. Cultivators in the 8th celestial layer of the Martial King realm were enough to make countless people shrink back. Of course, it didn't mean that those below the 8th celestial layer of the Martial King realm couldn't join. In fact, if a cultivator with astonishing talent like Tian Zhongdao had twin martial spirits, even if their cultivation wasn't enough, they would still be accepted into the inner courtyard. Such geniuses didn't even need to go through the examination like the others. I heard that Elder Xianxia has drawn up a list of recommendations. Our heaven-repairing peak has a total of 9 people. Junior Lin Feng won first place in the New Disciples competition and defeated 5 geniuses by himself. The higher-ups of the inner courtyard already know and have already recommended Junior Lin Feng to join the inner courtyard. Junior Tian Zhongdao has twin martial spirits, so the higher-ups of the inner courtyard think highly of him and will also join the inner courtyard. In addition, me, Junior Wang Hu, Junior Sister Shi Weizhu, Junior Sister Yang Lin, Junior Brother Zhang Tianyuan, Junior Brother Pei Junyang, and Junior Brother Wang Lu have also been recommended to participate in the inner courtyard's qualification examination. Jing Ping said happily. Unlike the previous years, the heaven-repairing peak could also have 9 disciples participate in the inner courtyard's qualification examination. To be precise, 2 of them had already successfully joined the inner courtyard and were exempt from the examination. The other 7 still had to work hard. Shi Weizhu smiled and said, "Congratulations to Junior Brother Lin Feng and Junior Brother Tian Zhongdao. I believe that everyone can also successfully join the inner courtyard." Lin Feng slightly smiled. "What about me?" The old drunkard couldn't help but roll his eyes. Elder Xiaoyunqiu didn't mention that. Jing Ping said awkwardly. The old drunkard was so old that he couldn't see the future. It would be extremely difficult for him to break through the yin-yang realm at such an old age. Since the quota was precious, it was normal for him not to give it to the old drunkard. The old drunkard couldn't help but roll his eyes. "Who knows what he was thinking?" Jing Ping replied. "The test will be held in 3 days." Then, everyone dispersed. At night, Lin Feng sat cross-legged and began to circulate the Archean Dragonesque elephant art. After 36 cycles, he finally stopped. Fire Qilin asked, "Did you encounter anything special in the Thunderblade secret realm?" Lin Feng replied, "If there's anything special about it, it's the Eternal Divine Sovereign who left a deep impression on me. Our group entered the illusory world created by the Eternal Divine Sovereign and stayed there for 5 years. When we came out, only a breath of time had passed in the outside world." "What? There's such a thing?" The Fire Qilin's expression was gloomy and uncertain, appearing extremely shocked. Lin Feng nodded and asked, "Is there anything wrong?" "The power of the laws of time." The Fire Qilin said, "However, even if the gods have mastered the power of the law of time, they would never allow hundreds of people to enter such a time-space at the same time. Moreover, 1 breath of time is equivalent to 5 years in the time-space. The stronger the power of the law of time is, the longer 1 breath of time will be converted into the time-space. As far as I know, even the experts at the peak of the gods can only convert 1 breath of time in the outside world into 10 minutes in the law of time, and they can only enter the time-space themselves." Lin Feng was shocked by the Fire Qilin's words. If the Fire Qilin was telling the truth, then the Eternal Divine Sovereign was an existence that surpassed the God realm? Does the undying world really exist? Lin Feng frowned slightly. The Fire Qilin replied, "Of course it exists, but only a very small number of people can enter it. It's a world that transcends life and death. Those who can ascend to the undying world are all peerless experts. However, it's been too long since anyone has been able to enter the undying world. That's why the undying world has become a legend in the martial heaven continent. Yes. Lin Feng nodded. Starlight fell, and the moonlight shone resplendently. Late at night, Lin Feng was still cultivating. He was looking at the 90,000 star charts, comprehending the various mysterious transformations within them. That imposing, godlike man was standing in the middle of the star river. Lin Feng tried to communicate with him, but no matter how many times he tried, he always failed. Of course, it wasn't as if Lin Feng didn't gain anything. Every time he looked at the star charts, his spiritual energy would increase. Furthermore, the 90,000 star charts were arranged like a formation. Looking at the star charts would be of great help to Lin Feng in comprehending formations. After cultivating for a night, Lin Feng opened his eyes and muttered, "Right now, if I want to advance from the first heavenly layer of the creation realm to the second heavenly layer of the creation realm, it feels more difficult than advancing from the first heavenly layer of the yin-yang realm to the 10th heavenly layer of the yin-yang realm." The fire Qilin opened its eyes and said, "That's natural. After crossing a large realm, the soul will have undergone a substantial transformation, and it will be even more difficult to advance. However, every time you advance, you will receive a greater increase in strength." Lin Feng nodded. In the next few days, he had been cultivating diligently. A few disciples of the heaven-mending peak also went to the outer court disciples' palace to participate in the inner court examination. One of the things that happened made people not know whether to laugh or cry. Because the old drunkard didn't get a recommendation, he went to the examination area and caused a lot of trouble, causing the elders in charge of the examination to have a headache. Shouldn't the old drunkard be kicked out? After all, he was a disciple of the Blue Cloud sect, and at such an old age. If he was an ordinary disciple, he would have been kicked out long ago. However, they couldn't do that to the old drunkard. If they kicked out an old fellow like the old drunkard, the Blue Cloud sect's reputation would be damaged. In the end, an elder decided to let the old drunkard participate in the examination. Who would have thought that the old drunkard would pass all the examinations, causing the elders in charge of the examination to be dumbfounded. Although they felt that it was a waste of resources for the old drunkard to enter the inner court at such an old age, they couldn't do it. They didn't want to deprive the old drunkard of his qualifications. As for the others, Shi Weizhu, Wang Hu, Yang Lin, and Wang Lu passed all the examinations. Jing Ping, Zhang Tianyuan, and Pei Junyang failed. Zhang Tianyuan and Pei Junyang were both in the 7th heavenly layer martial king realm. They participated in the examination to give it a try. Although it was regretful that they failed, they still had hope after breaking through to the 8th heavenly layer martial king realm. This was Jing Ping's 7th time participating in the examination. This time was exactly the same as the previous time. He failed again because his martial spirit didn't meet the requirements. Jing Ping stood alone on the peak of the heaven-mending peak, looking at the distant sea of clouds in a daze. With my talent, is there really no hope of entering the yin-yang realm? Jing Ping's face was full of bitterness. Jing Ping, who didn't have much talent, had to put in 10 times or even 10 times more effort than others. Others seemed to be able to pass the inner court examination easily, but he failed again and again. This was a huge blow to Jing Ping. Lin Feng walked over and stood with Jing Ping, looking at the sea of clouds together. He and Jing Ping drank wine the whole night. In the end, Jing Ping burst into tears. He had worked hard for so many years, but he couldn't see any hope. "Junior brother, I plan to leave the Blue Cloud sect," Jing Ping said. Lin Feng was silent. He didn't know how to persuade Jing Ping. After a long time, he said, "The world is difficult. I hope senior brother will be careful outside." "I will." Jing Ping nodded. The next day, Lin Feng and the others saw Jing Ping off. Looking at Jing Ping's lonely back, Lin Feng sighed. After this farewell, would they ever meet again? There were about 500 disciples from the 12 peaks who had passed the inner courtyard exam. They gathered early in the morning to head to the Blue Cloud sect's ancestral land. The Blue Cloud sect's ancestral land required a teleportation portal. It was located in a mysterious canyon, sealed off by a mysterious space. Everyone rode on their griffins, and 3 of them soared into the sky. The teleportation formation plaza had been activated, and a teleportation gate appeared. The griffin rushed into the teleportation gate and disappeared without a trace. Rumor has it that the Patch the Heavens technique was never lost, and that it was hidden somewhere in the Blue Cloud sect. Could it be hidden in the Blue Cloud sect's ancestral land, but no one has been able to find it after so many years? Tian Zhongdao and Lin Feng sat together. They were so excited when they thought about the Patch the Heavens technique that they stopped stuttering. Lin Feng scratched his chin and said, "That's possible," said Lin Feng, scratching his chin. "I've heard that the Blue Cloud sect has a few monstrous geniuses. With their talent, they could have joined some of the most powerful groups to cultivate, but they didn't. Instead, they chose to join the Blue Cloud sect." Tian Zhongdao said in a meaningful tone. "For the Patch the Heavens technique?" Lin Feng pondered for a moment. "Yes." Tian Zhongdao nodded. Tian Zhongdao nodded and said, "The heaven-mending art is said to be very terrifying and has unimaginable abilities. Some people once said that after the archaic dragonesque elephant art was lost, the heaven-mending art could be called the #1 forbidden divine art." Although it was questioned by many experts also believed that this view was correct. Besides, the ancient dragonesque elephant formula is different from the Patch the Heavens technique. The ancient dragonesque elephant formula focuses on cultivation, which means that the main focus of the dragonesque elephant formula is to refine the body and increase the cultivator's potential. Every time someone cultivates the ancient dragonesque elephant formula, their battle prowess will increase far more than others. On the other hand, the Patch the Heavens technique focuses on offense. Lin Feng understood the ancient dragonesque elephant formula very well. It was just as Tian Zhongdao had said, the ancient dragonesque elephant formula focused on cultivation, not offense. "Is the Patch the Heavens technique very powerful?" Lin Feng asked in surprise. "Of course it's powerful. It's said that it can mend the heavens. Rumor has it that the heaven-mending technique is a supreme divine technique passed down by the progenitor of the human race, Goddess Nuwa. In the past, when the world was destroyed, Goddess Nuwa gathered 5 colored godly stones to mend the heavens and created the heaven-mending technique." Tian Zhongdao said. "That's just a myth. Don't take it seriously." Lin Feng shook his head. However, even though this was the case, since there were such myths, then one thing could be proven. That was, these myths set off the extraordinariness of the heaven-mending technique. The heaven-mending technique is truly terrifying. It makes one yearn for it. Old Drunkard said. After spending 3 days in the void transfer channel, Lin Feng and the others finally came out. They entered a huge canyon. They could feel powerful restrictions all around them. The griffins flew quickly through the restrictions. Finally, in the depths of the canyon, the 3 griffins stopped. Elders, Zhang Quan is leading a group of new disciples into the inner courtyard. "Elder Ge, please open the gate to the inner courtyard." Great Elder Zhang Quan clasped his fists and said. Silently, 2 old men appeared in the depths of the canyon. The one on the left was tall and sturdy, while the one on the right was skinny. However, these 2 people were unfathomable. How terrifying. "How did they appear without us noticing?" asked Lin Feng in surprise. The old drunkard took a sip of wine and said, "They'd been sitting here the whole time, fusing with the earth and sky. That's why we couldn't see them." Lin Feng's heart shook. Could this be the so-called Tao? The power to comprehend Tao and fuse with the earth and sky. This kind of ability was incredible. Lin Feng looked at the old drunkard. This guy was always crazy and mysterious. Lin Feng didn't know why he had joined the Blue Cloud sect at such an old age. This year, the Thunderblade secret territory opened, and a lot of new blood was sent to the sect. This group of young people is really lucky. They managed to encounter the Thunderblade secret territory that only opens once every 500 years. Said the tall old man. Whether they can achieve anything in the future depends on how hard they work in the future, said the old drunkard. Said the old man on the right indifferently. At that moment, the 2 old men stretched out their hands, and many spells appeared. Then, many talismans flew out. These 2 are spiritual spellcasters. Lin Feng was shocked. These 2 old men weren't only spiritual spellcasters, but they were also very high-level spiritual spellcasters. Of course, they were even stronger. Great Elder Xianxia was at the seventh sky of the Yin-Yang realm, so he was very respectful to these two old men. Rumble. There was a loud rumbling sound. The huge rock wall behind the two old men began to shake violently. The huge rock wall gradually moved to the sides. A dazzling light suddenly surged out from the depths of the rock wall. When the two huge rock walls opened, Lin Feng and the others saw a beautiful world. Dragon Chi was rising, cranes were flying, and spirit deer were jumping in the forest. What a picturesque and beautiful picture. Thank you, Pavilion Elder. Great Elder Xianxia cupped his fists. Then, the three griffins soared into the sky and entered the world behind the rock wall. Soon, the two rock walls closed again. Who are those two old men? Lin Feng was puzzled. Weizhu said, they should be Pavilion Elders of the Grand Elder Pavilion. The people in the Grand Elder Pavilion are the true foundation of the Blue Cloud sect. They have lived for thousands of years and protect the ancestral land of the Blue Cloud sect. Lin Feng's heart trembled. Perhaps this was the foundation of a top force, the Grand Elder Pavilion. Those who could join the Grand Elder Pavilion were definitely at the Fortune realm. Of course, there weren't many people like that. After all, even powerful cultivators rarely had a lifespan of thousands of years. Unless their cultivation was heaven-defying. The three griffins quickly flew through the mountains. Lin Feng saw that in the depths of this world, there were towering peaks that reached tens of thousands of meters high. Enormous palaces were built on top of those mountains. What a huge mountain. What a majestic mountain range. Many people sighed with emotion. Weizhu said, some of those peaks were built by the sect, such as the Inner Disciple Peak, the Enforcer Peak, etc. There are also some peaks built by the core disciples. Core disciples can build peaks like that? Many people found it inconceivable. Weizhu said, when one cultivates to the yin-yang layer, one's status is equal to that of an elder. It's like being a prince or princess of an empire. Their status is extremely high, so they naturally don't live with others. You should know that every prince or princess of an empire has their own fief and residence. We are all disciples of the sect. Even though the yin-yang layer core disciples don't have fiefs like the princes and princesses of ancient empires, they can build their own palaces. Look at those peaks. Those are the palaces of the core disciples. The Titan Demon clan was invited to build those peaks for the core disciples. It symbolizes their high status in the sect. The lion vulture stopped at the peak of the Inner Disciples Mountain. Not long after, the Great Elder of the Inner Disciples Mountain, Guiyan, personally appeared and greeted Great Elder Xianxia. Then Guiyan looked at the new disciples and said, first of all, congratulations to you for being able to join the Inner Disciples of the Blue Cloud sect. You will receive better training here. On the Inner Disciples Mountain, there are different kinds of cultivation rooms. You can all enter those rooms to cultivate, but in the depths of the Core Disciples Mountain, you are not allowed to enter as you wish. Those places are where the core disciples practice in seclusion. If you enter, you will be killed and no one will avenge you. Yes. The disciples hurriedly replied. In addition, the sect will give you a month to familiarize yourself with the inner court. After a month, as new inner court disciples, you will go out to complete missions assigned by the sect. You will know the details of the missions when the time comes. This is also the sect's test for you. Only by passing the test can you truly become an inner court disciple. If you encounter any problems during the mission, you will be sent back to the outer court. Guiyan continued. Many people's expressions changed again and again. They hadn't expected that they would have to complete missions after entering the inner court. Lin Feng wasn't worried about anything. With his strength, no matter what the mission was, Lin Feng was confident that he could complete it smoothly. Guo, take them to their residences and make arrangements for their accommodations. Guiyan looked at a young man behind him. This young man looked to be in his 20s. After receiving Guiyan's order, he quickly responded. Yes. Under Guo lead, Lin Feng went to the residences of the new disciples. On the way, Lin Feng noticed that many people were deliberately trying to strike up a conversation with Guo. He couldn't help but feel a bit puzzled. Weizhu whispered, Guo is Great Elder Guiyan's son. Lin Feng nodded. It was no wonder that so many disciples were taking the initiative to befriend Guo. Guo father, Guo, had a high status and controlled the fate of all the inner court disciples. Guo status depended on his father. In the distance, a red-crowned crane flew over with two people sitting cross-legged on it. They were both yin-yang realm experts, and they flew over. The red-crowned crane stopped. A middle-aged cultivator looked at the disciples below and asked, "Are these the new inner disciples this year?" Guo bowed and said, "Martial Uncle Liu, I'm a new disciple this year." Lin Feng discovered that although Guo's father was the great elder of the inner sect disciple mountain, Guo did not have the air of a spoiled brat. Instead, he was very humble. "Yes." The middle-aged cultivator nodded and was about to leave on his crane when a cold voice suddenly echoed. "Wait. What is it, third uncle?" Lu Mingsong looked at the old man, Lu Qingshan, in confusion. In the next moment, Lin Feng felt a cold killing intent enveloping him. Lu Qingshan stood up and looked coldly at Lin Feng. When Lin Feng saw Lu Qingshan, his expression suddenly changed. It turned out to be Lu Qingshan, the fifth elder of the Qingyang sect. Lin Feng had a deep enmity with the Qingyang sect. Lu Qingshan's grandson, Lu Zishu, had his dantian destroyed by Lin Feng. Later, Lin Feng had gone to the Qingyang sect to take away Zi Ling and caused a ruckus there. The Qingyang sect had been looking for Lin Feng ever since. However, they had never found him. Lu Qingshan had never thought that he would run into Lin Feng in the Blue Cloud sect. Damn it, didn't they say that the Qingyang sect wanted to be independent after they grew up? Didn't they cut ties with the Blue Cloud sect? Why is Lu Qingshan in the Blue Cloud sect? When he saw Lu Qingshan, Lin Feng's expression became gloomy. As mentioned before, the Qingyang sect was originally a branch of the Blue Cloud sect. However, ever since the heaven-mending technique was lost, the Blue Cloud sect became weaker and weaker, while the Qingyang sect became stronger and stronger. As a result, the Qingyang sect didn't pay much attention to the Blue Cloud sect, causing the upper echelons of the Blue Cloud sect and the Qingyang sect to become hostile. In truth, Lin Feng didn't know that although the upper echelons of the two sects were hostile, the Qingyang sect wanted to break away from the Blue Cloud sect's influence and didn't interact with the Blue Cloud sect. However, this wasn't absolute. After all, the two sects were inextricably linked. Lu Mingsong was Lu Qingshan's nephew, so it was normal for them to interact with each other. Lu Qingshan gave Lin Feng a deep look, then looked at Lu Mingsong and said, "Let's go." Lin Feng frowned slightly. Lu Qingshan didn't seem to have any intention of flipping out, which made Lin Feng secretly raise his guard. There was a saying that a dog that bites doesn't bark, and a dog that barks doesn't bite. Lu Qingshan's calm departure made Lin Feng feel uneasy. Said Guo, looking at Lin Feng in a profound way. Then, he turned his head and looked pensive. Lin Feng and the others were arranged in a room halfway up the mountain. Everyone had their own room. Guo said, "You guys can rest for now. At night, someone will distribute the sect benefits to everyone." Soon, Guo left. Everyone was looking forward to the sect benefits. After all, the benefits of the Blue Cloud sect's inner disciples were definitely incomparable to that of the outer disciples, right? At night, more than 10 disciples arrived. The leader was a tall and extremely beautiful female cultivator. This woman was called Xianxia, and she was also an inner disciple. It was said that she was ranked in the top 10 among the Blue Cloud sect's inner disciples. She was definitely an expert. Junior brothers and sisters, from now on, if you have anything you don't understand, you can ask me for advice. I will assist senior brother Guo to take care of you. Xianxia smiled and waved her hand. More than 10 disciples behind her came forward, took out storage bags, and distributed them to everyone. These are the sect's benefits. Since you have just entered the inner sect, your first sect benefits include a mid-grade spirit tool robe, a high-grade flying sword, a pair of mid-grade spirit tool boots, and a mid-grade spirit tool belt. Male disciples will also receive a mid-grade spirit tool jade crown, while female disciples will receive a mid-grade spirit tool hairpin. In addition, you will also receive 100 high-grade spirit stones, 10 profound rank mid-grade true condensation pills, a book that introduces the various powers of the sect, the record of the heavens, an ancient sword technique, the Great Sun Azure Sky Sword technique, an ancient fist technique, the 10,000 beast wild dragon fist, and an ancient movement technique, the 8 extreme spirit snake steps. Xianxia said dozens of things one after another, which made many people dumbfounded. But soon, everyone became excited. The sect benefits were too generous. Sure enough, compared to the inner sect disciples, the difference in treatment between outer sect disciples and inner sect disciples was like heaven and earth. Xianxia said, from the second month onwards, the sect benefits will return to normal. Our Blue Cloud sect has a heaven and earth ranking. The heaven and earth ranking has a total of 800 people. If you don't enter the ranking, you can receive 100 high-grade spirit stones and 10 true condensation pills every month. You will not enjoy any other benefits. If you can enter the ranking, your benefits will be greatly increased. If you can enter the ranking, the sect benefits will be greatly increased. Even if you can enter the top 100, you will receive an earth-grade pill every month. If you enter the top 50, you will receive a top-grade spirit stone. Hiss. Lin Feng couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. This Blue Cloud sect was really generous. They would actually reward top-grade spirit stones and earth-grade pills. Lin Feng suddenly became interested in this heaven and earth ranking. After Xianxia left, everyone went back to check their sect's benefits. To others, these sect benefits were extremely precious, but to Lin Feng, they were nothing. Among all the sect benefits, Lin Feng was only interested in the Azure Sun Sword technique. What really interested Lin Feng was the heaven and earth list. If he could enter the heaven and earth list, he would be able to obtain supreme-grade spirit stones as a reward. Supreme-grade spirit stones were too rare, however, Lin Feng needed supreme-grade spirit stones to break through his cultivation. But it was not easy to obtain supreme-grade spirit stones. This Blue Cloud sect is quite generous. They actually rewarded us with supreme-grade spirit stones. The Fire Qilin smacked its lips and said, "This is the style of a top sect." Lin Feng could not help but sigh. One had to know that supreme-grade spirit stones were very difficult to mine. Generally, a small mine would be able to mine a few supreme-grade spirit stones. A large mine would probably only be able to mine a few hundred supreme-grade spirit stones. Therefore, supreme-grade spirit stones were very precious. In order to nurture disciples, the Blue Cloud sect even took out supreme-grade spirit stones as a reward. The Blue Cloud sect could be said to have spent a lot of money. Lin Feng took out the All Heavens record. After opening it, he saw the introduction of the book. Blue Cloud Sect Introduction. Desolate Region Introduction. Righteous Path Introduction in the 72 Northern Prefectures Introduction. Evil Path Introduction in the 72 Northern Prefectures Introduction. Underground World Introduction. East Sea Introduction in the 72 Northern Prefectures Introduction. Confucian Introduction. Taoist Introduction. Extraterritorial World Introduction. Looking at the dazzling catalog introduction, Lin Feng was very surprised. The information recorded in the Record of the Heavens was truly comprehensive. Lin Feng read it attentively. Many of the contents broadened Lin Feng's horizons. For example, the All Heavens record recorded that there was a powerful astral beast in the extraterritorial world. It could swallow an entire planet with its bloody mouth. That kind of astral beast lived by devouring planets. Another example was that there was once an immortal island in the eastern sea world, and many fairies lived there. The Record of the Heavens had recorded many of these strange stories. Of course, there were also introductions of many great powers. For example, the introduction of Buddhism. The Record of the Heavens stated that Buddhism was located in the western regions. There was a Buddhist kingdom in the western regions and a minor thunderclap temple. It was a holy land for Buddhism. However, the All Heavens record warned other cultivators not to go to the Buddhist territories of the western regions. According to the All Heavens record, once one entered the Buddhist kingdom of the western regions, no matter how powerful one's cultivation was, they would willingly convert to Buddhism. Lin Feng was also dumbfounded. He didn't expect this mysterious Buddhism to be so strange that it could make cultivators willingly cut off their hair to become monks. Lin Feng also saw the introduction of Confucianism. There was a story written in it. It said that there was a scholar who had never come into contact with cultivation. However, he studied diligently for 80 years. When the old scholar was about to die of old age, divine lightning suddenly fell from the sky. The old scholar roared loudly and his body was enveloped in righteousness. He directly shattered the divine lightning with his roar and became a supreme expert. Isn't this too ridiculous? Lin Feng was speechless as he read the story. It was obvious that the old scholar had shattered the legendary lightning tribulation with his roar. Then, he became a supreme expert. However, no matter how he looked at it, he felt that it was nonsense. Of course, there was a lot of content recorded in it that was very interesting. Lin Feng also read many shocking things from the record of the heavens. It could be said that the record of the heavens had greatly broadened Lin Feng's horizons. Some things that he had never heard of before could be found in the record of the heavens. In the following days, everyone familiarized themselves with the Blue Cloud sect's inner sect. There were also many disciples who went to the Great Path Peak to challenge the Heaven and Earth ranking. Clearly, the Heaven and Earth rankings rewards were too generous. Many new disciples were eager to give it a try. Lin Feng, Tian Zhongdao, and the old drunkard also went to the Great Path Peak together. The Great Path Peak was bustling with people. Many disciples entered the Great Path Peak to challenge the Heaven and Earth ranking. The old drunkard said, "It's said that the Great Path Peak is covered by restrictions. Within the restrictions, there are all sorts of terrifying battle spirits. Defeating these battle spirits will give you points. The higher the points, the higher the ranking." Tian Zhongdao said, These battle spirits, must be very, very terrifying, right? Lin Feng nodded. That should be the case. Soon, the three of them arrived at the foot of the Great Path Peak. There was a huge crystal screen that was more than 10 meters tall at the foot of the Great Path Peak. This crystal screen was inscribed with arrays that could continuously record all sorts of data before displaying it on the screen. This is the Heaven and Earth ranking, the old drunkard said. Many people surrounded the crystal screen to see the Heaven and Earth ranking. There were a total of 800 people on the Heaven and Earth ranking. Those who could make it onto the Heaven and Earth ranking were definitely very powerful. The person ranked first was called Long Jinyu, second was called Xue Wushuang, and third was called Zhang Shihao. The top three all had more than 3 million points. They were high and mighty. The fourth place, Li Shiyu, had 1.78 million points, which was quite a big difference from the top three. It seems like the top three should be the strongest group in the inner courtyard. No one can shake their position. Lin Feng stroked his chin. Eh? Senior sister Qinyao's ranking is also very high. She's ranked 7th on the Heaven and Earth ranking with 1.75 million points. Lin Feng was secretly shocked. Qinyao was very approachable, but her strength was extremely terrifying. Lin Feng swept through the rest of the rankings. Rank 800, Lu Yu, 13,000 points. The way to earn points was to defeat the battle spirits of the Great Path Peak. However, each battle spirit had a different strength. Ordinary battle spirits could only earn 1 point. Intermediate battle spirits could earn 2 points. Advanced battle spirits could earn 3 points. Above battle spirits, there was Battle King. Ordinary battle kings could earn 30 points. Intermediate battle kings could earn 60 points. Advanced battle kings could earn 90 points. Then there was the battle emperor level. However, it was said that it was extremely difficult to challenge a battle emperor. Even those at the top of the rankings found it extremely difficult to defeat a battle emperor. If one could defeat a battle emperor, they would earn 5,000 points. Many people entered the Great Path Peak to challenge the battle spirits. There were seniors and new disciples of the inner courtyard. Lin Feng even saw Yang Jian, Shui Wentao, Shui Wenjia, Wu Ku, and the others entering the peak. They were all top geniuses among the outer courtyard disciples. Heh, a bunch of arrogant fellows. Do you think a battle spirit can be defeated so easily? Many senior disciples sneered when they saw the new disciples enter the Great Path Peak and couldn't wait to challenge the battle spirits. Not long after, a scream was heard, and a figure was swept away. He fell to the ground and spat out a mouthful of blood. Yang Jian, Lin Feng was shocked. It was Yang Jian. This person was in the top 6 during the competition. How long had it been since he was swept out of the Great Path Peak? After Yang Jian was blasted out, Shui Wentao, Shui Wenjia, Wu Ku, and some other new disciples were blasted out of the Great Tao Peak. Those with serious injuries spat out mouthfuls of blood, while those with light injuries were pale. Is the Great Tao Peak so terrifying? A new disciple said with a pale face. Many of the new disciples who were eager to give it a try stopped in their tracks. The weakest battle spirits in the Great Tao Peak are ordinary battle spirits, but they are as fast as lightning. Because they are condensed from energy, they can easily dissolve a cultivator's attack. They can even take the initiative to devour a cultivator's attack. Even a cultivator in the 10th heavenly layer of the Martial King realm would find it very difficult to deal with these ordinary battle spirits. As a new disciple, it's better to cultivate honestly and stabilize your cultivation. Then, you can consider challenging a battle spirit instead of throwing your life away. Fortunately, you've only encountered ordinary battle spirits. If you had encountered a high-level battle spirit or a battle general, you might have even died inside. An old disciple named Sun Chao sneered. 3 years ago, I joined the inner courtyard. At that time, I was at the 9th heavenly layer of the Martial King realm. I was full of confidence when I went in to challenge the battle spirits. I couldn't even withstand 3 moves and was thrown out. Half a year later, I broke through to the 10th heavenly layer of the Martial King realm and went in to challenge the battle spirits. After 7 moves, I was thrown out again. Another senior disciple called Min Zixing said with an arrogant expression. Any disciple who could defeat the Great Tao Peak's battle spirit would have a superior status. As for those disciples who were able to enter the Heaven and Earth Board, they were all disciples that the sect focused on nurturing. They were the future hope of the sect. The faces of the new disciples were all pale. They were scared out of their wits by the words of the old disciples. Old Drunkard shouted, "I'd better go enjoy the blue sky and white clouds." Then, the old man quickly slipped away. Lin Feng could not help but be speechless. When he came, the old drunkard had vowed that he would sweep through the battle spirits and charge into the Heaven and Earth list. Seeing how powerful the battle spirits were, they were so scared that they fled without a trace. However, this was in line with the old drunkard's character. Lin Feng and Tian Zhongdao walked towards the Great Tao Peak. Didn't you hear what we just said? Do you see those people? Their cultivations are higher than yours, but weren't they still swept out? If you listen to my advice, wait until you reach the 10th layer of the Martial King realm, then accumulate and stabilize your cultivation for a year before entering to challenge the battle spirits. The inner court disciple named Min Zixing looked at Lin Feng and Tian Zhongdao, and couldn't help but snort. He felt that these 2 disciples were really not tactful. He had said so much, but could it be that they had turned a deaf ear to him? Thank you for reminding us, but we still want to try. Lin Feng cupped his fists. As you wish. Min Zixing waved his hand. Lin Feng and Tian Zhongdao entered the Great Tao Peak. The Great Tao Peak was extremely large and consisted of 3 peaks and 2 valleys. Lin Feng and Tian Zhongdao had just entered when they felt the cold wind sweeping over them. 2 silhouettes dashed toward Lin Feng and Tian Zhongdao respectively. Lin Feng looked over and saw that it was an energy body. It was wearing a suit of armor, and it threw a punch as fast as lightning. Another 2 new disciples who don't know what's good for them have come. In the Great Tao Peak, some of the older disciples looked at Lin Feng and Tian Zhongdao gloatingly. During this period of time, because the new disciples had entered the inner court, many new disciples had come to the Great Tao Peak to challenge the battle spirits. However, without exception, all of them were sent flying by the battle spirits. It was said that some of them were even seriously injured. In the eyes of these inner court disciples, Lin Feng and Tian Zhongdao had also come to die. The battle spirits were fast, but Lin Feng was even faster. In the face of the battle spirits' attack, Lin Feng moved to the left and easily dodged the attack. Then, he threw a punch at the battle spirits and sent them flying. Huh? Lin Feng felt something strange about the battle spirits. The battle spirits' bodies were indeed strange. When his punch landed on the battle spirits' bodies, there seemed to be a force that removed his strength. Moreover, a portion of the removed strength was absorbed by the battle spirits. It's just as that inner court disciple said. These battle spirits can absorb a cultivator's strength. Lin Feng smiled. The stronger the battle spirits were, the more he liked to see them fight. This was a real battle, and it could allow Lin Feng to temper his own cultivation. On the other side, Tian Zhongdao sent the battle spirits flying. He said in shock, this battle spirit is really, really, really strange. Those inner yard disciples who were gloating and enjoying the show were all dumbfounded. What's going on? How did those two manage to repel the battle spirits? Could it be luck? Many people were muttering in their hearts. Roar. The two battle spirits roared and charged at Lin Feng and Tian Zhongdao respectively. Humph. Lin Feng snorted in the face of the battle spirits' attacks. He leaped forward and instantly appeared in front of the battle spirits. He threw an even more powerful punch. Bang! With a dull sound of collision, the battle spirit that had attacked Lin Feng directly exploded and vanished into thin air. Oh my god! The inner court disciples who had been watching the battle all cried out in shock. Their eyes almost popped out of their sockets. Was he still a new disciple? Was he still human? He had destroyed a battle spirit with a single punch. How terrifying was that guy's strength, soar, moonwalk, killing kick. Tian Zhongdao also used his own physical skills to dodge the battle spirit's attacks. Then, he arrived behind the battle spirits and swept out with his leg. Bang! The battle spirit that had been fighting with Tian Zhongdao was also destroyed by his kick. Another battle spirit has been destroyed. Many people cried out in shock. These two guys are even stronger than us, the experienced inner court disciples. The inner court disciples who had been watching the battle felt their hearts beat wildly. I'll go over there. You go over there. We'll sweep one side each. Lin Feng pointed in two directions. No problem. Tian Zhongdao said. The two separated. Lin Feng flew deeper into the battlefield. Roar. 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 More than a dozen battle spirits roared and charged at him. Boy, you've angered the battle spirits here. Run. You're no match for more than a dozen battle spirits. The inner court disciples in the distance shouted when they saw more than a dozen battle spirits charging at Lin Feng. However, at that moment, they were shocked by what they saw. They saw that the new disciple didn't even make a move. Instead, his body emitted a terrifying aura. Bang! More than a dozen powerful battle spirits that were attacking the new disciple directly exploded into pieces. Silence. In the mountain forest, it was so quiet that one could hear a pin drop. The inner disciples felt as if their throats were being choked by something. They were unable to speak. Everyone's heart was deeply shaken. The scene in front of them had truly shocked their souls. A new disciple had killed more than 10 battle spirits in seconds just by relying on his aura. This was simply as unbelievable as the Arabian Nights. But now, it had really happened in front of their eyes. Who is this guy? He's actually so terrifying. All the inner courtyard disciples were staring at Lin Feng in astonishment. These should be ordinary battle spirits. They're too weak. Lin Feng muttered as he walked towards the depths of the mountain forest. Roar! A roar shook the heavens. In the mountain forest, a battle spirit wearing silver-white armor rushed out. Mid-level battle spirit. Many people exclaimed. Ordinary battle spirits were fast and could absorb a cultivator's energy. Therefore, it was difficult for cultivators at the 10th layer of the Martial King realm to defeat them. Of course, they were talking about ordinary inner disciples. Genius inner disciples were not included. For example, a genius like Lin Feng could easily crush ordinary battle spirits. Mid-level battle spirits' battle prowess would increase by a level. Dozens of ordinary battle spirits besieged a mid-level battle spirit. They might not be able to defeat it. Junior brother, be careful. That's a mid-level battle spirit. Its strength is more than 10 times that of an ordinary battle spirit. An inner disciple warned loudly. Seeing the mid-level battle spirit rushing out, everyone's face turned pale. They knew how powerful a mid-level battle spirit was. These disciples quickly rushed outside. As long as they saw something wrong, they would immediately escape from the Great Dao Peak. Good timing, shouted Lin Feng. He threw a punch at the medium-level battle spirit which was moving towards him. Bang! A violent collision sound was heard. The earth seemed to shake violently. Dang dang dang, after colliding with the mid-level battle spirit, Lin Feng and the mid-level battle spirit each took 3 steps back. Although Lin Feng did not circulate his 5 martial souls to increase his combat strength, nor did he use any secret techniques, the fact that this mid-level war spirit could fight evenly with Lin Feng was already quite terrifying. How powerful! He actually managed to block the attack of a mid-level war spirit. The inner court disciples exclaimed in shock. They originally thought that Lin Feng would lose without a doubt. However, he did not expect that Lin Feng would be able to fight evenly with that mid-level war spirit. It's already terrifying to be able to fight against a medium-level war spirit. If I practice in the inner sect for a while, I should be able to defeat a medium-level war spirit. But now, it's still difficult to defeat a medium-level war spirit. An inner disciple said. Even so, they were extremely shocked. After all, Lin Feng had just joined the inner sect. The other disciples also nodded in agreement with this disciple's words. Roar! The intermediate war spirit roared again and rushed towards Lin Feng to kill him. Silver rays of light gushed out from the intermediate war spirit's body. Oh my god, it can't be, right? Silver light is gushing out of the intermediate war spirit's body. Could it be that it has comprehended the war spirit fist? It must have comprehended the war spirit fist. Normally, only high-level battle spirits can comprehend the war spirit fist, but there are also some intermediate war spirits that can comprehend it. A mid-level battle spirit that has comprehended the war spirit fist is much stronger than an ordinary intermediate war spirit. Now that it has used the war spirit fist, it's going to be troublesome. I'm afraid that kid will be defeated. Defeating him is a small matter. If a mid-level battle spirit that has comprehended the war spirit fist shows its might, it might even be able to kill that kid. The inner court disciples all looked pale as they looked at the mid-level battle spirit that had comprehended the war spirit fist. Even though they were very far away, they could still feel the aura of the mid-level battle spirit. It made them tremble with fear. The mid-level battle spirit that had comprehended the war spirit fist was too powerful. These battle spirits know fist techniques? Lin Feng was slightly surprised. This was something he hadn't expected. But soon, Lin Feng showed an indifferent expression. Lightning energy coiled around his palm as he activated the Sky Tyrant Lightning incantation. Boom! Lin Feng attacked, throwing a punch at the mid-level battle spirit in front of him. They're going to collide. That kid won't be killed, right? The inner court disciples cried out in alarm. Bang! In the next moment, a muffled sound of collision was heard. The mid-level battle spirit that had comprehended the war spirit fist had been blown apart by Lin Feng's punch. Too weak. Lin Feng shook his head and continued walking. A mid-level battle spirit wasn't a threat to him, so Lin Feng set his sights on the even more powerful high-level battle spirits. This. The group of inner court disciples was completely speechless. They didn't even know what to say. Their hearts were filled with shock and disbelief. A mid-level battle spirit that had comprehended the war spirit fist had been killed in a single punch. How terrifying was that guy's cultivation, at the foot of the Great Dao Peak? Min Zixing frowned slightly and said, they've been in there for so long. Why haven't those 2 kids come out yet? Could they have been surrounded by the battle spirits? Or were they seriously injured by the battle spirits? Sun Chao nodded and said, they haven't come out for so long. Something must have happened. These new disciples don't know the immensity of heaven and earth. Do they think the Great Dao Peak is a place they can casually barge into? Let's go and save them and earn some spirit stones. Min Zixing said. The 5 or 6 inner disciples around him all smiled. This was an unwritten rule. If a fellow disciple came to the rescue of any trouble in the Great Dao Peak, they would have to pay a reward. Spirit stones, pills, magic tools, and even secret techniques could be used as rewards. However, these inner court disciples loved spirit stones the most because they were cultivation resources that could increase their cultivation. A few disciples rushed into the Great Dao Peak, but they didn't see Lin Feng or Tian Zhongdao. An inner court disciple called Zhang Chong muttered, where are those 2 kids? Could they have been dragged into the depths by the battle spirits? If that's the case, they're dead for sure. There's nothing we can do to save them. Zhou Kai and the others are over there. Let's go ask them. Min Zixing pointed at Zhou Kai's group. Zhou Kai's group was the group of inner court disciples from before. Senior brother Zhou, have you seen the two new disciples? Min Zixing asked politely. Zhou Kai's battle strength was higher than his, so he was quite respectful to him. Zhou Kai's mouth twitched violently and said, I see them. Great. We're here to save them and earn some spirit stones while we're at it. Sun Chao said excitedly. Zhou Kai and the others looked at Sun Chao's group with strange expressions. Sun Chao asked, Senior brother, did I say something wrong? Zhou Kai and the others' gazes caused them to feel uneasy. Look inside and you'll know. Zhou Kai pointed at the depths of the mountain. Min Zixing, Sun Chao, and the others looked over and their expressions changed drastically. They saw Lin Feng walking towards the depths of the mountain. Min Zixing yelled, he's going to the mid-tier combat spirit quadrant. Does he want to die? At this moment, more than 10 mid-tier battle spirits rushed out of the forest and pounced towards Lin Feng. The expressions of Min Zixing and the others changed drastically when they saw this. Sun Chao yelled with a pale face, it's over. More than 10 mid-tier battle spirits. That kid is dead for sure. We want to save him, but we can't. As soon as Sun Chao finished speaking, they saw the mid-tier battle spirits pounce towards Lin Feng. Facing the siege of the mid-tier battle spirits, Lin Feng swung his fist and sent a mid-tier battle spirit flying. Bang, 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 one by one, the mid-level war spirits exploded in midair. Plop. Seeing this scene, Sun Chao was so scared that he fell to the ground. The cultivation levels of these mid-level battle spirits aren't that great. Lin Feng frowned slightly. Mid-level battle spirits kept attacking him, but they were all killed by Lin Feng. These battle spirits were formed by the Great Formation. Even if they were killed, they would condense again not long after. It was impossible to kill them all. However, killing a mid-level battle spirit gave him 2 points. Lin Feng was quite satisfied with these points. Lin Feng walked deeper into the mountain. Numerous mid-level battle spirits surrounded him, but they were all killed by Lin Feng. As for Lin Feng, his points increased rapidly. Not long after, Lin Feng arrived at the deepest part of the first mountain. This was the place where the mid-level battle spirits were the most active. He stood on top of a low mountain. A long whistle was heard. In an instant, more than 1,000 mid-level battle spirits rushed over from all directions. Look, who is that kid? Is he crazy? He's actually provoking mid-level battle spirits. So many mid-level battle spirits are rushing over. That kid seems to be a new disciple, right? He's really courting death. Challenging mid-level battle spirits here will only result in him being torn to pieces. Heavens, so many mid-level battle spirits. I'm afraid there are more than 1,000 mid-level battle spirits. More than 1,000 mid-level battle spirits are surrounding him. That kid is dead for sure. Exclamations could be heard all around. These inner court disciples were much stronger than the outer court disciples. These inner court disciples were able to challenge intermediate war spirits, but even if they could challenge intermediate war spirits, they would still be very careful. If they saw other intermediate war spirits pouncing over, they would immediately run away and not dare to continue the challenge. They had been in the sect for a very long time, but they had never seen such a situation before. Provoking mid-level battle spirits in the mid-level battle spirit area had attracted more than 1,000 mid-level battle spirits. If this wasn't courting death, then what was? Roar. Roar, roar. 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 Numerous mid-level battle spirits rushed toward Lin Feng at lightning speed. In the sky and on the ground, mid-level battle spirits were everywhere. More than 1,000 mid-level battle spirits. If I kill them, I'll get more than 2,000 points, right? Lin Feng muttered. Sky Tyrant Thunder, he stretched out his right hand, roared, and punched out. Loud rumbling sounds could be heard. With Lin Feng as the center, dense purple lightning condensed. Lin Feng was in the center of the purple lightning, as if he had turned into a thunder god. Bang bang bang, the purple thunderbolts shot towards the mid-level war spirits that were charging towards them. One by one, the intermediate war spirits were blasted into pieces by the thunderbolts. Terrifying. It was simply too terrifying, 2 hours later, over 1,000 mid-level war spirits had all exploded. Whoosh! Lin Feng leaped out and instantly shot several hundred meters away, continuing to head deeper. In the distance, there was only a group of inner court disciples who were completely stunned. Soon, Lin Feng attracted another 1,000 mid-level war spirits. Lin Feng easily killed these mid-level war spirits. To others, killing an intermediate war spirit was an incomparably difficult task, but to Lin Feng, it was an easy task. One day later, Lin Feng was sitting cross-legged on a gigantic rock. He was resting. He had used up a lot of energy during the battles, but he had also gained a lot from the battles. He should have collected more than 10,000 points from today's battles. Screech! At this moment, a sharp, ear-piercing cry came from the depths of the mountain forest. Then, a war spirit wearing golden armor rushed out. Advanced war spirit. Lin Feng was shocked. This was the first time he had seen an advanced war spirit. The aura of this advanced war spirit was much stronger than that of a mid-level war spirit. Good timing. Lin Feng roared and leaped out, charging towards the advanced war spirit. Bang! He and the advanced war spirit fiercely punched each other, and a powerful force suddenly erupted. Lin Feng originally thought that this punch would be able to kill the advanced war spirit, but he did not expect that when this punch landed on the body of the advanced war spirit, a rune would appear on the surface of the advanced war spirit's body. That rune had greatly weakened the power of Lin Feng's punch. Shouted the high-level battle spirit furiously. He raised his fist and threw it at Lin Feng. Whoosh! Lin Feng reacted quickly and quickly retreated, dodging the advanced war spirit's attack. What a powerful advanced war spirit. The rune on the surface of its body can actually offset the power of my punch. However, it only has one protective rune. How many punches can it block? Lin Feng sneered and rushed towards the advanced war spirit again. Bang, 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 3 punches in a row. Each punch was more violent than the last. After 3 punches, the advanced war spirit's body exploded. Haha, not bad, not bad. Not only can I get points, but I can also hone my cultivation. Lin Feng nodded in satisfaction. Although a mid-level war spirit could also accumulate points, it could not hone his cultivation because it was too weak. In Lin Feng's opinion, this advanced war spirit was a very good opponent. Roar, roar, roar. In the distance, roars shook the sky and a dozen advanced war spirits rushed out. Lin Feng was fearless and rushed towards the advanced war spirits. After a fierce battle, Lin Feng killed all the advanced war spirits. Lin Feng discovered that while fighting against the advanced war spirits, the earth chi in his body was becoming more and more condensed and pure. It seems like I'm not far from breaking through to the 8th celestial layer of Martial King. Lin Feng was delighted. Every day, many disciples would come to the Great Dao Peak. Many people would enter the Great Dao Peak to challenge the advanced war spirits. Even if they couldn't enter the Heaven and Earth Board, they could still hone their cultivation. Look, a new name has appeared on the Heaven and Earth Board. Suddenly, a disciple shouted loudly. Immediately, many people ran towards the crystal screen. Sure enough, they saw a new name appear on the Heaven and Earth Board's 800 position that originally belonged to Luyu. Lin Feng. The new name was Lin Feng, an inner court disciple said in surprise. Lin Feng? This is the first time I've heard of this name. It should be his first time on the Heaven and Earth Board. It's definitely his first time on the Heaven and Earth Board. I come here every day to check the rankings, but this is the first time I've seen this name. Do any of you know this disciple called Lin Feng? If he can enter the Heaven and Earth Board, he should be very strong. He shouldn't be unknown, right? I don't know him. Do you? I don't know him either. Heavens, look. The Heaven and Earth Board is changing again. Suddenly, an inner court disciple shouted in disbelief. Everyone looked at the crystal screen and saw that Lin Feng, who was originally in the 800th position, was rising. It didn't take long for him to reach the 700th position on the Heaven and Earth Board, and his ranking was still rising. How is this possible? Am I seeing things? An inner court disciple shouted in disbelief. His ranking was rising too quickly. The news quickly spread, and more disciples rushed over. Hundreds of inner court disciples surrounded the crystal screen. Someone shouted, "Look, he's rising again. He's in the 600th position." Boom. Boom. Boom, a smile appeared on Lin Feng's face. Although these high-level battle spirits were powerful, when he got serious, these high-level battle spirits could only die. After a few dozen high-level battle spirits were killed by Lin Feng continued to move deeper into the forest. 3 peaks and 2 valleys. Lin Feng had already crossed the first peak. He wasn't far from the first valley. Obviously, the deeper one went into the 3 peaks and 2 valleys, the more powerful the battle spirits one would encounter. Not long after, Lin Feng left the first peak. He entered a dense forest. After passing through the dense forest, he could reach the first valley. Swish! 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 But in the dense forest, Lin Feng was in trouble. There were so many high-level battle spirits surrounding him that not even a drop of water could escape. There are very powerful restrictions here. So that's how it is. It's the restrictions of this dense forest that evolved the high-level battle spirits. I've arrived at the nest of the high-level battle spirits. Lin Feng slightly raised his eyebrows. No matter if it was an ordinary battle spirit, a mid-level battle spirit, a high-level battle spirit, or an even more powerful battle spirit, they were all formed by the restrictions fusing the power of the 3 peaks and 2 valleys. The reason why they were called battle spirits was because the 3 peaks and 2 valleys were filled with a terrifying battle intent. Lin Feng had heard that a battle god was buried under the 3 peaks and 2 valleys in the past. That was a deity-level existence. The battle god's battle intent had fused into the 3 peaks and 2 valleys. As for the restrictions, they absorbed the battle god's battle intent and condensed all kinds of battle spirits. If it was someone else, they probably wouldn't be able to discover the uniqueness of the restrictions here. However, Lin Feng was an Earth-rank spirit array master, so he was extremely sensitive to large arrays. Thousands of high-level battle spirits rushed over. If other disciples saw this, they would definitely be scared to death. However, Lin Feng's expression was calm. Immemorial Sacred Emperor's Xianxia treasure technique. Lin Feng roared and used this secret technique. Roar! Roar, roar! 3 earth-shaking roars sounded out. Then, a 100-meter-tall figure condensed behind Lin Feng. That existence had 3 ferocious heads. When it roared, the forest trembled. The immemorial Sacred Emperor's Xianxia treasure technique could condense 9 heads at most. Every additional head condensed, battle strength. Originally, Lin Feng could condense 2 heads. But after the trip to the Thunderblade's secret realm, Lin Feng's cultivation. Now, after he used the ancient sage emperor's Xianxia treasure technique, this secret technique could already condense 3 heads. The 3 Xianxia. With a swipe of their claws, dozens of high-level war spirits were killed by the 3 Xianxias. At the same time, the Xianxia. Boom, the Xianxia shot. Xianxia. Every explosion of an energy ball could fake the death of hundreds of high-level war spirits. The 3 Xianxias unleashed their invincible might, and the numerous high-level war spirits were all killed. At the foot of the Great Path Peak. Look, Lin Feng's ranking has moved again, someone shouted as he pointed at the crystal screen. Everyone looked at the crystal screen. Lin Feng's ranking kept rising. It didn't take long for him to reach the 600th rank. Moreover, he didn't seem to have any intention of stopping. Soon, he reached the 500th rank. Oh my god! What kind of cultivator is Lin Feng? It's only been a day since yesterday, and he's already reached the 450th rank. Does no one know Lin Feng? How can no one know such a monstrous person? Many inner disciples were puzzled and looked at each other. However, no one really knew Lin Feng. Suddenly, a new inner disciple said weakly, "I know someone called Lin Feng." Ah? You know Lin Feng? Many people cried out in surprise and quickly surrounded the new inner disciple. The new inner disciple said, "Among the new inner disciples this year, there's someone called Lin Feng." A new inner disciple? That's definitely not him. A group of old inner disciples shook their heads. Not to mention a new inner disciple. Even a top genius among the old inner disciples who hadn't entered the heaven and earth ranking in such a short period of time would find it extremely difficult to reach the 450th rank. Moreover, this was a new inner disciple. It was already pretty good for a new inner disciple to be able to defeat an ordinary battle spirit. The group of people immediately dispersed and returned to the crystal screen, trying to guess Lin Feng's identity. The new inner disciple who had pointed out Lin Feng's identity thought for a moment and felt that it couldn't be the Lin Feng he knew. Perhaps it was just a coincidence. Just as the new disciple was about to leave, a voice came, "Junior brother, are you saying that there's someone called Lin Feng among the new disciples?" The new disciple turned around and saw more than 10 powerful inner disciples walking over. He immediately showed a respectful expression and nodded. "That's right, that guy is a disciple of Heaven Repairing Peak." A disciple of Heaven Repairing Peak? Zhou Kai, Min Zixing, Sun Chao, and the others looked at each other in dismay. Heaven Repairing Peak was currently the weakest peak among the 12 peaks. Everyone knew that entering Heaven Repairing Peak was the beginning of a dark life. Zhou Kai asked, "The Lin Feng you're talking about, is he around 20 years old? He looks very delicate and always has a faint smile on his face." "That's right, it's him." "Do you know him, senior brother?" The new disciple nodded. Zhou Kai, Min Zixing, Sun Chao, and the others looked at each other and saw deep shock in each other's eyes. It was definitely him. The Lin Feng on the heaven and earth ranking was definitely the Lin Feng that the new disciple was talking about. Zhou Kai and the others couldn't forget the scene of those powerful mid-level battle spirits being instantly killed by that person. "How did this Lin Feng join Heaven Repairing Peak?" asked Sun Chao. After all, Lin Feng was such a monstrous cultivator, why would he want to join the declining Butian Peak? Sun Chao was puzzled. The new disciple said, "When the 12 peaks were selecting disciples, junior brother Lin was only a general. Plus, he was already 19 years old at the time. Many elders felt that he wasn't talented enough to reach the general realm at 19 years old, so they didn't choose him." Zhou Kai, Min Zixing, Sun Chao, and the others naturally knew that only the leftovers from the other peaks would go to Heaven Repairing Peak. Since the other peaks didn't choose Lin Feng, it was obvious that Lin Feng would become a disciple of Heaven Repairing Peak. "Are those elders blind?" Zhou Kai, Min Zixing, and the others' mouths twitched violently. Seeing that the high-level battle spirits had all disappeared, Lin Feng walked towards the depths of the forest. Even if those high-level battle spirits had been created by Lin Feng's deployment spells, Lin Feng had destroyed them all. It would take time for them to gather again. Therefore, Lin Feng continued walking towards the depths of the forest. He walked towards the first mountain valley. After passing through the forest, he would reach the first mountain valley. Lin Feng guessed that there might be battle spirits at the Battle King level there. Soon, Lin Feng arrived at the edge of the first mountain valley. A roar could be heard. Swoosh, in the next moment, a bright light surged out. Lin Feng looked over and saw a golden battle spirit with wings and battle armor rushing towards him. Double-winged Battle King. Lin Feng squinted his eyes. Battle King level battle spirits were divided into 3 stages: elementary, intermediate, and advanced. Elementary Battle King level battle spirits had 2 wings on their backs. Intermediate Battle King level battle spirits had 4 wings on their backs. Advanced Battle King level battle spirits had 8 wings on their backs. Elementary, intermediate, and advanced. The difference was very obvious. The one in front of him was an elementary Battle King level battle spirit. Just by sensing its aura, it's much stronger than an advanced battle spirit. Lin Feng nodded in satisfaction when he sensed the aura of this elementary Battle King level battle spirit. Lin Feng didn't just want to get points. His main goal was to sharpen his cultivation. Sky Tyrant Lightning Art. Lin Feng shouted in a low voice. Lightning energy surrounded his palm as he used the Sky Tyrant Lightning Art. At the same time, the elementary Battle King level battle spirit had already arrived in front of Lin Feng. Bang, both sides fiercely collided. Waves of tyrannical energy swept out and destroyed a large part of the forest in an instant. Lin Feng sensed a strange strength penetrate into his body. That energy seemed to want to destroy his body. Eh? This elementary Battle King level battle spirit is really strange. Its attack contains the power of a will. However, elementary battle kings can't condense their will to fight against their enemies, so this kind of energy is very weak. Lin Feng was slightly surprised. He circulated the ancient dragonesque elephant art and directly dissolved the energy. Eat my fist again. Lin Feng let out a long howl and rushed forward, colliding with the elementary war king. Bang bang bang, after 3 consecutive punches, the elementary combat king was unable to withstand Lin Feng's violent strength and exploded. Lin Feng stepped into the first valley. He saw a sign erected at the entrance of the first valley. There were 3 words written on the sign. Warlord Valley. Is this the lair of an elementary-level combat king? Lin Feng was slightly surprised. As soon as he entered the Battle King Valley, he saw countless elementary battle kings roaring and charging toward Lin Feng. Facing the encirclement of numerous elementary combat kings, Lin Feng waved his right hand, causing a divine light to surge. In an instant, 3 Xianxias were formed. The 3 Xianxias charged into the group of low-level battle kings and started fighting with them. Killing a beginner battle king was worth 30 points. This was equivalent to killing 10 high-level war spirits. Bang bang bang, a great battle broke out. However, these elementary combat kings were much stronger than high-level war spirits. Therefore, Lin Feng's 3 Xianxias were having some trouble dealing with the encirclement of the elementary combat kings. It was already unrealistic to want to kill a primary combat king like how they killed a high-level war spirit. Elementary combat kings didn't disappoint me. Lightning, come, Lin Feng stepped forward and stretched out his right hand, attacking the group of elementary combat kings in front of him. A loud rumbling sound was heard as a gigantic ball of lightning was formed, ruthlessly smashing into the group of elementary combat kings. Bang bang bang, sounds of explosions could be heard. The bodies of the elementary combat kings exploded one after another. In an instant, more than 30 elementary combat kings were killed. Haha, this feels great. Lin Feng let out a long howl and jumped onto the back of the 3 Xianxias. The 3 Xianxias waved their sharp claws and slapped at the elementary combat kings, while their 3 heads continuously spat out energy attacks. As for Lin Feng, he used the Sky Tyrant lightning art, sweeping out bolts of lightning. Lin Feng and the 3 Xianxias cooperated seamlessly, and countless elementary combat kings were killed. At the foot of the Great Dao Peak. Look, the ranking is moving again. A disciple shouted loudly. Everyone was shocked as they looked at the ranking. Sure enough, Lin Feng's ranking was rising rapidly from the 450th position. Soon, it was within the 400, and it showed no signs of stopping. How many war spirits did he kill? Everyone was shocked beyond words. One had to know that the higher one's ranking was, the more points one would get. The more difficult it was to raise one's ranking, the more difficult it would be. But Lin Feng's ranking was not decreasing, and it was increasing even faster. This meant that Lin Feng was killing a large number of war spirits. His ranking is increasing so quickly, could it be that he has already entered the Combat King region? A disciple said. It can't be, right? Combat kings are so powerful, it shouldn't be easy to deal with them, right? A disciple doubted. Combat kings are powerful, but what if this Lin Feng is even more powerful? Another disciple asked. Many people's expressions changed drastically. That's right, if Lin Feng was even more powerful, he could indeed kill a group of combat kings. Too powerful, he's really too powerful. Zhou Kai, Min Zixing, Sun Chao, and the others were deeply shocked. Previously, Min Zixing had told Lin Feng and Tian Zhongdao about how he had defeated a war spirit for the first time since he had joined the inner sect. At that time, he had been immensely proud of himself. Thinking of this, Min Zixing's lips curled into a bitter smile. It had only been half a year since he had joined the inner sect, and he had defeated a war spirit for the first time. In the inner sect, it was already an impressive achievement. However, compared to Lin Feng, he was still worlds apart. News of what had happened at the Great Dao Peak had quickly spread throughout the inner sect. Many attendants and even elders were alarmed. Many attendants, inner sect monstrous geniuses, and a few elders were looking at the rapidly rising name on the crystal screen from afar. Lin Feng, it's actually him. This person is actually so terrifying. Guo Xiao was shocked. Xianxia's red lips were also slightly agape, and her expression was one of shock. Who is this Lin Feng? A monstrous inner sect disciple asked the person beside him. I've never heard of him before. The person beside him was also puzzled. Junior brother Lin Feng is too powerful. Wang Hu and the others had also arrived, and they were all dumbfounded. Even Great Elder Guiyan, who was in the Great Elder's Hall, was alarmed. What happened? Guiyan asked. A deacon quickly walked in and reporting to the Great Elder, someone is challenging the heaven and earth rankings. Yesterday, he just reached the 800th rank, but today, according to the latest news, the other party has already reached the 253rd rank. What? There's such a thing? Even with Great Elder Guiyan's experience, he lost his composure and shouted. However, the attendant didn't notice Great Elder Guiyan's loss of composure because he was still deeply shocked. Bang, the last elementary combat king's body exploded. Within the valley, the densely packed elementary combat kings were all wiped out by Lin Feng. I'm so tired. Lin Feng took a deep breath. He felt a deep sense of exhaustion. A moment before, Lin Feng had destroyed 5,000 or 6,000 low-level battle kings. Even with Lin Feng's monstrous fighting abilities, he was still exhausted. Whoosh, Lin Feng flew into the distance. He needed to find a place to rest. He leaned against a large tree and quickly recovered his strength. He finally stopped. Outside, everyone who was staring at the crystal screen heaved a sigh of relief. However, Lin Feng's name was so dazzling that the corners of their mouths twitched violently. 215. That was Lin Feng's final ranking. However, it was obvious that it was only a temporary ranking. Come on, let's go and see who that guy is. That guy must have entered the Combat King area. We're just going to die if we go in. That's right. Let's wait for him to come out. He's going to come out from the Great Dao Peak anyway. I don't believe that he can continue fighting for an entire day. He'll need at least a few days to recover, right? Many people nodded in agreement. Cultivators needed to rest after fighting continuously. Their bodies would not be able to take it if they overexerted themselves. It was common for ordinary people to die from overwork. It was precisely because they were too exhausted that they died from overwork. However, cultivators would not die from overexertion. However, overexertion would damage a cultivator's meridians, dantian, and other things. The damage to the body was immeasurable. Once the meridians and dantian were damaged, the cultivator's cultivation career would be over. Therefore, cultivators needed to get enough rest after overexerting themselves so that their bodies could gradually recover. Everyone was waiting for Lin Feng to come out. They wanted to see who Lin Feng was. Lin Feng circulated the immemorial dragonesque elephant art. Within 2 hours, he had gone through 36 cycles. Lin Feng opened his eyes. He was full of energy. Other people would need to rest for 3 to 4 days or even longer to recover from excessive fatigue. However, Lin Feng, who had cultivated the Archean Dragonesque elephant skill, had already recovered to his peak in 2 hours. Why was the Archean Dragonesque elephant skill known as the #1 forbidden divine art of the Immemorial era? The reason why it was so strong was because of its various unimaginable abilities. Let's go to the Intermediate Battle King region and have a look. Lin Feng leaped out and crossed several hundred meters. He crossed the Warlord Valley and headed for the second peak. The second mountain was filled with intermediate combat kings. Whoosh! Just as he arrived at this area, a murderous aura slashed toward him. This murderous aura was as fast as lightning, directly attacking Lin Feng's head, as if it wanted to behead Lin Feng on the spot. Ling! Spirit of killing intent. Lin Feng was shocked, but his reaction was also extremely fast. Lin Feng waved his right hand. A beam of sword chi slashed out. Clang! The murderous aura collided with the sword chi, and both of them were destroyed. At this moment, a 4-winged combat king flew out from the forest and hovered in midair. Its cold eyes stared at Lin Feng. It's really an attack from an intermediate combat king. These intermediate combat kings have actually grasped a spirit. This is truly unbelievable. Lin Feng was extremely shocked. One had to know that those who grasped a spirit could challenge those who were stronger than them. This was because a spirit was too powerful. For example, if a fifth heavenly layer martial king grasped a spirit, then he could easily defeat a seventh or eighth heavenly layer martial king, or even higher. This was how terrifying a spirit was. Lin Feng didn't find it strange that a cultivator grasped a spirit. However, an intermediate combat king that didn't have its own thoughts and only had the will to kill was able to grasp a spirit. This made Lin Feng feel extremely shocked. Lin Feng suddenly recalled the news he had heard before. It said that a war god had fallen under the 3 peaks and 2 valleys, and his body and will had merged with this place. This news might be true. This intermediate combat king in front of him might have swallowed a trace of a spirit's aura, which was why it had grasped a spirit's power. Swoosh, the intermediate combat king that grasped a spirit once again dashed toward Lin Feng. Boom. Lin Feng unleashed his power and charged toward the intermediate combat king. After a fierce battle, Lin Feng finally killed the intermediate combat king. Lin Feng slightly furrowed his brows. This intermediate combat king that grasped a spirit was actually so powerful that it was able to withstand more than 10 of his attacks before being killed. This was out of Lin Feng's expectations. Roar. 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 Suddenly, roars could be heard from afar. Over 100 intermediate combat kings were charging toward Xianxia. Lin Feng immediately engaged in a fierce battle with these intermediate combat kings. After a fierce battle, Lin Feng realized that not all intermediate combat kings had grasped a spirit. Those who had grasped a spirit were only a small portion of the intermediate combat kings. Among the over 100 intermediate combat kings that were besieging Lin Feng, only 4 of them had grasped a spirit. Therefore, Lin Feng guessed that among the intermediate combat kings, only 3% of them had grasped a spirit. Currently, over 100 intermediate combat kings, in addition to 4 intermediate combat kings who had grasped a spirit, were besieging Lin Feng. This made it slightly difficult for Lin Feng. The main reason was that Lin Feng had only comprehended the first stage of the Sword Dao spirit. Therefore, it was slightly difficult for him to use it. When over 100 intermediate combat kings once again charged toward Xianxia, Lin Feng switched to his attacking mode. "I have a blade that can split the heavens and earth," shouted Lin Feng in a deep voice. He then raised his right hand. Bang! Lin Feng unleashed the sky-splitting blade. In the air, a gigantic blade beam condensed and slashed in all directions. Puff! A ripping sound could be heard. The intermediate combat kings were instantly killed by the blade beam. None of the over 100 intermediate combat spirits were able to escape. Roar! Roar! Deep within the forest, earth-shattering roars could be heard. Countless intermediate combat kings pounced toward Lin Feng. At the foot of the Great Path Peak, countless people were waiting for Lin Feng to walk out. However, Lin Feng was nowhere to be seen. Suddenly, someone shouted, "Look, Lin Feng's ranking on the crystal screen is moving again." Everyone's gazes turned to look at him in unison. Lin Feng's ranking was rapidly rising. Soon, it broke through to the top 200, and it was still climbing. Heavens, he's been fighting for such a long time, why is he still able to fight? Doesn't he need to rest? Everyone's faces were filled with shock. Everything that was happening in front of them was too shocking. Even the deacons, inner circle geniuses, and even the elders were deeply shocked. Finally, Lin Feng's ranking broke through to the top 100. Everyone felt that it was unreal. In just a little more than a day, Xianxia had broken through to the top 100. This was simply like a legend. In the end, Lin Feng's ranking stopped at 57th place. This was a ranking that no one dared to believe. Who was Lin Feng? Even the elders shouted and directly soared into the sky, flying toward the depths of the Great Path Peak. Many deacons and inner circle geniuses followed behind the elders, rushing toward the Great Path Peak. They wanted to see who Lin Feng was. Run, run, run. Lin Feng ran away like a madman, occasionally turning his head to look at the terrifying being behind him. It was a terrifying being surrounded by a divine light, and his body was emitting a destructive aura. Battle Emperor. That was definitely a War Emperor level existence. That terrifying existence threw out a punch from a long distance away. Instantly, a huge fist light condensed in the void. Sky Splitter, shouted Lin Feng in a deep voice. He raised his hand and attacked. Bang! An earth-shattering sound of collision was heard. Lin Feng's sky splitter was shattered by the fist. This was the strength of a battle emperor. The war emperor probably possessed the power of a yin-yang realm cultivator. Lin Feng quickly dodged the punch. Even though he had dodged it, he was still blown a few dozen meters away by the force of the punch. Lin Feng felt a sharp pain all over his body, but he didn't dare to stop. He crawled up from the ground and continued running away. As for the war emperor, he continued to chase after them. How unlucky, I actually encountered such a monstrous being. Lin Feng was extremely depressed. After killing those intermediate battle kings, he planned to go deeper and test the strength of a high-level battle king. However, he didn't expect that he would encounter a battle emperor before even seeing a high-level battle king. It was said that there were only a few battle emperors in the depths of the 3 peaks and 2 valleys, and every one of them was extremely terrifying. After fighting with one, Lin Feng finally realized how powerful this battle emperor was. He continued running. Finally, Lin Feng arrived at the edge of the 2nd peak. He immediately rushed out. The battle emperor couldn't leave the Great Path Peak, so he could only roar furiously. However, he couldn't catch up with Lin Feng. Lin Feng let out a long breath. He didn't stop and continued running back to his residence. When he returned to his residence, he found that Tian Zhongdao hadn't returned yet. The old drunkard had been drinking alone after sneaking back from the Great Path Peak. When he saw that Lin Feng had returned, the old drunkard was very happy. He said, "Come, drink with me." Lin Feng started drinking with the old drunkard. He didn't know that the Great Path Peak was in an uproar. A few elders went in to look for Lin Feng, but they couldn't find him. Many people were extremely regretful that they couldn't see Lin Feng. Many people were discussing who Lin Feng was, but not many people connected the Lin Feng who was on the Heaven and Earth ranking list with the new Lin Feng. After all, how could such a terrifying person be a new inner disciple? Xianxia and the others came back one after another. When they saw Lin Feng, they told him what had happened in the Great Path Peak. Lin Feng hadn't thought it would cause such a sensation. The next day, Tian Zhongdao came back, but he didn't look well. Lin Feng asked, "What happened?" Tian Zhongdao said, Xiaoxiang. Lin Feng asked in surprise. "That's right, it's that grandson, Yu Zaij, he's also there." Tian Zhongdao said fiercely. Back then, Tian Zhongdao had been cheated by Yu Zaij. His family heirloom, the bloodstone jade, had been stolen by Yu Zaij. Later on, the bloodstone jade had fallen into the hands of Xiaoxiang. This Xiaoxiang was Yu Zaij's backer in the Blue Cloud sect. Xiaoxiang's grandfather was the 3rd elder of the Fog Capital Peak. He was at the yin-yang realm and always thought highly of himself. Lin Feng guessed that after meeting Xiaoxiang and Yu Zaij, Tian Zhongdao must have a stomach full of anger. "Drink, drink." The depressed Tian Zhongdao poured all of his anger into drinking, which made the old drunkard extremely happy. The old drunkard liked to drink with Lin Feng and Tian Zhongdao. He only felt satisfied when they were completely drunk. Xianxia arrived at Lin Feng's residence. She was as beautiful as ever, and her tall and slender figure made many men feel inferior. Her slender and straight legs added a lot of points to her beauty. Xianxia smiled and said, "Junior brother Lin, you're really good at hiding things." Lin Feng guessed that Xianxia already knew that the person on the Heaven and Earth rankings was him. He smiled and said, "Senior sister, you're praising me like this. I'm ashamed." Xianxia giggled. She was truly beautiful and alluring. She smiled and said, "I came here because Brother Guoxiao asked me to invite you to a gathering." Lin Feng sighed inwardly. It was indeed different to be strong. Even someone like Guoxiao would take the initiative to get on his good side. Lin Feng nodded and asked, "Where is it?" "It's at Senior Brother Guoxiao's residence." "It's just him, me, and you." Lin Feng said, "Then I'll have to trouble you to lead the way." Xianxia rolled her eyes at Lin Feng and said, "Don't be so polite with me in the future." Otherwise, we'll be estranged. Lin Feng smiled and nodded. When they arrived at Guizhao's residence, Lin Feng cupped his fists and said with a smile, "Greetings, senior brother Gua." Guizhao laughed and patted Lin Feng's shoulder. He said amiably, "There are no outsiders here, so you don't have to be so polite. I've always wanted to find an opportunity to get closer to you, but I've been busy with various matters and only found the time now. Junior brother, please don't blame me." Guizhao was very good at winning people over. Lin Feng smiled and said that he wouldn't dare. Xianxia smiled and said, "Are the two of you going to stand and talk until dawn? Why don't you sit down and talk while eating?" Guizhao smiled and invited Lin Feng to take a seat. During the meal, the three of them chatted about many things, and it was quite pleasant. At that moment, Guizhao suddenly asked, "Junior brother, do you have a grudge with Lin Qingshan?" Lin Feng's heart skipped a beat, and he nodded. "We do have a grudge." Lin Feng then told Guizhao about what had happened. Xianxia said angrily, "I already said that the people from the Qingyang sect weren't good people, and it was just as I guessed. From the third-generation disciples to the elders, they're all jackals of the same tribe." Guizhao said, "Over the years, the Qingyang sect has gradually become estranged from our Blue Cloud sect. I'm afraid that they've forgotten who helped establish the Qingyang sect. They're a bunch of ingrates. Junior brother, since you have a grudge with the Qingyang sect, even though they can't interfere with the matters of the Blue Cloud sect, you still have to be careful of one person in the Blue Cloud sect." "Senior brother, are you talking about Elder Lu Mingsong?" Lin Feng suddenly remembered that Lu Mingsong and Lu Qingshan had been riding on a red-crowned crane the other day. He didn't know what their relationship was, so he asked. Guizhao nodded. "Lu Mingsong is Lu Qingshan's nephew. Even though he's always smiling, I know him the best. He's vicious and merciless, so junior brother, you have to be careful of him." "Thank you for reminding me, senior brother." Lin Feng cupped his fists in gratitude. Guizhao smiled. When he saw Lin Feng thank him, he knew that Lin Feng had remembered what he had said. He had done Lin Feng a favor in order to befriend Lin Feng. A genius like Lin Feng might soar in the future, so Guizhao had done him a favor before he matured. If he really matured in the future, Guizhao knew that the favor he had done today would have an extraordinary meaning. Gravity room. This was a training ground for inner disciples, and there was a gravity formation here. It was definitely a good place to temper one's body. Lin Feng and Tian Zhongdao came to the gravity room to train. There were many disciples in the gravity room. They were all here to temper their bodies. The gravity chambers were divided into different levels. The lowest was the 3x gravity chamber, followed by the 5x, 10x, 20x, 50x, and the highest was the 2000x gravity chamber. Starting from the foot of the mountain, the higher one went, the stronger the gravity would be. Lin Feng and Tian Zhongdao started in the 3x gravity room at the bottom. The reason why they started was because they wanted to get used to the environment. When they entered the 3 times gravity room, they found that there were many inner disciples there as well. After entering, they felt a slight pressure. The gravity room puts the whole body in a state of burden. It's indeed a good place to temper one's body. Lin Feng nodded. Indeed, it's like that. Tian Zhongdao nodded as well. The two went up. 3 days later, they arrived at the 100 times gravity room. In the room, Lin Feng felt that his blood was flowing faster. His muscles were being torn apart, but they were recovering quickly. Lin Feng was very surprised. Undying blood? Lin Feng frowned. He didn't even use the archaic dragonesque elephant art. He just let his body recover, but the recovery speed was too fast. Lin Feng remembered the jade tube his father had left him. His bloodline had the powerful undying blood. Everyone had a martial spirit. However, not everyone had a special bloodline. It was already considered good if 1 out of hundreds of millions of cultivators had a special bloodline. Lin Feng knew what a special bloodline meant. Once it was awakened, one would obtain terrifying strength. Lin Feng and Tian Zhongdao continued to the 150 times gravity room. When they arrived, there were only a dozen disciples left. Clearly, the 150 times gravity room's gravity was too strong. What surprised Lin Feng was that Tian Zhongdao was also quite relaxed. Clearly, Tian Zhongdao's physical body was also very terrifying. Although Tian Zhongdao didn't usually reveal his strength, his cultivation was extremely terrifying. After all, Tian Zhongdao had twin martial souls. With two martial souls, Tian Zhongdao could be considered a heaven-defying monster. Furthermore, as his cultivation increased, the advantage of his twin martial souls would also increase. Lin Feng and Tian Zhongdao arrived at the 200 times gravity room. Tian Zhongdao opened the door and said, "The 200 times gravity room is empty. There's no one here." Lin Feng smiled and said, "It's better that no one disturbs us." A smile appeared on Tian Zhongdao's face. They were about to enter the 200x gravity room. At that moment, a voice rang out, "We want to use this gravity room. Get out of here." Lin Feng and Tian Zhongdao looked over and saw 4 disciples walking over. 3 men and 1 woman. The woman was extremely flirtatious. She was quite pretty, but her heavy makeup made her look a lot worse. Of the 3 male disciples, one was as thin as a log and had a gloomy look in his eyes. The second one was a disciple with a medium build. The third one was quite handsome. It was obvious that the 4 of them were senior disciples. They looked at Lin Feng and Tian Zhongdao with arrogant expressions. Tian Zhongdao said, The gravity room is so big. Everyone can cultivate together?" The 4 couldn't help but roll their eyes. "I see that not only are you stuttering, but you're also stupid. Don't you understand what I mean when I tell you to get out? We're going to use this place ourselves. As for you, you can go wherever you want to cultivate." Tian Zhongdao was instantly enraged. Because of his stuttering, Tian Zhongdao had been ridiculed a lot since he was young. It was a pain in his heart. When he heard the inner disciple use the word stuttering to mock him, he immediately became furious. "You! Why are you scolding me? Are you scolding me? Am I scolding you? Am I wrong? Aren't you a stutterer?" The rather handsome inner disciple grinned. The rest of the people also laughed out loud. Looking at Tian Zhongdao's face, which had turned red from anger, they all had a gloating expression. "Dao, apologize," Tian Zhongdao said with a gloomy expression. "You want me to apologize? Who do you think you are? A new inner disciple dares to ask me to apologize? Have you gone blind?" That handsome disciple suddenly cursed. The seductive woman frowned and said, "Feng Ping, hurry up and tell those 2 to scram as far away as possible. How can they cultivate if they continue to block the way here?" When the disciple called Shua Ping heard the woman's impatient voice, he smiled coldly and said, "Did you hear that? Senior Sister Chu asked you to get lost." Tian Zhongdao's face turned ashen, but he wasn't good at talking. Lin Feng walked out and said coldly, "We're all inner disciples. We didn't want to make a big deal out of this, but you didn't give us any face." At that moment, the conflict attracted a lot of attention. Many disciples looked over. It's Chunan and Shua Ping. It looks like they're having a conflict. Those 2 are new inner disciples, right? It's not wise to offend Zhou Ping and the others. Those guys aren't good people. Looks like those 2 are in for a bad time. They'll either be taught a lesson by Shua Ping, or they'll have to contribute a lot of spirit stones to appease their anger. Shua Ping likes to cause trouble for new inner disciples. If those disciples know what's good for them, Shua Ping's group won't get anything. If they dare to resist, they'll definitely be taught a lesson. Shua Ping's group can then extort a lot of spirit stones. It's not the first time they've done this. Some of the inner sect disciples were discussing among themselves. Their tone was filled with disdain towards Shua Ping and the others. Shua Ping sneered and said, "Face? Who do you think you are? You want me to give you face?" Boom. As soon as Shua Ping finished speaking, Lin Feng attacked. Fast, too fast. Before anyone could react, they saw Shua Ping being punched to the ground. Then, the new inner disciple stepped on Shua Ping's face. What's going on? Everyone thought that Lin Feng and Tian Zhongdao were in for a bad time, but who would have thought that the new inner disciple would dare to attack Shua Ping? Moreover, he had even knocked Shua Ping down and stepped on his face. This scene stunned many people, and they still hadn't recovered from their shock. Is that guy crazy? How dare he attack Shua Ping? Xua Ping must have been careless. That little brat managed to sneak attack him. Xua Ping is probably going crazy. He was actually trampled on by a new disciple. That's a great humiliation. Many inner disciples were discussing the matter. Obviously, not many of them believed that Lin Feng had defeated Xua Ping because he was strong. That little brat was indeed fast. But being fast didn't mean he was strong. Xua Ping had been ambushed by a sneak attack, most of the inner disciples thought so. They were all watching the battle as if they were waiting to watch a good show. Good, hit well. Tian Zhongdao clenched his fists and shouted excitedly. He found himself admiring his brother Lin Feng more and more. That domineering aura wasn't something that just anyone could possess. Just think about it, if it was any other new inner court disciple that encountered such a situation today, they would probably be humiliated and leave, right? But what about his brother Lin Feng? He didn't care if Xua Ping was an experienced inner disciple or not. Little brat, how dare you humiliate me like that? Let go of me if you dare. I can crush you with one hand. Xua Ping shouted angrily. When he looked at Lin Feng, his eyes were filled with killing intent. Xua Ping knew that no matter what the result was, he would lose all his face. It wasn't hard to imagine that soon, news of Xua Ping being punched by a new inner disciple and being trampled on would spread throughout the inner sect. At that time, he would become the laughingstock of the inner sect. Oh? You can crush me with one hand? Alright, I'll give you a chance. Lin Feng sneered and kicked Xua Ping a dozen meters away. Xua Ping roared and crawled up from the ground. His face was distorted. Is that little brat stupid? He actually let go of Xua Ping. Even though Xua Ping isn't that strong, he's still a martial king of the 9th celestial layer. That little brat just joined the inner sect. Does he really think he can defeat Xua Ping? Yeah, just wait and see. That brat will probably regret it later. I can already see the scene of that brat's limbs being crushed. Many of the inner sect disciples were discussing among themselves. They looked at Lin Feng with pity in their eyes. In their opinion, anyone who offended Lin Feng would not have a good ending. Brat, I'll let you know the consequences of offending me. His wrinkled face was filled with murderous intent. Break his legs. Shuffling's other two male companions also cried out. The flirtatious female disciple, Chunan, sneered and said, "Make this brat kneel on the ground and kowtow to apologize." Chunan and the others naturally believed that Zhou Ping could easily take care of Lin Feng. It was not difficult at all. Boom, Xua Ping attacked. He quickly rushed towards Lin Feng and punched out at Lin Feng. Xua Ping used the Myriad Beast Frenzy Dragon Fist, which was a secret technique passed down from ancient times. It was also one of the benefits of the Blue Cloud sect's inner sect disciples. Lin Feng had also received the Myriad Beast Dragon Fist when he had first joined the inner sect. However, Lin Feng had not practiced it yet. The 10,000 Beast Frenzy Dragon Fist was extremely powerful. When he punched, a destructive chi emerged in the air, engulfing the earth and sky. It was moving straight towards Lin Feng. That kind of power was astonishing. The faint image of a ferocious beast condensed behind Xua Ping. That ferocious beast bared its fangs and brandished its claws. Its roar shook the sky. That ferocious beast looked like a dragon, but it also looked like a flood dragon. It looks like a flood dragon, but also like a dragon. Damn, Xua Ping has already mastered the Myriad Beast Dragon Fist. Many people cried out in alarm. Once this 10,000 beasts mad dragon fist was cultivated to the great accomplishment realm, it would be extremely terrifying. It was said that one punch could easily kill a ferocious beast. That brat won't be killed by Xua Ping's punch, right? Many disciples cried out in alarm. In their opinion, Lin Feng would not be able to block Xua Ping's Myriad Beast Dragon Fist. Chunan and the others sneered as they looked at Lin Feng. They could already see Lin Feng being killed by Xua Ping's punch. The Myriad Beast Dragon Fist was about to strike. Lin Feng's body was about to explode. At that moment, everyone saw Lin Feng move. He only took a step to the left. Xua Ping's Myriad Beast Dragon Fist hit nothing but air. It can't be, right? That brat is so lucky? Many people looked as if they had seen a ghost. No one had expected this to happen. Lin Feng had actually dodged Xua Ping's myriad beast dragon fist. Shen Ping's pupils contracted violently. He wanted to retreat quickly, but in the next moment, Shen Ping felt a terrifying force slamming into his abdomen. Intense pain engulfed his entire body. Xua Ping was blown dozens of meters away by Lin Feng's punch. Thump, Xua Ping fell to the ground. Wah, Xua Ping coughed up a mouthful of blood. His face was as pale as a sheet of paper. Demon spirit. Zhou Ping endured the intense pain and roared. Black mist surged out of his dantian, and within the black mist, an evil demon appeared. Xua Ping is furious. He's even using his demon spirit. What a terrifying demon spirit. Xua Ping's fate will be miserable if he angers him. Many people were staring at Lin Feng and Xua Ping. Many people thought that the battle was about to end. Lin Feng had been lucky enough to dodge Xua Ping's myriad beast dragon fist. He had even punched Xua Ping, but luck would not always be with him. When Xua Ping used his myriad beast dragon fist, Lin Feng's luck would run out and the battle would be over. But at that moment, everybody saw Lin Feng take a step forward. A terrifying qi emerged from Lin Feng's body. That aura directly enveloped Xu Ping. Xua Ping, who was about to use his demon spirit to kill Lin Feng, felt as if he had been struck by lightning. His demon spirit immediately dispersed and he was oppressed by Lin Feng's qi. With a thump, he knelt on the ground. What a terrifying qi. Xua Ping kicked an iron plate. He's too strong. That little boy was probably hiding his cultivation level. He's probably a cultivator of the 10th celestial layer. Many people were astonished when they saw Xua Ping kneeling on the ground because of Lin Feng's qi. They realized that they had made a grave mistake. Lin Feng had defeated Xua Ping twice not because of luck, but because he was too strong. The man in front of them was like a god or a demon. Many people were staring at Lin Feng in astonishment. Let me ask you, do you accept your defeat? Lin Feng looked at Xu Ping, who was kneeling on the ground. When Xua Ping and Lin Feng's eyes met, Xua Ping felt his soul tremble. He was terrified. What kind of terrifying cultivator had he offended? Even though he wanted nothing more than to cut Lin Feng into 1,000 pieces, he had no choice but to swallow his anger. He had to get out of Lin Feng's clutches first. He didn't want to continue fighting with Lin Feng. He would wait until he was free and then find an opportunity to get his revenge. A wise man knew better than to fight when the odds were against him. I submit. Xua Ping clenched his teeth. Good. I'm just afraid you won't accept it. Lin Feng smiled calmly. Many people had mixed feelings when they saw this. The first reason was that Lin Feng, as a new disciple, was surprisingly strong. The second reason was that Lin Feng's strength had astonished everybody. The third reason was that in the Yunhai sect, the strong were respected. So what if he was an experienced inner disciple? If he wasn't strong enough, he wouldn't be a match for the new disciples. Many people even warned themselves that they had to treat the new disciples as if they were experienced inner disciples. They shouldn't show off their status in front of the new disciples. If they encountered a powerful new disciple like Lin Feng, wouldn't they be in trouble? Can you let me go now? Xua Ping looked at Lin Feng. Of course I'll let you go. I like tactful people like you the most. Now, get out of here. Lin Feng said calmly. All right, I'll get out. Xua Ping stood up and prepared to leave. I said get out of here, not get out. Lin Feng's voice suddenly turned cold. What? You're telling me to get out? Xua Ping's face turned ugly. The surrounding disciples were also astonished. They had thought that Lin Feng was telling Xua Ping to leave. They hadn't thought that he was telling Xua Ping to get out of here. That was too humiliating. Brat, a warrior prefers death to humiliation. Don't go too far, shouted Xua Ping. His face was distorted. He looked at Lin Feng fiercely. If Lin Feng dared tell him to get out of here again, he would immediately fight Lin Feng to the death. When you insulted my brother, did you think that you were going too far? My brother asked you to apologize, but you told us to get out of here. Did you think that you were going too far? Now you're telling me that I'm going too far? Ridiculous. You're the one who started this. I'm not afraid. I'll say it one last time, get out of here, or I'll cripple you. Do you believe me? Said Lin Feng in an ice-cold tone. Many people were astonished. This new disciple was way too aggressive, way too aggressive. Furthermore, it was clear that he was a man of his word. In the end, Fan Ping clenched his teeth and said, "Fine, I'll scram." Shua Ping lay on the ground and rolled down the mountain. Many people's mouths twitched violently. Shua Ping had actually rolled down the mountain. This was a complete loss of face for him. "Let's go," whispered Chunan. His face was pale. He wanted to sneak away with the other two. But at that moment, Lin Feng's cold voice sounded. They didn't dare take another step. "Did I say you could leave?" Chunan's demonic voice echoed in their ears. The three of them looked at Lin Feng. Their faces were extremely pale. Shua Ping was the strongest among them, but even he had been defeated so miserably. "What about them?" said Chunan in a trembling voice. "Shua Ping was the one who attacked you. It has nothing to do with us. You should go and cause trouble for Shua Ping." That's right, that's right. It's all Shua Ping's fault. It really has nothing to do with us. We don't like Shua Ping's way of doing things," said the other two hurriedly. Many inner disciples looked at Chunan and the other two with disdainful eyes. No matter what, they were in the same group. But now, they wanted to cut ties with them. This was truly shameful. Lin Feng sneered and said, "Who was the one who said that Shua Ping should break my legs?" The two male disciples paled and hurriedly said, "We were wrong. We're willing to give you spirit stones as compensation." "Do you think I care about your spirit stones?" Lin Feng sneered. "I won't make things difficult for you. You two can roll down the mountain as well." The two disciples' expressions changed. If they really did roll down the mountain, they knew that they would lose all face. However, in front of such a domineering Lin Feng, they had no power to resist. "Let's roll." The two of them gritted their teeth and lay down on the ground. One in front of the other, they rolled down the mountain like Feng Ping. Lin Feng looked at Chunan. Chunan was so scared that her entire body trembled, and she pleaded, "Junior brother, I was wrong. Tonight, I'll apologize to Junior brother. When the time comes, I'll agree to whatever Junior brother wants to do." Chunan looked at Lin Feng pitifully and deliberately bent over, revealing a large part of her snow-white body. "That slut wants to sell her body again." Many inner disciples cursed in low voices, but many of them looked at the slutty Chunan with burning eyes. Chunan's reputation in the Blue Cloud sect was very bad, and she had slept with many disciples. Of course, not just anyone could sleep with Chunan. Last time, they had to pay 100 high-grade spirit stones. That was almost a month's worth of benefits for an ordinary inner disciple. Among the crowd, there were a few disciples who had slept with Chunan. When they thought of how slutty Chunan was in bed, they felt an evil fire burning in their lower abdomens. They couldn't help but look at Lin Feng with envy. This brat could sleep with a slut like Chunan tonight, and he didn't even need to pay anything. Lin Feng looked at Chunan with disgust. How could he be interested in such a vulgar woman? Moreover, who knew how many men had slept with a slut like her? Lin Feng felt a little disgusted just thinking about it. He coldly looked at Chunan. "Don't disgust me. Do you want me to kick you down the mountain?" Chunan's face turned pale when she saw Lin Feng's ferocious expression. She didn't dare continue acting coquettishly in front of Lin Feng. No way. A woman delivered herself to his door, and he's not going to sleep with her? Is there something wrong with this brat's head? Many people muttered. They wished they could be Lin Feng and drag Chunan to bed right now. "Since you're a woman, I don't want to bicker with you too much. You can leave." Lin Feng waved his hand and shooed her away. Chunan didn't expect Lin Feng to let her go so easily. She hurriedly ran down the mountain. When she turned around, her face was full of resentment. When she thought about how she had thrown herself at Lin Feng, only to be ridiculed by Lin Feng, Chunan hated Lin Feng even more. "I'll make you pay." Chunan's eyes were filled with hatred. Chunan's eyes were filled with hatred. He arrived at the foot of the mountain and gathered with Zhou Ping and the other two. If I don't get my revenge, I'm not human, shouted Shua Ping furiously. Let's go find young Master Xiao and ask him to avenge us, said Chunan through clenched teeth. Young Master Xiao was Xiao Ziang, who was also one of Chunan's lovers. Chunan's so-called lovers would charge her spirit stones if she slept with other men, but Xiao Ziang would do it for free. If Chunan ran into trouble in the sect that she couldn't solve, Xiao Ziang would help her. The 200x gravity room was indeed much more challenging than the 150x gravity room. Lin Feng and Tian Zhongdao entered the room to cultivate. At this time, Chunan and the others arrived at Xiao Ziang's residence. Xiao Ziang knew how to enjoy life. He had his own courtyard, a few servants, and a few maids to serve him. Is senior brother Xiao here? Shua Ping asked. A servant replied, the young master was summoned to the outer sect by an elder. He'll be back in a few days. The elder the servant was referring to was naturally Xiao Ziang's grandfather, the third elder of the fog capital peak. Thank you for the information, Shua Ping cupped his fists. The servant nodded, then entered the courtyard and closed the door behind him. A dog servant dares to act so arrogantly in front of me? Shua Ping couldn't help but curse viciously. With a backer in the sect, all servants were superior. Seeing Shua Ping walk over, Chunan asked, is young Master Xiao here? He was summoned to the outer sect by Elder Xiao. He'll be back in a few days. Shua Ping replied. Chunan gritted his teeth, let that brat be free for a few more days. When young Master Xiao returns, he'll pay a painful price. 3 days later, Lin Feng arrived at the 800x gravity room, while Tian Zhongdao stayed in the 600x gravity room to cultivate. There were 3 other disciples in the room, 2 men and 1 woman. The first male disciple was tall and sturdy, and his entire body was filled with explosive power. The second male disciple was tall and slender, and was very handsome. The female disciple was tall and sexy, and her face was also very beautiful. However, there was a 7-centimeter long scar on the left side of her face, which ruined her delicate and beautiful face. The fact that these 3 could cultivate in the 800x gravity room meant that they were definitely geniuses in the inner sect. When they saw Lin Feng enter, they were all astonished. Obviously, they didn't expect someone to cultivate in the 800x gravity room at this time. Furthermore, he looked very unfamiliar. Could it be that he was a new inner sect disciple? Thinking up to this point, the 3 of them couldn't help but be shocked. They simultaneously narrowed their eyes and looked at Lin Feng. After entering the 800x gravity room, Lin Feng could feel the terrifying pressure enveloping him. It was as if he was carrying a huge mountain. Every step he took produced rumbling sounds. What a terrifying gravitational force. If I hadn't been strong enough, I would have been crushed into a meat patty. Lin Feng was secretly shocked. The 800x gravity room was indeed different. Kid, don't walk around here. If you do, the gravity here will tear your body apart, the burly disciple said. Thanks for the reminder. Lin Feng cupped his fists. The 3 inner disciples sat cross-legged and circulated their cultivation methods. Because this was an 800 times gravity room, the difficulty of cultivating here was 800 times more than the outside world. Therefore, cultivation was very difficult, and one would have to endure great pain and torment. However, those who were able to persevere would obtain great benefits. During this period of time, Lin Feng had been training in the gravity room. He hadn't used the archaic dragonesque elephant formula to protect his body. Instead, he used his physical body to train. Lin Feng wanted to see how strong his body was. Moreover, Lin Feng had another goal. He wanted to try activating his immortal god body. The results of the tempering during this period of time were obvious. After Lin Feng's muscles were torn apart by the powerful gravity of the gravity room, they recovered very quickly. Moreover, each time they recovered, Lin Feng's physical body became even stronger. Of course, the 3 inner disciples sitting cross-legged didn't expect that Lin Feng had entered the 800x gravity room purely relying on his physical body. They had all circulated their cultivation methods to protect their bodies. Otherwise, they wouldn't have been able to enter by relying on their physical body. Lin Feng was different from them. Lin Feng's physical body was too strong. Lin Feng looked at a stone lion in the 800x gravity room. He walked towards it. What's this guy doing? The handsome inner disciple frowned slightly. It seems that this brat has turned a deaf ear to your words, Wu Kuang. The female disciple smiled faintly. Soon, he'll suffer, said Lin Feng. Wu Kuang glanced coldly at Lin Feng. But in the next moment, Wu Kuang's jaw dropped. He saw Lin Feng walk towards the stone lion and put it on his shoulder. How is this possible? Wu Kuang and the other two were in disbelief. If they were in the outside world, lifting 1,000 stone lion would be as easy as blowing off dust. However, they were in the 800x gravity room, which contained the power of the law of gravity. Lifting 1,000 stone lion on his shoulder was tantamount to lifting dozens of towering mountains. Ha! Lin Feng shouted and started frog jumps with the stone lion on his shoulder. With each frog jump, Lin Feng felt as if his muscles were about to explode. Chi-chi, his muscles were constantly being torn apart, and intense pain engulfed his body. However, at that moment, a terrifying power surged out of Lin Feng's body and quickly repaired his torn muscles. Undying power, Lin Feng's undying divine body had yet to awaken. However, his blood contained the undying power. Lin Feng's relentless tempering of his body had awakened the dormant undying bloodline in Lin Feng's body. Lin Feng believed that as his undying bloodline gradually awakened, his body would awaken. Sooner or later, his undying bloodline would awaken. At that time, Lin Feng, who had cultivated the archaic dragonesque elephant art and possessed the undying bloodline, would have terrifying battle prowess. After an hour of frenzied tempering, Lin Feng let out a long breath and threw the stone lion on the ground. He nodded at the three dumbfounded disciples and walked out of the 800x gravity room, heading towards the 1000x gravity room. Who is this brat? Is he really a new disciple? Isn't his body too monstrous? It's indeed terrifying. He's probably on par with the top 3 freaks on the heaven and earth ranking. The 3 cultivators smiled wryly. Initially, they thought that even though they weren't as strong as the top 3 cultivators on the heaven and earth list, they were still strong enough. But when they saw Lin Feng's strength in the 800x gravity room, they were astonished. But very quickly, they regained their fighting spirit. Looks like I'll have to increase the weight. Wu Kuang took out an armor made of stone and put it on his body. This stone was called basaltic stone, and it weighed about 50 kilograms. The other two nodded and took out stone armors. Lin Feng's performance had impressed the 3 of them, so they didn't mind getting injured. They wanted to increase the weight of their armors. Chunan, Shuaping, and the others once again arrived at Xiaoxiang's residence. This time, they saw Xiaoxiang. When he saw that Chunan had come to find him, a wicked smile appeared on his face, as if he hadn't played with this vixen in a while. Come, let me introduce you. This is junior brother Yuzaij, and this is junior sister Chunan. This is junior brother Shuaping, junior brother Zhangpei, and junior brother Dinglei. Xiaoxiang introduced them to each other. So it's senior sister Chunan. I've heard that senior sister Chunan is as beautiful as a fairy. Today, you're really beautiful, Yuzaij said flatteringly. Seeing that Yuzaij was praising her beauty despite being so handsome, Chunan felt quite pleased. She smiled and said, Junior brother, you're flattering me. We should hang out more in the future. As he spoke, he licked his lips and winked at Yuzaij. Yuzaij thought to himself, this Chunan really is an expert in romance. She must have a lot of experience. I'll find a chance to do her. At that moment, Xiaoxiang asked, May I know what brings my junior sisters and brothers here today? Chunan immediately put on a pitiful expression and said with tears in her eyes, Senior brother, I was bullied at the peak of gravity. Oh? What happened? Let's hear it. Who doesn't know that you're under my protection? Who dares bully you? Do they not want to live anymore? Xiaoxiang's expression suddenly sank. Chunan added fuel to the fire, it's 2 new disciples. Not only did they steal the gravity room we wanted, but they also beat up junior brother Shuaping. They even made junior brother Shuaping and the others roll down the peak of gravity. When I mentioned senior brother Zhao's name, that guy actually said, Who the hell is senior brother Xiao? It would have been fine if we were humiliated, but they didn't even respect senior brother Xiao. We couldn't take it anymore and came to tell senior brother Xiao about it. Xiaoxiang sneered, so there are new disciples who don't know what's good for them. Junior sister, Don't worry, I'll make them pay. However, junior sister, come with me first. I have something to tell you in private. Xiaoxiang stood up and walked inside. Yes. Chunan followed behind him. Not long after, Chunan's exaggerated cries came from inside. So coquettish. Yu Zige narrowed his eyes and couldn't help but fantasize. Inside the thousand-fold gravity room, Lin Feng grabbed a stone lion with one hand and put it on his shoulder. He was running back and forth in the 1,000 times gravity room. Puff puff, all the muscles in Lin Feng's body were torn apart, and blood immediately flowed out. Not long after, Lin Feng was covered in blood. This method of tempering the body was simply too cruel. If he didn't treat himself harshly, how would he be able to increase his cultivation by a large margin? When other people entered the gravity room to temper their bodies, they had to circulate their cultivation techniques to protect their bodies. They had to proceed step by step and be careful, because they were afraid of injuring their bodies. But Lin Feng wasn't afraid. He hurriedly refined his physical body in the gravity room. Whenever he was injured, his body would quickly recover. Under this kind of crazy ravaging, Lin Feng's physical body became stronger and stronger. Furthermore, because his physical body was continuously injured, it was continuously being repaired. The undying power in Lin Feng's blood was gradually being stimulated. Lin Feng's blood was flowing through his body at an incredible speed. His blood was condensing in his dantian. After 3 hours of crazy tempering in the 1,000-fold gravity room, Lin Feng was completely exhausted. He laid on the ground and gasped for breath. Lin Feng's blood was flowing through his veins at an incredible speed, healing his injuries. At this time, Lin Feng looked around his body. Suddenly, his eyes widened, as if he saw something inconceivable. Blood. Lin Feng suddenly sat up from the ground. He found a drop of golden blood in his dantian. That drop of blood emitted a shocking energy fluctuation. It seemed to contain an endless amount of essence. That drop of golden blood finally entered Lin Feng's blood. Wherever the golden blood passed, Lin Feng's injuries could be seen recovering at a speed visible to the naked eye. Undying divine blood. Lin Feng's face was full of surprise. This must be the undying divine blood. The first drop of undying divine blood had condensed in his body. Lin Feng's consciousness entered his body and locked onto the undying divine blood. The undying divine blood's recovery speed was too fast. Lin Feng's body could be said to be covered in injuries, but it didn't take long for the undying divine blood to completely heal him. I recovered in 15 minutes? Lin Feng's face was full of shock and emotion. His previous injuries would have required at least a few days of rest to recover. But the undying divine blood had only used 15 minutes to heal Lin Feng. This was the terror of the undying divine blood. I've finally awakened the first drop of undying divine blood. Lin Feng smiled. A journey of 1,000 miles began with a single step. The first step was often the most difficult. Now, Lin Feng had awakened the first drop of undying divine blood. He believed that sooner or later, his undying divine body would also awaken. Lin Feng pushed open the stone door and walked out of the gravity room. Tian Zhongdao was waiting for Lin Feng in the forest. When he saw Lin Feng covered in dried blood, he couldn't help but be moved. How much had he tortured himself? Was that why he was covered in blood? Bro. You're crazy. You don't want your life anymore, said Tian Zhongdao. I have a martial heart, said Lin Feng. Lin Feng laughed and walked down the mountain with Tian Zhongdao. As soon as they reached the foot of the mountain, they heard a cold laugh. Brat, stop right there. Lin Feng and Tian Zhongdao looked over and saw Zhou Ping, Chunan, and the others. When Lin Feng saw them, his face sank. They had actually appeared again. Clearly, they didn't have good intentions. Lin Feng suddenly realized that Tian Zhongdao's expression had become gloomy as he stared at the person behind Chunan. Lin Feng's heart skipped a beat. He also saw Yu Zige in the group. When he thought about Tian Zhongdao's reaction, he was sure that the disciple with the gloomy gaze was Xiaoxiang. Xiaoxiang had stolen Tian Zhongdao's family's jade pendant. A while ago, Tian Zhongdao had been humiliated by Xiaoxiang when he came out of the Great Dao Peak. Now, Chunan, Zhou Ping, and the others had found Xiaoxiang to avenge them. Some people are really despicable. Being taught a lesson once wasn't enough, and now they're here looking for a beating. Lin Feng glanced at them and sneered. Zhou Ping immediately sneered and said, "Brat, don't be too proud. Today, senior brother Xiao will stand up for us. Let's see how you die. If you kneel on the ground and kowtow to us, we might spare you." Chunan sneered. Lin Feng's cold gaze swept over Chunan. Chunan, who had wanted to continue mocking and ridiculing him, met Lin Feng's cold gaze. He was so scared that he trembled and swallowed the words he wanted to say. "Humph, I was wondering who it was. So it's you." At that moment, Xiaoxiang walked over and coldly glanced at Tian Zhongdao. He obviously remembered him. A few days ago, they had met. At that time, Tian Zhongdao had wanted to take back the Bloodstone Jades and had even said that he was willing to exchange them for something else. However, Xiaoxiang had mocked him and Tian Zhongdao hadn't attacked him, so Xiaoxiang had thought that Tian Zhongdao was a coward. Now that he had seen Tian Zhongdao again, he couldn't help but mock him. Tian Zhongdao looked gloomy and clenched his fists. He was obviously trying to control his anger. If he didn't care about Xiaoxiang's background, he would have attacked him already. "Look, isn't that Chunan, Xu Ping, and the two new disciples who had a conflict a few days ago? Indeed, it's them." Back then, Chunan, Xu Ping, and the others had suffered a great loss. It seems that Xiaoxiang is involved now. Tisk tsk, Chunan is really strong. He even managed to invite Xiaoxiang. That's easy, Chunan is Xiaoxiang's lover. The two new disciples are in trouble. Xiaoxiang isn't a playboy, he's a cultivator of the 10th celestial layer. It's said that he's been trying to comprehend a spirit recently. I don't know if he's going to comprehend a spirit or not, but if he does, then he'll be terrifying. Indeed, since Xiaoxiang is involved, the two new disciples are in trouble. There were a lot of people in the peak of gravity, so when they saw the conflict, they started talking and pointing at Lin Feng and Tian Zhongdao. They all looked at them with pity. Many people thought that since Xiaoxiang had intervened, Lin Feng and Tian Zhongdao wouldn't have a good ending. Xiaoxiang looked at Lin Feng and smiled coldly. "Little brat, you're the one who made Xu Ping and the others fall down from the peak of gravity? And you're still slandering me behind my back?" Lin Feng guessed that Chunan and the others would definitely exaggerate things about him in order to invite Xiaoxiang. Lin Feng's expression was indifferent, but he did not care. Because of Tian Zhongdao, Lin Feng was destined to oppose Xiaoxiang. "What does that have to do with you?" Lin Feng looked at Xiaoxiang calmly. Xiaoxiang's mouth twitched violently. He never thought that Lin Feng would dare to speak to him in such a manner. He was completely looking down on him. "Lin Feng, how dare you be so rude to senior brother Xiao? Are you courting death?" Yuziga coldly shouted. "Lin Feng? He's Lin Feng?" Many people were stunned. Even Xiaoxiang's eyes widened. In the past few days, Lin Feng's name had become a hot topic in the inner court. Everyone was discussing who exactly was Lin Feng. However, after looking around, he still couldn't find an inner disciple who matched Lin Feng's identity. Thus, some people believed that the Lin Feng on the Heaven and Earth list was a fake name. As long as one had some tricks up his sleeve, making a fake inner disciple token was quite easy. Of course, after some investigation, they still managed to find a disciple called Lin Feng. But that disciple called Lin Feng had just become an elite disciple, that's all. Of course, nobody would think that a new elite disciple like Lin Feng was on the Heaven and Earth ranking list. After a brief moment of shock, many people shook their heads. They felt that it was just a coincidence. It was impossible for them to be the same person. F*ck, you scared me. Xiaoxiang couldn't help but curse when he came back to his senses. Lin Feng looked at Yuzige indifferently and said, "Yuzige, if I were you, I'd behave myself. I wouldn't come out and cause trouble." Yuziga sneered, "Brat, this is the inner court. It's not a place for you to behave atrociously. Senior brother Xiao is still here. How do you think we should settle this matter today? How do you want to settle this?" Lin Feng looked at Yuziga and the others indifferently. Even Xiaoxiang was just a clown in Lin Feng's eyes. He could crush him with one hand. A guy who hadn't even comprehended a spirit wasn't even qualified to be Lin Feng's opponent. Xiao Ziang said indifferently, compensate me with 1,000 high-grade spirit stones, then kneel down and kowtow 10 times and slap yourself 10 times. Then, I'll let you go. Lin Feng sneered. He was about to say something when Tian Zhongdao angrily said, don't go too far. Because of this bloodstone jade, I won't teach you a lesson today. However, this brat won't be able to escape. Hurry up and scram. Xiao Ziang sneered at Tian Zhongdao. Tian Zhongdao said angrily, you've humiliated me time and time again, and I've endured it. However, if you continue to humiliate me, bro, I won't let you go. Fuck, a piece of trash who can't even speak is saying that you won't let me go? Xiao Ziang immediately let out a mocking laugh. Stutterer Tian, hurry up and run as far away as you can. This has nothing to do with you. Yu Zige pursed his lips. A stutterer dares to come out? What a clown. The world has really changed. Now, all kinds of Tom, Dick, and Harry come out and bark. Chu Nan and the others looked at Tian Zhongdao and mocked him. Many of the spectating disciples shook their heads and looked at Tian Zhongdao with pity. They could tell that Tian Zhongdao had a speech impediment and couldn't speak fluently. Now that his shortcomings were being mocked by a group of people, he felt extremely uncomfortable. Old Tian, I'll deal with today's matter. Lin Feng patted Tian Zhongdao's shoulder. Tian Zhongdao said, Lin Feng, leave it to me. You should rest. When Tian Zhongdao saw that Lin Feng was covered in blood, he guessed that Lin Feng must have used up a lot of energy in the gravity room. If he fought, he would be at a disadvantage. Furthermore, Tian Zhongdao couldn't tolerate Xiao Ziang forcing Lin Feng to kowtow and apologize, and even forcing Lin Feng to slap his own face. Just as Tian Zhongdao had said, if someone insulted him, he could tolerate it, but if someone insulted his brothers, he definitely wouldn't tolerate it. Lin Feng could see the determination in Tian Zhongdao's eyes. He nodded and retreated to the side. You don't know the difference between life and death. Since you don't want face, I'll deal with you as well. Xiao Ziang sneered and threw a punch at Tian Zhongdao. This move was called Splitting Mountain, and it was an extremely powerful technique. That new disciple who can't speak fluently is in trouble. He won't be killed by Xiao Ziang, will he? Many people cried out in alarm. Leap. Moonwalk. Kick, shouted Tian Zhongdao coldly. He stepped through the air and dodged Xiao Ziang's attack in an instant. He then circled behind Xiao Ziang. Oh no. Xiao Ziang's expression suddenly changed, and he tried to dodge. But at that moment, Tian Zhongdao's right leg ferociously lashed out. Bang, with a muffled sound, the arrogant Xiao Ziang was sent flying by Tian Zhongdao. His body flew a few dozen meters before crashing to the ground miserably. Heavens, what's going on? Are my eyes playing tricks on me? Xiao Ziang was sent flying by a new disciple with a single kick. Am I dreaming? Many people shouted in disbelief. Xiao Ziang was at the 10th firmament of the martial king realm. Xiao Ziang had yet to comprehend a spirit. However, Xiao Ziang had been at the 10th firmament of the martial king realm for more than 2 years and had begun to comprehend the power of a spirit. Among the inner court disciples, Xiao Ziyang could be considered an expert. However, someone like him had been sent flying by a new disciple with a single kick. How could the disciples who were watching the commotion not be shocked and moved? Lin Feng, on the other hand, felt that it was normal. He had spent a lot of time with Tian Zhongdao and knew that although Tian Zhongdao did not usually reveal his strength was a little too strong. In terms of talent, he was not inferior to Lin Feng. Lin Feng had always suspected that Tian Zhongdao had comprehended 2 types of spirits. The first type of spirit was the secret technique that Tian Zhongdao had used during the small competition. Lin Feng had a deep impression of it. With a kitchen knife in hand, he had slashed out a dense net of knives. Although Tian Zhongdao had tried his best to conceal the aura of his spirit, Lin Feng, who had cultivated the archaic dragonesque elephant art, was very sensitive to these special powers. Even though Tian Zhongdao had deliberately concealed the aura of his spirit, Lin Feng could still sense it. The other type of spirit should be related to Tian Zhongdao's invisibility martial soul. However, Tian Zhongdao had never used the second type of spirit. Therefore, Lin Feng did not dare to confirm whether Tian Zhongdao had truly comprehended the second type of spirit. However, Lin Feng had always been very confident in his intuition. Since he felt that Tian Zhongdao had comprehended the second type of spirit, he should not be wrong. Therefore, Tian Zhongdao was actually very scary. He was just more low profile. "Brat, I'm going to tear you apart." Xiao Xiang crawled up from the ground. At this moment, his hair was disheveled and his body was covered in dirt. He looked extremely miserable. His face, which was already somewhat sinister, became even more twisted at this moment. Xiao Xiang's eyes were filled with endless rage and killing intent. Everything that had happened today was like a nightmare to Xiao Xiang. He was sent flying by a kick from a new disciple. This was simply a great humiliation. Boom. Xiao Xiang's body emitted an extremely terrifying aura. Within Xiao Xiang's dantian, gusts of wind swept across. Martial spirit, Xiao Xiang is about to activate his martial spirit. Xiao Xiang is completely infuriated. His martial spirit is the wind blade martial spirit. Billions of wind blades, billions of blades. That kind of martial spirit's attacking power is terrifying. I wonder if that new disciple who can't speak properly can withstand it. Seeing Xiao Xiang unleash his martial soul, many people exclaimed in surprise. Xiao Xiang's body floated in midair as a gust of wind swept across the area. His expression was ice cold, and his eyes were filled with a sinister light. "Senior brother Xiao, if you get serious, that guy will die," Chunan said. That's right, once senior brother Xiao unleashes his wind blade martial spirit, many of the top 100 inner disciples of the heaven and earth ranking will find it difficult to resist, let alone that stutterer. Xua Ping nodded with an excited expression on his face. "Haha, that guy has infuriated senior brother Xiao. Let's see how he'll die." Yu Zai's face was filled with excitement. That guy had stolen Tian Zhongdao's family heirloom, the blood jade. Tian Zhongdao had come to seek revenge, but Tian Zhongdao had stepped on his face in the Ice Flame town. He had also been defeated by Tian Zhongdao during the competition, so he had always hated Tian Zhongdao. Now that Xiao Xiang had unleashed his wind blade martial spirit, Yu Zai felt as if he could see Tian Zhongdao's body being cut into pieces by the wind blade martial spirit. Thinking about that made him extremely excited. The world is so big, there are so many strange martial spirits. Lin Feng was a little surprised as he looked at Xiao Xiang's wind blade martial spirit. Within the gust of wind, numerous wind blades appeared, each of them was a blade. The wind blade martial spirit's attacking power was extremely strong. "Kid, can you feel the trembling? Don't worry, I won't kill you. Killing is forbidden in the sect, but fighting is not forbidden in the sect. Later, I'll let you taste the feeling of being cut into pieces." Xiao Xiang's face was filled with arrogance. "Windblade storm!" he roared. Whoosh! Whoosh, whoosh! 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 It was unknown how many wind blades there were, but all of them were aimed at Tian Zhongdao. What a terrifying storm. Many of the onlookers looked at the wind blade storm, their faces turning as pale as paper. If they were sucked into it, wouldn't their bodies be torn to pieces? The terrifying storm enveloped Tian Zhongdao in an instant. At that moment, Tian Zhongdao activated his martial spirit. A martial spirit that looked like a kitchen knife appeared. Damn, a kitchen knife martial spirit? What kind of trash martial spirit is that? It's over. That guy is done for. I thought he could use his martial spirit to fight against Xiao Xiang, but his martial spirit is a kitchen knife. How can he fight against Xiao Xiang's windblade martial spirit? Many people shook their heads, thinking that Tian Zhongdao would definitely lose this time. Falling into Xiao Xiang's hands, even if he didn't die, he would lose a layer of skin. Chunan, Yu Zaij, and the others were ecstatic. They couldn't wait for Tian Zhongdao to be torn to pieces by the windblade martial spirit. Facing the powerful windblade storm, Tian Zhongdao muttered in a voice that only he could hear. "God-slaying blade, slash." Tian Zhongdao's kitchen knife martial spirit soared into the sky as soon as he finished speaking. He slashed the air. Puff, the windblade storm was torn apart by Tian Zhongdao's kitchen knife martial spirit as if it was tofu. Blade chi shook the air. Bang, a blade chi slammed into Xiao Xiang's body. Xiao Xiang was sent flying as if he was struck by lightning. Even his protective upstanding chi was shattered. Plop, Xiaoxiang fell from the sky and landed on the ground. Tian Zhongdao quickly walked in front of Xiaoxiang and grabbed him by the neck, lifting him up. Gun grandson, I tolerated you before, no, not because I was afraid of you, but because I didn't want to cause any more trouble. Today, you dare to insult my brother, I'll whip you to death, you bastard. As soon as he finished speaking, Tian Zhongdao raised his right hand and swung it at Xiaoxiang. Slap, that resounding slap landed heavily on Xiaoxiang's face. Puff, Xiaoxiang spat out a mouthful of blood, which was mixed with a few teeth. Only at this time did everyone come back to their senses. The surrounding disciples all had an expression of disbelief. How could such a trashy kitchen knife martial spirit slash apart such a powerful wind blade storm? Chu Nan, Yu Zige, Zhou Ping, and the others, who were originally full of themselves, were all pale with fright when they saw Xiaoxiang being defeated by Tian Zhongdao. What a powerful martial soul! Lin Feng was astonished. He knew that Tian Zhongdao's martial soul wasn't simple. It wasn't a kitchen knife martial soul, it just looked like a kitchen knife. Now that Tian Zhongdao had unleashed this martial soul, he had indeed displayed a strength that was so strong that it was shocking. Ah! You dare hit me? Let me tell you, my grandfather is an elder of the Fog Capital Peak. You're not going to have a good ending if you offend me. Let me go now, then kowtow and apologize to me, and I'll forgive you. Otherwise, you're dead. Xiaoxiang cursed loudly, threatening Tian Zhongdao. I'll slap you, Tian Zhongdao said coldly as he slapped him again and again. Slap. Slap. Slap, slap. 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 Xiaoxiang's face started to swell. Spare me. I was wrong. It was all my fault today. I'll apologize to you, please spare me. Xiaoxiang admitted defeat after being slapped a few dozen times, and started to beg loudly. The arrogant Xiaoxiang had turned into a terrified Xiaoxiang. In the sect, only the strong were respected. Whoever was strong and had the hardest fists would live with dignity and status. Where is my bloodstone jade? Tian Zhongdao asked fiercely. It's here. I'll give it to you. Xiaoxiang didn't dare to take Tian Zhongdao's bloodstone jade. He quickly took it out and gave it to Tian Zhongdao. Get lost. Tian Zhongdao threw Xiaoxiang to the ground. Then, he walked towards Lin Feng. Spare us. It's all our fault. Since we're from the same sect, please spare us. Chu Nan, Xu Ping, Yu Zige and the others looked at Tian Zhongdao and Lin Feng with pale faces. How should we deal with them? Tian Zhongdao asked Lin Feng. Lin Feng said, forget it. Taking care of them will only dirty our hands. Tian Zhongdao quickly followed Lin Feng. Lin Feng walked away, and Tian Zhongdao followed him. After returning, the days seemed to have returned to normal. Xiaoxiang, who had suffered a great loss, did not appear again. However, Lin Feng and Tian Zhongdao were still on guard against Xiaoxiang. Of course, they weren't afraid. Whatever came, they would lower their heads. A month's time was quickly passing. Once the 1-month entry period was over, the new disciple assessment would begin. Of course, the mission assessment this time wouldn't be particularly difficult and would be relatively easy to complete. However, it was said that the content of the mission assessment this time was different. There were dozens of different types of missions and assessments. Now, many disciples were discussing the content of the mission assessment, praying that they would be assigned a better mission. The best mission was to guard the spirit mine. The Blue Cloud sect had dozens of spirit mines of various sizes. If one could receive a mission to guard a spirit mine and stay in the spirit mine for a long period of time, they would definitely gain a lot. The sect would turn a blind eye to this kind of thing. However, it was not easy to obtain such a mission. The worst missions were some escort missions, because such missions were often escorting some relatively important people to a certain place. Naturally, they would encounter danger along the way. As for what kind of mission they would be assigned, it was unknown. This was the right of the sect elders. The disciples had no right to interfere. At night, the galaxy was filled with stars. Lin Feng sat cross-legged and comprehended the star map. As for the fire Qilin, it was lying on the ground and resting. Ever since the Fire Qilin returned, Lin Feng noticed some changes in the Fire Qilin's body. The Fire Qilin had become very sleepy. In the past, the Fire Qilin could eat a lot. Wherever it went, the kitchen would become a disaster area. However, the Fire Qilin could sleep now. Obviously, something must have happened to the Fire Qilin's body that Lin Feng didn't know about. However, since the Fire Qilin didn't say anything, Lin Feng didn't ask. This was because Lin Feng knew the Fire Qilin's character very well. If it could tell him something, the Fire Qilin would definitely not hide it. Lin Feng's mind was immersed in the 90,000 stars. The 90,000 stars were arranged together. The starlight intertwined and condensed into the mysterious ancient expert. Lin Feng was comprehending the mysterious ancient expert's aura. Lin Feng slowly touched him. Every time he was about to touch the mysterious expert, Lin Feng's comprehension would be forcefully cut off. Lin Feng guessed that the mysterious expert had taken the initiative to cut off his comprehension with him. As for why, Lin Feng didn't know. However, every time he comprehended the star map, Lin Feng would feel his soul power increase. Now, Lin Feng would comprehend the star map every night. In addition, Lin Feng had a treasure like the heavenly star soul jade that continuously provided him with the power of the stars. His soul power improved very quickly. However, it was very difficult to improve one's soul power at the creation realm. Therefore, Lin Feng's soul power was still at the first level of the creation realm. Lin Feng tried to sense the mysterious expert's aura. He approached the mysterious expert bit by bit. In the past, every time Lin Feng was about to get close to the mysterious expert, he would be forcefully cut off from this state of comprehension. However, this didn't happen today. This made Lin Feng very surprised. Following which, Lin Feng's face lit up with joy. As the saying goes, there must be a demon when things are abnormal. He felt that something unusual might happen today. Lin Feng tried to use his soul power to make contact with the mysterious expert. Finally, under Lin Feng's efforts, his soul power came into contact with the mysterious expert. Boom, a terrifying aura surged out from the Star River world. The 90,000 stars that were originally motionless started to spin rapidly at this moment. His divine sense and that mysterious expert were at the center of it all. As for the 90,000 stars, they revolved around him and the mysterious expert, just like the celestial bodies in outer space. Satellites revolved around planets. Planets revolved around stars. Every time these stars revolved, a powerful star power would surge out and surge towards the center. The star power surged into Lin Feng's soul power and was absorbed by Lin Feng's soul power. When Lin Feng's soul power returned to his body, the majestic star power was absorbed by Lin Feng's soul power. Lin Feng found that his soul power had increased crazily. After comprehending the 90,000 stars, Lin Feng's soul power had broken through to the peak of the first heaven of the creation realm. This is... Lin Feng opened his eyes. His face was full of shock and emotion. The circulation of 90,000 stars actually greatly increased the power of his soul. This stargazing chart was really too mysterious. Could it be that the Archean stargazing art was really hidden in the stargazing chart? Lin Feng's heart skipped a beat when he thought of this ancient secret technique that was known as the #1 soul-refining divine art in the Archean era. He vaguely felt that the rumors were likely true. Moreover, the Archean stargazing art was even hidden in that galaxy. However, he needed to slowly comprehend it on his own before he could inherit the Archean stargazing art. 5 days before the assessment, Guo and Xianxia came to Lin Feng. Xianxia smiled and said, "Brother Lin, Brother Guo has found you a good job this time." Lin Feng asked, "What kind of job is it?" "Go to the ancient barbarian mountains to train for a year." Xianxia smiled. Going to the ancient barbarian mountains to train was naturally a good job. Disciples like them would be supervisors if they went to the ancient barbarian mountains. Where did the phrase embezzlement come from? That was how it came to be. Of course, it didn't mean that one could embezzle a large amount of spirit stones from the Blue Cloud sect, but taking a small amount wasn't a problem. This kind of thing was hard to avoid. Moreover, even if the disciples didn't do anything, the people in the ancient barbarian mountains would still give them gifts. Why was that? Because the disciples who went to the ancient barbarian mountains to train were all talented and were the future of the sect. Naturally, many people would try to curry favor with them. Thank you, Senior Gua, for worrying about me. Lin Feng cupped his fists. Gua Xiao smiled and said, it's not a big deal. Junior Lin, please don't take it to heart. Senior Gua rarely speaks for others, and Uncle Gua hates it when people go through the back door. This time, Senior Gua took the risk of being reprimanded by Uncle Gua to recommend you to go to the ancient barbarian mines. Moreover, Senior Gua suggested that you be the leader of the group. When the time comes, more than 20 disciples will follow your orders. If they don't listen to you, you can give them a very low score when they come back, and the sect will send them back to the outer sect. Qin Yao said. Lin Feng was shocked. He hadn't thought that the leader of the group would have such great authority. His shock could be said to be no small matter. Lin Feng said, it seems that it's getting harder and harder to repay the favor I owe Senior Gua. Gua Xiao smiled and said, although we're fellow disciples, I've always treated Junior Lin as my own younger brother. What's there to talk about favors? Helping one's own brother is a normal thing to do. It had to be said that this Gua Xiao really knew how to deal with people. He helped Lin Feng, and with just a few words, he got closer to Lin Feng. Lin Feng invited them in and sat down. The three of them chatted for a while. He asked Shi Weizhu, Tian Zhongdao, the old drunkard, Wang Hu, and the other heaven-mending peak disciples what kind of assessment mission they would receive. Gua Xiao smiled and said, Junior Shi Weizhu will also go to the ancient man mining area. As for the others, I don't know. This is the list of those who are going to the ancient barbarian mining area. Gua Xiao handed a list of 22 people to Lin Feng. In addition to Shi Weizhu, Wang Hu was also on the list. Gua Xiao took out the list to let Lin Feng familiarize himself with these people in advance. After all, Lin Feng would be training with these people for a period of time. Moreover, the sea demons wanted to control these people, so it was best to understand their personalities first. It would be easier to communicate with them and restrain them. After Gua Xiao and Qin Yao left, Lin Feng went to Shi Weizhu's residence. When she saw Lin Feng arrive, she invited Lin Feng into her room. Shi Weizhu's room was very simple, and it had a faint fragrance. It was simple yet elegant. Perhaps it was the first time she had let a man into her room, but Shi Weizhu's face was slightly red. Lin Feng said, it's like this. I found out from Senior Gua Xiao the list of disciples who will be going to the ancient man mining area. Senior sister is also on it. Shi Weizhu's expression immediately changed. She naturally knew how difficult it was to go to the mining area. It meant that they would be able to obtain a lot of spirit stones, which was extremely important for cultivation. Shi Weizhu asked, Junior brother, will you be going as well? Lin Feng smiled and said, I'll be the leader. Shi Weizhu smiled and said, with Junior brother's ability, you're more than qualified to be the leader. It seems like the great elder's foresight is quite accurate. After Lin Feng left Shi Weizhu's residence, he went to Wang Hu's place and told him the news. Wang Hu was so excited that he danced with joy. Lin Feng felt that it was a pity that Tian Zhongdao wasn't on the list. Over the next few days, Lin Feng had Wang Hu gather information on the other members of the group. He carefully read through the information and gained a more familiar understanding of the group of disciples who would be going on a long journey together. The day of departure was getting closer and closer. That night, Lin Feng discovered that old drunkard had sneakily left his residence and was heading into the distance. Lin Feng frowned. Old drunkard's actions had been very strange recently. This wasn't the first time he had snuck out late at night. This was because Lin Feng often observed the star chart at night. Thus, Lin Feng's mental state was especially strong every night, and he discovered old drunkard's strange actions. Today, old drunkard had snuck out again. Just what was he doing? Lin Feng had always felt that old drunkard had other motives for joining the Blue Cloud sect. Lin Feng silently followed behind old drunkard. They went deeper into the sect. Lin Feng was shocked. Old drunkard wanted to enter the core disciple region. That place wasn't a place that inner disciples could easily enter. If they disturbed a core disciple's cultivation, they would be killed by a core disciple and could only accept their fate. Could it be that he's going to one of the core disciple peaks? Lin Feng muttered to himself. However, things went beyond his expectations. Old drunkard circled around the core disciple peaks and finally arrived at a very desolate mountain. It was said that this mountain belonged to an extremely powerful core disciple. However, that core disciple seemed to have committed a grave mistake and was expelled from the sect. There was no news of that core disciple since then. This was something that happened a very long time ago. Currently, the mountain was covered with broken restrictive spells, making it look like a ghost mountain. Cold winds blew, and no one came. The only person who came was the old drunkard, who was sitting on a cliff, drinking wine under the moonlight. It was impossible to tell what he was thinking, and when dawn broke, he left. Why is that old man sneaking around here? Lin Feng shook his head and walked out of the forest. He paced back and forth in front of the cliff, but found nothing. Just as he was about to leave, Lin Feng suddenly stopped. He could faintly sense that there was a trace of Tao energy hidden here. Ordinary people wouldn't be able to sense it, but Lin Feng cultivated the archaic dragonesque elephant art. His perception was extremely powerful, and he could sense even the slightest trace of Tao energy. Lin Feng was shocked. He sat down cross-legged and wanted to sense it carefully, but he realized that he couldn't sense the Tao energy anymore. Tao energy? What's hidden here? Lin Feng frowned. This place wasn't simple at all. There was definitely an astonishing secret hidden here. However, if he wanted to discover this secret, he would need to be lucky. Wait for me to come back, I'll find out more, murmured Lin Feng. He stood up and left. The next day, the 500 new disciples of the Blue Cloud sect received an official notice from the sect. The one-year exam for new disciples had begun. Lin Feng and 20 other disciples were going to the Ancient Man mining area. They had to use a teleportation portal to go to Northern Wasteland City, then use another teleportation portal to go to Ancient Man City. From there, they had to take a beast carriage for half a month to reach the mining area. Northern Desolate City was one of the 10 great ancient cities of the Desolate region, and the space-time wormhole to the Desolate region was located in Northern Desolate City. Ordinary teleportation arrays could only transport people between cities within a region, but space-time wormholes could transport people between regions. Lin Feng's group arrived at Northern Desolate City and walked out of the teleportation array. Lin Feng said, "Everyone must be tired after 3 days of teleportation arrays. Let's find a place to rest for a day before heading to Ancient Barbarian City." Everyone nodded and followed Lin Feng to find an inn. Because Lin Feng was the leader, he had the power to decide whether or not everyone could pass the test, so many people tried to curry favor with Lin Feng along the way. Lin Feng's group found an inn, which was quite good. It had its own courtyard, and the environment was elegant. Lin Feng rented one of the courtyards. Lin Feng said, "Today is a rare chance to relax. Let's go outside and relax tonight." Everyone cheered. They were usually busy cultivating, so it was rare for them to enter such a bustling city. Many people had been worried that Lin Feng would restrict their freedom. A disciple called Ma Yong said, "Northern Desolate City is very lively, and there are many fun places. I've been here before, so I can be your guide." Another disciple called Luga said, "I heard there's a myriad flower building with an elegant environment. The women there are as beautiful as fairies, and they're proficient in the 6 arts. Many cultivators like to go there to cultivate their character. Why don't we go there as well?" Lin Feng had heard of the myriad flower building before, as it could be found in many ancient cities. It had a large number of beauties, and it had good relations with many major powers. Of course, the myriad flower building wasn't a brothel. The women there sold their skills, not their bodies. Said an inner disciple called Mo Yuning. "The price of the Wanhua building is very high. I'm afraid that we'll have to spend over 1,000 high-class spiritual stones. I'm afraid that with our wealth, we won't be able to afford that." This Mo Yuning was not simple at all. He was a genius of the sect, and it was said that he had comprehended spirit. It would not be an exaggeration to say that he was a genius. At this time, a female disciple with an enchanting figure named Wu Shouer sighed and said, "Although we are disciples of large sects and seem to be well off, in fact, only we know that we are poor. Senior Marshal Sister Wu, you, Senior Marshal Brother Mo, Senior Marshal Brother Liu, and Senior Marshal Brother Ma are all disciples that the 4 extreme peaks have focused on nurturing. How can you not have savings? Who doesn't know that the 4 extremes peak is one of the richest peaks? Junior Brother Wang, that's why I said that although it looks impressive, it's actually very poor. Wu Shouer said. Lin Feng smiled and said, I'll treat everyone tonight. Let's have a good time. Senior brother Lin, you're the best. Long live junior brother Lin. The group of disciples immediately cheered. Clearly, they all wanted to go to a high-end place like the Myriad Flower Building to broaden their horizons. The Myriad Flower Building was very lively. It was a place where many cultivators liked to spend their money. When Lin Feng's group arrived, a beautiful woman walked over with a smile. She was clearly very perceptive, and she could tell at a glance that Lin Feng was the leader of this group. She smiled and said, Young masters and young ladies, is this your first time visiting the Myriad Flower Building? Lin Feng nodded and said, I heard that the Myriad Flower Building is very special. We passed by this place, so we came to take a look. May I know which sect you are from, young master? The woman asked with a charming smile. We're elite disciples from the Blue Cloud sect, Luga said proudly. Many people looked at him in surprise. The Blue Cloud sect was one of the 4 great sects of the Wasteland region. The Blue Cloud sect's disciples were naturally regarded highly in the Wasteland region. The woman showed a respectful expression and said, So you're disciples from the Blue Cloud sect. Please take a seat in the VIP room on the 3rd floor. Luga and the others looked very pleased. Being an elite disciple of the Blue Cloud sect was indeed very useful. He really enjoyed the feeling of being envied by the surrounding people. Thank you. Lin Feng thanked her and walked towards the VIP room on the 3rd floor with the woman. The VIP room on the 3rd floor was very luxurious. There were all kinds of precious calligraphy and paintings, as well as antiques. Even the tables were made of 1,000-year-old redwood, which was a precious material that could be used to forge treasured weapons. From this, one could see that the Myriad Flower Building's reputation was not without reason. Lin Feng ordered some fine wine, some medicinal herbs, and 10 dancers and singers. The woman smiled and left. Soon, fine wine and dishes were served, and the dancers and singers arrived as well. The women nurtured by the Myriad Flower Building all had enchanting figures and peerless appearances. The sound of guqin whistling through the air was very pleasant to the ears. Even if one did not know much about music, one could still feel intoxicated by the music. It was like having one's body caressed by one's lover. It was a warm feeling. One beautiful dancer after another gracefully danced, looking like fairies descending from the 9 heavens. Many male disciples were stunned. The Myriad Flower Building was bustling with noise and excitement. It was a place where many cultivators liked to spend their money. When Lin Feng's group arrived, a beautiful woman walked over with a smile. She was very perceptive and could tell that Lin Feng was the leader of the group. She smiled and said, Young masters and young ladies, is this your first time visiting our Myriad Flower Building? Lin Feng nodded and replied, I heard that the Myriad Flower Building is very special. We were passing by and decided to come take a look. May I know which sect you are from, young master? She asked with a charming smile. We're elite inner disciples from the Blue Cloud sect, Luga replied proudly. Many people looked at him in surprise. The Blue Cloud sect was one of the 4 great sects of the Wasteland, so the Blue Cloud sect's disciples were naturally highly regarded in the Wasteland. The beautiful woman showed a respectful expression and said, So you're disciples from the Blue Cloud sect. Please take a seat in the VIP room on the 3rd floor. Luga and the others looked pleased. Being an elite inner disciple of the Blue Cloud sect was indeed very useful. He enjoyed the envious gazes of the people around him. Thank you. Lin Feng thanked her and headed to the VIP room on the 3rd floor with the beautiful woman. The VIP room on the 3rd floor was very luxurious. There were all kinds of precious calligraphy and paintings, as well as antiques. Even the tables were made of 1,000-year-old mahogany, which was a precious material that could be used to forge treasured weapons. From this, it could be seen that the Myriad Flower Building's reputation was not without reason. Lin Feng ordered some fine wine, some medicinal herbs, and 10 dancers and singers. The beautiful woman smiled and left. Soon, fine wine and dishes were served. The dancers and singers arrived as well. The women trained by the Myriad Flower Building all had enchanting figures and beautiful appearances. The sound of zither music filled the air, and their voices were very pleasant to the ears. Even those who did not know much about music were mesmerized by the music. It was as if their lover was caressing their body. It was a warm feeling. Beautiful dancers danced gracefully, like fairies descending from the 9 heavens. Their movements were moving. Many male disciples were stunned. This was also human nature. These male disciples were all diligently cultivating in the sect, and they rarely had the chance to come into contact with so many beautiful and moving dancers. Seeing the charming appearance of these dancers dancing their delicate bodies, it was inevitable that some strange thoughts would arise in their minds. As the saying goes, a beauty's lair is a hero's mound. This sentence is not false at all. Beautiful women could even corrode the strong martial will of many cultivators. Looking at the beautiful dancers, Wu Xiao'er couldn't help but feel jealous. She lightly harumphed and walked outside. She went to the toilet, and there was a mirror there. She couldn't help but look at herself in the mirror. When she saw her beautiful face, she harumphed coldly, "A great beauty like me isn't any worse than them. Oh, this little girl isn't bad. She must be a virgin who just came to the 10,000 Flowers building, right? Come, let's go, and have a few drinks together." A young man walked out of the men's restroom. When he saw Wu Xiao'er looking at herself in the mirror, his eyes lit up. He reached out and hugged Wu Xiao'er's delicate body. Then, he placed his hands on her plump breasts and started to knead them. Wu Xiao'er was so scared that her face turned pale. Stinky pervert. In a moment of desperation, Wu Xiao'er raised her right leg and fiercely kneed the young man's crotch. Ah! A miserable cry rang out. The young man's face turned the color of a pig's liver. He was in so much pain that his body twitched. He fell to the ground and started to tremble violently. Wu Xiao'er was so scared that she quickly returned to the pavilion. "Xiao'er, why do you look so pale? Are you all right?" Lu Ge asked when he saw Wu Xiao'er return. Lu Ge had been chasing Wu Xiao'er all this time, so he was very concerned about her. "I'm fine." Wu Xiao'er came back to her senses and smiled. "Young Master Qi, what happened to you?" A few cultivators ran out of the pavilion and saw the young man twitching on the ground. Their expressions changed and they quickly ran over to help him up. The young man waved his hand and said, "Help me back to rest." They helped the young master back to the private room. The young man was called Qi Yiming, and he was a direct descendant of an ancient family. He had come to the northern desolate city of the desolate region because he was passing by and wanted to rest for a few days. "Young Master Qi, what happened?" In this private room, a middle-aged cultivator saw Qi Yiming and his expression changed slightly. Although Qi Yiming's talent wasn't good, and he had the air of a hedonistic young master, but Qi Yiming was still the son of an ancient power's patriarch, and his identity was there. The middle-aged man was called Li Yanlong, and he was the leader of the Flame Dragon Gang. The Flame Dragon Gang was one of the 3 biggest gangs in the northern desolate city. They controlled many underground businesses and were not to be underestimated. It was said that Li Yanlong was able to develop the Flame Dragon Gang because he met a benefactor in his early years. That benefactor was an elder of the Tsong Prefecture's Qi clan. Qi Yiming said gloomily, "I just saw a girl. I thought she was from the Myriad Flower building because she was dressed so beautifully, so I touched her but a few times. I didn't expect her to bump into me." Qi Yiming took a deep breath as he spoke, and his face turned pale. "Oh? Something like that happened? How dare someone hit my, Li Yanlong's, guest? I won't let this matter rest." Li Yanlong's expression was gloomy. Qi Yiming said, "Let's just forget about it. I don't know who she is, and I was just passing by. There's no need to make things worse." Li Yanlong smiled and said, "Young Master Qi, have you heard of the saying, even a powerful dragon can't suppress a local snake?" Qi Yiming nodded. He naturally understood this saying. Li Yanlong was a local snake in the northern desolate city. At that moment, Qi Yiming was tempted. "Young Master Qi, since you've taken a fancy to that girl, she'll definitely lie on the bed and let you enjoy her," Li Yanlong said confidently. "That's great." Qi Yiming couldn't help but rub his hands together excitedly. When he thought of Wu Xiao'er's alluring figure and flirtatious temperament, he couldn't help but feel aroused. "Young Master Qi, did you see which room that girl ran to?" Li Yanlong asked. "The 3rd room on the left," Qi Yiming said. Jin Fan, bring that girl here. Li Yanlong said indifferently. Yes. Gang leader. Immediately, a beefy cultivator stepped forward, leading tens of cultivators with him as he walked out. I'll go take a look too. Qi Yiming stood up and followed. They arrived at the room where Lin Feng and the others were. With a bang, the door of the room was smashed. Then, a group of people rushed out. Seeing such a group of ferocious people rushing in, the singers and dancers screamed in fright. Lin Feng and the others frowned, not understanding what was going on. Who are you? How dare you barge into our place? We're disciples of the Blue Cloud sect. Are you blind? Ma Yong walked forward and scolded coldly. Slap, however, the cultivator called Jin Fan went forward and slapped Ma Yong's face, sending him flying more than 10 meters away. With a plop, Ma Yong fell to the ground. Bah, so what if you're from the Blue Cloud sect? This is the northern desolate city, not the territory of the Blue Cloud sect. A martial king kid dares to show off in front of me? You're courting death. The cultivator called Jin Fan spat and sneered. That's the woman. Qi Yiming saw Wu Shou'er and pointed at her. Take her away. Jin Fan waved his hand. Yes. Two cultivators immediately rushed towards Wu Shou'er. What are you doing? We're disciples of the Blue Cloud sect. How dare you touch us? Do you want to die? Wu Shou'er screamed. Wu Shou'er was scared out of her wits. Ma Yong had just introduced himself, but he was still sent flying with a slap. Obviously, they didn't care about the name of the Blue Cloud sect. After all, the northern desolate city wasn't part of the Blue Cloud sect's territory. In the northern desolate city, even if you're a dragon, you'll have to coil up. Even if you're a tiger, you'll have to lie down. Jin Fan sneered. Let's see if you dare to attack. In the desolate region, there are actually people who dare to attack the disciples of the Blue Cloud sect. You're simply courting death. Lu Ge jumped up and stood in front of Wu Shou'er. At this time, Lu Ge wanted to show off in front of Wu Shou'er. Maybe Wu Shou'er would agree to be his woman after seeing how brave he was. Thinking of this, Lu Ge immediately became spirited and swung his right fist at the two cultivators. You're courting death. The two cultivators' expressions were cold as they charged at Lu Ge from the left and right. Bang, the three of them fought fiercely. After one round, Lu Ge was sent flying by a punch and fell to the ground. His face was pale, and he coughed violently. He almost spat out a mouthful of blood. The expressions of the Blue Cloud sect's disciples changed greatly. These people were too fierce, and their strength was terrifying. Senior brother Mo, save me. Wu Shou'er looked at Mo Yuning with a pale face. Mo Yuning stood up, looked at Jin Fan, and said, Brother, is there a misunderstanding? I'm Mo Yuning, and the Yuan family of the northern desolate city is my cousin. Can you give me some face? Let's make today's matter small, and let's not make a big deal out of it. Yuan family? Bah, a third or fourth-rate family is worthy of me giving face to? You're really courting death. Get lost, or I'll take care of you as well. Jin Fan looked coldly at Mo Yuning and could not help but curse. Mo Yuning's face darkened. He was furious that he had been slapped in the face. He looked coldly at Jin Fan and said, Who are you? So arrogant? It's not a place where just anyone can jump around. Cats and dogs? You're simply courting death. You'll have to pay the price for your words. Jin Fan's eyes turned cold. He stepped forward and threw a punch at Mo Yuning. Humph, I'll let you have a taste of the spirit I've comprehended. Mo Yuning sneered and leaped up. His fist was surrounded by a dazzling golden light. Holy light of destruction. Mo Yuning shouted coldly and punched out. The golden light around his fist was the spirit that Mo Yuning had comprehended. This type of spirit was called the divine light of destruction. Its power was extremely shocking. Such power. Senior brother Mo Yuning should be able to defeat that guy, right? The disciples of the Blue Cloud sect discussed in low voices. Humph, demon subduing Vajra palm. Jin Fan suddenly shouted, and the phantom of a mighty Vajra appeared behind him. The great strength Vajra was the guardian Vajra of the Tantric Buddhism. It was rumored that it possessed boundless strength and could shake the heavens and earth. Bang, the two of them collided fiercely. Everyone saw that Mo Yuning's light of destruction was shattered in an instant. Jin Fan's attack landed heavily on Mo Yuning's body. That powerful blow smashed Mo Yuning to the ground. Wow. Mo Yuning spat out a mouthful of blood. His face was extremely pale. One move, he couldn't even withstand a single blow. Seeing this scene, many disciples of the Blue Cloud sect turned pale with fright. "Break their legs and take the woman away," said Lin Feng. Jin Fan waved his hand. "No, save me, save me." Wu Xiao'er looked pleadingly at the disciples of the Blue Cloud sect. However, Mo Yuning couldn't even withstand a single blow from the other party. Who would dare to make a move? "Please forgive us, we were wrong." Ma Yong and Lu Ge begged. Mo Yuning looked gloomy and didn't say anything. His strength had been scattered, and he couldn't even get up from the ground. Yes. A few guards received the order and were about to attack. "Stop." At that moment, a cold shout was heard. Everyone's gazes shifted over. It was Lin Feng. Wang Hu pulled Lin Feng back and said, "Junior brother Lin, don't be rash. These people are obviously local tyrants. We can't afford to offend them. Moreover, there's no need to help Mo Yuning, Wu Xiao'er, Lu Ge, and Ma Yong. They've been mocking and ridiculing you along the way. Why do you care about them?" Lin Feng said, "They're from the same sect after all. I can't just stand by and watch them die." Mo Yuning, Wu Xiao'er, Lu Ge, and Ma Yong had been constantly mocking and ridiculing Lin Feng, and Lin Feng had been very angry. But at that time, because they were from the same sect, they were going to live together for a long time and practice cultivation together. Lin Feng controlled his anger. But that didn't mean that Lin Feng didn't have a problem with the four of them. However, no matter how unhappy they were still from the same sect, and he was the leader. He couldn't just stand by and watch his fellow disciples get humiliated. Jin Fan looked coldly at Lin Feng, and a look of disdain appeared on his face. "Kid, you want to stand up for them? You brought so many people here to cause trouble, and I still don't understand what happened," Jin Fan said. He looked at Wu Xiao'er, who was pale with fright, and asked, "Tell me, what happened?" Wu Xiao'er pointed at Qi Yiming and said, "He was the one who molested me, so I kicked him." "Damn it, bitch, do you think it was as simple as kicking me? You almost crippled me," Qi Yiming cursed viciously. Lin Feng looked indifferently at Qi Yiming and said, "Aren't you fine?" "What do you mean crippled? You were the one who started this, so let's both take a step back." "How about it?" Jin Fan sneered. "Kid, who do you think you are? How dare you jump out and negotiate with me? Cripple this brat." "Yes, sir." As soon as Jin Fan finished speaking, a guard rushed towards Lin Feng. "Junior brother Lin, be careful." Many Blue Cloud sect disciples shouted with pale faces. They had seen how terrifying these disciples were before. Lu Ji's strength was considered very strong, but in front of these cultivators, he had no power to resist. Boom, the cultivator who attacked was vicious and merciless, and he directly attacked Lin Feng's chest. "What kind of dog is this? How dare you attack me? Get out of my way." Lin Feng's eyes turned cold, and he couldn't help but shout. A powerful aura emanated from Lin Feng's body. Bang, the cultivator who rushed towards Lin Feng couldn't withstand the powerful aura emanating from Lin Feng. He was sent flying, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. How is this possible? Junior brother Lin is actually so strong? Just his aura alone was enough to make an expert vomit blood? Heavens, junior brother Lin is too strong. No wonder junior brother Lin can become the leader. Previously, Lu Ge, Wu Xiao'er, and the others mocked and ridiculed junior brother Lin, saying that junior brother Lin only became the leader because he got in through the back door and relied on Wu Xiao to replace Mo Yuning's position. Now, it seems that Lu Ge, Wu Xiao'er, and the others were just spouting nonsense. Even Mo Yuning is far inferior to junior brother Lin, right? That's right, junior brother Lin really hid his strength well. Previously, when I saw junior brother Lin enduring Lu Ge, Wu Xiao'er, and the others again and again, I thought that junior brother Lin had a weak personality. Now, it seems that I was completely wrong. Yeah, it's obvious that junior brother Lin is magnanimous and doesn't want to bicker with them. Discussions broke out everywhere. Only now did the disciples of the Blue Cloud sect realize how strong and terrifying Lin Feng was. Wu Shou'er, Lu Ge, and Ma Yong were all in disbelief. Then, they felt a lingering fear. The person they had mocked and ridiculed back then was actually so terrifying. Thinking back to how they had slandered Lin Feng back then, the three of them felt a chill run down their spines. Mo Yuning, on the other hand, had a bitter smile on his face. He had always thought that he was the strongest person in the group and that Lin Feng could become the leader because Guo had replaced him. Only now did Mo Yuning realize how wrong he had been and how ignorant he had been. In fact, Guo had only mentioned Lin Feng to Grand Elder Guoyan. During this time, Grand Elder Guoyan had been secretly investigating Lin Feng. He wanted to see if the Lin Feng on the Heaven and Earth rankings was the new inner sect disciple Lin Feng. After some investigation, he was shocked to find that Lin Feng, who was on the Heaven and Earth board, was Lin Feng, who had just entered the inner sect. That was why Lin Feng was appointed as the team leader. However, others naturally didn't know about it. They all knew that it was Lin Feng who got the position by sucking up to Guo. When Guo first found out that Lin Feng was the team leader, he wasn't surprised at all because he knew how terrifying Lin Feng was. He believed that his father, Grand Elder Guoyan, would know as well. "Brat, you have some ability. No wonder you dared to stand out. But do you think you can save these people with your strength?" Jin Fan stared coldly at Lin Feng with a sinister look in his eyes. Many people had already heard of the conflict and gathered around to watch. They were all pointing and gossiping. "Interesting. I wonder if this person doesn't know the immensity of heaven and earth. Or is he really that capable?" A white-clothed woman with a veil over her face stood not far away and looked over. "Holy Virgin, should we stop them?" a beautiful woman asked. "Why should we stop them? I'm bored and want to watch a good show." The white-clothed woman smiled. The beautiful woman could only smile bitterly. "Get out." Lin Feng looked coldly at Jin Fan. Silence. When Lin Feng said, "Get out," the third floor, which had been quite lively, suddenly became so quiet that one could hear a pin drop. "That brat told Jin Fan to get out? Is that brat crazy? How dare he provoke Jin Fan like that? He's courting death." Many people started talking about it. Jin Fan was a favorite of the Flame Dragon Gang's Li Yanlong. He was quite famous in northern Desolate City. It was rumored that Jin Fan had cultivated with a monk in his early years, so he had learned many powerful Buddhist techniques. Although he hadn't broken through to the Yin-Yang realm yet, he had already comprehended a spirit. It was only a matter of time before he broke through to the Yin-Yang realm. "Brat, you're courting death. Do you think I won't dare kill you?" Jin Fan's face was contorted and filled with killing intent. "I don't care if you're a disciple of the Blue Cloud sect or not. If you provoke me, I'll kill you." As soon as he finished speaking, Jin Fan's huge body leaped up. "Vajra subduing demon punch!" shouted Jin Fan furiously. A terrifying chi emerged from his body. He looked like a furious Vajra as he threw himself at Lin Feng. He threw a punch at Lin Feng. Sonic booms filled the air. Many people felt the aura from Jin Fan's body and their faces turned pale. They were forced to retreat by the terrifying aura. How terrifying! "Jin Fan won't kill that brat with one punch, will he?" shouted many people in astonishment. Mo Yuning knew how terrifying Jin Fan was. He had used his spirit, but he hadn't been able to defeat Jin Fan. Jin Fan's cultivation level had already surpassed that of a martial king. Even though Jin Fan hadn't really broken through to the Yin-Yang realm, he could still kill martial kings. If there was a name for Jin Fan's cultivation level, it would be the half Yin-Yang realm. It meant that he was only half a step away from becoming a Yin-Yang realm cultivator. Such a cultivation level was terrifying. The Blue Cloud sect's disciples looked at Jin Fan with pale faces. Jin Fan's chi was too terrifying. Everyone felt like they were suffocating. Even though Lin Feng had shown how strong he was a moment ago, he was still very strong. However, the cultivator who had attacked Lin Feng was only a 9th celestial layer martial king. He couldn't be considered a peerless expert. Jin Fan could kill such a cultivator with one hand. Who could say for sure that they could defeat an expert like Jin Fan? Junior brother Lin, be careful, shouted Shi Weizhu, her face pale. Jin Fan's punch was about to hit Lin Feng. At that moment, Lin Feng threw a punch at Jin Fan. He's going to meet force with force? This kid is courting death. He's actually going to meet force with force with force. Many of the onlookers cried out in alarm. They looked at Lin Feng as if he were a dead man. At that moment, Lin Feng and Jin Fan collided. Everyone saw that Lin Feng's subduing demon light, which had condensed from Jin Fan's subduing Vajra palm, was instantly destroyed by Lin Feng's punch. Lin Feng's punch landed on Jin Fan's body and sent him flying. Lin Feng's body shot up into the air. He raised his right leg high and lashed out at Jin Fan like a whip. Bang! A loud sound rang out. It was as if he had been smashed by a giant hammer. Lin Feng's attack landed on Jin Fan's body. Jin Fan's body fell to the ground like a cannonball. There was a rumbling sound. A huge hole appeared on the floor of the pavilion on the third floor, and Jin Fan fell directly to the second floor. Screams came from the second floor. Too strong. Many people felt their souls tremble violently. Jin Fan was a half-step Yin-Yang realm cultivator, but he couldn't even take a single attack. It's Jin Fan. Someone on the second floor exclaimed as he recognized Jin Fan. Jin Fan from the Flame Dragon sect? Yes, it's him. Heavens! Who's so strong? How did he beat Jin Fan up? Cries of surprise rang out one after another. Everyone's faces were filled with shock. Ah! Jin Fan got up from the ground and roared angrily. He had been beaten up from the third floor to the second floor. He had never suffered such a loss before. He was furious and jumped up to the third floor. Many people saw Jin Fan's twisted face and knew that he was completely enraged. Boy, you're strong. You're already qualified for me to use the spirit I've comprehended. Jin Fan smiled ferociously. Spirit. Is Jin Fan going to use his spirit? Hurry up and move back. Jin Fan's spirit is a very strange spirit. If you get too close, you might become his slave. The cultivators who were watching seemed to know what Jin Fan's spirit was. When they heard that Jin Fan was going to use his spirit, they quickly backed off, their faces pale. Lin Feng was very surprised. What was Jin Fan's spirit? Lin Feng glanced at Wang Hu and the others and said, help Mo Yuning and the others up. You guys step back. Yes, sir. Wang Hu was reluctant, but he wouldn't disobey Lin Feng. He waved his hand and helped Mo Yuning, Lu Ge, and Ma Yong up. They were all injured. Wu Shouer was still trembling. She was worried that if Lin Feng couldn't stop these people, she wouldn't have a good ending. Humph. When they saw them, many disciples of the Blue Cloud sect snorted coldly. They thought Wu Shouer and the others were useless, but they still mocked and ridiculed Lin Feng and caused trouble. If it hadn't been for them, the party would have been a happy one. Now that things had turned out this way, it was hard to say whether they would be able to leave Northern Wasteland City safely. After all, their opponents were the local tyrants of Northern Wasteland City. Merciful and merciful, infinite Moke. At this moment, Jin Fan began to activate the spirit that he had mastered. The surface of Jin Fan's body shone with a dazzling golden light. Buddha's light. Lin Feng was shocked. That golden light was actually Buddhist light. That's right, it's the Buddha's light. When I was 7 years old, I was enlightened by an old monk and obtained an opportunity to cultivate the secret techniques of the Buddhist sect. Later on, I comprehended the infinite Moke and murmured Amitabha. Jin Fan suddenly put his palms together and sat down cross-legged. Buddhist light enveloped his body, making him look like an enlightened monk. Lin Feng frowned and looked at Jin Fan. He didn't know what Jin Fan was thinking. However, Lin Feng guessed that it had something to do with Buddha. Suddenly, golden light burst out from Jin Fan's body. The golden light intertwined in the void and condensed into a golden celestial body. An old monk wearing a golden kasaya appeared in Lin Feng's line of sight. Benefactor, your murderous intent is too strong. Amitabha. Benefactor, please put down your butcher's knife and become a Buddha. The old monk put his palms together and golden Buddha's light surged out. The old monk was like the incarnation of Buddha. His words were like the words of the great path of heaven and earth. I'm willing to convert to Buddhism. Some people who were closer to Jin Fan actually sat down cross-legged and put their palms together. They looked pious, as if they had seen through the world of mortals and wanted to become monks. When they saw this, many people paled and hurriedly retreated. Ah, I want to convert to Buddhism too. Some of the Blue Cloud sect's disciples even looked pious, wanting to convert. Lin Feng's expression suddenly changed, and he shouted, "Get out of here! Don't come any closer!" Shi Weizhu and the others turned pale. Wang Hu didn't hesitate and knocked out a few of the affected disciples. Then, he destroyed one of the walls of the pavilion and retreated from the side. So he wants to enslave other people's souls. Aren't Buddhas kind? Why would he do something so infuriating? Lin Feng looked coldly at Jin Fan. He could sense a strange energy invading his spiritual world, trying to enslave his soul. This was the so-called Great Mercy, Infinite Moke. It was a strange spirit. However, Lin Feng couldn't see any so-called mercy from this spirit. Instead, he felt endless evil. Even if he killed someone, his body and Tao would vanish, and everything would return to nothingness. It was still much kinder than controlling someone's soul and enslaving them. Lin Feng was enslaved, and his life was worse than death. Ba. Good, good. Benefactor, your demonic thoughts are deep, and the sea of bitterness is boundless. Repent and the shore is at hand. The old monk continued to put his palms together, looking merciful. Lin Feng became a great demon after a few words from the old monk. An even more terrifying energy surged out and enveloped Lin Feng, trying to enslave his soul. Many people watched this scene with pale faces. Everyone's heart was filled with fear. The unknown was the most terrifying, just like what was happening before their eyes. This kind of spirit that could enslave other people's souls. Lin Feng walked towards Jin Fan step by step. Many people were shocked to see Lin Feng take the initiative to rush towards Jin Fan. Is that kid crazy? The closer he gets to Jin Fan, the stronger the soul-enslaving power becomes. Does he want to be enslaved? He's crazy. He must be completely crazy. That kid will definitely be enslaved by Jin Fan and become his soul. Many people were shouting. However, they soon realized that Lin Feng wasn't being enslaved. Instead, he had arrived beside Jin Fan. Did he manage to resist the power that enslaved the souls of others? Many people were shocked. How had he resisted such a terrifying power? These people naturally didn't know how powerful Lin Feng's soul was. Resisting Jin Fan's attack wasn't a simple matter. Jin Fan's expression changed when he saw Lin Feng arrive beside him. You want to enslave me? You're courting death. Lin Feng sneered and threw a punch at Jin Fan. Bang, the punch landed heavily on Jin Fan's chest. Crack, crack. Jin Fan's chest caved in, and he coughed up blood. Lin Feng raised his foot and threw a kick at Jin Fan. Jin Fan's body was about to be crushed. Suddenly, a furious shout rang out. Bastard, you're courting death. Bang, the door of a private room exploded, and an old man rushed out, sending a palm strike at Lin Feng. The terrifying aura felt like it could destroy heaven and earth. Many people's souls trembled when they sensed the old man's aura. A Yin-Yang realm expert. Many cultivators cried out in shock. If a Yin-Yang realm expert attacked, wouldn't that Blue Cloud sect disciple die without a doubt? Everyone looked at Lin Feng. They had the impression that Lin Feng was going to be killed by the old man of the Yin-Yang layer. There's a blade in my heart. Facing the old man's attack, Lin Feng stepped forward and raised his right hand. With a light wave, 100-meter-long blade condensed and shot towards the old man. The resplendent saber gleam condensed and slashed toward the Yin-Yang realm elder with the force of a mountain. Back in the days, Lin Feng hadn't even broken through to the Huangqi layer, but he had already understood a spirit and could oppress cultivators of the top of the Huangqi layer. Moreover, Lin Feng was now at the peak of the 7th firmament martial king realm. Perhaps even Lin Feng himself didn't know how strong Lin Feng was. The resplendent saber gleam slammed down. An earth-shattering bang was heard. Lin Feng and the old man of the Yin and Yang layer collided. Thump. Thump, thump. Both of them took 3 steps back. The entire room instantly fell into a dead silence. A martial king realm cultivator had actually blocked the attack of a Yin-Yang realm expert. This was simply unbelievable. Will, Saber Will. The masked woman in white, who was called Saintess by the beautiful woman, had a shocked expression. Spirits were originally very difficult to comprehend. Those who could comprehend spirit were geniuses. If he wanted to advance spirit to will, it would be even more difficult. It would not be an exaggeration to say that it was as difficult as ascending to the heavens. However, Lin Feng, a martial king realm cultivator, had actually advanced his spirit to will. How could the masked woman in white not be shocked? Even she had been trying recently, but she had failed after many attempts. Isn't that kid too terrifying? He actually blocked the attack of a Yin-Yang realm expert? At that moment, the cultivators who were watching the commotion finally came back to their senses. They looked at Lin Feng, who was standing in the pavilion, in shock. Even the Yin-Yang realm cultivator who had attacked frowned slightly. Junior brother Lin, you're already this strong? The disciples of the Blue Cloud sect looked at each other. They had heard that the top 3 inner sect disciples on the Blue Cloud sect's Heaven and Earth list also had the strength to fight a Yin-Yang realm expert, but they had never seen it. They felt that the rumors were definitely fake and couldn't be taken seriously. After all, those who hadn't entered the Yin-Yang realm were ants in front of Yin-Yang realm cultivators. Until today, when they saw Lin Feng make a move, they finally believed that those rumors were true. There would always be a small group of people in the world who possessed unimaginable power. And obviously, Lin Feng was such a person. Wu Shouer, Lu Ge, and Ma Yang's eyes were filled with incomparable shock. Thinking back to how they had mocked and ridiculed Lin Feng before, how stupid was that? Mo Yuning also smiled bitterly. He was also considered a genius within the sect. But in front of Lin Feng, there was simply no comparison at all. Old you, kill this brat. Otherwise, what will happen to our Flame Dragon Gang's dignity? Li Yanlong walked out of the private room with a gloomy expression. He looked at Lin Feng with a cold expression. You want to kill me? Let's see who will win in the end. Lin Feng's lips curled into a cold, murderous smile. When Li Yanlong saw Lin Feng's sneering expression, he couldn't help but feel a chill in his heart. Don't worry, leader. Today, I'll take this brat's life for you, said the old man. If you want to fight to the death, let's go outside and fight. Don't destroy my Wanhua building. A woman in white clothes with a veil over her face walked over, surrounded by a dozen people. Bai Xingyi, that's the holy maiden of the Wanhua building. Rumor has it that she's a peerless beauty on the beauty list. Someone was astonished. The beauty list had a total of 100 women on the Tianwu continent. Those 100 women not only had incredible talent and astonishing strength, but they were also as beautiful as fairies. They could compete with the fairies of the 9 heavens. Any one of the women on the beauty list could be said to be beautiful enough to bring disaster to a country. Some people felt that it was a pity that they couldn't see Bai Xingyi's beauty. So it's Bai Xingyi. The elder obviously knew Bai Xingyi. His expression turned serious. The 10,000 flower building was a terrifying force. Even though they were all women, they had used beautiful women to win over many strong cultivators. There weren't many groups in the Tianwu continent who would dare offend the Wanhua building. Brat, come out and die. The old man looked at Lin Feng coldly and took the lead to run outside. Be careful. Lin Feng looked at Shi Weizhu and the others. They all looked very pale. Don't worry, sir. Before you decide the winner, no one will touch your fellow sect members. If anyone dares to touch them, they'll become enemies with the Wanhua building. Bai Xingyi said. Li Yanlong, who had wanted to gather strong cultivators to capture the disciples of the Blue Cloud sect to threaten Lin Feng, suddenly changed his expression when he heard Bai Xingyi's words. Even though he was a local tyrant in the northern wasteland city, Li Yanlong didn't dare offend the Wanhua building. Thank you. Lin Feng cupped his fists. Then he flew out. Oh my god, a martial king cultivator is going to fight a Yin-Yang cultivator to the death. Let's go and see who's going to win. That old man of the Yin-Yang lair is called Yu Buiyun. He's been famous for a long time. Even though he was injured in his early years, he's still a strong cultivator of the Yin-Yang lair. Cultivators of the Yin-Yang lair can't compare to cultivators of the Yin-Yang lair. That's right, I think so too. That boy will die at Yu Buoyan's hands. Many people were talking about it. In their opinion, Lin Feng had no chance of winning against a Yin-Yang cultivator. Under the night sky, Yu Buoyan was standing in the sky. Lin Feng had a pair of energy wings on his back. He was also flying in the sky. Many people heard the news and rushed out. The street was full of people, watching the battle in the sky. A flying secret technique? Bai Xingyi narrowed her eyes and looked at Lin Feng. Brat, I'll kill you in 3 moves. Yu Buoyan laughed ferociously. Even though Lin Feng had managed to block his attack, he had only used 30% of his strength at that time. Therefore, Yu Buoyan was confident that he could kill Lin Feng. Lin Feng took a deep breath and didn't say anything. Then, everyone saw Lin Feng walking forward in the sky. He walked very slowly. However, with every step he took, his body emitted a terrifying aura. With every step he took, Lin Feng's aura increased crazily. Force. It's actually force. Bai Xingyi was shocked. Lin Feng had not only comprehended will, but also force. Moreover, Lin Feng was only a martial king. This was unbelievable. Many creation realm cultivators had not comprehended will and force. However, Lin Feng had comprehended them. Little boy, die, said Yu Buoyan when he sensed that Lin Feng's qi was becoming more and more powerful. He couldn't help but look glum. He raised his right hand and punched towards Lin Feng. Sun and moon rotation. Yu Buoyan roared. A divine sun and a bright moon appeared in the sky. Sun and moon rotation. They attacked Lin Feng. In the face of that terrifying attack, Lin Feng took a step forwards. Lin Feng raised his right hand. Endless sword qi swept across the sky. He raised his left hand. Dazzling saber light swept across the sky. Sky splitting. Sword splitting heaven and earth. Saber and sword fusion. Shouted Lin Feng in a deep voice. Boundless divine light surged out as a 1,000-meter-long blade of light and a 1,000-meter-long sword of light condensed and blasted towards the great sun and the divine moon that were crushing down. Asterisk bang, asterisk the attacks from both sides collided fiercely, and a destructive force was emitted in the air. The terrifying power that surged out almost suffocated many of the onlookers. When the aftermath of the energy dissipated, the crowd looked over. Lin Feng and Yu Buoyan were a few thousand meters apart, looking at each other from afar. Heavens, that guy blocked Yu Buoyan's attack again. Is he really only a martial king? Many people cried out in disbelief. This was really too shocking and moving. To think that a martial king cultivator could display such powerful combat strength. A Yin-Yang cultivator is indeed powerful. Lin Feng took a deep breath. Only after fighting with a cultivator of this level did he know how terrifying they were. Brat, I'll take your life. Yu Buoyan's expression was gloomy. He attacked again. This time, Yu Buoyan used an extremely powerful secret technique. His hands continuously formed various mysterious seals. Roar. Not long after, a roar shook the sky. In the air, a huge lion condensed. It was a flaming lion that was 1,000 meters tall. Its aura was terrifying. When the lion roared, the northern wasteland city faintly trembled. Heavenly flaming lion technique. Someone exclaimed. This was an extremely powerful technique, the heavenly flaming lion technique. It was rumored that it was created by an expert called the Flaming Lion Demon Lord in the ancient times. The flaming lion went berserk. The heavenly flaming lion technique also carried the berserk aura of the flaming lion. Its attack power was quite terrifying. The flaming lion roared as it galloped in the air, pouncing towards Lin Feng. Waves of destructive aura enveloped the sky. The flaming lion's body emitted a power that could cause the sky to collapse and the earth to rend. It pounced towards Lin Feng like an ancient fierce beast. Feeling the terrifying aura of the flaming lion, many people's faces turned pale. The flaming lion was too powerful. Many people found it hard to bear just by feeling the aura of the flaming lion. What about Lin Feng, who was targeted by the flaming lion? Everybody raised their heads and looked at the battle in the sky, wondering whether Lin Feng would be able to resist such a powerful attack. Humph, a mere fire lion dares to act tough in front of me? Lin Feng sneered and directly displayed the ancient sage emperor's Xianxia treasure technique. Roar, 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 his roar shook the void. 1,000-meter-tall three-headed ferocious beast was formed. It bared its fangs and brandished its claws as it pounced at the fire lion. It's Xianxia. Isn't Xianxia a head? Why does this Xianxia have 3 heads? Many people were astonished when they saw Lin Feng's Xianxia silhouette. At this moment, the 3 Xianxias had already clashed with the fire lion. The 2 behemoths used their strongest attacks and fiercest collisions. Following a violent collision, the flame lion in the sky was torn apart by the 3 Xianxias. What a terrifying secret technique. It actually broke Yu Buiyan's heavenly flaming lion technique. Seeing this scene, many people shouted in shock. They simply could not believe that all of this was real. However, this was indeed happening before their eyes, so they had no choice but to believe it. The 3 Xianxias growled and leaped out, pouncing towards Yu Buiyan. Yu Buiyan obviously did not expect this to happen. He was unable to react in time and was forced to retreat by the 3 Xianxias. Die. Thinking that he was forced to retreat by a secret technique used by a martial king cultivator, Yu Buiyan could not help but feel extremely humiliated. He roared and attacked the 3 Xianxias with his palm. This was Yu Buiyan's angry attack. At this moment, Yu Buiyan seemed to feel strange gazes on him. Those gazes seemed to be mixed with mockery. He was a yin-yang realm existence, but now he was forced to retreat by a martial king cultivator. He could imagine that this news would spread quickly in the northern desolation city. At that time, he would definitely become a laughingstock. Bang! In his rage, Yu Buiyan's attack was naturally very terrifying. That attack ruthlessly slammed into the bodies of the 3 Xianxias, directly blasting them apart. Then, Yu Buiyan rushed towards Lin Feng as fast as lightning. A huge ball of energy condensed above Yu Buiyan's palm. It was an energy ball formed by condensing Dharma power. Once that energy ball exploded, it would definitely cause a terrifying amount of damage. Lin Feng felt an extremely oppressive feeling from the energy ball. It was an aura of death. Lin Feng knew that Yu Buiyan's attack could probably kill him. He did not dare to hold back and hurriedly condensed the Dao character, Destroy. Waves of destructive power began to surge out of Lin Feng's body. When Lin Feng used the Dao character, Destroy, Bai Xingyi seemed to have sensed it. Her beautiful eyes suddenly revealed an extremely shocked expression. Could it be? Her voice trembled slightly. Destroy. Finally, in the void, a Destroy character emitting the aura of Dao was condensed. That Destroy word directly blasted towards Yu Buiyan. Bang! The Destroy character and the energy ball that Yu Buiyan had condensed collided violently. Then, waves of destructive aura surged out and swept in all directions. The energy produced by the crazy collision surged in all directions. Lin Feng and Yu Buiyan were both hit by the energy shockwave and both were sent flying. Lin Feng was sent flying for more than 1,000 meters before he managed to stop himself with difficulty. Yu Buiyan was also sent flying for more than 700 meters. Below, countless cultivators were dumbfounded. Lin Feng's combat strength was too terrifying. Everyone was incomparably shocked in their hearts. Wasn't this guy too monstrous? If he didn't die, he would probably become a powerful figure who dominated a region in the future. Yu Buiyan naturally knew this as well. Watching this, a look of horror appeared in his heart. 3 consecutive blows, each of his moves was stronger than the last. However, he was still unable to gain the upper hand. Wasn't this kid too terrifying? If he continued to grow, when he broke through the yin-yang realm, wouldn't he be able to kill him instantly? Since there was already a grudge between them, there was no reason to let him live. Thinking of this, Yu Buiyan's killing intent grew stronger. He activated the Dharma power in his body to the extreme. An even more violent Dharma power surged out. Yu Buiyan was obviously going to use his strongest attack. It seems that I have to use my last secret soul skill. Lin Feng's face was a little pale. After using the Destroy character, Lin Feng already felt tired and weak. But obviously, Yu Buiyan was still in peak condition. This was the biggest difference between the Martial King realm and the Yin-Yang realm. A Martial King realm cultivator couldn't compete with a Yin-Yang realm cultivator in terms of energy consumption. Look, Yu Buiyan is going to use an even more powerful attack, but that young man's chi seems to be much weaker than before. He's been using love you so many times, his body must have reached its limit, said Lin Feng. That's right, that guy has reached his limit. This is troublesome. I'm afraid he won't be able to resist Yu Buoyan's attack. Many cultivators also saw Lin Feng's situation and couldn't help but talk about it. Many people even felt that it was a pity. A genius like Lin Feng might die here. With such talent, it was really a pity to die here before he could mature. Boy, I'll definitely kill you this time. Star Fist! Shouted Yu Buoyan coldly. He punched out, and a huge star appeared above him. He pushed the star forward, wanting to use it to crush Lin Feng. Use the soul secret technique and burn my immortal divine blood to stimulate my body's potential. Kill him, thought Lin Feng fiercely. Lin Feng's greatest trump card was the drop of immortal divine blood that had awakened in his body. Once it was activated, Lin Feng would receive an unimaginable amount of power. Of course, it would also cause great harm to Lin Feng. If he burned his immortal divine blood, it would be much more difficult to awaken it again. He might never be able to awaken it again, let alone awaken his immortal divine blood. But now, Lin Feng was in a critical situation. He couldn't afford to waste any time. Lin Feng clenched his teeth. He was about to burn his immortal divine blood, but at that moment, a cold laugh came from a restaurant not far from him. Yu Buoyan, you're a yin-yang cultivator. Since you said you could kill that little boy in 3 attacks, then 3 attacks have passed. Since you couldn't kill that little boy, you should show the magnanimity of a yin-yang cultivator and let this matter drop, said Yu Buoyan. Whoosh! Everyone looked in the direction of the restaurant. There was a middle-aged cultivator sitting by the window. The middle-aged cultivator had only one arm. He was drinking by himself. Do I need you to care about my business? Sneered Yu Buoyan. He didn't care about the one-armed cultivator's words at all. He continued to attack Lin Feng. Do you not care about the dignity of a yin-yang realm cultivator? Since you're so shameless, I don't mind giving you a hard slap. The one-armed cultivator sneered. Whoosh, his figure flashed and disappeared from the restaurant. How fast? Lin Feng was astonished. Even with his strength, he hadn't been able to see how the one-armed cultivator had disappeared. The one-armed cultivator disappeared, many people exclaimed. The next moment, the one-armed cultivator arrived in front of Yu Buoyan. Yu Buoyan's expression suddenly changed. He quickly retreated. But it was too late. The one-armed cultivator raised his right hand and slapped Yu Buoyan. Slap, the sound of a slap resounded. The slap landed heavily on Yu Buoyan's face. Yu Buoyan's body was sent hundreds of meters away, crashing into a 2-story restaurant. The restaurant collapsed, and Yu Buoyan's entire body was buried in the rubble. I, Nailan Jing, hate people who don't keep their words the most. The one-armed cultivator sneered. Nah, Nailan Jing? Many people's faces were filled with shock and horror. Demon Saber Nailan Jing. He was one of the 8 great rogue cultivators of the Tianwu continent. Everyone's expression changed when they talked about him. Even Lin Feng's expression changed when he heard this name. Demonic Blade, why have you come to Northern Desolate City? Demonic Blade, are you trying to do some shady business in Northern Desolate City? Demonic Blade, Northern Desolate City isn't a place where you can act as you wish. You should know that there's a space-time wormhole here. If you act recklessly here, you'll become the public enemy of the entire desolate region. After the demonic saber appeared, it shocked too many people. Many figures soared into the sky from all directions. They were all at least at the yin-yang realm, and there was even an almighty expert among them. More than a dozen people surrounded Demonic Blade. They were all experts from various factions in Northern Desolate City. Now, so many people had surrounded Demonic Blade Nailan Jing, but the experts surrounding Nailan Jing all looked as if they were facing a great enemy. On the other hand, Demonic Blade Nailan Jing looked indifferent. Lin Feng's facial expression didn't change even when Mount Tai was about to collapse. Lin Feng was moved and admired him. How could such a man be a demon? Haha, I'm just passing by. Look at how scared you are. Demon Blade laughed and took out a jar of wine. With a slight shake, the cork flew out. Demon Blade Nailan Jing, under the gazes of countless people and surrounded by more than a dozen experts, gulped down the wine in big mouthfuls. He was indescribably forthright. "You're a good seedling for blade cultivation." Demonic Blade Nalanjing looked at Lin Feng. Swish, everyone looked at Lin Feng, and their eyes flickered with different thoughts. Demonic Blade Nalanjing is talking to me? Should I continue the conversation? At that moment, Lin Feng was nervous. The righteous path and the demonic path were like fire and water. Demonic Blade Nalanjing was one of the 8 great demonic path cultivators. If Lin Feng talked to Demonic Blade Nalanjing in front of so many people, he might be accused of being a demonic path spy. How could he be accused of something he didn't do? That was how it was usually done. The disciples of the Blue Cloud sect shook their heads at Lin Feng, indicating that Lin Feng shouldn't reply. Once he was involved with the Demonic Blade Nalanjing, it would be impossible to clear his name. Demonic Saber Nalanjing looked at Lin Feng, whose expression was uncertain, and couldn't help but reveal a disdainful smile. He turned around and was about to leave. At that moment, Lin Feng suddenly said, "I encountered an opportunity in the Thunderblade's secret territory, so I comprehended some of the mysteries of blade techniques. I didn't expect to be able to show them off in front of you today." Seeing that Lin Feng actually dared to talk to Blade Demon Nalanjing, many people's expressions changed. "Brat, why aren't you backing down? The one in front of you is an unpardonable devil," shouted a Yin Yang expert. Lin Feng's expression did not change as he said, "My heart can be seen by the bright moon. What's more, I'm just chatting with the senior who helped me. It's not a big deal, is it? Could it be that they were just chatting for a while? Will he turn into a demon?" "Brat, what did you say?" The Yin Yang expert who had been rebuked by Lin Feng's words immediately became gloomy. He coldly looked at Lin Feng and said, "I think your thoughts are very dangerous. If you don't wake up in time, you'll fall into a demon's path sooner or later." Lin Feng couldn't help but sneer and say, "Seniors, you're really meddlesome. This is my Blue Cloud sect's disciple. It's not your place to meddle, is it?" "Haha, well said." Blade Demon Nalanjing saw that Lin Feng had rebuked the Yin Yang expert and immediately laughed loudly. He couldn't help but look at Lin Feng with admiration. "Brat, since ancient times, honest advice has been unpleasant to the ear. You're still young and are easily bewitched by demons. You should think twice before you do anything. Otherwise, if you really fall into a demon's path, even the Blue Cloud sect won't be able to protect you." Another Yin Yang realm cultivator sneered. Lin Feng asked, "Senior, you said that I've fallen into a demon's path. May I know how I'll fall into a demon's path?" "Won't you fall into a demon's path if you're with a demon's path?" The Yin Yang realm cultivator sneered. Lin Feng continued asking, "Senior, can you tell me why Senior Blade Demon Nalanjing is known as one of the 8 great rogue cultivators of the tyrannical Tao? This person cultivates a demon's blade technique. He once killed 376 cultivators in the South Sea world. If he's not a heinous demon, then what is he?" The Yin Yang realm cultivator sneered. Junior once heard that there's no good or evil in cultivation techniques. A person's heart is divided into good and evil. If a person's heart is kind, even if they cultivate a demon's technique, they can still benefit others. If a person's heart is evil, even if they cultivate a righteous technique, they can still become a demon who kills without batting an eyelid. Lin Feng said. When he heard Lin Feng's words, Blade Demon Nalanjing's eyes lit up. Many people were pondering Lin Feng's words. The big shots floating in the air sneered. A few of them even scolded, "Brat, you're twisting the facts and twisting logic. If you don't back down, we don't mind helping the Blue Cloud sect clean up the sect." Ha 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 ha. Lin Feng suddenly laughed. "What are you laughing at?" The big shots shouted angrily. "I'm laughing at the fact that you're all a bunch of demons." Lin Feng said. "Arrogant brat, you dare slander us?" The big shots were so angry that their faces turned ashen. Lin Feng said indifferently, "Senior Blade Demon Nalanjing is a demon who kills people. Is it natural for you to want to kill me? How can there be such logic in this world? Brat, how dare you compare us to this demon? I think you've already become a demon," shouted one of the big shots angrily. Lin Feng sneered and said, "Let me ask you, since you started cultivating, have you killed less than 1,000 people?" ask yourselves, since you started cultivating, which one of you hasn't had blood on your hands? It's natural for your hands to be stained with other people's blood. Why is Senior Blade Demon Nailinging a heinous demon who kills people? The world of cultivators is a survival of the fittest. In this world, who doesn't have blood on their hands? Is Senior Blade Demon Nailinging a demon just because he practices a so-called demon blade technique? Well said. Many people were already applauding Lin Feng's words. Indeed, most of the time, demons were created by these big powers. They needed to create enemies to support their righteous image. The big shots looked at Lin Feng as if they wanted to cut Lin Feng into pieces. Haha, I didn't think that someone would try to exonerate a demon like me today. How interesting. Brat, do you dare to drink wine and admire the moon with me at the peak of Northern Desolation City? Lin Feng laughed loudly. Why wouldn't I dare? Let's go. Nailinging soared into the sky and flew towards the tower in the distance. It was rare to be so arrogant. If he didn't act arrogantly today, when would he? His heart was clear to the moon. A straight foot was not afraid of a crooked shadow. Above the tower, a cold wind blew. In the distance, many cultivators followed, especially the important figures. Their eyes were cold. Lin Feng was calm and collected, drinking and singing with Nailinging. This caused many people to feel their hearts tremble. How many people could drink with a demon cultivator like old friends under the watchful eyes of so many strong cultivators, not to mention other things, just this state of mind, not to mention the cultivators of the younger generation, even those big shots would not be able to do this, right? But Lin Feng had done it. Holy maiden, this person is crazy. The beautiful woman whispered. Bai Xingyi smiled and said, this person is truly terrifying. As long as he doesn't die, he will become a great person in 10 years. Holy maiden, you seem to think too highly of this person. The beautiful woman said. I don't think so. On the contrary, I think this person is worthy of my evaluation. Bai Xingyi said. Damn it, damn it. If it wasn't for Nailinging, this brat would have been killed by me. Yu Buiyan's expression was extremely gloomy. Beside him, Li Yanlong's gaze was also extremely gloomy. Now that they had offended someone like Lin Feng, if they didn't get rid of Lin Feng soon, he would definitely be a huge threat to them. If we want to act now, it won't be easy. Send someone to find out what these people are going to do, then think of a way to deal with them on the way. Li Yanlong's voice was filled with dense killing intent. Yu Buiyan nodded slightly. What do you think is a demon? What is the right path? Nailinging suddenly asked, looking at Lin Feng. Lin Feng said, the difference between good and evil lies in the heart. Nailinging smiled and said, no, good and evil lie in the eyes of others. Lin Feng was deep in thought. Nailinging's words were indeed very reasonable. As the saying went, public opinion could kill people. Perhaps this was how the saying, 3 men make a tiger, came about. If one person said that a good person was a bad person, others might not think so. However, if 2 people, 3 people, or even more people said that he was a bad person, others might say that he was a bad person. In my early years, when I practiced the demonic blade, I almost became demonic. I don't know if the person is controlling the blade, or if the blade is controlling the person. Nailinging suddenly talked about some things he had experienced in his early years. Lin Feng's heart skipped a beat. At this moment, he remembered the ancient devil ring that he had thrown away. That was a supreme treasure of the demonic path. But at that time, the ancient devil ring wanted to control him and enslave him. Demonic cultivators are not rare. Maybe they don't have bad intentions, but they've been enslaved by demonic cultivators, and it's difficult for them to free themselves. Nailinging sighed. But senior, it's clear that you're not enslaved by demonic arts. Lin Feng said. In the past, I wasn't a demonic cultivator. I was an abandoned disciple of an ancient sect. Later, I accidentally obtained the demonic blades cultivation method. I had 2 paths to take. The first was to give up on cultivation and continue to be a cripple in the eyes of the world. The second was to practice the demonic blade. Nailinging looked as if he was recalling something. Senior, you chose the second path. Lin Feng said. Nailinging said, that's right. I chose the second path. When I practiced demonic arts, I imprisoned myself in the depths of the sea to resist the demonic nature in my body. I endured the pain of 10,000 demons devouring my heart. Senior, you wanted to use demonic arts to overcome demonic arts. Many demonic cultivators wantonly slaughtered people because they wanted to take a shortcut? Lin Feng asked. Nailanjing nodded and said, they didn't have the courage to resist the demonic nature in their hearts, so they were controlled and became demons in the eyes of the world. But there were also many people like me who would rather die while resisting the demonic will then become a true demon. Lin Feng was filled with respect for Nailanjing and the people he was talking about. How could those who dared to resist the demonic will be demons? Those people's willpower was probably extremely strong, because resisting the demonic will was enough to make them break down mentally. Why did they say that you were a demon? Asked Lin Feng. Later, I managed to control the demonic will. Once, I met a fellow disciple of mine. We fought, and I defeated him. Then, he sent strong cultivators from his sect to kill me, said Nailanjing. He pointed at his severed arm and said, back then, I had just started practicing the demonic blade, and my cultivation level wasn't very high. I was constantly being chased, and my cultivation level gradually increased. Later, I was surrounded on an island, and my arm was cut off. At the moment of life and death, I reversed the demonic blade's cultivation method and killed more than 300 people who were chasing me. Lin Feng said, everything in the world has a cause and effect, but it's just a personal grudge. There are too many things like that. There's no need to label you as a demon, is there? In the beginning, of course, I wasn't a demon, Nailanjing smiled disdainfully and said, later, my cultivation level gradually increased, and I became a demon. Lin Feng shook his head and said, good and evil aren't in people's hearts. They're in the mouths of many great powers. That's right. There's no such thing as good, evil, or demon. There's a scale in one's heart. A demon isn't necessarily a demon, and a righteous cultivator isn't necessarily a demon. A hidden demon is even more terrifying. Nailanjing said indifferently. Lin Feng drank and chatted for a long time. Obviously, Nailanjing admired Lin Feng. It's time for you to confirm your own Tao. Many people reach the yin-yang layer and still don't know what their Tao is. People like that won't be able to achieve anything in the future. The sooner you establish your own Tao, the better it will be for your future cultivation, said Nailanjing. His own Tao, Lin Feng was slightly moved. Nailanjing had also mentioned that he should establish his own Tao. Previously, when the peak master of the heaven-mending peak, Ji Budian, left, he had also warned himself to establish his own Tao as soon as possible. But Lin Feng didn't understand what that meant. Senior, please enlighten me, said Lin Feng. Tao is the foundation of cultivation. In the future, when we practice cultivation, we must follow Tao. I've heard that when the Thunder Blade mysterious territory opened, the Eternal Emperor's corpse appeared. The Eternal Emperor's Tao was the Eternal Tao. He used the Eternal Tao to create some terrifying spells. For example, he used the Eternal Tao to create some terrifying spells, said Nailanjing. Lin Feng was moved. Was this his own Tao? Establishing a Tao would be the foundation for his future cultivation. It would also be the foundation for all kinds of peerless techniques. The next day, Lin Feng said goodbye to Nailanjing. He and the disciples of the Blue Cloud sect entered the teleportation portal and headed to Ancient Man City. They came out of the transportation array in Ancient Barbarian City. Thump, thump, Mo Yuning, Ma Yong, Lu Ge, and Wu Shouer knelt in front of Lin Feng. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, people came and went. Many people came to watch and point at them. What's this for? Lin Feng frowned. Junior apprentice brother, it's all our fault. Please forgive us, the four of them said in unison. Wang Hu sneered. With junior brother Lin's cultivation level, killing you is like squashing an ant. Junior brother Lin didn't hold it against you, but you still went overboard. We know we were wrong. The four of them actually kowtowed to Lin Feng. Even a genius like Mo Yuning kowtowed to Lin Feng and apologized. Lin Feng originally had a lot of complaints about the four of them. They were only mediocre. Not only did they criticize him behind his back, but they also caused so much trouble for him. However, seeing them apologize so sincerely, Lin Feng forgave them. After all, they were all from the same sect. Who didn't make mistakes, they knew they were wrong and could change. Lin Feng was quite satisfied. Get up. Speak less and do more in the future. Lin Feng said. Yes, yes, yes. We are willing to do anything for junior brother in the future. We dare not go east if junior brother wants us to go west. The four of them hurriedly promised. Lin Feng smiled bitterly. The four of them seemed to have changed a lot after what happened in northern Wasteland City. People who didn't know better would think that the four of them were Lin Feng's servants and not Lin Feng's fellow sect members. The beast carriage traveled through the forest. Lin Feng lay on the carriage and looked at the blue and white sky. He was in a daze. The words my Tao still lingered in his mind. Just like the eternal divine Lord, he had established his eternal Tao. What kind of Tao should he create? This was related to his own future. Shuizhu looked at Lin Feng and sighed. Junior brother, why did you get involved with Demon Blade Nailanjing? I'm afraid that people will use it against you in the future. Indeed, brother. Even if you don't think that Nailanjing is an evil cultivator, in the eyes of all the influential groups, he is an evil cultivator. I'm worried that when I go back to the sect will punish me severely, said Lin Feng. Wang Hu said. Lin Feng said, your worries are unnecessary. The higher-ups of the big powers all know what's right and what's right. Most of the time, it's just a trick to deceive the ignorant. You should be able to judge. Shuizhu, Wang Hu, and the others nodded. They also felt that a person like Devil Saber Nailanjing was not an evil demon who would not commit any evil. Junior brother, there's a small town ahead. It should be the northern barbarian town. Should we go there and rest? A disciple asked. Alright, let's rest in the northern barbarian town for a day. We'll continue our journey tomorrow. Tomorrow, we'll enter the ancient barbarian forest. Dangers lurk everywhere, so everyone must be careful. Lin Feng reminded everyone. Yes. Lin Feng nodded and followed everyone to Northern Barbarian City. Northern Barbarian City was the last town before the ancient barbarian mine. Lin Feng planned to buy some necessities there. Everyone found an inn to stay in. Lin Feng let everyone do whatever they wanted. He didn't stay in the inn. Instead, he went to buy some necessities. In the northwest corner of the northern barbarian town, a fat middle-aged woman and her skinny husband threw out a quilt and some yellowed books. After that, the two sons of the man and woman chased an old man out of the courtyard. That's elementary scholar Ning, right? What a sin. Elementary scholar Ning is so old, but he's being chased out. Immediately, there were people pointing and discussing animatedly. The shrew-like woman cursed, you old bastard. You've been studying for decades. You don't even try to get a scholarly rank. Do you want to eat and live for free until you die? Hurry up and pack your things and scram. Jiasheng, do you want to chase me out too? Elementary scholar Ning got up from the ground and sighed. The skinny man called Jiasheng sneered, go as far away as you can. Don't let me see you again. What's going on here? Lin Feng saw that the old man who had been chased out was very pitiful, so he asked a bystander. This old man is called Ning Yin, and his courtesy name is Shu Hai. He's a scholar in our town, and the people who chased him out are his nephew and niece-in-law. Scholar Ning's wife died early in his life, and he never remarried. Later, Scholar Ning's elder brother died of illness, and he adopted Ning Jiasheng as his own son. Presumably, he would have someone to send him off in the future. Now that Scholar Ning is old, Ning Jiasheng and his wife want to chase him out of the house. There's such a thing? Lin Feng frowned. A loving father and a filial son was a good story. However, what he saw now was a loving father and an unfilial son. Jiasheng, even if you want to chase me out, you should at least give me an ox cart and let me take all these things away. Elementary scholar Ning said. The woman cursed, ox cart? You want an ox cart? You've eaten so much that we're broke. Hurry up and scram. Do you think I won't burn all these books? Suddenly, someone couldn't stand it any longer and said sarcastically, Ning Shotsai used to own 3 villas, 100 mu of land, and 5 shops. He's still doing well today. Now that he's old, he's given all these deeds to you and you want to chase him away? Has your conscience been eaten by dogs? Yeah, he's an old man. How much can he eat from you? Jiasheng, your father died when you were 3. It was your uncle who raised you. Your uncle is waiting for you to take care of him in his old age. Is this how you treat your uncle? The skinny man called Jiasheng remained silent. His wife rushed into the courtyard and took out a kitchen knife. She cursed coldly, "What does it have to do with you? I'll see if anyone dares to meddle in our business. Do you think I won't chop them into pieces?" Seeing the unreasonable woman holding a kitchen knife, many people shut their mouths. After all, it was not their family's business and there was no need to argue with the other party. They just felt sorry for old scholar Ning. Elementary scholar Ning looked pleadingly at Ning Jiasheng. "Jiasheng, on account of your uncle's kindness in raising you, please give your uncle an ox cart. Let your uncle take these books away, and in the future, your uncle will never appear in front of you again." Ning Jiasheng frowned and looked at his wife. "Where's the ox cart? Where's the ox cart? Old thing, hurry up and scram." The woman raised her right hand and was about to hit elementary scholar Ning. Impudent. Just as the blow was about to land on elementary scholar Ning's body, a young man leaped out and grabbed the woman's wrist. "You dare meddle in our business? I'll chop you to death." The woman waved the kitchen knife in her other hand towards Lin Feng. "An evil woman like you deserves to die," said Lin Feng, smiling coldly. He threw the woman away. Bang, the woman slammed into the wall, causing it to collapse. The woman was buried under the rubble. Her body twitched a few times before she stopped moving. No one knew if she was dead or alive. "It's a cultivator," someone whispered. Although the residents here were ordinary people, in the world of cultivators, even ordinary people knew a thing or two about cultivators. "Spare me, spare me." Ning Jiasheng and his 2 sons saw how powerful Lin Feng was and were so frightened that they fell to their knees. "Sir, are you all right?" Lin Feng looked at elementary scholar Niu. Elementary scholar Ning shook his head and said, "Thank you for saving me, young friend. Please don't blame them. Why do you have to say good things for them?" "Yes, elementary scholar Ning, you're too kind." Some of the neighbors were talking amongst themselves. The evil woman squinted her eyes and secretly looked over. She was really tenacious. When she saw Lin Feng looking at her, she immediately pretended to be dead. But since elementary scholar Ning didn't want to pursue the matter, Lin Feng naturally wouldn't pursue the matter. After all, this was elementary scholar Ning's family matter. "Jiasheng, give me a cow and I'll leave this place and never appear again," said elementary scholar Ning. Said Ning Xiaotsai calmly. Lin Feng could see the pain in Ning Xiaotsai's eyes, but Ning Xiaotsai quickly covered it up. Ning Jiasheng pulled the ox cart over and took out 100 taels of silver and gave them to Ning Xiaotsai. Ning Xiaotsai did not refuse and kept the items. Lin Feng helped Ning Xiaotsai put the scattered books on the ox cart. Scholars. Lin Feng's impression of them was that of scholars in the secular world who worked hard to study and achieve scholarly honors. Perhaps Ning Xiaotsai was such a person. However, in this world of cultivators, where the strong were respected, becoming a powerful cultivator was something that everyone yearned for even in their dreams. Relatively speaking, there were still a lot fewer scholars. In fact, Ning Xiaotsai was the first scholar that Lin Feng had met. "Thank you, young friend." Ning Xiaotsai bowed. Lin Feng said, "Sir, you're too kind. Where do you plan to go in the future?" Ning Xiaotsai said, "I plan to go to Bamboo Mountain and build a straw hut. I'll plant flowers and grass every day, read and write, and live the rest of my life." "Sir, you're already old. If you don't mind, I still have some strength left. I hope I can help you build the straw hut." Lin Feng said. "Thank you, young friend." Ning Xiaotsai said gratefully. "Sir, you're welcome." Lin Feng helped Ning Xiaotsai onto the ox cart and then led the green ox towards Bamboo Mountain. On the way, Lin Feng met Wang Hu and a few other disciples. He told them that they would leave for the ancient barbarian mining area tomorrow and that he would be there later. Wang Hu and the others nodded in agreement. Bamboo Mountain was about 100 miles away from northern barbarian town. There was a dense forest of bamboo. There used to be a mountain deity temple in Bamboo Mountain, but it was now in ruins. Lin Feng repaired the mountain deity temple and built a 2-story bamboo house next to it. Bamboo houses can't keep out the cold in winter. Sir, you can stay in the mountain deity temple during winter. Although the temple is a bit run down, it can keep out the cold after some repairs. Lin Feng said. Ning Xiaozai said, you've helped me a lot, but I don't have anything to repay you with. I have a book here called Talk About Gods and Devils. I spent 30 years writing it. Please accept it. With that, Ning Xiaozai took out a book. Rumors of Gods and Ghosts? Lin Feng was surprised. Have a tiger in your heart, sniff the roses. Have justice in your heart, and no ghosts or gods can invade you. Scholar Ning said. Lin Feng pondered deeply over elementary Scholar Ning's words and felt that they made a lot of sense. He couldn't help but think to himself, who said that a scholar is useless? The more these scholars read, the more they could see the essence of things. That night, Lin Feng did not leave immediately. He helped elementary Scholar Ning to make some wooden furniture and then set up a few formations around the area. If any ferocious birds or beasts came, the formations would be activated and would be able to exterminate the birds or beasts. That night, Lin Feng sat cross-legged. The oil lamp emitted a faint light and the book, Talk About Gods and Devils, was placed in front of Lin Feng. Lin Feng opened the book and found that Talk About Gods and Devils recorded many stories about gods, demons, and ghosts. The first story went like this: a scholar who was rushing to take an exam passed by an ancient forest. There was no one there, and in the forest there was a dilapidated temple of a mountain god. The scholar burned incense for the mountain god and then read through the night. As he read, his body was enveloped in a vast righteous aura, which attracted many spiritual beasts from the forest. Reading to this point, Lin Feng was slightly surprised. Vast righteous aura. Lin Feng had seen an introduction in the records of the heavens. It said that Confucian cultivators cultivated vast righteous aura. Vast righteous aura was, of course, easy to understand. Reading nourished one's qi, mind, and thoughts. With justice in one's heart, one would develop vast righteous aura after reading. Even among ordinary scholars, there were some who could cultivate awe-inspiring righteousness. However, for ordinary scholars, even if they could cultivate vast righteous aura, they couldn't use it because they didn't know how to cultivate. Lin Feng continued reading. It was written in the Talk of Gods and Devils that the scholar's overwhelming righteousness not only attracted spirit beasts, but also demons and devils from the forest. Therefore, the demons wanted to eat the scholars to increase their cultivation. Right when the demons were about to attack, the mountain god in the temple suddenly came to life and repelled the demons, protecting the scholar. This story is quite interesting. The mountain god is a form of spiritual sustenance, not a real manifestation. How could it come to life? Lin Feng slightly shook his head. He read the contents of the book as a story. Lin Feng found that most of the contents were related to the scholar. At that moment, Lin Feng read something else, and his attention was drawn to it. It was written that one day, a prime minister named Liu Mo went out for an inspection. Wherever he went, there were evil spirits causing mischief. These evil spirits wanted to take the prime minister's life. When the prime minister boarded the boat, a sudden gust of wind blew from the lake. Evil qi roiled, and the evil spirits were boundless, wanting to capsize the prime minister's boat. However, the prime minister shouted, "The righteous path of the world is filled with vicissitudes. Demons dare to cause chaos in the world. They must be punished." As soon as the word punished was spoken, miserable screams rang out one after another. The demons hiding in the dark fell from the sky and died in the lake. The violent gale and demonic energy also disappeared. Someone asked, "Prime Minister, you've never cultivated before. Why did you kill all those demons with a single roar?" The Prime Minister replied, "I've been studying for 50 years. I've cultivated vast righteous aura in my heart. Naturally, demons can't get close to me. It's really mysterious." Lin Feng muttered. These stories were indeed very interesting, but Lin Feng didn't believe the contents of the stories. Lin Feng composed himself and continued reading. It turned out that after the demons suffered heavy casualties, they weren't willing to admit defeat. Thus, they used their evil methods and summoned 3 female ghosts. These demons sent the three ghosts to deal with Liamo late at night. Liamo was reading in his room when the three ghosts transformed into three peerless beauties and came to him. The three seductive women twisted their serpentine waists and were extremely charming. They wanted to seduce Prime Minister Liamo and then bite him to death. But when they got close to Prime Minister Liamo, they saw Prime Minister Liamo's body emit an aura of righteousness that forced the three ghosts back. The three ghosts immediately reverted to their original forms. They snarled, "We came here to eat you. Aren't you afraid of us?" Liamo replied, "I'm not afraid of crooked shadows. I'm not afraid of ghosts knocking on my door in the middle of the night. Everyone says they aren't afraid of ghosts, but who wouldn't be afraid of ghosts?" The three ghosts screamed and pounced on Liamo. At this time, the purple chi in Liamo's body spread for 3,000 miles. Ah, vast righteous aura. The three ghosts were so scared that their souls left their bodies. They trembled and begged for mercy. "Fine, I'll enlighten you and let you reincarnate." Liamo's voice fell and he sent a stream of righteous aura into the ghosts' bodies. The demonic aura disappeared from their bodies. They thanked Liamo profusely and flew out to be reincarnated. Lin Feng had read a lot of books and read a lot of interesting stories. Lin Feng couldn't help but admire Xianxia. It wasn't easy to come up with so many stories. If they were printed and told by storytellers in restaurants and teahouses, they would definitely become popular. The next day, Lin Feng bid farewell to Xianxia. He still had to rush to the ancient barbarian mining area. The ancient barbarian mining area was located deep in the mountains. Lin Feng quickly flew towards it. On the way, he saw a large group of soldiers escorting a group of over 1,000 people. Those who were being escorted were all shackled and handcuffed. There were men, women, and even children among them. Lin Feng frowned and stopped. "Who are these people?" The leader of the group quickly got off his horse and greeted Lin Feng. "Young master, these are the criminals who were sentenced to death in the ancient barbarian kingdom. However, the immortal sect was kind enough to give them a chance to live. They were allowed to go to the immortal sect's mining area." The ancient barbarian kingdom was one of the vassals of the Blue Cloud sect. It was said that the founding emperor of the ancient barbarian kingdom was an elder of the Blue Cloud sect. Even now, the ancient barbarian kingdom's royal family was still very powerful. Lin Feng had heard that there were several Inyang cultivators in the royal family. Furthermore, the ancient barbarian kingdom was located at the border between the barbarian realm and the barbarian realm. Barbarians would often invade the barbarian kingdom, causing wars to break out at the borders. Lin Feng nodded and continued flying towards the ancient barbarian mining area. In the afternoon, he arrived at the ancient barbarian mining area. After hearing the news, Wang Hu, Shi Weizhu, and the others quickly came out to welcome him. A dozen disciples also came out to welcome Lin Feng. The leader of the group was called Zhou Zhao. He had a medium build and looked to be around 24 or 25 years old. His aura was deep, and it was clear that his cultivation was extraordinary. "You must be junior brother Lin, right?" "I am Zhou Zhao, the person in charge of mining area 1. Zhou Zhao smiled and cupped his fists. Lin Feng cupped his fists as well. "Senior brother Zhou, thank you for coming out to welcome me personally." Zhou Zhao grabbed Lin Feng's hand and said, "I've heard about you. Back in the Thunderblade secret territory, you killed the myriad immortal sex genius, Wan Xing, with a single slash. You made the Blue Cloud sect's pride. But I didn't expect that you would come to the ancient barbarian mining area to train." "Of course." Lin Feng was surprised. "Could it be that you also went to the Thunderblade mysterious world to practice, brother?" "Of it. Of's. Regret." Lin Feng believed Zhou Zhao's words. He really did feel regretful. It was understandable that one would feel regretful if they missed such an opportunity. Zhou Zhao smiled and said, "I heard about it from my little brother. A while ago, he sent me a letter and talked about some things that happened in the Thunderblade secret territory." "I see." Lin Feng nodded. "Let's not stand here. Let's talk in the living room," Zhou Zhao said with a smile. Lin Feng nodded and entered the living room with Zhou Zhao and the others. The person in charge of the ancient barbarian mining area is Elder Wu Cheng from the Blue Cloud sect. However, Elder Wu Chang is obsessed with studying formations, so he divided the mining area into 5 areas. Each area is guarded by a different disciple. Before you came, junior brother Lu from mining area 5 was transferred away, so the elder assigned mining area 5 to you. Zhou Zhao smiled at Lin Feng and said, Junior brother, do you want to rest for a while before going to mining area 5? Or do you want to come with me to mining area 5 now? Lin Feng smiled and said, let's go to mining area 5 now. I'll have to trouble you to lead the way. Junior brother, you're too polite. Zhou Zhao stood up and led Lin Feng and the others to mining area 5. Mine number 5 was a mining area that stretched for more than 10 miles. The people who mined here were either sentenced to death by the ancient barbarian kingdom, prisoners of war, or people who committed serious crimes and were sentenced to be exterminated. The Emerald Cloud sect took these people from the ancient barbarian kingdom because of the goodness of the heavens. They were the cultivators that Lin Feng had met on the way here. When Lin Feng and the others arrived at mining area 5, a short and skinny disciple ran over to them. Junior brother Lin, this is Li Liang. He has been helping junior brother Zhang with some matters in the mining area. If you have any questions, you can ask him. Zhou Zhao pointed at the disciple and introduced him. Li Liang obviously knew that Lin Feng would come, so he bowed respectfully to Lin Feng. Lin Feng told him to rise, and Zhang Liang stood up. Lin Feng's first impression of Zhang Liang was that he was quite polite. Zhou Zhao said, Junior brother, you must be tired from the long journey. I won't disturb you any longer. At night, the people in charge of the 4 mining areas will prepare a welcome banquet to welcome junior brother. Lin Feng smiled and said, I wonder if senior brother can introduce me to Elder Wu. Zhou Zhao smiled wryly and said, Elder Wu said that he would wait for you before leaving, but he left a few days ago. I don't know where he went. Lin Feng nodded and escorted Zhou Zhao out of the mining area before returning. Li Liang said, Senior brother, I've already prepared the accommodation. All right. Lin Feng nodded and followed Li Liang to the accommodation. There was a courtyard in the 5th mining area, and the environment was quite good. There were 5 3-story wooden buildings in the courtyard, and they were the accommodation. Lin Feng and the others lived in the innermost building. The mining area is a bit simple and crude. I wonder if senior brother can get used to living here. Li Liang asked respectfully. It's not bad. Lin Feng nodded. Li Liang wanted to say something but stopped. Wang Hu and the others knew that Li Liang had something to say to Lin Feng, so they all went to their rooms. Li Liang took out a storage pouch and gave it to Lin Feng. He said, we knew that senior brother was coming, so we prepared some gifts. They're all worthless things, so we hope senior brother doesn't mind. Alright, put them down. Lin Feng nodded and said, do you have information on Elder Wu and the 4 people in charge of the mining area? I've already prepared them, Li Liang said as he took them out. Lin Feng was surprised. Li Liang was really watertight. Alright, you can leave now. I'll call you if I need you. Lin Feng said. Then junior brother will take his leave, said Li Liang, bowing to Lin Feng and leaving the room. 2 top-quality spirit stones and 5,000 high-quality spirit stones. Lin Feng withdrew his divine sense from his interspatial pouch and smiled. These guys were very rich. However, it was normal. The ancient barbarian mining area was one of the 3 largest mining areas in the Blue Cloud sect. It was not something an ordinary spirit mine could compare to. It was normal for the disciples to keep some of the top-quality spirit stones. Moreover, the disciples who could be supervisors in the ancient barbarian mining area were not ordinary. Maybe their cultivation talent was not very good. But their background was not simple. Maybe one of the disciples' elders was a high-ranking member of the sect. Not all of the high-ranking members of the sect were very talented. Those who were not talented would often apply to be transferred to a place where they could make money. Obviously, the mining area was the best place for them to make money. This kind of thing did not only happen in the Blue Cloud sect. Similar things would happen in many sects and clans. After Lin Feng put away these things, he opened the information that Li Liang had left behind. Wu Chang, the person in charge of the ancient barbarian mining area, a spirit array master. He was a very powerful person. The person in charge of the first mining area is Zhou Zhao. His uncle is the outer sect great elder Xianxia. He is humble and good at socializing. He has a high prestige among the disciples. Lin Feng smiled. He did not expect Zhou Zhao to have such a relationship with great elder Xianxia. When he was in the outer sect, great elder Xianxia took good care of Lin Feng. He had also helped Lin Feng. Moreover, great elder Xianxia was very optimistic about Lin Feng's future. It could be said that among all the new disciples who had just joined the elite sect, Lin Feng was the one who Xianxia valued the most. Lin Feng felt that Zhou Zhao might have been entrusted by great elder Xianxia to be so enthusiastic about him. The person in charge of the second mining area was called Zhou Yuding. She had a cold personality. Her mother was the fifth elder of the alchemy peak. Zhou Yuding liked women. Damn, Li Liang is really something. He even managed to find out that Zhou Yuding likes women. Lin Feng could not help but roll his eyes. The person in charge of mine number 3 was Xianxia. Her identity and origin were unknown, but it was said that she had an extraordinary background and was very talented. She came to the mine to train because she wanted to use the huge amount of resources in the mine to break through to the Yin-Yang realm. This woman had always been low-key and mysterious. She had never even entered the heaven and earth list, but her cultivation was definitely powerful. Although this woman looked charming and seductive, she was actually an extremely cold-blooded person. There was once a senior brother who wanted to take liberties with Yu Zhuxin, but his dantian was destroyed by Yu Zhuxin. Moreover, this matter was left unsettled by the sect. Therefore, Yu Zhuxin was definitely a very terrifying person. The person in charge of mine number 4 was Kim Zhangke. He was the grandson of Spirit Array Peak's second elder, Jin Tianzhao. He was proficient in arrays, but he was lustful. Lin Feng finished reading these materials very quickly and could not help but shake his head. The people in charge of these 4 mines did not seem simple at all. In the evening, Zhou Zhao sent people to bring Lin Feng and the others to a banquet. Lin Feng and the others went to the banquet. They arrived at Zhou Zhao's residence in mine number 1. When Lin Feng and the others arrived, Zhou Zhao and the other 4 people in charge of mine number 4 were already waiting for Lin Feng. Haha, junior brother Lin and the others are here. Zhou Zhao smiled. Then, Zhou Zhao introduced them to each other. This is Lin Feng, junior brother. This is the person in charge of mine number 2, junior sister Zhou Yuding. This is the person in charge of mine number 3, junior sister Xianxia. This is the person in charge of mine number 4, junior brother Kim Zhangke. The 4 of them bowed, and it could be said that they were acquainted with each other. Lin Feng realized that Zhou Yuding was actually very beautiful. She was tall, had long legs, a slim waist, and snow-white skin. Her small face was also very beautiful. Lin Feng thought to himself, is such a beautiful woman's sexual orientation abnormal? Did Li Liang make a mistake? Yu Zhuxin was also a first-class beauty. Her lips were fiery red, and she looked very charming. She smiled at Lin Feng, her eyes sparkling. She looked like she was trying to seduce Lin Feng. But Lin Feng knew from Li Liang that this woman looked charming, but she was actually a cruel and merciless woman. He couldn't be fooled by her appearance. As for Jin Jingkai of mine number 4, he was wearing a golden robe and was quite handsome. However, his eyes were slightly long and narrow, which gave people an uncomfortable feeling. Everybody, let's take a seat, said Zhou Zhao smiling. Everybody walked towards the main hall. Junior sister Shuizhu, I didn't think that you would come to Ancient Man Mine. After Jin Jingkai saw Shuizhu, his eyes suddenly lit up, and 2 evil lights flashed in his eyes. Shuizhu's face turned pale when she saw Kim Zhangke. She hadn't thought that she would see him here. Lin Feng noticed that Shuizhu was acting strangely, and he grabbed her hand. This scene was naturally witnessed by many people. Shuizhu raised her head and looked at Lin Feng. When she saw Lin Feng smile at her, the fear in her heart gradually disappeared. Kim Zhangke's face darkened when he saw that. He couldn't help but sneer and walk towards the main hall. This is interesting. Yu Zhuxin smiled. The corners of Yu Zhuxin's mouth curled into a faint smile. She had more or less heard about what had happened back then. Zhou Yuding, on the other hand, gave Shuizhu a meaningful look. Zhou Zhao smiled wryly. He could see that Lin Feng and Kim Jong-K had some enmity between them. Zhou Zhao tried to smooth things over. He smiled and said, "Everybody, don't stop. Let's take a seat. Today, we won't go back until we're drunk." Everyone took a seat. Zhou Zhao and a few beautiful female disciples livened up the atmosphere. It was quite lively. Halfway through the banquet, Kim Jong-K looked at Lin Feng and said mockingly, "I heard that junior brother Lin is on good terms with senior brother Guoxiao." Lin Feng nodded and said, "I am indeed on good terms with senior brother Guoxiao. May I know why senior brother Jean is talking about this? No wonder it's said that junior brother Lin was able to get the position of leader because of senior brother Guoxiao. Now, it seems that the rumors aren't baseless," Kim Jong-K said with a smile that didn't reach his eyes. The disciples who came with Lin Feng sneered inside. Some of them had been in the sect for a few years and had heard about the past between Kim Jong-K and Shi Weizhu. They couldn't help but observe a moment of silence for Kim Jong-K. Did this guy not know how terrifying junior brother Lin was? He actually dared to jump around in front of junior brother Lin. After hearing Kim Jong-K's words, Yu Zhuxin's smile became even more enchanting. Zhou Yuding frowned slightly and turned to look at Shi Weizhu. Ever since Shi Weizhu had arrived, Zhou Yuding had been looking at Shi Weizhu from time to time. Perhaps it was just as Li Liang had said, that Zhou Yuding was very interested in women. Zhou Zhao said in a deep voice, "Junior brother Jean, I think you're drunk." Kim Jong-K said indifferently, "What? Can't I tell you the truth?" Lin Feng said indifferently, "Senior brother Jean is drunk." "I won't blame you, but next time, don't say such drunken words in front of me, because you'll die." Lin Feng drank a cup of wine, stood up, and walked outside. Swish, the 20 or so disciples who had come with him all stood up and walked outside. "This guy has quite a personality." Yu Zhuxin smiled. "Threatening me? How interesting." Kim Jong-K's lips curled into a sinister smile. When he thought of Lin Feng holding Shi Weizhu's hand, Kim Jong-K's smile grew wider. However, many people felt a chill down their spines when they saw Kim Jong-K smile. After returning to their residences, everyone went to rest. Shi Weizhu said, "Junior apprentice brother, I have something to tell you." Lin Feng nodded. Shi Weizhu went to Lin Feng's room, her expression uncertain. Lin Feng naturally knew that she wanted to talk about something that had happened in the past. However, it was obvious that Shi Weizhu did not want to remember what had happened in the past. That matter was most likely related to Kim Jong-K. Lin Feng felt a little heartache as he caressed Shi Weizhu's beautiful face and said, "You can tell me anything. As long as I'm here, no one will hurt you." Shi Weizhu nodded slightly and said, "I was a slave that was sold." "A slave?" Lin Feng frowned slightly. Shi Weizhu covered her face as tears streamed down her face. Lin Feng felt a little heartache as he hugged Shi Weizhu. Shi Weizhu's voice trembled as she asked, "Junior apprentice brother, will you look down on me?" Slaves were quite common in many secular countries, and many people considered them to be the lowest class of people. Lin Feng softly replied, "How could I? In my opinion, no matter what kind of status we have, it's not something we can decide. The only thing we can decide is what kind of person we will become in the future." Shi Weizhu stood up and looked at Lin Feng as she said, "When I was 10, I was sold to the Blue Cloud sect to be a servant. There were many people with a low status like me. The Blue Cloud sect had hundreds of thousands of disciples, elders, and deacons, so they naturally needed many slaves. In fact, many factions were like this, and they would buy slaves in large quantities to serve as servants." Lin Feng did not interrupt, and he just listened quietly. "I started as a servant at Spirit Array Peak. When I was 13, Kim Jong-K saw me, and Kim Jong-K took me away." At this point, Shi Weizhu couldn't help but cry. "That's something I don't want to remember for the rest of my life." At that time, there were 5 sisters, and they were all taken away by Kim Jong-K. Kim Jong-K got someone to brand our backs as slaves." As she spoke, Shi Weizhu took off her clothes one by one. She turned around and exposed her back. Lin Feng saw a blood-red mark about 10 feet below her neck. It was obviously branded with a hot iron. Lin Feng stretched out his hand and gently caressed the mark of a slave. Shi Weizhu's delicate body slightly trembled. Then, Jin Jingkai found someone to teach the 5 of us how to serve men. Sherweiju's face was pale as she spoke. When I was 14, Kim Jong-K began to call my sisters one after another. They were then ravaged by Kim Jong-K. He wasn't human, and they came back covered in bruises. Finally, Kim Jong-K wanted me to serve him. Sherweiju showed an incomparably painful expression. Lin Feng held Sherweiju in his arms. This should be the most painful memory for Sherweiju, right? If it was possible, perhaps she would never want to remember it. One of the big sisters found a dry well behind the fake mountain. I hid in the dry well, and the 4 big sisters covered the dry well with stones. At a glance, they couldn't see anything strange. Sherweiju's face was pale and painful as she said, Kim Jong-K didn't see me, so he personally came to find me. No one has ever disobeyed him, but I did. Kim Jong-K was about to go crazy. He asked the 4 sisters where I was hiding. They said they didn't know, and then Kim Jong-K broke their bones inch by inch. I heard their tragic cries from the dry well. I wanted to climb up and save them, but I was trapped inside. After the 4 sisters' bones were broken by Kim Jong-K used a boning knife to cut off their flesh piece by piece. They died very miserably, but they didn't say where I was hidden. In order to cover up his crime, Kim Jong-K burned down the courtyard. I thought I would die there, but I didn't expect that a senior sister from the sect would hear my cries and save me. Sherweiju muttered to herself. I hid in that senior sister's residence. If it wasn't for her, I might have already been an ice-cold corpse. As for my 4 sisters, they died because of me. I'll never forget their miserable cries before they died. Paper can't wrap fire. The news of him keeping female slaves and torturing them to death spread in the sect, but who would speak up for a few female slaves? Kim Jong-K is still at large. Sherweiju's eyes were filled with hatred. Lin Feng frowned slightly. Since you've joined the sect, even though you were slaves in the past, you've become the sect's odd job workers. You can even cultivate in the future. If your talent is outstanding, you might even have a chance to become a disciple. Who gave Kim Jong-K the guts? Why did he let him take you away and brand you with a slave mark? Because of his noble status, he can do that. Sherweiju's voice trembled as she spoke. She still couldn't bear to look back on the past. Every time she thought of her 4 sisters' tragic deaths, Sherweiju would be haunted by nightmares. Even after many years, she still couldn't walk out of that tragic fate. She wanted to avenge her 4 sisters who had died tragically, but she was powerless to do so. Later, by chance, I was brought to Heaven Repairing Peak by Elder Xianxia. Kim Jong-K also left the sect. I thought I'd never see him again, but I didn't expect to see that bastard here. Sherweiju's voice was filled with hatred. Senior sister, I'll help you. No matter what you do, I'll help you. Lin Feng said softly. He really felt sorry for Sherweiju. It was hard to imagine how unbearable it must have been for a young girl like her. Really? Sherweiju raised her head and looked at Lin Feng excitedly. Of course it's true. If anyone bullies you, I'll take their life. Whether it's in the past, now, or in the future, I'll take their dog life. Lin Feng gently caressed Sherweiju's face as he spoke solemnly. Boo-hoo. Sherweiju started crying. Her tears were like raindrops on a pear blossom, but she quickly started laughing again. She had never felt this way before. Her heart was filled with indescribable emotions. Sherweiju took the initiative to hug Lin Feng and kiss him. Senior sister, you're too emotional today. Don't be like this, said Lin Feng. Junior brother, let me serve you. I've learned all kinds of ways to serve men for a year, but I've never used them. Besides, no man has ever touched my body. Junior brother, I'll serve you well. Sherweiju took off her clothes, blushed, and threw herself into Lin Feng's arms. A ray of warm sunlight shone into the room. Lin Feng looked at Sherweiju, who was lazily lying in his arms like a kitten. Perhaps it was because she had revealed the pain that had been hidden in her heart for many years, or perhaps it was because she had truly fallen in love with this man who cared about her, loved her, and protected her. That was why Sherweiju had gone crazy last night. Lin Feng put on his clothes and walked out of the room. At this time, Wang Hu came over and said, Junior brother, Senior brother Zhou is here to invite you to the training grounds. Lin Feng nodded. He knew that there was a rule in the ancient barbarian mining area that was set by Elder Wu Chang. He hoped that the Blue Cloud sect disciples would not forget to cultivate even if they were in the mining area. Has everyone gathered? Lin Feng asked. I didn't find junior sister Shi Weizhu, but everyone else has gathered. I wonder where she went. Should I look for her again? Wang Hu scratched his head and said. Lin Feng secretly thought Shi Weizhu was so crazy yesterday. She clearly couldn't hold on, but she still kept asking. In the end, she almost fainted. She needed time to recover her strength. Lin Feng said, there's no need to look for senior sister Shi Weizhu. She went out this morning to help me with something. Wang Hu was a little confused. What could be done in the mining area? However, he also knew that he shouldn't ask questions that shouldn't be asked. Lin Feng and Wang Hu went outside. Seeing that everyone had gathered, Lin Feng smiled and said, let's go. It's our first morning training. Don't be late. Then, the group of people chatted and laughed as they walked towards the training grounds. When they arrived at the training grounds, Zhou Zhao, Yu Zhuxin, Zhou Yuding, Kim Zhongke, and the rest, as well as their disciples, were already there. TSK, you really know how to put on airs. You actually made so many people wait. Kim Zhongke curled his lips and sneered. Zhou Zhao's expression darkened slightly as he said, Junior brother Zhou, stop talking. Kim Zhongke was obviously not afraid of Zhou Zhao and couldn't help but curl his lips. Lin Feng said indifferently, I don't think I'm late, right? Since I'm not late, I'll have to trouble those who are farting. Shut up. Don't smell us in the morning. PFFF, many disciples couldn't help but laugh. Lin Feng's expression suddenly became serious. Of course. Of course. Of course, junior brother. Said Lin Feng indifferently. Of course I've heard about it. The morning exercises in the mine are a competition between disciples. Of disciples, of course. Jin Jingkai sneered. Junior brother Lin, you're already a leader at such a young age. I'm sure you must be very powerful. How about exchanging a few moves with you? At this moment, a tall disciple walked out from Jin Jingkai's side. This person was called Chui. He was in the 8th heaven of the martial king realm. The disciples who had been in the mine for many years. Even if they weren't very talented, they could still use spirit stones to increase their cultivation. However, with their talent, it was almost impossible for them to break through to the yin-yang realm in the future. Chui had obviously been arranged by Kim Zhongke to humiliate Lin Feng. This time, Zhou Zhao didn't say anything because he knew how terrifying Lin Feng was. But Kim Zhongke obviously didn't know. If you really think that junior brother Lin's battle strength is the same as his cultivation, then you're gravely mistaken. Let's see how you'll suffer. Zhou Zhao couldn't help but sneer inwardly. He also had a lot of complaints about Kim Zhongke. Because Jin Jingkai was a spiritual array master, he was highly regarded by Elder Wu Chang. Because of this, Jin Jingkai did not put Zhou Zhao in his eyes at all. This was not the first time he had refuted Zhou Zhao's face. How could Zhou Zhao not have any complaints about Kim Zhongke? Now that he saw Kim Zhongke recklessly offending Lin Feng, Zhou Zhao couldn't be bothered to do anything. He couldn't wait for Kim Zhongke to suffer at Lin Feng's hands. Seeing that Lin Feng didn't say anything, Kim Zhongke sneered. He thought that Lin Feng was afraid. Kim Zhongke said sarcastically, "Tsk tisk, it's just a friendly exchange. Junior brother Lin doesn't dare to? I heard that junior brother Lin went to the Thunderblade secret territory. It's dangerous there, but junior brother Lin was able to stay there for a year. Could it be that junior brother Lin hid in some corner for a year? Haha." The disciples next to Jin Jingkai burst into laughter. They were looking at Lin Feng with disdain in their eyes. Junior brother Lin doesn't need to do anything to deal with these people. I can deal with them myself, said Mo Yuning when he saw that Kim Zhongke was going overboard. Mo Yuning wasn't convinced of Lin Feng's strength before, but after what had happened in northern Wasteland City, Mo Yuning was convinced of Lin Feng's strength. Naturally, he didn't want to see Lin Feng being humiliated by Kim Zhongke. Tsk, if you ask someone else to do it, it'll be too boring, said Kim Zhongke indifferently. Lin Feng smiled and said, Senior brother Mo, did you see that? Senior brother Jin's meaning is very clear. We can't ask someone else to do it. How about this, if you want me to do it, I'll do it, but if there's no prize, it'll be too boring. How about this, let's all use something as a prize. That's a good idea, junior brother Lin. I think we should add something to it. Yu Zhuxin smiled. Junior brother Lin, what are you going to use as a prize? Asked Zhou Yuding. 100 top-grade spirit stones, said Lin Feng indifferently. Hiss. Even Zhou Zhao, Yu Zhuxin, Zhou Yuding and the others were shocked. They had stayed in the mining area for many years. They had spent many years in the mining area, and they only had around 100 top-grade spirit stones. You have 100 top-grade spirit stones? Who are you trying to fool? Said Kim Jong-K disdainfully. He wasn't the only one who didn't believe him. Zhou Zhao, Yu Zhuxin, and Zhou Yuding didn't believe him either. Lin Feng said indifferently, since I said I have them, then I have them. Do you want to bet or not? Just say it. Kim Jong-K's expression kept changing. He had spent 5 years in the mining area, and after deducting the top-grade spirit stones he had used for cultivation, he only had 100 top-grade spirit stones. If he lost, all his savings over the years would be gone in an instant. However, Kim Jong-K changed his mind. How could he lose? That boy was only at the 7th heavenly layer of the Martial King realm. Chui was at the 8th celestial layer of the Martial King realm. Said Kim Jong-K. If you lose, what will you do if you don't have 100 top-grade spirit stones? Then I'll let you do whatever you want with me. Lin Feng shrugged. Alright, I'll bet with you. Kim Jong-K's expression suddenly became gloomy. Alright, let's begin. Said Zhou Zhao. Immediately, a burst of cheers came from the crowd because the stakes were too high. Junior brother Lin is too arrogant. He's only at the 7th celestial layer of the Martial King realm. Won't he lose without a doubt? Yeah, he's just looking for a beating. Many disciples were discussing. Junior brother Lin is going to trick people again. Wang Hu and the other disciples mourned for Kim Jong-K. They all thought to themselves, you'll cry later. The disciple called Chui was already moving towards Lin Feng as fast as lightning. Lightning steps. Someone immediately cried out in alarm. The lightning steps was a footwork passed down from the Blue Cloud sect. It was very difficult to cultivate. Very few disciples were able to successfully cultivate it. However, once one succeeded, the lightning steps would be extremely powerful. Just like its name, the lightning steps. As fast as lightning, once the lightning steps were used, it was like a bolt of lightning. Before the opponent could react, the person using the lightning steps had already arrived in front of the opponent. Then, he threw a punch. That was enough to defeat the opponent. No wonder the disciples were so shocked and excited when they saw Chui use the lightning steps. The lightning steps were indeed powerful. Will Lin Feng be defeated by Chui in one move? Immediately, many disciples started discussing. They felt that it was very possible. Let's end this. Chui arrived in front of Lin Feng in an instant. His expression was cold as he threw a punch at Lin Feng. Many people's expressions changed. They couldn't keep up with Chui's speed. It was too terrifying. Chui's punch was about to hit Lin Feng's body. At that moment, Lin Feng tilted his body slightly to the left. Chui's punch brushed past Lin Feng's body and moved towards him. This punch actually missed. What? Chui exclaimed in disbelief. In the next moment, Lin Feng threw a punch at Chui. Bang! A loud sound was heard. Chui flew back more than 20 meters as if he had been struck by lightning. He fell to the ground and held in pain. His earth energy dissipated. He was no longer able to fight. Is it over? Everyone was dumbfounded. What had happened was different from what they had expected. Wasn't Lin Feng supposed to be defeated by Chui? Was he supposed to be defeated by Chui in one move? Why was Chui defeated by Lin Feng in one move? Could it be luck? Many people thought back to how Lin Feng had dodged Chui's attack in a moment of panic. It seemed that it could only be attributed to luck. Otherwise, how could he have dodged it? I'm sorry, I'm the chosen one. Whenever I go out, I pick up gold ingots. When I fight, I'm also blessed by the heavens. I accidentally won this battle. Lin Feng said with a smile. Bah! Heaven's chosen one? Why is this brat so shameless? Many disciples rolled their eyes. Kim Jong-kei's face was extremely gloomy, and the corner of his mouth twitched violently. His heart seemed to be bleeding. 100 top-grade spirit stones were accumulated over many years. In the blink of an eye, it turned into nothingness. Lin Feng smiled at Kim Jong-kei and said, Senior brother Jean, what are you waiting for? Hurry up and give me 100 top-grade spirit stones. Jean Jinkai's face darkened as he took out a jade box. He said in a strange tone, Junior apprentice brother Lin is really lucky. I wonder if junior apprentice brother Lin will be so lucky next time. Lin Feng was surprised. Senior brother Jean, do you have more top-grade spirit stones? Do you want another round? Since I'm the chosen one, there's no way I'll lose. You. When Kim Jong-kei heard Lin Feng's mocking tone, his face became even more gloomy. He gave the jade box to Lin Feng and turned around to leave. He really didn't want to stay any longer. Haha, I'm really lucky today. Let's continue our morning exercises. Lin Feng opened the jade box and checked the top-grade spirit stones. When he found that there were no problems, he put them away and smiled at the crowd. Everyone looked at Lin Feng with envy. 100 top-grade spirit stones, it was simply a huge fortune. Everyone knew what top-grade spirit stones meant. In the next few days, Kim Jong-kei seemed to be more honest. Lin Feng had been cultivating with the help of the top-grade spirit stones from Kim Jong-kei. He was now at the peak of the 7th level of the Martial King realm. He just needed an opportunity to break through to the 8th level of the Martial King realm. Now, everything was ready. After adjusting his state for a few days, Lin Feng set up a concealment array and a spirit gathering array in his room that night. He took out a large number of high-grade spirit stones and more than 30 top-grade spirit stones and piled them up in the array. Then, he began to try to break through. The array operated. The pure energy contained in the spirit stones was also absorbed. The pure energy was all absorbed by Lin Feng. The earth energy in Lin Feng's body began to become purer. 6 hours later. A strong aura surged out of Lin Feng's body. Behind Lin Feng, the shadow of an Archean dragonesque elephant appeared. The Archean dragonesque elephant looked up to the sky and roared, shaking the mountains and rivers. I finally broke through to the 8th level of the Martial King realm. Lin Feng smiled. But then, a bitter smile appeared on his face. It took him more than 60 top-grade spirit stones to break through to the 8th level of the Martial King realm. This consumption was twice as much as Lin Feng had expected. Of course, the more strength Lin Feng absorbed when breaking through, the more strength he absorbed, the stronger he became. It took me more than 60 top-grade spirit stones to break through to the 8th level of the Martial King realm. If I break through to the 9th level of the Martial King realm, I'm afraid I'll need more. It's hard to find top-grade spirit stones. Lin Feng couldn't help but wail. Even in this mining area, the amount of top-grade spirit stones mined was very small. Therefore, it was obviously impossible to take over the mining area. It was possible to take a few from time to time. But for Lin Feng, it was just a drop in the bucket. Having just broken through, Lin Feng began to worry about the top-grade spirit stones he needed for the next breakthrough. It was already dawn outside. Lin Feng walked outside. The team gathered and everyone went to do their morning exercise. When they came back from the morning exercise, breakfast was ready. A group of disciples gathered around to eat breakfast. At this time, a little girl of 11 or 12 years old came out of nowhere and ran towards the place where Lin Feng and the others were eating. The faces of the soldiers on guard suddenly changed. If these sect disciples were disturbed by the miners, they would inevitably be punished. Little brat, is this a place where you can just barge in? Get out of here. A soldier with a cold expression lashed out with a whip. Crack. The little girl was sent flying. With a plop, the little girl fell to the ground. Woo-woo, save Xiaoyu's brother, please, save Xiaoyu's brother. The little girl's face was full of pleading, and she cried like a weeping beauty. Little brat, in this mining area, you're already dead. Who can save you? The soldier sneered and reached out to grab the little girl, wanting to throw her out. Stop. A cold snort was heard. Sir. The surrounding soldiers saw Lin Feng and their faces changed. One of them hurriedly said, "Sir, please forgive us. We'll get rid of this little brat who disturbed you." "Woo-woo, big brother, save Xiaoyu's brother. Xiaoyu's brother is dying. Please save Xiaoyu's brother." The little girl threw herself at Lin Feng's feet and looked at Lin Feng with pleading eyes. A soldier said, "Sir, it seems like they're from Mine 4. According to the rules of the mining area, the various mining areas can't interfere with each other's business." "Kim Jong-kei's mining area?" Lin Feng raised an eyebrow. "That brat is here." At that moment, 5 or 6 disciples from mine number 4 led a dozen soldiers and charged over like wolves and tigers. The little girl was so scared that she curled up and trembled all over. Mine 4 was Kim Jong-kei's mine. Had the little girl escaped from there? Besides, Lin Feng also knew a few of those ferocious disciples. The leader was Jin Haodong, the third most important person in Mine 4. It was said that he used to be Kim Jong-kei's servant and had been promoted by Kim Jong-kei. "Junior brother Lin." Jin Haodong cupped his fists when he saw Lin Feng, but he didn't show any respect. Jin Haodong was more than 10 years older than Lin Feng, but cultivators had a longer lifespan, so he still looked relatively young. Jin Haodong's cultivation wasn't weak either. Kim Jong-kei had so many servants, so why had he promoted Jin Haodong? Jin Haodong's cultivation talent wasn't bad. Especially in the past few years in the mines, his cultivation had reached the 10th layer of the martial king realm. He was Kim Jong-kei's right-hand man. "What business do you have with me?" Lin Feng asked indifferently. "It's like this, a slave escaped to Mine 5, so we came to look for him." Jin Haodong explained. "A slave escaped, so of course you're looking for her in your mines. Why did you come to Mine 5? Could it be that the security of mine number 4 is so lax?" Lin Feng sneered. Jin Haodong smiled insincerely and said, "Soldiers are humans too. There are times when they let their guard down." "Is that so?" Lin Feng glanced at Jin Haodong indifferently and said, "The person you're looking for isn't in Mine 5. Leave." Jin Haodong's face sank and he said, "Junior brother Lin, this little girl is a slave that escaped from Mine 5. Lin Feng said indifferently, "Someone who was in my mine? You're saying that she escaped from your mine?" Jin Haodong stood with his hands behind his back and sneered, "That's right. She escaped from my mine. The disciples and soldiers behind me can testify." "That's right. We can prove that the little girl escaped from Mine 4. The group of people hurriedly said. Jin Haodong looked very pleased as he said, "Junior brother Lin, did you see that? The people behind me have confirmed what I said." Lin Feng glanced at Jin Haodong and said, "Get out of mine number 5. Don't you understand human language? Brat, what did you say? How dare you talk to me like that? Do you really think you're a mine owner? You're just a mine owner. Trash like you don't even have the right to speak to me." Jin Haodong didn't put Lin Feng in his eyes at all. He sneered again and again. He dared to be so arrogant in mine number 5, which was Lin Feng's territory. It was obvious that Kim Jong-kei often indulged him. Lin Feng's lips curled into a cold smile. Jin Haodong was really courting death. However, such trash was not even qualified for him to make a move. "Brother Mo Yuning, break his legs," said Lin Feng. Lin Feng's lips curled into a cold smile. "Yes." Mo Yuning stepped forward and threw a punch at Jin Haodong. "Brat, you're courting death." Jin Haodong shouted angrily and also threw a punch at Mo Yuning. Mo Yuning knew that Jin Haodong was strong, so he suddenly shouted, "Spirit." Boom, a terrifying aura burst out in an instant as Mo Yuning activated the spirit that he had mastered. At the same level, a cultivator with spirit could almost crush a cultivator without spirit. They could even kill in an instant. Bang. The two sides fiercely collided. Crack. The sound of bones cracking could be heard. Jin Haodong was sent flying, his arm broken. "Ah!" He screamed again and again. With a plop, he fell to the ground. Mo Yuning strode over and stepped on Jin Haodong's right leg. Mo Yuning worshipped Lin Feng. In this era, there was no such thing as idolatry. If there was, Mo Yuning would definitely be the type of fanboy. Therefore, he followed Lin Feng's orders unconditionally. "Don't!" Jin Haodong shouted in fear. The arrogance from before. The domineering attitude from before. The high and mighty attitude from before. At this moment, it turned into nothingness. There was only deep fear, crack, but in the next moment, the sound of bones cracking could be heard again. Mo Yuning ignored Jin Haodong's pleas. Mo Yuning, only listened to Lin Feng's orders. The moment his right leg was broken, Jin Haodong's shrill cry could be heard. His whole body twitched violently. Brat, you're dead. I can guarantee that you're dead. I'll make sure you die without a burial place. Jin Haodong roared with hatred, his murderous gaze sweeping past Mo Yuning. In the end, he looked at Lin Feng with hatred in his eyes. He gritted his teeth. In his heart, resentment overflowed. The other leg will be crippled as well. Lin Feng said indifferently. Mo Yuning nodded. Jin Haodong's face suddenly turned pale. Spare me, spare me. Jin Haodong, who was originally threatening Lin Feng, was begging for mercy in the blink of an eye. I thought you were tough, but it turns out that you're also a soft egg. Wang Hu and the others curled their lips. Crack, Mo Yuning stomped his foot down again. Jin Haodong's right leg was also broken. Such a cruel method had already frightened the surrounding people to the point of trembling. Everyone's face was as pale as paper. Spare us, we're all following senior brother Jin Haodong's orders. Several disciples hurriedly knelt down and begged for mercy. They were completely frightened by Lin Feng's methods. Lin Feng waved his hand. Mo Yuning understood and rushed forward without mercy. Crack! Crack! The sound of bones cracking could be heard. Each of them had a leg broken. Little girl, where's your brother? Lin Feng looked at the little girl. The little girl looked weakly at Lin Feng and said, They threw him in the Beast Valley. Beast Valley? Lin Feng frowned. This was the first time he had heard this name. What kind of place is the Beast Valley? Lin Feng asked. Mo Yuning and the others shook their heads. They had never heard of it. A soldier said, Young master, the Beast Valley is the place where the person in charge of mine number 4, Kim Jong-K, raises ferocious beasts. He has raised a dozen powerful ferocious beasts in the Beast Valley. I heard that Kim Jong-K sometimes throws some mining slaves into the Beast Valley to feed the ferocious beasts, but I don't know if the rumors are true. Lin Feng's expression changed slightly. Throwing people to feed the ferocious beasts, this Kim Jong-K was actually so heartless. Junior brother, please save her brother. Weizhu said. Big brother, please save Xiaoyu's brother. I beg you, Xiaoyu will repay you in the future. The little girl grabbed Lin Feng's clothes with a pleading expression. Take me to the Beast Valley. Lin Feng looked at the soldier. Young master, please follow me. The soldier hurriedly led the way. The group walked in the direction of the Beast Valley. Lin Feng's face was full of anger. Kim Jong-K was really scum. I should find a chance to kill this guy. In the Beast Valley, the roars of beasts could be heard from time to time. The Beast Valley was surrounded by a great array, so the beasts couldn't escape. A dozen disciples were guarding the Beast Valley. How long do you think those guys can last? A disciple asked with a smile. I'm guessing that they'll all die in there in less than half an hour, another disciple said. Brother Kim Jong-K put in a lot of effort to cultivate these beasts' ferocity. He made them personally hunt humans and let them remember the smell of humans. In the future, Brother Kim Jong-K will have a dozen more killing machines. Another disciple said. At that moment, a deafening roar came from the depths of the Beast Valley. The disciple smiled and said, It seems that the beasts are starting to hunt. A disciple said, I really want to go down and take a look. The leading disciple sneered, If you go down, I guarantee that you'll also become food for those big guys. You haven't seen how terrifying those big guys are. I went down with Brother Kim Jong-K once, and I'm guessing that those big guys can even kill a martial king of the 10th celestial layer. In a few years, even a Yinyang layer cultivator won't be a match for them. That's too terrifying. Many people sucked in a breath of cold air. In the Beast Valley, more than 50 miners were frantically running away, occasionally looking at the dozen beasts chasing after them. Among the beasts, there was a dark lightning leopard, a 3-headed scorpion, a 9-headed demonic tiger. Every single one of them had the blood of an ancient beast flowing in their veins. It was no wonder that they were so powerful. Hurry up and run inside. Find a place to hide. A miner pointed towards the depths of the Beast Valley, and everyone frantically ran away. Swoosh, at that moment, the dark lightning leopard sped up like a black bolt of lightning and instantly caught up. It opened its bloody mouth and bit towards a miner. Ah! That miner let out a cry. Crack! In the next moment, the miner's head was bitten off by the dark lightning leopard. When the others saw this, they were scared out of their wits. They frantically ran towards the depths of the Beast Valley. But at that moment, the ground in front of them split open, and a beast claw the size of a mountain stretched out from the ground. The huge claws swept towards the miners who were frantically trying to escape into the depths. Bang bang bang, one by one, the miners were swept away. Wow, the miners were coughing up mouthfuls of blood, and their faces were ghastly pale. The ferocious beasts in the back pounced over, and the miners died under the claws of the ferocious beasts. Young master, do you hear the roar of a beast? Look, that's the Beast Valley. The soldier pointed towards the depths. Yes. Lin Feng nodded and quickly arrived in front of the Beast Valley with everyone. Who are you? How dare you barge into senior brother Jin's Beast Valley? The leading disciple was called Meng Rue, and he had an arrogant expression on his face. This person was Kim Jonkei's confidant. He was a cultivator in the 9th layer of the Martial King realm and had outstanding strength. Are your dog eyes blind? This is the person in charge of the 5th mine, senior brother Lin Feng. A disciple shouted coldly. Lin Feng? Are you Lin Feng? Meng Rue's lips curled into a disdainful expression. He had heard of Lin Feng's cultivation level before, and he was only in the 7th layer of the Martial King realm. Meng Rue also knew that Lin Feng and Kim Jonkei had a deep grudge against each other. Kim Jonkei wanted to kill Lin Feng even in his dreams. Could he help senior brother Kim Jonkei deal with this brat today? At that time, it would be a great merit in front of senior brother Kim Jonkei. Thinking of this, Meng Rue's lips curled into a sinister expression. He looked indifferently at Lin Feng and said, I was wondering who it was. So it's junior brother Lin. This is not a place where you can come. Leave now, and I'll forgive you. If you don't know how to appreciate kindness, don't blame me for being rude. Those who dare to speak to me like this will not have a good ending. Senior brother Mo, break his limbs. Lin Feng said indifferently. Yes. Mo Yuning stepped forward and rushed towards Meng Rue. Boom. A terrifying aura surged out from Mo Yuning's body, and Meng Rue's expression changed drastically. He quickly retreated, wanting to avoid Mo Yuning's attack. But with his strength, it was as difficult as ascending to the heavens to avoid Mo Yuning's attack. I'm senior brother Kim Jonkei's man. If you dare to hurt me, senior brother Kim Jonkei will not let you go. Meng Rue threatened loudly. But in the next moment, he was sent flying by Mo Yuning's punch. With a cry, he spat out a mouthful of blood, and his face turned pale. He fell to the ground. Mo Yuning stepped forward. He stomped on Meng Rue one foot after another. Crack, 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 crack. The sound of bones cracking could be heard, and Meng Rue's limbs were broken. The rest of the disciples fell to their knees and begged, Senior brother Lin, we didn't offend you. Please forgive us. Lin Feng ignored them and said, wait here for a moment. I'll go down and take a look. As soon as he finished speaking, he leaped down. Swoosh, swoosh, in midair, he unfolded his golden wings and rushed down into the abyss like lightning. The massacre in the abyss was still ongoing. Out of more than 50 miners, only 3 were left. Among the 3, 2 of them had cultivated before and were agile. The last one was a 15 or 16-year-old boy. He was covered in injuries and was forced into a corner by several beasts. Puff, puff, there was a tearing sound, and the other 2 miners died tragically. At this time, more than a dozen beasts surrounded the skinny boy. I can't die. If I die, my sister will die here. The boy muttered to himself. His desire to live was extremely strong. Roar. Ferocious beasts roared and shook the sky. More than a dozen beasts pounced on the boy. Found him, Lin Feng flew over. He saw the boy and let out a sigh of relief. He was still alive, and he was about to save him. Lin Feng saw that the boy's eyes suddenly turned blood-red. "I can't die in this place," Yi Zichen muttered to himself. The boy gritted his teeth and said. He took a step forward. More than a dozen powerful beasts that were pouncing on him suddenly screamed and fell from the sky. They fell to the ground and fainted. As for the youth, he fell headfirst onto the ground. How is this possible? He doesn't have any cultivation, but he has his own force. In a life-and-death situation, he activated the force in his body. Lin Feng's face was full of shock. This boy was too heaven-defying. Lin Feng walked over and killed more than a dozen beasts that were dizzy. Then, he carried the boy and soared into the sky. Whoosh! Lin Feng carried the boy and rushed over, landing on the cliff. Woo woo woo, is my big brother dead? The little girl was crying like a pear blossom in the rain. Your brother is still alive. Lin Feng said. Big brother, you saved my brother. I'll kowtow to you. The little girl knelt on the ground. Lin Feng hastily pulled the little girl to her feet and said, Since you call me big brother, you're my little sister. How could a big brother refuse my little sister's request? Let's go back and treat him. Big brother, you're the best. Xiaoyu's face was covered in tears. The group quickly left. Let's go down and take a look. A disciple said. A few disciples flew down and saw the corpses of vicious beasts lying in the valley. The disciples' faces turned pale. These were vicious beasts that Kim Jong-K had painstakingly found and nurtured for many years. But now, they had all been killed by Lin Feng. The disciples knew that something big was about to happen. Kim Jong-K would definitely be furious, so they didn't dare hesitate. They quickly flew up and carried the unconscious Meng Rui back to Mine 4. They returned to Mine 5. Lin Feng placed the boy on the bed. Lin Feng then asked the others to leave, leaving only Shi Weizhu, Wang Hu, and Mo Yuning. Big brother, what happened to my brother? The little girl was obviously very worried about her brother, and she looked at Lin Feng pitifully. Lin Feng said, He's fine. He's just too tired. The little girl's brother was as thin as a matchstick. It was obvious that he had exerted too much strength and was fed poorly. His body wasn't in good condition, and he didn't have any cultivation, but he was emitting force. One had to know that emitting force was very taxing on one's mental and physical strength. Lin Feng took out a bottle of spirit liquid he had refined and fed it to the boy. Soon, the boy woke up. Big brother, you're finally awake. I was so worried about you. When Xiaoyu saw that the young man had woken up, he immediately started crying again. This time it was because he was too emotional that he started crying. Little you. The young man held his sister in his arms. Xiaoyu said, Big brother, this big brother saved you. Xiaoyu struggled out of the young man's embrace and pointed at Lin Feng. The youth got off the bed and immediately knelt on the ground and kowtowed to Lin Feng. Thank you for saving my sister. Thank you for saving me. Lin Feng smiled and said, Get up and talk. Only then did the youth get up from the ground. Lin Feng found that although this young man's body was thin and weak, and he had no cultivation, his eyes were firm, and he was neither servile nor overbearing. This made Lin Feng feel a little strange. This young man did not seem to be an ordinary person. Who are you? Why did you come to the ancient barbarian mining area and become a miner? Lin Feng asked. My name is Dishi Xian, and this is my sister, Dishi Yuer. My sister and I were going to a place to look for our family, and when we were crossing the border, they mistook us for spies. We were caught and brought here. Dishi Xian explained. Lin Feng frowned slightly. This Dishi Xian's introduction was too simple. It was obvious that he was hiding a lot of things. Wang Hu said, You're not being honest. Junior brother Lin saved your sister from those people in mining area 4, and he also saved you from the Beast Valley. You didn't even tell junior brother Lin about your background, and you only told him your name? What are you trying to hide? Dishi Xian lowered his head and did not speak. Lin Feng said, I won't ask about your background. Since I saved you, how are you going to repay me? What do you want, young master? No matter what it is, I will find it in the future and give it to you. Xian said. This brat is quite arrogant. Wang Hu said. Lin Feng said, I don't want anything. You will follow me from now on and serve me loyally. Do you want me to be your slave? Xian clenched his fists. Lin Feng said indifferently, of course not, you'll be my subordinate. Wang Hu, Mo Yuning, and Shi Weizhu all looked puzzled. Why did Lin Feng value a youth with no cultivation so much? Wasn't this too strange? However, they also knew that there were some things that they should ask and some that they should not. Xian's expression was uncertain. He was obviously weighing the pros and cons. Mo Yuning said, Junior brother Lin will take you in and protect you and your sister. This is a blessing that both of you cultivated in your previous lives. What are you still hesitating about? The youth did not speak. After a long time, he said, 15 years. 15 years. I will work for you. After 15 years, give me back my freedom. Lin Feng said indifferently, I won't restrict your freedom. 15 years. I will only work for you for 15 years. Xian said again. Alright, 15 years it is. Lin Feng said. At that moment, Xian bit his finger, and fresh blood flowed out. He touched his forehead with the blood and looked at Lin Feng. Clearly, Xian also wanted to touch Lin Feng's forehead. Lin Feng nodded. Xian also touched Lin Feng's forehead. I swear a blood oath that I will be your slave for 15 years. After 15 years, the blood oath will be completed and I will be free. Xian's voice was extremely sincere. What is this kid doing? Why is he so solemn? Wang Hu muttered. Shi Weizhu and Mo Yuning were also puzzled. Only Lin Feng was shocked. Because when Xian made the blood oath, a blood-red array appeared in Lin Feng's mind. It was an oath array. Who is this Xian? He actually knows about oaths? Lin Feng was shocked. He had heard the Fire Qilin say that only some of the most mysterious races could make such a blood oath. And such races valued promises the most. No wonder when he asked Xian to follow him, he hesitated. According to the Fire Qilin, once those races chose to follow someone, they would stubbornly think of themselves as slaves and swear a blood oath. This might be the reason why Xian hesitated. Lin Feng, come out. At that moment, a cold voice suddenly came from outside. Li Liang ran over in a panic and reported outside the door, Junior brother Lin, it's not good. Kim Jong-K brought people here, and they came with ill intentions. Hearing the 3 words Kim Jong-K, Xiaoyu was so scared that her whole body trembled. Xian's eyes revealed a cold gaze. Xian, Xiaoyu, you two rest here. Lin Feng glanced at the brother and sister, then immediately stood up and walked outside. When he came outside, he saw Kim Jong-K bringing over 30 disciples. Seeing Lin Feng appear, Kim Jong-K's eyes revealed a cold killing intent. Jin Jingkai had come aggressively. He had brought many experts with him. Therefore, he had come fully prepared and was very confident. When Kim Jong-K saw that Lin Feng and Shi Weizhu's relationship wasn't simple, he hated Lin Feng. In the past, Shi Weizhu was the first slave who dared to resist him, Kim Jong-K. Shi Weizhu escaped, which made Kim Jong-K feel extremely humiliated. Later, Kim Jong-K went several times to ask for Shi Weizhu, but he was rejected by the female disciple who took Shi Weizhu in. In anger, Kim Jong-K brought people to infiltrate the female disciple's residence. What Kim Jong-K didn't expect was that in the female disciple's residence, Kim Jong-K discovered a huge secret of the female disciple, and wanted to use it to threaten the female disciple to hand over Shi Weizhu. However, Kim Jong-K didn't expect that the female disciple would be so decisive and directly kill Kim Jong-K and the others. After a big battle, several disciples were killed, and Kim Jong-K luckily escaped. After Kim Jong-K escaped, he not only revealed the female disciple's secret, but also wanted the sect to punish her. Because of that matter, although the female disciple's reputation was damaged, her background was also very big. This matter was suppressed, but in the end, the female disciple chose to leave the sect because of the damage to her reputation. Kim Jong-K was later angered by the power behind the female disciple. Therefore, he was also kicked out of the Blue Cloud sect. Therefore, Kim Jong-K came to the ancient barbarian mining area. This was something that happened many years ago. Everything was caused by Shi Kim Jong-K always thought so. Kim Jong-K, who hated Shi because she dared to resist him, hated Shi even more because of what happened later. Now that he saw Shi again, although he hated Shi. However, after seeing how beautiful Shi was, Kim Jong-K had evil thoughts. Unfortunately, Shi and Lin Feng seemed to be together. Kim Jong-K was jealous and angry, and he hated Lin Feng as well. Seeing Kim Jong-K's face filled with killing intent, Lin Feng sneered and said, "I was wondering who it was." "So it's you, senior brother Jean. You said that I secretly hid slaves from mining area 4. Have you found them?" As for Jean Haodong and Meng Rue, they dared to talk back to me. I am the person in charge of mine number 5. Since they don't know the difference in status, I will teach them a lesson on behalf of senior brother Jean. I don't want other powers to think that we Azure Sky sect disciples don't know the difference in status. As for the fierce beasts you mentioned, are they senior brother Jin's fierce beasts? I thought they were fierce beasts that accidentally barged into the mine, so I killed them. I'm sorry, but why didn't they mention senior brother Jin's name? If they had, I might have let them go. PFFF. Many people burst out laughing. Fierce beasts could mention Kim Jong-K's name. Clearly, Lin Feng was toying with Kim Jong-K. Kim Jong-K's face twisted. Lin Feng, you dare to toy with me? Did I toy with you? Lin Feng's gaze turned cold. You brought a group of people to mining area 5. Do you think that mining area 5 is easy to bully? Scram, or I'll break your legs. Lin Feng sneered. Break my legs? Kim Jong-K's lips curled into a sinister smile. Brat, do you really think you're some big shot? Xianxia, go break his legs. Let him know the consequences of offending this young master. Kim Jong-K laughed sinisterly. He had already decided to shed all pretense of cordiality with Lin Feng. Yes, young master. At this time, a cultivator behind Kim Jong-K walked out. This cultivator was thin, had a hooked nose, and inverted triangular eyes. He gave off a sinister aura. Huh? Someone who cultivates a demonic cultivation technique. Lin Feng was slightly surprised. Brat, you dare to offend my young master? No one in this world can save you. Slap yourself 100 times, and I'll break one of your legs. The cultivator called Xianxia laughed sinisterly. Haha, that's a good suggestion. Kim Jong-K laughed. You don't know the meaning of death. Lin Feng sneered. Xiao's eyes flashed with killing intent. You don't know how to appreciate favors. As his voice faded away, Xiao directly rushed towards Lin Feng. Swoosh. A cold light flashed in the air, and a huge claw condensed. It looked like a ghost claw. Sure enough, it's a demonic cultivator. Lin Feng sneered. Of course, not all of these evil cultivators were sinister and evil. For example, Nailan Jing cultivated a demonic saber. But he had a righteous aura. Lin Feng was deeply impressed. But this cultivator called Xiao was obviously a sinister person. When he attacked, Lin Feng didn't feel any righteous aura. What Lin Feng felt was a bloodthirsty, sinister, and resentful aura. A person with such an aura was a true demonic cultivator. It's a demonic cultivator. Senior brother Lin, be careful. The expressions of many disciples in mine number 5 changed. Demonic cultivators had strange cultivation techniques, so righteous cultivators would often be at a disadvantage when they collided with them. Although everyone knew that Lin Feng was very powerful, they had never fought with a demonic cultivator. Everyone was worried that Lin Feng would be at a disadvantage. Haha, Xiao was indeed a demonic cultivator before, but he was subdued by our Blue Cloud sect 10 years ago. He can be considered as a deacon of our Blue Cloud sect. When I came out of the Blue Cloud sect, I brought Xiao with me to protect me. Kim Jong-K proudly shouted. He's even a deacon of the Blue Cloud sect? Everyone was obviously very surprised. But it was normal when they thought about it carefully. Some demonic cultivators would choose to seek shelter from big sects, but when they sought shelter, the higher-ups of those big sects would often place restrictions on their bodies. Once they killed the innocent, they would die. It was precisely because of such restrictions that many demonic cultivators began to cultivate after seeking shelter from big sections. They were not as evil as before. Obviously, Tang Xiu was also such a person. Lin Feng guessed that Tang Xiu could join the Blue Cloud sect because of Kim Jong-kei's grandfather, Jin Tianzhao. Otherwise, Tang Xiu wouldn't have worked for Kim Jong-kei. Furthermore, he even called Kim Jong-kei young master. Tang Xiu's astonishing attack was about to bombard Lin Feng. Lin Feng sneered and stepped forward, releasing a powerful aura from his body. Bang! The demonic claw condensed by Tang Xiu instantly shattered. What? Tang Xiu was shocked and couldn't believe his eyes. He quickly retreated and condensed his spirit at the same time. After Tang Xiu broke through to the 10th heavenly layer of the Martial King stage, he had cultivated for 20 years and finally formed a spirit. His spirit was a demon bearing its fangs and brandishing its claws as it directly pounced toward Lin Feng. Slash! Lin Feng sneered and slashed out a sword qi. The spirit condensed by Tang Xiu was directly torn apart. How can you be so powerful? Tang Xiu shouted in horror. Go ask the king of hell. Lin Feng sneered and continued to urge his sword qi to slash toward Tang Xiu. I'm a deacon of the Blue Cloud sect, you dare to kill me? Tang Xiu roared. Who cares who you are? Those who offend me will die. As his voice faded, the sword qi slashed down. Puff. Dead, a powerful existence who had comprehended spirit, Tang Xiu, who was at the peak of the Martial King realm, he actually used one move. He was instantly killed by Lin Feng. Mo Yuning, Wang Hu, and the other disciples of the Blue Cloud sect were naturally not surprised. They had seen Lin Feng fight a Yinyang realm expert in northern Desolate City. Therefore, they knew how terrifying Lin Feng was. Tang Xiu was extremely strong, but compared to Lin Feng, he was still far from being as strong as him. However, the others had never seen Lin Feng fight a Yinyang realm expert. So when they saw Tang Xiu being instantly killed, one could imagine how shocked they were. You. Kim Jong-kei's expression changed again and again. He never thought that Lin Feng would be so powerful. Previously, Kim Jong-kei looked down on Lin Feng. He even mocked and ridiculed Lin Feng at the welcome banquet, saying that Lin Feng became the leader through the back door. Now, Kim Jong-kei realized how big of a mistake he had made. He had underestimated his opponent too much. He had also underestimated Lin Feng's strength. The disciples brought by Kim Jong-kei were also pale. Lin Feng's strength had deeply shocked them. Everyone's heart was filled with deep fear. Now, how could they have the courage to fight Lin Feng? In the distance, Zhou Zhao, Yu Zhuxin, and Zhou Yuding, the three people in charge of the mining area, also came over after receiving the news. As soon as they arrived at the mining area, they saw Lin Feng killing Tang Xiu in one move. The three of them were dumbfounded. Among the three of them, Zhou Zhao was the one who knew Lin Feng the best. However, Zhou Zhao's understanding of Lin Feng was only from the contents of the letter. Naturally, it wouldn't cause much of a shock. Now that he saw Lin Feng killing Tang Xiu with his own eyes. Only then did Zhou Zhao know how strong Lin Feng was. Yu Zhuxin smiled faintly and said, I've long felt that this Lin Feng was hiding his strength. Just as I guessed, Tang Xiu was a cultivator who had comprehended a spirit. Even though he hadn't comprehended a spirit for long, he shouldn't have been killed so easily. Since he was killed in an instant, it can only mean that junior brother Lin is too powerful. Zhou Yuding glanced at Kim Jong-kei and gloated. Let's see how Kim Jong-kei will deal with this. Zhou Zhao also nodded. Obviously, the three of them had no intention of interfering in the matters of the 4th and 5th mines. Lin Feng, you win. Kim Jong-kei gritted his teeth, waved his hand, and was about to lead the disciples of the 5th mine away. A wise man knew better than to fight when the odds were against him. Even if Jin Jingkai was just a despicable person, he would still be able to find words like it's never too late for a gentleman to take revenge to persuade him. Lin Feng looked at Kim Jong-kei indifferently and said, Did I say you could leave? Kim Jong-kei said coldly, Then what do you want? What? Didn't I tell you? I told you to scram. If you don't scram, I'll cripple your legs. I, Lin Feng, always do what I say. Lin Feng sneered and directly charged at Kim Jong-kei. You want to cripple my legs? Everyone, attack. Kill him. If anything happens, I'll take responsibility. I guarantee that you'll be fine. Kim Jong-K waved his hand and shouted. But how could the disciples dare to attack Lin Feng? When Lin Feng walked step by step towards Kim Jong-K, a terrifying aura spread out from Lin Feng's body. The disciples were intimidated by Lin Feng's aura. Thump, thump. One by one, they knelt on the ground. What a domineering man. Yu Zhuxin licked her pink lips. Zhou Yuding narrowed her eyes, her gaze flickering with uncertainty. She then looked at Shui Zhu. Zhou Zhao said, "This junior brother Lin is too scary. He's domineering, powerful, and fearless. TSK, TSK. What's there to be afraid of? If anything happens, the sect will protect him." Yu Zhuxin said. Zhou Zhao nodded in agreement. If a sect could cultivate a sovereign, it would be a huge success. Then, the sect would soar to the sky. This was the world of cultivators. A clan, a sect, an empire. Perhaps they could rely on the strength of a single person to become powerful. Fire sea technique. Ice spear technique. Myriad sword technique. Explosion technique. Seeing Lin Feng walk over step by step, Kim Jong-K hurriedly cast a dozen spirit array techniques and threw them at Lin Feng. Kim Jong-K was a spirit array master. And his grade wasn't low. He had reached the peak of the yellow rank. He was only one step away from becoming a profound rank spirit array master. These spirit array techniques were powerful, but Lin Feng threw a punch and they exploded. They couldn't stop Lin Feng at all. Kim Jong-K's face was extremely gloomy. He took out a few jade talismans and threw them out. Suddenly, a fog curled up. The jade talismans drew an illusion array. When the jade talismans were activated, the power of the illusion array was revealed. Lin Feng was trapped in the illusion array. Haha, boy, you're trapped in my illusion array. Watch me kill you. Kim Jong-K laughed proudly. He took out his flying sword and was about to kill Lin Feng, who was trapped in the illusion array. But at this moment, Lin Feng had already passed through the illusion array and walked out. How could Kim Jong-K's trick stump Lin Feng? Whoosh! But at this moment, the flying sword was already slashing toward him. It was a bejeweled flying sword. Not good, the flying sword is going to kill him. Everyone's face changed drastically. Zhou Zhao, Yu Zhuxin, and Zhou Yuding's faces changed again and again. After all, how could a physical body resist the power of a flying sword? Humph! Lin Feng sneered and stretched out his right hand. A black hole appeared and instantly swallowed the flying sword that was slashing toward him. Ah! Kim Jong-K screamed because his connection with the flying sword was forcibly cut off. His flying sword was forcefully taken away by Lin Feng, and Kim Jong-K also suffered a backlash. The flying sword was swallowed? Heavens, what kind of trick is this? Junior brother Lin is too terrifying, right? Zhou Zhao, Yu Zhuxin, Zhou Yuding, and the others exchanged glances. Swoosh! Lin Feng rushed forward and arrived in front of Kim Jong-K. He kicked Kim Jong-K's right leg. Crack! The sound of bones cracking could be heard. Kim Jong-K's right leg was broken by the kick. Kim Jong-K immediately hugged his right leg and screamed. He glared at Lin Feng with hatred and cursed, "You dare to cripple my right leg? I'll make you pay 10 times, no, 100 times. You still dare to threaten me?" Lin Feng sneered. He raised his right leg. Then, he stomped down. Crack! This stomp landed on Kim Jong-K's left leg. The injury on the left leg was more obvious than on the right. The right leg was broken. The left leg had a comminuted fracture. Kim Jong-K's body began to convulse violently. He looked at Lin Feng with fear in his eyes. "Let me ask you, if I cripple your legs, will you accept it?" Lin Feng looked indifferently at Kim Jong-K. Zhou Zhao, Yu Zhuxin, and the others' mouths twitched violently. This junior brother Lin was too domineering. He had crippled Kim Jong-K, and he still asked if he accepted it? Kim Jong-K wanted nothing more than to cut Lin Feng into 1,000 pieces. However, Kim Jong-K knew that he had to admit defeat now. Otherwise, he would suffer even greater torment. "I submit. I submit." Kim Jong-K shouted. What a coward. A piece of trash like you dares to fight with me? Lin Feng glanced at Kim Jong-K with an indescribable domineering aura. I like domineering men like you. Yuzhu Xian licked her red lips and stared at Lin Feng with her beautiful eyes. Tsk tisk, I'm starting to mourn for junior brother Lin. If he's targeted by a seductress like you, he'll be miserable. Zhou Zhao shook his head. Thank you for the compliment, senior brother. Yuzhu Xian smiled. Then, she looked at Zhou Yuding beside her and said with a smile, Are you interested in working with me? You can have what you want, and I'll have what I want. Zhou Yuding smiled and said, I don't need to cooperate with you. I can get what I want. She glanced at Shuizhu again. Shuizhu seemed to sense something and looked at Zhou Yuding. Her beautiful face changed slightly. Scram. Lin Feng kicked Kim Jong-K and sent him flying. The group of people hurriedly carried Kim Jong-K and left in a sorry state. When they returned to Mine 4, Kim Jong-K wrote a letter. Go to the Sikong family of the ancient barbarian kingdom and give this letter to my mother. I want Lin Feng, that little bastard, to die. Kim Jong-K's face twisted. Yes, I'll do it right away. A servant beside Kim Jong-K said. He put away the letter and left. Dishi Xian and Dishi Yu were freshened up. They changed into clean clothes. Although Dishi Xian was thin, he was very handsome. As for Dishi Yu, although she was only 11 or 12 years old, she was already slim and elegant. This little girl is really pretty. Looking at Dishi Yu's beautiful face, Shuizhu was slightly surprised. Previously, Dishi Yu was covered in dirt so he couldn't see what she looked like. Now that she had cleaned herself up, she really was a beauty. When she grew up, he was afraid that she would also be a beauty who could bring disaster to the country and the people. Dishi Yu blushed slightly. She sneaked a glance at Lin Feng, then lowered her head. Lin Feng smiled and said, I'm sure you're all hungry. Hurry up and eat something. Lin Feng had already ordered people to bring the things up. Seeing the rich food, Dishi Yu's eyes shone. Don't just watch. Hurry up and eat. Shuizhu smiled. Thank you big brother, thank you big sister. Dishi Yu thanked them very politely. Thank you, master. Sakura slightly bowed. Then, he sat down at the table with his sister, Xiaoyu, and started eating. Lin Feng realized that even though the siblings were very hungry, they didn't wolf down their food. Instead, they ate very slowly. They had an indescribable noble temperament. Lin Feng could roughly confirm through the blood oath that Dishi Xian and Dishi Yu were most likely from a mysterious and ancient race. How did they end up like this? Since the siblings didn't say anything, Lin Feng wouldn't ask. In the future, things seemed to have calmed down. Kim Jong-K was recuperating and didn't appear. Kim Jong-K's comminuted fracture was different from ordinary bone fractures. It would take at least a few months for him to recover. And on this day, Lin Feng heard a piece of news from a group of soldiers who were escorting slaves. It was news about the Fallen God Cliff. The Fallen God Cliff was rumored to be a place of death. It was located in an underground canyon at the border of the desolate region and the barbarian region. That underground canyon was said to be a place that connected to the underground world. In the underground world, there were many demon forces. It was incomparably dangerous. You're talking about the Fallen God Cliff? Did something happen at the Fallen God Cliff? Lin Feng asked. When the leader of the soldiers saw Lin Feng, the person in charge of the fifth mine, ask this question, he didn't dare delay and said, I heard that a supreme treasure has appeared at the Fallen God Cliff. A supreme treasure? Lin Feng looked surprised and asked, what supreme treasure? Have you heard of Heavenly Saint Great Emperor? The leader of the soldiers suddenly asked. Lin Feng said, I've heard of Heavenly Saint City in the East Province, but I've never heard of Heavenly Saint Great Emperor. The leader said, it's said that Heavenly Saint City was built by a cultivator who received guidance from Heavenly Saint Great Emperor. The corner of Lin Feng's mouth twitched violently. A cultivator who received guidance from Heavenly Saint Great Emperor had built Heavenly Saint City, one of the 10 great ancient cities in the East Province, who was Heavenly Saint Great Emperor. Was he that powerful? The leader of the soldiers said, it's said that Heavenly Saint Great Emperor's cultivation is heaven-defying. He can break through the shackles of the mortal world and ascend to the undying realm. Ascend to the Undying Realm? Lin Feng was shocked. The Undying Realm had almost become a legendary realm. This was because for too many years, no one had been able to ascend to the Undying Realm. The leader of the soldiers nodded and said, "That's right." He wanted to ascend to the Undying Realm, and it said that he succeeded. Amazing. Lin Feng sighed in amazement. Heavenly Saint Great Emperor's cultivation had surpassed that of a god, only those who had surpassed that level could ascend to the Undying Realm. And then? Lin Feng asked. Naturally, only cultivators who have broken through the shackles of the divine path can ascend to the Undying Realm. However, Heavenly Saint Great Emperor used a divine ability that deceived everyone. He used the heaven and earth sleeve technique to store more than 200,000 disciples in his sleeves. Everyone from the ancient Heavenly Saint sect, including their wealth and treasures, was brought to the Undying Realm by Heavenly Saint Great Emperor. The leader of the soldiers explained. He brought so many people with him to ascend? Heavenly Saint Great Emperor, is that heaven-defying? Lin Feng was shocked. He had heard about the world of ascension from the Fire Qilin. The fewer things one brought with them, the better. Furthermore, one could not bring other living beings with them. This was because one would be punished by the heavens. Only those who had broken through the shackles of the divine path could ascend. However, Heavenly Saint Great Emperor had brought more than 200,000 disciples with him. When a man achieves the Tao, even his chickens and dogs will ascend to the heavens. Was this what the saying meant? The soldier smiled bitterly. However, Heavenly Saint Great Emperor committed a taboo. What kind of place is the Undying Realm? That was a place where only the strongest experts were qualified to go. He had led so many people there, causing some of the big shots in the Undying World to be extremely furious. Those big shots worked together and killed the Heavenly Saint Supreme Emperor, and the corpse of the Heavenly Saint Supreme Emperor fell from the Undying World along with more than 200,000 people from the sect, falling into the depths of the God-falling cliff. Such a powerful person died? Lin Feng was dumbfounded. The leader of the soldiers nodded and said, "He's dead. An existence who surpassed the gods has fallen just like that. The Godluo Cliff is a place of death, and those who enter it have a slim chance of survival. However, every autumn, the restrictive spells of the Godluo Cliff will weaken greatly. At that time, the dangers of the Godluo Cliff will decrease by a lot. Some time ago, the restrictive spells of the Godluo Cliff began to weaken, and in the depths of the Godluo Cliff, there will be great imperial weapons shaking the earth." Imperial weapon? Lin Feng was shocked. That's a terrifying weapon forged by Heavenly Saint Great Emperor. It surpasses divine weapons forged by gods. It's at the level of imperial weapons. Above the divine path was the Great Emperor realm. The Heavenly Saint Great Emperor was a great emperor. At night, Lin Feng sat cross-legged. He had already decided to head to the God-fallen cliff to take a look at the legendary emperor weapon. It's a pity that the Fire Qilin didn't come with me. If he was here, he would have gone to the God-fallen cliff long ago. Lin Feng muttered to himself. He took out the sky-devouring jar. The sky-devouring Devil Emperor's treasure. It was a pity that this treasure was already broken. It was rumored that this treasure had almost become an emperor weapon. However, before it could evolve into an emperor weapon, it had been shattered. He wondered who was powerful enough to shatter the sky-devouring Devil Emperor's treasure. The sky-devouring Devil Emperor should be a great emperor expert, right? Even though there were still some experts in the demonic Tao who gave themselves the title of great emperor, such as the demonic Blood Emperor, they weren't great emperors at all. The difference in cultivation level was huge. However, demon Tao cultivators liked to flatter themselves. Therefore, they would often give themselves domineering names. According to the Fire Qilin, the sky-devouring Devil Emperor's martial soul was the same as his. However, the sky-devouring Devil Emperor's martial soul had evolved to 9. The 9 devouring martial souls had evolved into the sky-devouring martial soul. Clearly, the evolved sky-devouring martial soul would be even more domineering. This was also the origin of the name sky-devouring Devil Emperor. I wonder where the other parts of the sky-devouring jar are. If I can find them? Will I be able to restore the sky-devouring jar to its former glory? Lin Feng couldn't help but mutter to himself. He activated his devouring martial soul. The devouring power continuously flowed into the sky-devouring jar. Although this treasure was now broken, it could still unleash shocking power. Lin Feng could strengthen his connection with the sky-devouring jar by constantly nourishing it. Once he activated the sky-devouring jar, the treasure's power would increase. The next day, Lin Feng left the ancient barbarian mining area and headed to the underground canyon at the border of the barbarian domain and the barbarian domain. This underground canyon was the passage to the underground world. The underground world was about 100,000 meters away from the surface world. The underground world was formed because some laws were broken, causing the ground to collapse, forming a large area of underground space. And the broken laws had gradually stabilized. Thus, a stable space was formed underground. After countless years of evolution, underground rivers, vegetation, mountains, and so on had appeared. It was actually the same as the world on the surface. However, the underground world had its own laws. In the underground world, there was no sunlight, and it was cold and damp. Ordinary cultivators were not willing to stay in such a place for long periods of time. However, monsters, demons, devils, all of these existences loved to stay in cold and damp environments. Therefore, many Yao Dao, Evil Dao, and Devil Dao forces took root in the underground world. In the underground world, there were also demons, such as Asuras, Yikshaws, and other races. They belonged to the underground demon race and were extremely ferocious. Is that the underground rift up ahead? Lin Feng looked into the distance. Then he saw. A huge canyon that stretched for an unknown number of miles appeared in their line of sight. In the canyon, black fog was rolling. A cold and gloomy aura filled the air. That eerie and cold aura would make ordinary cultivators feel very uncomfortable. However, this was the holy land of the evil demons. Lin Feng landed at the entrance of the underground canyon and looked down. He felt traces of cold wind blowing into his body. In the black fog, he could vaguely see some creatures flying past. In the distance, cultivators entered the canyon. Not long after, miserable screams could be heard. It was unknown if they had met with misfortune. Lin Feng rubbed his chin. It seemed that there were indeed some terrifying creatures living in the canyon that would attack cultivators who entered. Look, the underground canyon is up ahead. At this time, more than 10 cultivators flew over on their swords. These people were about to enter the canyon. Suddenly, one of them made a sound of surprise. Junior Brother Gu, did you discover something? A handsome cultivator in his 20s asked. The cultivator called Junior Martial Brother Gu was a one-armed cultivator. This person was actually Gu Jun. When they went to Star Cloud City together. On the way, they encountered a beast riot. Lin Feng and the others were surrounded by a pack of wolves. Gu Jun's arm was bitten off by a huge golden-back wolf. Senior brother, that guy is Lin Feng. Gu Jun said. Lin Feng? The Lin Feng from the Blue Cloud sect? The leading disciple asked in surprise. This disciple was called Xianxia. He was a top genius in Star Cloud Pavilion's inner court. Although Gu Jun's cultivation wasn't good, he was good at flattery and became friends with Xianxia. That's right, it's him. Gu Jun nodded. A disciple said, this guy's head is worth a lot. Isn't there a rumor in the sect that whoever can kill this kid will be rewarded with 100 top-grade spirit stones by Elder Xian? That's right. Many disciples even went to the Blue Cloud sect and waited for this guy to come out just to kill him. Another disciple said. As the saying goes, people die for wealth, and birds are the kings of food. 100 top-grade spirit stones was an astronomical figure. For ordinary disciples, obtaining top-grade spirit stones was as difficult as ascending to the heavens. Many people used high-grade spirit stones to cultivate. That was because top-grade spirit stones were hard to come by. However, if one wanted to break through to the yin-yang realm, they still needed top-grade spirit stones. The purity of high-grade spirit stones didn't meet the requirements for breaking through. However, it was too difficult to obtain top-grade spirit stones. Elder Xingxuan's secret mission naturally attracted a lot of attention. Su Xingjia sneered. Then we're really lucky. 100 top-grade spirit stones is a huge fortune. Senior brother, what do you mean? The Nebula Pavilion disciples all had excited expressions. It's very easy for us to kill them, said Lin Feng. Su Xingjia's face revealed killing intent. He waved his hand and said, "Let's go and meet this guy." The Nebula Pavilion disciples nodded excitedly. Killing Lin Feng would give them 100 top-grade spirit stones as a reward. Even if Xianxia took most of it, each of them would still get a few. Whoosh whoosh whoosh, the group of people quickly moved towards Lin Feng and landed on the ground. Lin Feng turned and looked at them in surprise. "Lin Feng, you didn't expect us to meet here, did you?" Gu Jun stepped out and couldn't help but sneer. Seeing Gu Jun, Lin Feng was slightly surprised. He really didn't expect to meet Gu Jun here. Seeing Gu Jun wearing Nebula Pavilion's uniform, Lin Feng was even more surprised. Gu Jun was an idiot. Even with a broken arm, he was still able to join Nebula Pavilion. This was indeed beyond Lin Feng's expectations. Of course, Lin Feng didn't have a good impression of Gu Jun. He said indifferently, "What? Do you need something? Brat, you still don't know that death is near?" Gu Jun sneered. Lin Feng looked at the group and found that they were looking at him with killing intent. Lin Feng laughed and said, "Are you all inner sect disciples of Nebula Pavilion? I don't think I have any grudges with you." A Nebula Pavilion disciple sneered and said, "We naturally have a reason to kill you." As soon as he finished speaking, this Nebula Pavilion disciple jumped out and attacked Lin Feng with a palm, wanting to kill Lin Feng. The disciple who attacked was called Fan Jin. This person cultivated an ultimate technique called Golden Hand. As soon as he attacked, his arm immediately turned into a golden color. It was extremely hard. Although Fan Jin had not cultivated a spirit, he was still at the 10th firmament of the Martial King realm. In addition to this Golden Hand, even if he were to face a cultivator who had cultivated a spirit, he would still have the power to fight. Fan Jin had naturally heard about Lin Feng killing Deacon LV Shihai. However, LV Shihai's cultivation realm was built up through the accumulation of pills. Although he was at the 10th firmament of the Martial King realm, he was the weakest among the 10th firmament of the Martial King realm. As for Fan Jin, he might not be the top among the 10th firmament of the Martial King realm, but he was second to the top. Therefore, he had absolute confidence that he would be able to kill Lin Feng. Senior brother Fan's Golden Hand is said to be able to split spirit weapons. That kid probably can't even take a single move from senior brother Fan Jin, right? Of course. Senior brother Fan Jin has almost never been defeated with this Golden Hand. Moreover, it is said that when this Golden Hand is cultivated to the Greater Mastery realm, his entire body will be covered in gold. At that time, his defense will be comparable to the Vajra protection divine technique of Tantra. Senior brother is going to kill that kid in one move. The group of people discussed excitedly as if they were imagining the scene of Lin Feng being killed by Fan Jin in one move. The cultivator named Fan Jin also had a sinister smile on his face. It was as if he was determined to win. Buzz. At this moment, Lin Feng's lips curled into a sneer. A bunch of clowns. How dare they jump in front of him? Only those who had comprehended spirit and force at the same time could have the strength to fight Lin Feng before entering the Yin-Yang realm. Otherwise, those who had not entered the Yin-Yang realm would be as weak as ants in front of Lin Feng. There were not many cultivators who had comprehended spirit. However, there were still dozens of them in many factions. However, there were too few who had comprehended force. They were definitely as rare as phoenix feathers and qilin horns. Lin Feng raised his right hand and a resplendent sword qi slashed out. The resplendent sword qi seemed to be able to tear the world apart and destroy the sky. Its power was unimaginable. Poof, everyone only saw a flash of blood before their eyes. The sword energy that Lin Feng slashed out instantly pounced Fan Jin into two halves. Blood even splattered on the faces of some disciples. Senior brother Fan Jin was killed. Everyone was enraged. Their faces were filled with dense killing intent. Aside from Gu Jun, all of them were inner sect elites. The leader, Xianxia, had comprehended spirit. There were 6 elites in the 10th sky of the Martial King realm. There were 9 inner sect elites at the 9th heaven of the Martial King realm. How powerful was this force? He should have killed Lin Feng. Instead, one of them was killed by Lin Feng. Anger, everyone felt a raging fire burning in their chests. This child deserves to die 10,000 times for his crimes. Everyone, let's kill him together. Xianxia sneered. Su Xingjie was cautious by nature. After Lin Feng killed Fan Jin, he was on guard. Even though he didn't think that Lin Feng would be able to do anything in front of them, he didn't think that Lin Feng would be able to do anything. But Su Xingjie still wanted to kill Lin Feng in the safest way. After these Nebula Pavilion disciples received Su Xingjie's order, their eyes were filled with murderous intent. Falling Star Fist. Galaxy Destruction Palm. 9 Rotation Star Slash. Powerful secret techniques were used by these people, bombarding Lin Feng. Haha, how is this kid going to die? Gu Jun didn't make a move. His cultivation was too low, so he couldn't help much. Gu Jun stood to the side. Several people surrounded Lin Feng, so excited that their bodies were trembling. It was as if after Lin Feng died, supreme-grade spirit stones rolled in. A group of clowns want to kill me? What a fantasy. Facing the attacks of more than 10 people, Lin Feng was still calm. He channeled his devouring martial spirit. At the same time, Lin Feng rushed into the crowd. Bang bang bang, the attacks of the Nebula Pavilion inner sect elite disciples bombarded him. The terrifying power of their attacks was all absorbed by Lin Feng's devouring martial spirit. How is this possible? These cultivators all had expressions of disbelief. How powerful were the attacks of more than 10 people, but why, this kid in front of them wasn't hurt at all? This was what puzzled them the most. At this time, Lin Feng had already rushed into the crowd. Sword severs heaven and earth. Lin Feng moved through the crowd. This was the spirit of Sword Dao. Lin Feng had comprehended 4 moves of the spirit of Sword Dao in the Thunderblade secret realm, and this was the first move. Although Lin Feng hadn't comprehended the remaining 3 moves. But the first move was powerful enough. Poof. Poof, the sound of flesh being torn apart could be heard. Blood splattered. Nebula Pavilion disciples were killed one after another. Activate your artifacts and kill him. A disciple shouted. Poof. But before he could activate his artifact, his body had already been torn apart by the sword energy. People were constantly being killed. They died on the spot. The scene could be said to be extremely tragic. It was too terrifying. It was really too terrifying. These Nebula Pavilion disciples were all scared out of their wits. Now, they didn't dare to stay and turn to flee. Even Su Xingjie, the leader of the Nebula Pavilion disciples, was completely scared out of his wits. Even a cultivator who had comprehended a spirit couldn't be this powerful, right? But Lin Feng was so terrifying. The combat power he displayed. It was too shocking. This was already beyond Su Xingjie's imagination. Want to leave? Leave your lives behind. The 6 disciples below scattered and fled. Lin Feng's expression was indifferent. Sky rend. He coldly shouted. His right hand slashed out 100-meter-long blade beam. The blade beam swept out. Poof poof poof, the sound of flesh being torn apart could be heard. Nebula Pavilion disciples were killed one after another. Su Xingjie's face was as pale as paper. Demonic rock ape. Suddenly, Su Xingjie loudly shouted. He unleashed his spirit. Su Xingjie's spirit was a type of demonic rock ape. A demonic rock ape formed from rock. It instantly condensed, roared, and pounced. However, it couldn't withstand Lin Feng's attack at all. The demonic rock ape was instantly cut in half. Then, the blade beam pierced through the sky and caught up to Su Xingjie in an instant, killing him with one slash. Su Xingjie died a tragic death. Someone had died at Lin Feng's hands. Gu Jun was so scared that his entire body was trembling. With a thump, he knelt on the ground. Brother Lin, this matter has nothing to do with me. I'm just a small fry who led the way for them. Back then, we even went to Nebula City together. We're old friends, so please spare my dog life. Su Xingjie begged. Do I have a friendship with you? Don't flatter yourself. Lin Feng coldly laughed. With an indifferent expression, a sword energy slashed out. Poochie. More than a dozen Nebula Pavilion disciples were killed by Lin Feng in the blink of an eye. Some people in the distance looked over and were shocked. However, cultivators killing each other for revenge was too common, so naturally, no one cared. No one cared either. Lin Feng took the storage rings from these people. He was about to leave. Suddenly. Crack, crack, the ground cracked. From the ground, a giant stone hand reached out and grabbed at Lin Feng. What the hell is this? Lin Feng frowned. He felt that this giant stone hand was very strange and couldn't help but let out a long howl. He waved his right hand and slashed directly. Sword chi swept out. Clang. When the sword chi slashed at the giant stone hand, it was actually blocked by the giant stone hand. Impressive, he managed to block my sword spirit. Lin Feng was shocked. Swoosh, 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 he increased his speed and quickly retreated, slashing out with split. Poof, the giant stone beast was torn apart. But at this time, behind Lin Feng, a cultivator silently appeared. That cultivator's face was full of murderous intent. This person was Yu Buiyun, who had a feud with Northern Desolation City. Yu Buiyun's right hand turned into a rock-like palm. Towards Lin Feng, he struck out with his palm. Danger. Although Lin Feng didn't see the situation behind him, his senses were very sharp. When he felt the danger behind him, Lin Feng used his golden wings. Swoosh. Lin Feng's speed was extremely fast as he moved horizontally to the left. Just as he moved a meter away, Yu Buiyun's long-planned attack came down fiercely. Yu Buiyun had arrived long ago. He didn't appear because he was secretly accumulating power, ready to kill Lin Feng at any time. Now, Yu Buiyun finally found this opportunity. But Yu Buiyun didn't expect Lin Feng's dodging speed to be so fast. His attack hit nothing but air. Sky Splitter. After Lin Feng dodged Yu Buiyun's attack, he turned around and unleashed a sky-splitting slash. 100-meter-long saber light condensed and instantly slashed towards Yu Buiyun. Rock wall. Yu Buiyun shouted coldly. The next moment. In front of him, a wall made of rocks appeared. This was the rock wall. Lin Feng's attack collided with Yu Buiyun's stone wall and Yu Buiyun blocked it. Seeing that their attack had failed, the two of them quickly retreated. Yu Buiyun's dantian emitted a terrifying aura. It was obvious that he was brewing an even stronger power. Yu Buiyun, so it's you. Lin Feng's eyes turned cold when he saw who it was. Brat, do you think you can survive after escaping from the northern wasteland city? Yu Buiyun's eyes were filled with killing intent. Escape from the northern wilderness city? Did I escape? You, on the other hand, have been slapped in front of so many people, yet you still have the face to come out. If I were you, I would have killed myself. Lin Feng sneered. Yu Buiyun's eyes were filled with killing intent. He had been slapped by the demonic saber Nailin Jing. It was a great humiliation. Now, this bloody wound was exposed by Lin Feng. One could imagine how angry Yu Buiyun would be. Look, isn't that Yu Buiyun from the northern wilderness city? Who is that brat? He's been targeted by Yu Buiyun? I'm not sure. That brat is not simple either. He easily killed more than 10 inner sect elites from the Nebula Pavilion and even exchanged blows with Yu Buiyun. He's obviously a top genius. What's the use of being a top genius? Maybe he has a few powerful techniques that can fight against a Yin Yang realm expert, but obviously, that level of technique consumes a lot of energy and can only be used a few times. If he encounters a Yin Yang realm cultivator, he'll still be killed. Many cultivators discussed and looked at Lin Feng with pity. Even though Lin Feng had shown his incredible fighting strength, he was still extremely strong. Lin Feng was now facing a Yin Yang realm expert. There was almost no suspense in this battle. Brat, I'll take your life today. Yu Buiyun's sinister voice sounded. Buzz. At that moment, rays of stone-like light shot out from Yu Buiyun's dantian. Then, cracking sounds came from the surrounding space. Lin Feng was shocked. Yu Buiyun was activating his martial soul. Brat, my martial soul is the kingdom of stone. I can create a stone space to seal the world. You're trapped in my kingdom of stone. Even if you have 3 heads and 6 arms, you won't be able to escape. Yu Buiyun sneered. Crack, crack. In the void, a stony space quickly condensed and completely sealed off the surroundings. Yu Buiyun's martial soul is so strange. Kingdom of Stone? This is the first time I've heard of such a martial soul. The space here is completely sealed. that brat is finished. Many people cried out in alarm. When the spectators saw Yu Buiyan's kingdom of stone, they didn't have any hope for Lin Feng. In their opinion, Lin Feng was now a turtle in a jar. Kingdom of stone, gravity. Stone sword chi, slash. Yu Buiyan shouted from within the kingdom of stone. The kingdom of stone immediately emitted a strange power. Lin Feng suddenly felt as if his body was carrying an ancient mountain. This was the kingdom of stone's gravity. Immediately after, the stone swords condensed and moved towards Lin Feng with murderous intent. This was the kingdom of stone's attack. Brat, I haven't used my kingdom of stone for 500 years. The world has even forgotten about it. This time, you're trapped in my kingdom of stone. Let's see how you'll escape. Yu Buiyan laughed proudly. This kingdom of stone, it was indeed strange. Facing the densely packed stone swords, Lin Feng used Sky Splitter and sword slashes heaven and earth. Clang, 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 in an instant, the stone swords were destroyed one after another. It's useless. I'm the ruler of this kingdom of stone. Yu Buiyan sneered, and a terrifying aura surged from his body. A stone wall condensed and blocked Lin Feng's attack. Within the kingdom of stone, numerous stone giants appeared one after another. These stone giants were 10 meters tall and held huge stone hammers in their hands. They pounced towards Lin Feng. Your martial soul is really strange, but it's still far from enough to deal with me. Today, I'll show you how strong I am. Lin Feng sneered. Yu Buiyan's face was full of disdain. Brat, you're about to die, yet you still dare to boast in front of me. I'll send you to meet the king of hell right now. As soon as Yu Buiyan finished speaking, over 100 stone giants roared and pounced towards Lin Feng. At that moment, Lin Feng waved his right hand. The sky was filled with divine fire. Heavenly fire. Lin Feng took out his heavenly fire, purple earth core fire. Flames filled every inch of the kingdom of stone. In an instant, the stone giants began to melt. All living things reinforced and countered each other. In this world, there was no such thing as absolute invincibility. It was just like how martial souls reinforced and countered each other. Fire countered metal. Rocks belonged to the metal element. Naturally, they were countered by fire. Ordinary flames might not be able to restrain Yu Buiyan's country of stone. However, Lin Feng's martial soul was the legendary heavenly fire. The power of heavenly fire. Naturally, it was not something ordinary flames could compare to. It was not strange that the rock giants began to melt after being enveloped by the heavenly fire. How can this be? Yu Buiyan clearly could not accept what he was seeing. Don't you understand the principle of all living things reinforcing and countering each other? Lin Feng sneered as flames appeared on the surface of his body. He was like a flaming god of war as he charged towards Yu Buiyan. Brat, don't think that flames can destroy my martial soul. I will let you know the power of my country of stone. Yu Buiyan's entire face was distorted. His roar shook the sky. Boom boom boom, waves of destructive energy swept out. Then, above the country of stone, huge rocks were formed one after another. Swish swish swish, the densely packed huge rocks smashed towards Lin Feng. It was as if it was raining rocks. This scene, it was truly frightening. Each rock was as large as a 1,000-meter-tall mountain. How powerful would the impact be if they fell from such a high altitude? Rocks falling like rain. Even a Yinyang realm cultivator would find it difficult to block this move of mine. Yu Buiyan shouted proudly. The falling rocks were extremely fast, and the impact was extremely powerful. Even the heavenly fire would need time to destroy them. Before the heavenly fire could destroy them, when the time came, they would have already smashed down and hit Lin Feng. Yu Buiyan thought that he had calculated everything. You want to kill me with a pair of broken rocks? Are you dreaming? Lin Feng had a disdainful expression. Golden body wings, spatial bending, Lin Feng roared as he pushed the golden body wings to the limit. The golden wings were an ability that the immemorial golden-winged Great Rock Sage Emperor's clone had given Lin Feng. This primordial golden-winged Great Pink Sage King avatar had a total of 3 levels of power. The first level was the golden wings. The second level was called void travel. The third level was called the wings of the world. The first level, the golden wings, was divided into 3 realms. The first realm was called lithe as a swallow. The second realm was called energy wings, which was the second realm when Lin Feng unfolded his energy wings. The third realm of the golden wings was called shrinking the earth into an inch. Lin Feng had long since reached the second realm, which was the realm of energy wings. As his cultivation increased, Lin Feng had also grasped the third stage, shrinking earth into an inch. What was earth shrinking? A distance of a few hundred meters could be crossed in an instant with just a single step. This was the earth shrinking technique. It was rumored that when an immemorial god-level existence used earth shrinking, they could cross tens of thousands of miles with a single step. However, Lin Feng's cultivation was still shallow and could not do this. However, crossing 400 to 500 meters with a single step was not a problem. Therefore, when Yu Buiyin summoned those gigantic rocks to attack Lin Feng was stunned. Lin Feng used earth shrinking and arrived in front of Yu Buiyin in a few steps. As for the rocks that came crashing down, they all missed. Yu Buiyin looked as if he had seen a ghost. A distance of a few thousand meters, this kid rushed over in a few steps. What kind of speed was this? Yu Buiyin had never seen such speed before. Wasn't this too abnormal? Before Yu Buiyin could regain his senses, Lin Feng's attack was already ready. Sky Tyrant Lightning Art. Energy condensation, boom, in the next moment, Lin Feng threw the energy ball at Yu Buiyin. Lin Feng's speed was too fast, so Yu Buiyin did not have time to block Lin Feng's Sky Tyrant Lightning Art. Bang, a muffled sound of a violent collision was heard. Yu Buiyin was directly sent flying. Wah, in midair, he spat out a large mouthful of blood. Being hit by Lin Feng's Sky Tyrant Lightning Art at such a close distance, the injury was obviously not light. Crack! Crack! Yu Buiyin's kingdom of stone began to collapse. Look, the kingdom of stone seems to be dissipating. Is that kid dead? Is that why Yu Buiyin removed the kingdom of stone? Many people started discussing. In the next moment, the kingdom of stone exploded. Everyone looked over and saw Yu Buiyin fly out, coughing up blood in midair. Heavens, what did I just see? Am I seeing things? Yu Buiyin, a Yinyang expert, vomited blood? Isn't this too unbelievable? That kid is actually so powerful? Even an expert like Yu Buiyin was beaten to the point of vomiting blood? Too powerful, too terrifying. A martial king defeating a Yinyang expert? If he breaks through to the Yinyang realm, how strong will that kid be? Shocked shouts could be heard. Everyone's eyes were filled with shock. A martial king defeating a Yinyang expert, this was simply a legend. But such a legend had actually happened before their eyes. How could they not be shocked? How could they not be moved? Lin Feng charged into the sky. He shouted, "Get down!" He stomped towards Yu Buiyin. In the void, a powerful energy swept through the world. A giant foot formed from energy ruthlessly stomped towards Yu Buiyin. How shocking was that 1,000-meter-long foot? Kid, you're courting death. Yu Buiyin roared and was about to use a secret technique to block. But the 1,000-meter-long foot had already stepped on Yu Buiyin. A loud clang was heard. Yu Buiyin was stomped to the ground by the 1,000-meter-long foot. Yu Buiyin is being suppressed. Everyone's expression was one of extreme shock. A Yinyang expert had been suppressed to such an extent. It was simply unbelievable. Die. Skyrend. Sword severs heaven and earth. Lin Feng roared. Saber chi and sword light pierced through heaven and earth, heading towards Yu Buiyin. Stone Mountain. Yu Buiyin roared and opened his mouth to spit out a magic treasure. It was a magic treasure the size of a palm and the shape of a mountain. It was surrounded by powerful magic power fluctuations. It seemed to be Yu Buiyin's personal magic treasure. The magic treasure quickly grew in size and blocked Lin Feng's attack. Yu Buiyin's punch shattered the 1,000-meter-tall foot. However, it was clear that Yu Buiyin had also suffered serious injuries. He roared bitterly, "Kid, when I recover, I'll definitely take your life." As soon as he finished speaking, Yu Buiyin jumped into the underground canyon and escaped without a trace. Do you think it's that easy to leave? Lin Feng roared and quickly chased after him. He also jumped into the underground canyon. Let's go and see. Yu Buiyin won't really be killed by a martial king kid, right? All the cultivators who had come to watch the show were extremely excited. They all chased after Yu Boyun. They all wanted to see Lin Feng kill Yu Boyun. If Yu Boyun was really killed by a martial king cultivator, this battle would definitely shake the entire wasteland. Abyss, it was pitch black. The surroundings were filled with rolling black fog. It was so dark that there was no light. This was the underground rift valley, a passage that led underground. It was more like a passage to hell. This old thing runs so fast. Lin Feng chased all the way, but he couldn't find Yu Boyun's figure. After all, the underground rift valley was pitch black. He couldn't see anything. Even for cultivators, their visibility was very low. They could only see a dozen meters around them. After searching for a while, he found nothing. Lin Feng frowned. If not for the obstruction of the underground rift valley, Yu Boyun would already be a dead man. How could a heavily injured body fight against him, helplessly? Helplessly. Suddenly, Lin Feng sensed an ice-cold qi which swept through the atmosphere. There's danger? Sky-splitting, without hesitation, 100 zhong long blade light swept out in all directions with Lin Feng as the center. Puff, the sound of something being torn apart could be heard. Lin Feng looked over and saw that it was a huge pitch-black tentacle hidden in the black fog that attacked him. And now, those pitch-black tentacles were all cut off. Demon Ghost Vine. Lin Feng was shocked. This was a very terrifying plant. It had a strong vitality. Moreover, those ghost vines had dense barbs on them. The barbs contained a highly toxic poison. Once the barbs pierced the body would immediately be paralyzed and lose the ability to move. At that time, the demon ghost vine would wrap around him and suck his flesh and blood dry. The most terrifying thing about the demon ghost vine is its soul attack. Lin Feng thought of the terror of the demon ghost vine and his expression couldn't help but change slightly. He didn't dare to hesitate. His soul hurriedly entered the primal chaos ancient lamp to hide. At this time, on the walls of the underground rift valley, the densely packed demon ghost vine suddenly opened its bloody mouth. These devil ghost vines all had extremely ugly faces. Then, its body had dense tentacles, a bit like an octopus, rooted in the rock wall. The demon ghost vine let out a sharp and ear-piercing cry. Then, sound waves swept out. Many unprepared cultivators who entered the great underground rift valley screamed when they heard the screams of the devil ghost Rattan. Clearly, they had suffered a soul attack. One cultivator after another lost their balance. The devil's ghost vines quickly wrapped around them. Lin Feng was already prepared, so he was able to resist the soul attack of the devil ghost vine. However, Lin Feng didn't dare to stay any longer, so he quickly flew down. Finally, they arrived at the bottom of the abyss. Just as they arrived at the bottom of the abyss, a black mass of living beings flew over. Everywhere they passed, all living beings were swallowed up. A few cultivators who had descended were also sucked in, directly turning into white bones and falling to the ground. Cannibal bees seeing the black mass of creatures, Lin Feng's face suddenly changed. It was a kind of bee. But the bees were too big, about the size of a palm. Its whole body was hard, and ordinary magic weapons could not break the defense of the cannibal bees. The attack power of these cannibal bees is quite terrifying. Whoosh, Lin Feng quickly flew to the distance, avoiding the hunting of the cannibal bees. This is the underground world, right? It's really dangerous here. Lin Feng looked at the dark world around him and frowned. Back in the Eastern Divine Prefecture, Lin Feng had also entered the underground world. However, the underground world was not as gloomy and terrifying as the aura here. Moreover, in that underground world, there were no top evil sects or demon forces. It was different here. In the underground world at the border of the desolate domain and the barbarian domain, there were all kinds of evil sects and demon forces. There were also many earth demon clans. It could be said that danger was everywhere. The slightest carelessness could cause one to die here. Swoosh. Lin Feng was stunned for a moment before he was attacked. In the dark forest, a white light streaked across the sky, slashing towards Lin Feng. The speed of this white light was simply too fast. Ordinary people wouldn't even be able to react before they were killed. Confinement. Lin Feng slightly activated his devouring martial spirit. The magnetic field was activated. The white light was fixed 1 meter away from Lin Feng. At this moment, Lin Feng saw what it was. It was actually a winged Azura with a green face and fangs. Flying Azura, Lin Feng was shocked. The Azura clan was a very large clan in the underground world. Moreover, there were many experts. The Flying Azura was a very powerful branch of the Azura clan. The Flying Azura in front of him was covered in silver-white scales. When it attacked its target, its speed would increase and it would be like a white lightning, instantly piercing through the target's body. After the Flying Azura was restrained by Lin Feng, it still bared its fangs and brandished its claws at Lin Feng, its eyes ferocious. The earth demons are cruel and bloodthirsty. If it wasn't for the fact that the righteous sects are strong enough to suppress these earth demons would have already rushed to the surface world. At that time, who knows how many people would have died. Lin Feng slashed out with his sword Qi, killing the Flying Azura. Whoosh! He soared into the sky and flew towards the depths. The underground world was in eternal darkness. Lin Feng didn't know how many days had passed as he flew towards the depths of the underground world. On this day, when Lin Feng was resting, a terrifying fluctuation came from the forest in the distance. Then, an endless amount of blood rushed out. Lin Feng was awakened and looked towards the distance. Li Xingjian, in the past, you stopped me and the Inferno Demon King from reviving the Netherworld Emperor. Today, you have met me, so you are destined to die here. In the blood-red world, a man in a blood-red robe stood. His voice was filled with endless killing intent and coldness. Lin Feng's expression suddenly changed. He still remembered 6 years ago, when the demons of the divine land of the East County were causing trouble. The Inferno Demon King and the Blood Demon Emperor had joined hands to revive the Netherworld Emperor, one of the 72 demon emperors of the Middle Ages. In order to revive the Netherworld Emperor, these two powerful demons had killed countless lives. Later, the human experts joined hands to attack, but they couldn't stop the Netherworld Emperor from reviving. The Netherworld Emperor was about to be revived. A sword Qi tore through the world. Then, the sword Qi cleaved the Netherworld Emperor, who was about to revive, into 2 halves. The remnant soul of the Netherworld Emperor was also destroyed. That man who used a sword to pierce the sky back then, was he? Lin Feng looked at the man with a sword on his back in shock. It was a man in white robes, about 30 years old. He had a long sword on his back and was facing the Blood Demon Emperor in the sky. Blood Demon Emperor, I'm afraid you can't kill me alone. Li Xingjian said. What if I join in? If I join hands with the Blood Demon Emperor, can we kill you? A cold voice sounded. An endless amount of black fog surged out, and a muscular man in a black robe walked out of the void. Sky Demon Emperor, it's you. Seeing this person, Li Xingjian frowned. Another demonic great emperor has appeared. Lin Feng's expression changed slightly. 2 demon emperors were attacking Li Xingjian together. If there was a slight mistake in this battle, Li Xingjian could die here. The 2 demonic emperors locked onto Li Xingjian from the front and back. Lin Feng couldn't help but worry for Li Xingjian. He naturally didn't want someone as powerful as Li Xingjian to die at the hands of the demonic emperors. Both the demonic Blood Emperor and the celestial Demon Emperor weren't good people. They were one of the 9 demonic emperors of the Tianwu continent. Mystical abilities, heaven-defying magic power, heaven and earth could shatter with a flick of their fingers. They could shatter the heavens with a wave of their hands. However, of the 9 grand emperors of the Devil Path, some had gone into seclusion, while others had appeared in the martial heaven continent, wreaking havoc on the continent. For example, the demonic Blood Emperor had caused a massacre 6 years ago in the Eastern Divine Prefecture, resulting in the deaths of hundreds of millions of people. The Celestial Demon Emperor wasn't a good person either. It was said that the Celestial Demon Emperor had devoured an entire country in order to cultivate a demonic art. 700 to 800 million people became sacrifices for the Celestial Demon Emperor. It's a pity that I'm not strong enough. Otherwise, I could join forces with Li Xingjian to kill these 2 demonic emperors. Lin Feng muttered to himself. Boom! A sea of blood covered the 9 heavens. The entire sky had turned into a sea of blood. The scene was truly terrifying to the extreme. Look, it's the demonic Blood Emperor. And the Celestial Demon Emperor. Is that Li Xingjian? The Celestial Demon Emperor and the Blood Sea Emperor have surrounded Li Xingjian. Are they going to join forces to kill him? Is that Li Xingjian? The #1 sword hero of the Tianwu continent? Why do the Demonic Blood Emperor and the Celestial Demon Emperor want to kill Li Xingjian? It's said that the Demonic Blood Emperor wanted to revive the Netherworld Emperor, one of the 72 demonic emperors of the Middle Ages, but he was stopped by Li Xingjian. I see, many experts in the underground world looked over. The conflict in front of them was naturally eye-catching. Many cultivators gathered around to watch. Of course, no one dared to step forward in such a battle. That was because the energy that leaked out was enough to make the onlookers die without a burial place. Li Xingjian, do you have any last words? Say them quickly. If you don't, you won't have another chance. The Heavenly Demon Emperor sneered. Li Xingjian said indifferently, you two seem to be celebrating too early. We'll know after we fight. The Blood Sea Monarch smirked and waved her right hand. Roar, the roar resounded throughout the world. Within the sea of blood, blood fiends began to form. There were blood dragons, blood Xianxia, blood white tigers, blood taotais, blood drought demons, and so on. The densely packed blood-colored ferocious beasts all pounced on Li Xingjian. The Sky Demon Emperor also made his move. The demonic fog churned. Within the demonic mist, demonic beasts the size of mountains began to form. He also pounced on Li Xingjian. That's terrifying. Lin Feng's face was pale. Regardless of whether it was the blood fiends or the demonic beasts, Lin Feng felt a suffocating pressure. Those existences, the aura surging out of his body made Lin Feng's soul tremble. It was hard to imagine how strong the blood fiends and demonic beasts were. The Blood Demon Emperor and the Celestial Demon Emperor were indeed renowned supreme experts of the Devil Dao. Their strength was indeed terrifying. I wonder how Li Xingjian will deal with them. Lin Feng looked at Li Xingjian. Facing the combined attacks of the two emperors, Li Xingjian was still calm. Li Xingjian was still calm. It had to be said, this Li Xingjian, he had a kind of spirit that made people admire him. Sword, rise. Li Xingjian waved his right hand. Buzz. The sword on his back hummed and soared into the sky. 180,000 swords. Li Xingjian pointed forward with his right hand. The sword floating above Li Xingjian trembled slightly. Suddenly, dense sword shadows appeared in the void. Lin Feng had seen some sword masters who could create a lot of sword qi to fight against their enemies. For example, it was said that the deity sword Manor's god-killing sword technique could create 10,000 sword qi when cultivated to the peak. However, there was still a huge gap between the god-killing sword technique and Li Xingjian's move. They were not on the same level at all. Li Xingjian's 108,000 swords. Every sword seemed to have a life of its own. Spirit! Lin Feng exclaimed. He was dumbfounded, unbelievable, all 108,000 swords had been bestowed with a spirit. How profound must one's understanding of the sword Dao be to be able to bestow a spirit on all 108,000 swords at the same time? Puff puff, all 108,000 swords swept through the void and slashed forward. Ripping sounds could be heard. Blood beasts. Demonic beasts. Slashed by the sword qi. So powerful. As expected of the #1 sword master in the Tianwu continent. Many people exclaimed. There were too many people who entered the sword Dao. Even in the Blue Cloud sect, there were many people who cultivated the sword Dao. Not to mention the 3,000 prefectures in the Tianwu continent. How many people cultivated the sword Dao? There were so many that it could be described as the waters of the sea. However, there were only a few people in the Tianwu continent who could cultivate the sword Dao to Li Xingjian's level. Li Xingjia's sword Dao is getting more and more powerful. Seems like we have to show him something. The Sky Demon Emperor said. Then use your killing technique and kill him, said Yi Futian. The Demon Blood Emperor said sinisterly. God of the Blood Sea. The Demon Blood Emperor attacked. His voice fell. Within the blood-colored sea, a god wearing a blood-red robe condensed. It was the god of the Blood Sea. It was a god born from the Blood Sea. All living beings in the world, all living things will be destroyed. My body is eternal, my blood will break the firmament. the god of the blood sea said coldly. He stepped forward in the void, causing the void to distort. Cracks in the void appeared one after another. It was too terrifying, it actually broke the firmament. Ah, I feel like my blood is being sucked away. I feel the same way. It's the god of the blood sea. He can steal blood by force. Many cultivators shouted in fear. They realized that their blood was going out of control and was about to break out of their bodies. Many people turned pale with fright and hurriedly fled into the distance. My blood is going out of control. Lin Feng also felt his blood pounding, as if it was about to break out of his body. He didn't dare hesitate. He quickly flew away from the battlefield. A battle of this level was too terrifying. Sky Demon exterminates the world. At the same time, the Sky Demon Emperor also unleashed an ultimate technique. A heavenly demon with 18 heads and 3,000 eyes appeared. The heavenly demon stood in the void. 3,000 eyes opened, and the void collapsed. It was hard to imagine how strong he was. Too strong. Is this the cultivation level of a demon emperor? Lin Feng was deeply shocked. It seemed like such a strong cultivator could break through the void at any time. The god of blood sea and the heavenly demon with 18 heads and 3,000 eyes attacked Li Xingjian at the same time. The dense sword chi shattered in an instant. The god of the blood sea and the heavenly demon with 18 heads and 3,000 eyes were too powerful. They wanted to break through the sky and kill Li Xingjian. Is Li Xingjian going to be killed? Many people looked at the battle in the distance, their hearts filled with shock. At that moment, Li Xingjian reached out and grabbed his sword. He held it with both hands. A deep voice sounded. Suddenly, it resounded. My sword is called Sky Splitter. As soon as he finished speaking, Li Xingjian slashed out. In an instant, a sword light 100,000 zhang long swept out. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The treasured swords on the cultivators' bodies all began to hum. Lin Feng's black dragon sword flew out and shook the sky. 10,000 swords chimed. Sword intent, what a terrifying sword intent. It actually caused 10,000 swords to chime. Lin Feng shouted in shock. Pooh. The sword light 100,000 zhang long tore through the sky. In an instant, the god of the blood sea and the sky demon were torn apart. Puff. The blood demon emperor and the sky demon emperor flew back as if they were struck by lightning. They were injured by Li Xingjian's sword intent. In the air, they spat out mouthfuls of blood. Those are two great emperors of the demonic Tao. Li Xingjian fought against them alone and still managed to injure them. Isn't Li Xingjian too strong? Cries of surprise rose and fell one after another. Everyone's eyes were filled with deep shock. All of this was too unbelievable. The battle prowess that Li Xingjian displayed was unbelievably strong. Let's go. After the Sky Demon Emperor and the Blood Demon Emperor were injured by Li Xingjian, they did not dare to stay any longer. The two great demon emperors soared into the sky and fled into the depths of the underground world. The two great demon emperors were hit by Li Xingjian's sword intent. Their injuries are probably not light. Some cultivators said. Li Xingjian held his sword with one hand and chased after them. Obviously, Li Xingjian wanted to use this opportunity to kill the two great demon emperors. Let's follow and see. Many cultivators chased after them, wanting to see how the battle would develop. The number one sword master of the Tianwu continent is indeed powerful. Sword master was not a title that anyone could bear. Sword referred to a sword cultivator. Hero referred to a hero. Li Xingjian was such a hero. His swordsmanship was heaven-defying. Moreover, he had a heart of justice. That was why he was called a hero. Countless sword cultivators worshipped Li Xingjian like an idol in the Tianwu continent. Lin Feng did not chase after them. He was still in a state of shock brought about by Li Xingjian's slash. He slashed with his sword. It condensed a sword light that was 100,000 feet long. It was hard to imagine how powerful Li Xingjian's swordsmanship was. Will, sword will. Lin Feng took a deep breath. He sensed a powerful sword will from Li Xingjian's attack. Spirit. The next level of transformation was will. No matter what kind of power it was, whether it was spirit or will, there were strong and weak ones. For example, Lin Feng had comprehended sky-splitting. He had grasped the saber will. Sky-splitting could only be used when one had comprehended the saber will. However, it was obvious that different people used sky-splitting. The power of sky-splitting was definitely different. This was because the person who used it had a different will. The deeper one's comprehension of saber will, the greater the power of sky-splitter would be. Lin Feng's saber will was still at the beginner stage. As for Li Xingjian's sword intent, he must have reached an extremely powerful level. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to slash out 100,000 feet long sword light. Such a powerful sword intent would not dissipate so quickly after a great battle. There was bound to be sword intent left in the void. This was the reason why Lin Feng didn't leave. He wanted to comprehend the sword will left behind by Li Xingjian. Lin Feng hoped to obtain an opportunity to let his sword Dao spirit break through to the second stage. The sword cleaved heaven and earth, sword intent piercing the heavens, return of the 10,000 swords, eternal sword, these were the 4 stages of the sword principal spirit. After completely comprehending all 4 stages, Lin Feng could transform the spirit of the sword Dao into will of the sword. Lin Feng was still in the first stage. In the forest, many cultivators stayed behind. Many of them were sword cultivators. Obviously, these cultivators had the same idea as Lin Feng. They also wanted to comprehend the sword will left behind by Li Xingjian. If they could comprehend something from it, it would be a great opportunity. Naturally, no one was willing to let go of such a good opportunity. Lin Feng found a mountain peak and sat cross-legged on top of it. He threw out a few talismans. These talismans were activated and condensed into several illusory formations scattered around. These illusory formations could protect Lin Feng. If someone came to disturb Lin Feng or had ill intentions towards Lin Feng, they would be trapped in the illusory formations. Spirit of the sword Dao, help me comprehend. Lin Feng closed his eyes. He tried his best to sense the aura of the sword Dao spirit. Gradually, Lin Feng entered a mysterious state. He felt as if he had turned into a sword chi. This was the state of enlightenment that cultivators dreamed of. Some people might not be able to achieve enlightenment even once in their lives. But Lin Feng was able to comprehend them frequently. Naturally, it was related to the fact that Lin Feng cultivated the archaic dragonesque elephant art, a heaven-defying forbidden divine art. The archaic dragonesque elephant art would unleash Lin Feng's potential to the limit. In the eyes of others, it was as difficult as ascending to the heavens. It was like an epiphany. For Lin Feng, it was not difficult. Is this the sword will? Lin Feng, who had transformed into the sword Dao spirit, suddenly saw a sea of swords. This sea of swords. This was Li Xingjian's sword will. And at this moment, he had turned into a drop of water in the sea of swords. So the spirit that I comprehended is like a drop in the ocean in front of Li Xingjian's sword will. Lin Feng was deeply shocked. Li Xingjian, he was really too powerful. Lin Feng moved forward freely in the sea of swords. He was merging into this endless sea of swords. Time passed. No one knew how much time had passed. Lin Feng's body emitted an even more powerful sword aura. The sword will reach the heavens. Lin Feng opened his eyes and shouted in a low voice. Buzz. Behind Lin Feng, 100 zhang long sword light condensed. The 100 zhang long sword light flew into the distance and lightly struck. A mountain peak was instantly cut in half like tofu. What a powerful sword Dao spirit. Someone had an epiphany. Many cultivators cried out in surprise. Since someone had an epiphany, we can definitely do it too. A cultivator said excitedly with a determined expression. He closed his eyes and continued to comprehend the sword will here. What a good sword will. It's really powerful. Lin Feng's eyes lit up. In this move of sword will, the sword was the spirit of sword Dao. Will referred to one's will. It meant that Lin Feng's will, the sword Dao spirit, could shatter heaven and earth. The second stage of the sword Dao spirit was more than 10 times stronger than the first stage. Let's go. Lin Feng stood up, not intending to stay any longer. He had an epiphany. If he continued to stay, he would not gain anything. Lin Feng went deep into the underground world. His destination was the same as many others. He was going to the God Luo cliff. The appearance of the god Luo Cliff's imperial weapon had shaken the entire desolate region. He believed that the 72 northern regions would also be shocked. However, he did not know who would get the imperial weapon in the end. On the way, Lin Feng saw a very beautiful female cultivator. This female cultivator wore a sapphire blue long dress, which perfectly displayed her exquisite and delicate figure. Her figure was curvy. Her face was exquisite and beautiful. She could definitely be called a stunner. Even Lin Feng could not help but take a few more glances at her. What are you looking at? Do you believe that I won't gouge your eyes out? Feeling Lin Feng's gaze, the beautiful woman looked coldly at Lin Feng. Since you're going out to train, you can naturally wear loose clothes. Since you're dressed like this, isn't it to be seen by men? Lin Feng did not look away. Instead, he carefully looked at the woman from top to bottom. Even though Lin Feng was used to seeing beautiful women, he had to admit that this woman was indeed exquisite. That curvy figure coupled with that beautiful face was enough to make any man have the impulse to commit a crime against her. Watch how I teach you a lesson, you scoundrel. The beautiful woman looked at Lin Feng angrily, raised her right hand, and struck out. Lin Feng said, "First, I didn't flirt with you, and second, I didn't do anything excessive to you. Why are you attacking me? Are you still being unreasonable? I've already seen through your evil thoughts. I'm going to beat you up." The beautiful woman snorted. As soon as she finished speaking, she had already rushed in front of Lin Feng. A fist smashed out. Lin Feng dodged to the left, dodging the beautiful woman's attack. He circled behind the beautiful woman. When Lin Feng saw that the beautiful woman was being so unreasonable, he started to have some evil thoughts. He raised his right hand and fiercely slapped that perky and alluring place. Slap. It was accompanied by a loud slap. That perky and alluring place fiercely trembled. This feeling. It was simply invincible. You pervert. The beautiful woman covered her private place, her face so red that it could bleed. That place was something that even she would be embarrassed to touch. However, she was ruthlessly slapped by a man. Lin Feng put his right hand in front of his nose, smelled it, and nodded, saying, "It's really fragrant. I'm going to kill you." The beautiful woman screamed and pounced towards Lin Feng again. Slap. Another slap. The beautiful woman was embarrassed and angry, she glared fiercely at Lin Feng, wishing that she could cut Lin Feng into pieces. You're not my match. If you continue to be unreasonable, do you believe that I won't drag you into the forest and do you on the spot? Lin Feng smiled at the beautiful woman's perfect body and exquisite face. Haha, brother, we support you. A group of cultivators who were watching the show jeered. The beautiful woman stomped her feet hatefully. She knew that she was not Lin Feng's match. If she continued to attack, she would only be taken advantage of by Lin Feng. She gritted her teeth and said, "Just you wait, I won't let you off." Then, he stomped his feet unwillingly and flew off into the distance. In the blink of an eye, he disappeared without a trace. Brother, why aren't you going? It's such a good opportunity. A cultivator said wretchedly. Go up my ass. Didn't you see that girl's entire body is filled with treasures? Even his shoes are treasured artifacts. Who knows what kind of background he has? Lin Feng laughed and scolded. Brother, you have sharp eyes. I know that woman. She's from the celestial Moon Mountain. A cultivator said. Immortal Moon Mountain? Immortal Moon Mountain, ranked second among the 72 prefectures in the north? Someone asked. That's right, that's the organization. The celestial Moon Mountain has been getting stronger and stronger over the years. It's said that they can compete with ancient organizations now. The cultivator said. F*CK, then why are you still encouraging me to sleep with her? I despise all of you. You almost got me into big trouble. Lin Feng cursed. Didn't you not go? A cultivator said with a grin. 3 days later, when Lin Feng was resting in the forest, 2 men in brown robes flew past him. The 2 men emitted a sinister aura. Experts from the demons? Lin Feng was hiding at the top of the tree. He frowned when he saw the 2 evil cultivators. Are you sure it's in front? I'm sure. Very good. Have you prepared the items? It's ready. Then let's do it. The two experts conversed as they flew into the distance. What are these two up to? Lin Feng muttered. He also quickly dashed out and tailed them. It didn't take long for the two evil demon experts to reach a small stream. One of them flew into the forest and disappeared. One of them dashed towards a woman who was resting by the stream. Is that the girl from the celestial moon mountain? Lin Feng was slightly surprised. He hadn't expected to run into her here. Clearly, the target of these two evil demon experts was this woman. The two experts had their faces covered, so Lin Feng couldn't see their faces. One of them flew towards the woman from the celestial moon mountain. Who are you? Don't come over, or I won't be polite to you. The beautiful woman was quite alert. However, the expert didn't say anything and directly attacked. The beautiful woman's expression suddenly changed. She took out a flying sword and slashed at the expert. The expert wielded a demon saber and slashed at the beautiful woman. From time to time, he would let out strange laughter. It was indescribably creepy. The beautiful woman was suppressed and kept retreating. She retreated until she reached a large tree. That evil demon expert who had been hiding in advance silently appeared. He slapped the beautiful woman's body. The beautiful woman immediately fainted and fell to the ground. We got her. Let's go. The two evil demon experts laughed sinisterly as they carried the beautiful woman on their shoulders and flew into the distance. What are they doing? Are they trying to humiliate her? Lin Feng muttered and quickly chased after them. Soon, the two of them carried the beautiful woman into a mountain range and disappeared without a trace. Lin Feng chased after them and found a cave, so he entered it. Soon after, he heard lewd laughter coming from the cave. Haha, I didn't expect Gu Yuner to be caught by us. She's a Purine girl from the celestial moon mountain. Plucking her will be very beneficial to our cultivation. That's right. After plucking her, we'll immediately return to the Yin-Yang Union sect to hide. No one will know that we did it. The two of them let out a series of lewd laughter. At this moment, Gu Yuner's slender legs were entwined together. Her hands were also rubbing her body. Her whole body was pink. Her eyes were hazy. From time to time, she would moan. The drug is taking effect. We should have some fun. The two of them shouted excitedly and quickly took off their clothes. So they're from the Yin-Yang Union sect. Lin Feng was shocked. This was an extremely evil sect that cultivated the cultivation method of plucking and dual cultivation. Since Gu Yuner had a Purine body, no matter who it was that had sex with her, their cultivation would advance by leaps and bounds. Boom! At the moment when those two people were taking off their clothes, Lin Feng abruptly rushed towards them. Oh no, someone's ambushing us. The two of them were very strong. They immediately reacted. They attacked Lin Feng from the left and right. Die! Lin Feng punched twice. Bang bang! The two sides collided and the two of them were sent flying. Both of them were seriously injured and their faces were pale. Let's go. The two of them looked extremely gloomy and fled outside. Die! Lin Feng summoned the sword spirit. Sword chi swept towards the two of them. Pooh! The person behind them was hit by the sword chi and his body exploded. However, the person in front managed to escape. Lin Feng looked indifferent and was about to chase outside. Suddenly, a hot body wrapped around Lin Feng. I'm so uncomfortable. Gu Yuner hugged Lin Feng from behind, her voice trembling. Lin Feng turned around and looked at Gu Yuner, only to find that Gu Yuner's entire body was pink. Aphrodisiac? Lin Feng's face slightly changed. It was obvious that the two cultivators from the Yin-Yang Union sect gave Gu Yuner an aphrodisiac. Gu Yuner tore off her clothes. She tore Lin Feng's clothes. Her slender and straight legs wrapped around Lin Feng's waist. Her pink lips took the initiative to kiss Lin Feng. Quick, take me. Gu Yuner was very crazy. Such a high-quality woman's temptation. It was impossible not to be tempted. Lin Feng also felt a burst of evil fire in his body. There seemed to be an evil voice echoing in his mind. This woman delivered herself to his door. Why not? She tore her clothes. Press her under his body. Enjoy it. I'll *CK your sister. Lin Feng quickly raised his middle finger to that evil thought. There were things that a gentleman should do and things that he shouldn't do. Although Lin Feng didn't think of himself as a gentleman. But at least he was a hot-blooded and righteous youth. How could he take advantage of someone in danger? He pressed the somewhat crazy Gu Yun'er on the bed. Looking at Gu Yun'er's pink face and torn clothes, he took a deep breath. Then he took out a detoxification pill. Lin Feng himself was an earth-stage alchemist. If he couldn't even detoxify the aphrodisiac, then he shouldn't stay here. After taking the pill, the pink color on Gu Yun'er's body began to fade. Lin Feng touched Gu Yun'er's forehead. Her originally boiling hot body also gradually recovered. Obviously, the aphrodisiac's effect was waning. At this time, Gu Yun'er's blurred eyes finally returned to normal. Then, she saw a scene that made her incomparably ashamed and angry. Her legs were separated and still wrapped around this man's body. And her clothes were torn, the belt of her underwear was even broken, exposing her snow-white spring. And the man in front of her was about to press down on her body. Arg! I'll kill you. Gu Yun'er came up and slapped a palm towards Lin Feng. Lin Feng hurriedly dodged. He said, "Are you being unreasonable? It was the 2 cultivators from the Inyang Union sect who captured you. I saved you." How could Gu Yun'er listen to this? She quickly took out her clothes and put them on. Tears flowed out of her eyes. When he passed out, what did this bastard do to her? Just now, the clothes on his upper body were torn, am I right? Had he already taken advantage of her? Thinking of this, Gu Yun'er's body slightly trembled. The only fortunate thing was that he didn't feel any pain. She probably hadn't been violated yet. But even if she wasn't violated, Gu Yun'er still felt endless humiliation. She summoned her flying sword and slashed at Lin Feng. "You're being unreasonable. I can't be bothered to argue with you." Lin Feng sent the flying sword flying with a punch, and then rushed out of the cave. Gu Yun'er squatted on the ground and began to cry. "If I knew you were so unreasonable, I wouldn't have saved you. I would have done it with you." Lin Feng shouted angrily. However, he put himself in their shoes and thought about it. If he was a woman, what would he think when he saw the scene just now, half-naked body? Staying with a strange man. In this world, women still cherished their chastity. Many women even valued their chastity more than their own lives. This wasn't a world where one could get a room with a man after knowing him for 3 hours. Lin Feng returned, planning to properly explain to Gu Yun'er. When he returned, Gu Yun'er had already left. Lin Feng shook his head slightly and walked outside. When he came outside, more than 10 cultivators rushed over. Each of them had an evil aura. People from the Inyang Union sect. Lin Feng narrowed his eyes. "Brat, you still haven't left? Seems like our luck isn't bad." The cultivator who ran away before said with resentment. Lin Feng coldly looked at the cultivators of the Inyang Union sect and said, "What? Are you here to seek revenge?" Another cultivator from the Inyang Union sect sneered and said, "If you kill someone from my Inyang Union sect, no one in the world can save you." "Impudent, how dare you talk to me like that, you're simply courting death." Lin Feng's gaze was cold. "Brat, what are you trying to show off for? An 8th-layer martial king dares to jump around in front of us?" The group of cultivators from the Inyang Union sect sneered. On their side, there were as many as 6 cultivators in the 10th heaven of the martial king realm. Naturally, they were full of confidence. Lin Feng sneered, "You're simply courting death. Attack, kill this brat." A 10th-layer martial king cultivator from the Inyang Union sect sneered. Whoosh whoosh whoosh, following that, more than 10 cultivators rushed towards Lin Feng. Sky-splitting, Lin Feng's expression was indifferent. Buzz. A resplendent saber light swept out. "Ah, I can't move." The cultivators of the Inyang Union sect all cried out in fear. They were shocked to find that they could no longer move their bodies. Under the deterrence of sky-splitting, they didn't even have the strength to resist. Puff, the sound of bodies being torn apart could be heard. One by one, the cultivators of the Inyang Union sect were killed by Lin Feng on the spot. Lin Feng's expression was indifferent as he walked into the distance. The ground was littered with corpses. Night fell. The night of the underground world was getting darker and darker. It was so dark that one couldn't even see their own fingers. Roar. The roar resounded through the clouds. In the distance, a ferocious beast let out an earth-shattering roar. Under the night sky, a cultivator quickly flew past. What happened? Lin Feng stopped one of them and asked. An ancient cultivator's cave called Macho's cave has appeared. The cultivator said. An ancient cultivator's cave? Lin Feng was shocked. Many ancient cultivators' cave dwellings hid amazing things. Inheritances, magic treasures, pills, and so on. Once an ancient cultivator's cave dwelling appeared, it would often attract many people. Let's go and take a look. Lin Feng also flew into the distance. He was naturally very interested in ancient cultivators' cave dwellings. He wanted to find out more. He wanted to see what good things were inside. If there was an opportunity, it would be even better. Opportunities were hard to find for cultivators. But if one could find an opportunity, their cultivation would often advance by leaps and bounds. Not long after, Lin Feng arrived at the mountain forest. This place was originally protected by a powerful restriction. But many years had passed. The restriction disappeared. Only then did Macho's cave appear in front of everyone. There were 3 ferocious beasts guarding Macho's cave. The first ferocious beast was a 100-meter-long python. The second ferocious beast was actually a Xianxia. Earth Devil Xianxia. It had a long lifespan. It was ferocious by nature. Lin Feng sensed it and found that the Earth Devil Xianxia was a puppet beast. The third ferocious beast was a huge blue scorpion, but it was too strange. It had 2 heads. The left head was a scorpion's head. The right head was a lion's head. This was a lion scorpion, a ferocious beast that was highly poisonous. These 3 ferocious beasts were the guardians of Macho's cave. They blocked the entrance of the cave and confronted the cultivators. Attack! Many cultivators shouted. They attacked without hesitation. Boom! Boom, boom! Boom! Following that, all sorts of powerful attacks erupted. They charged towards the ferocious beasts. That kind of power was truly shocking. The combined attacks of so many cultivators were naturally powerful. The 3 beasts roared continuously. They were also powerful enough to withstand the attacks of the crowd. Everyone, follow me and slay this beast. A cultivator stepped forward. Mu Wuxiu. Someone was shocked, recognizing that cultivator. He looked to be about 27 or 28 years old and exuded a shocking aura. This person was not simple. He was the son of the Northern Wilderness City's city lord. Attack! Dozens of cultivators immediately joined forces and attacked the python with Mu Wuxiu. Yin Yang Realm Cultivation. Lin Feng rubbed his chin and looked at Mu Wuxiu. This person was terrifying. Everyone, follow me and slay this Xianxia puppet. Another person stepped forward. It was a woman. She wore a snow-white dress that made her look like a fairy from the 9 heavens. Her skin was smooth and supple. Was this the type of woman they were talking about? Her skin was snow-white, and her figure was tall and charming. Her long legs were accentuated by her dress, making her look very alluring. It was a beautiful and moving face. However, his face had an ice-cold expression. She looked like a cold goddess. She was also a yin-yang realm cultivator. Song Qian. Many people were surprised. Song Qian was the princess of the barbarian kingdom. Lin Feng rubbed his chin. The barbarian kingdom was a subordinate force of the Blue Cloud sect. They were different from the ingrates of the Qingyang sect. Although the barbarian kingdom was very powerful, they still had a close relationship with the Blue Cloud sect. Lin Feng had heard that the barbarian kingdom had several yin-yang realm cultivators. He did not expect the princess of the barbarian kingdom to be so powerful. This surprised Lin Feng. Many people followed Song Qian and attacked the Xianxia puppets. I'll deal with the third beast. Another person stepped forward. This person wore a starry robe and had a handsome face. He had no intention of restraining his aura. He displayed his yin-yang realm strength to the people around him. Xianxia, you've actually broken through to the yin-yang realm. Song Qian was slightly surprised. That's right. I broke through a month ago. Xianxia laughed loudly and was extremely pleased with himself. Song Qian nodded and did not say anything else. Xianxia, the genius of Xinjian Villa. Someone whispered. As one of the four major forces in the Waste region, the disciples cultivated by the deity Sword Villa were naturally not simple. Xianxia was flamboyant. However, with his yin-yang realm strength, he did have the right to be arrogant. Let's kill this scorpion. Xianxia wielded his long sword and slashed out. Sword chi crisscrossed and slashed towards the ferocious beast. Boom boom boom, these cultivators were roughly divided into three groups. They launched a fierce attack on the beast. A fierce battle ensued. The three ferocious beasts were gradually losing their strength. They were killed one after another. Whoosh! Whoosh! The three yin-yang cultivators took the lead and flew into the cave. The rest of the people also swarmed in and rushed into the cave. Macho. Lin Feng looked at the name of the abode. This name was a little strange, and more or less made people feel a little sad. Lin Feng did not think too much and entered the cave. There were many stone rooms in the cave. Many of the stone rooms had stone doors with restrictions on them. Many cultivators were already breaking the restrictions on the stone doors. Stone rooms were constantly being opened. Medicinal pills, soon, an excited voice came from one of the stone rooms. Then, the sound of fighting could be heard. Many cultivators were fighting. When Lin Feng arrived, a large amount of blood flowed out of the stone room. The ground was filled with corpses. Many people were locked in a life-and-death struggle over the medicinal pills. It was a tragic sight. Lin Feng did not enter to fight for the pills. He was an earth-tier alchemist. Medicinal pills were not that attractive to him. Another stone door was opened. Lin Feng entered. Many people went crazy for the things inside. There were Dharma treasures and some scrolls. There was also a dressing table. This is a female cultivator's abode? Lin Feng was surprised. He walked towards the dressing table and saw a piece of silk. There was a poem written on the silk. Grass grows under the dragon mound, crows make noise on the city walls. Who is in this city? Pomegranates grow in the corners of the city. Black hair tied to 5 horses, golden hair tied to 2 oxen. White fish steered a lotus boat, swimming 10 miles at night. Returned without anyone knowing, secretly went to Agarwood Inn. The gauze bed leaned on Yao Se, the waning moon bent the curtain hooked. Today the hibiscus flowers fall, tomorrow the paulownia trees fall. If I failed to do business, how can I be called macho? This poem was about a woman's longing and waiting for the man she loved. But in the end, only endless sadness and sorrow were left. Because the woman did not wait for the man to come. Macho, macho, is this female cultivator called macho? Lin Feng murmured. If this poem was written by a woman called macho, it could be seen that even in death, she could not forget the love in her heart. As the saying goes, in heaven we are willing to be birds flying wing to wing, on earth we are willing to be intertwined branches. But how many couples in the world could do this? Most of them only saw the new person smile, but not the old person cry. Perhaps this macho was an old person. Feelings were the most difficult thing in the world to understand. Giving one's heart. What one received was often hurt. It seems that no matter how strong one's cultivation is, it is difficult to cut off the feelings in one's heart. Lin Feng murmured. Suddenly, his gaze was attracted by a bronze mirror on the dressing table. Bronze, Lin Feng was shocked. In this era, bronze represented a very special meaning. Tracing back, it was even before the Desolate Era. There was a great era called the Bronze Age. That era left a glorious chapter in history because of the abundance of bronze wares. Any one of the bronze artifacts possessed the power to destroy the heavens and the earth. For example, Lin Feng had the bronze fragment. According to the Fire Qilin, it had reached the level of a holy emperor weapon. This was a supreme being level magic treasure. And now, bronze had long been difficult to find. Even if some bronze had been passed down, they would be collected by the top forces to stabilize the sect's fate. Now, this mirror was actually made of bronze. This made Lin Feng very surprised. It can't be a bronze, right? Lin Feng murmured. Bronze was a material that could not be found in the Bronze Age. Obviously, this bronze mirror had a very long history. Lin Feng held the bronze mirror in his hand and inserted a strand of energy into it. Buzz. The bronze mirror emitted a shocking fluctuation. What a treasure. Lin Feng was shocked. Many cultivators were alarmed. A dozen or so cultivators walked over. Their eyes were full of greed as they looked at the bronze mirror in Lin Feng's hand. A cultivator looked at Lin Feng indifferently. Boy, hand over the bronze mirror and we will spare your life. The eyes of these cultivators were cold and their expressions were cold. They were all determined to win. Bronze artifact. Many cultivators stared at the treasure in Lin Feng's hand. They were shocked and their eyes were burning. Some of the top bronze artifacts were comparable to sacred emperor weapons. Compared to the legendary imperial armaments, they were only slightly inferior. Even the weakest bronze artifact, its might, was probably not inferior to a Dao armament. It was definitely an amazing treasure. The person who attacked is called Nangong Tai. These people are experts from the Dharma sect. Let's wait and see. We can't win, a cultivator said. His companions who wanted to attack could only sigh. The Dharma sect was one of the 4 major forces of the Waste region. They were superior. Who would dare to offend the Dharma sect? Get lost now and I'll spare your lives. Lin Feng glanced coldly at the people from the Dharma sect. He had always been a strong person. Why would he be afraid of being threatened? The cultivators from the Dharma sect saw that Lin Feng, a mere 8th firmament martial king, dared to tell them to get lost. The faces of these people immediately turned ashen. In their opinion, apart from the 3 Yinyang realm cultivators, they could not afford to offend anyone else. Who could they not afford to offend after entering Mo Chao's cave? After all, they had many people and experts. Brat, do you want to die? A cultivator from the Dharma sect sneered and stepped forward. He was a 9th firmament martial king expert. If you kneel and kowtow now, we can spare your lives. If you don't know what's good for you, we'll let you taste a fate worse than death. The cultivator from the Dharma sect said sinisterly. The other cultivators from the Dharma sect also looked like they were waiting to watch a good show. Lin Feng said indifferently, the Dharma sect is one of the 4 major sects of the Waste region. Are the disciples raised by the Dharma sect like you? A group of people gathered together. You don't do good things, but do bad things? What a sharp-tongued brat. I'll break your bones. The expression of the 9th layer martial king realm cultivator from the Dharma sect suddenly darkened. Then he leaped forward. He attacked Lin Feng with his palm. You really don't know what death is. Lin Feng's expression was indifferent. Although there were many experts among these people. But to him, they were just a bunch of clowns. Lin Feng coldly glanced at the 10,000 Laws sect's cultivator who was attacking him. He planned to use this person to test the power of the bronze mirror. Pure energy poured into the bronze mirror. Whoosh. A green light shone from the bronze mirror. It enveloped the 10,000 Laws sect cultivator. The next moment, a loud bang was heard. Not even a scream could be heard. The body of the 10,000 Laws sect disciple exploded. He turned into a cloud of blood mist. He died on the spot. Seeing this scene, everyone revealed a shocked expression. Hiss, then, a series of gasps could be heard. That was an expert in the 9th heaven of the martial king realm. With a light shine from the bronze mirror, it instantly turned into a bloody mist. Wasn't the bronze mirror too powerful? What a powerful bronze mirror. As expected of a bronze artifact, it's really a peerless treasure. Many people's eyes were fixed on the bronze mirror in Lin Feng's hand. Everyone's eyes were filled with an incomparably fiery gaze. This was definitely a top-grade treasure. Let's go together and kill this kid. The leader of the 10,000 Laws sect, Nangong Tai, shouted in a low voice. One of their people was killed by Lin Feng with the bronze mirror. The people of the 10,000 Laws sect were not afraid at all. Instead, they looked at the bronze mirror with even more burning eyes. Because of the attack just now, it had already proved the power of the bronze mirror. killing Lin Feng. Taking the bronze mirror. This was a heaven-defying opportunity. Whoosh, a cold light flashed. The 10,000 Law sect's disciples took out their magic treasures. Flying swords, mountain river seal, dark heavy ruler, jade battle axe, and so on. All kinds of magic treasures. They flickered with astonishing fluctuations. More than a dozen magic treasures all rushed towards Lin Feng. Facing the attacks of the 10,000 Law sect's disciples, Lin Feng's expression was indifferent. He still only used the bronze mirror to block these people's attacks. The bronze mirror shone slightly. Bang bang bang, one magic treasure after another began to crack. In the blink of an eye, more than a dozen magic treasures with astonishing power were directly shattered. This bronze mirror is too powerful, right? Many people were shocked. It was simply unbelievable. The power displayed by the bronze mirror was somewhat outrageous. What a good treasure. Lin Feng loved it so much that he couldn't put it down. He now had a few powerful treasures. First of all, the demon orb. This treasure was not only powerful but also very demonic. However, Lin Feng could not activate it. The Xianming demon book, like the demon orb, was too demonic. Lin Feng could not activate it. The Saint Emperor Stone was now in a dormant state and could not be activated. Black Dragon Sword. A sealed divine sword. To activate it, one needed to consume blood essence. It was very harmful to the body. The bronze fragment. Every time it was activated, the body's strength would be instantly devoured. The side effects were too great. If one could not kill the opponent by activating the bronze fragment, the one who would die would be himself. The heaven-swallowing jar. Now, it was in a broken state. It could devour all kinds of magic treasures. It also had a certain degree of confinement. However, it could not kill the enemy. Therefore, Lin Feng seemed to have a lot of treasures. But in reality, there were only a few that could be used. And this bronze mirror was definitely suitable for Lin Feng. Activate your martial soul to kill him. Seeing that the magic treasures were also destroyed by the bronze mirror, Nangong Tai could not help but shout coldly and decided to use his final trump card. That was his martial soul. More than a dozen Dharma sect cultivators all activated their martial souls. Boom boom boom, waves of terrifying energy wreaked havoc. Powerful martial souls were activated one after another. A beast martial soul roared towards the sky. A tool martial soul shook the void. A darkness martial soul devoured light. All kinds of martial souls. There was everything. More than a dozen martial souls were activated and all of them attacked Lin Feng. You don't know what's good for you. Lin Feng couldn't help but smile coldly when facing those people's attacks. He held the bronze mirror in his hand. His right hand shook the bronze mirror slightly. Buzz, a green light suddenly swept out. When it came into contact with the green light, the martial souls directly shattered. Then, the green light swept across the bodies of the Dharma sect cultivators. Then, one by one, the bodies of the Dharma sect cultivators exploded. They died on the spot. These Dharma sect cultivators were naturally strong. However, they could not resist the bronze mirror's attack at all. Run! These Dharma sect cultivators were scared out of their wits. They turned around and fled outside. But they couldn't escape at all. Lin Feng shook his wrist. The bronze mirror swept out a green light. Immediately after, a Dharma sect cultivator was swept by it. His body exploded. He died on the spot. Not long after, only the leader, Nangong Tai, was left of the dozen or so Dharma sect cultivators. Spare me, brother, spare my life, I'll agree to whatever conditions you have. Nangong Tai looked at Lin Feng with a pleading gaze. Lin Feng ignored this person's pleading. He shook the bronze mirror. A green light flew out and swept across Nangong Tai's body. Bang! Nangong Tai's body also exploded. It turned into a bloody mist. He was killed by the bronze mirror in one blow. Dead. So many experts from the Dharma sect are dead. That brat's bronze mirror is too powerful. What a powerful treasure. Everyone stared at the bronze mirror in Lin Feng's hand. Many people had the thought of snatching it. Lin Feng naturally knew how terrifying cultivators could be when they were greedy. He sneered. Who else wants to die? Come out quickly. I'll send you on your way. Many cultivators' expressions changed. Lin Feng had used the bronze mirror to kill a group of cultivators from the Dharma sect. It was still vivid in their minds. Many people suppressed the greed in their hearts. Lin Feng looked away. He continued to search the dressing table. He wanted to see if he could find any other treasures. After searching for a while, Lin Feng found some simple jewelry. However, it wasn't a powerful treasure. However, Macho had placed half a piece of jade in a red sandalwood box. It was on the jade. It was wrapped in a layer of silk. Obviously, Macho treasured the jade very much. Half a piece of jade. Why does Senior Macho treasure it so much? Lin Feng muttered. He held the half piece of jade in his hand and observed it for a while. He discovered that there were 3 words engraved on it. Luo Xianxia. The words Luo Xianxia were engraved on it. Is this a name? Lin Feng frowned. Could it be that the man Senior Macho waited for so many years and died without seeing him return as Luo Xianxia? Lin Feng put away the jade. Junior obtained Senior's bronze mirror and is fated to meet Senior. If one day I see Luo Xianxia and he falls in love with someone else, I will burn an incense stick for Senior so that Senior can forget about him. If he still remembers Senior, I will bring him back to burn incense for Senior. Lin Feng muttered. He walked out of the stone room. There were more than a dozen stone rooms here. No one dared to enter the room that the 3 yin-yang realm cultivators had broken open. No matter what treasures were in the room, they all belonged to them. Others had no fate with it. Lin Feng looked at the stone door in the deepest part of the cave. This stone door was the largest. It was 8 meters tall. It was 5 meters wide. This should be the main room. This stone door doesn't have any restrictions. How strange. Lin Feng muttered. He walked forward and tried to push open the stone door. But what surprised Lin Feng was that even with his strength, he was unable to push the stone door open. It was too heavy. One of the cultivators said, "This is a dark sky demonic stone. It's the size of a grain of rice and is equivalent to the weight of a 10,000-meter tall mountain. How heavy can such a huge stone door be? Holy shit. If that's the case, then this stone door is a treasure as well?" Lin Feng said in surprise. Of course it's a treasure. It can be melted down into a furnace and made into a powerful weapon. But the owner of the cave has already fused it with the door. Ordinary cultivators can't take it off, but if an almighty cultivator comes, maybe they can try. The cultivator said. Get out of the way. At that moment, a sneer was heard. He Hongxian walked over with an arrogant expression. He Hongxian was in the yin-yang realm. Even though he had just broken through, he was still in the yin-yang realm. But no one dared to underestimate him. The cultivators in front of the stone door hurriedly made way for He Hongxian. At that moment, Mu Wuxiu and Song Qian walked over. Brat, didn't you hear what I said? Do you think you can peek into the main room? Get lost. He Hongxian looked coldly at Lin Feng. His expression was extremely arrogant. Lin Feng sneered and said, "You can peek into the main room stone door, but I can't." How ridiculous. How dare you talk to me like that? Do you want to die? He Hongxuan's expression immediately darkened. After breaking through to the yin-yang realm, who dared to be so rude to him, Lin Feng was the first. This made He Hongxian extremely angry. You can be so arrogant just because you're in the yin-yang realm? Lin Feng's expression was indifferent. Brat, that's because yin-yang realm cultivators are superior and look down on the heavens. He Hongxian said proudly. Bah! Look down on the heavens? Even almighty beings don't dare to say such things. I really don't know where you get the courage to say such things when you just broke through to the yin-yang realm. I feel ashamed for you. Lin Feng pursed his lips. Many people were completely dumbfounded. A martial king cultivator was actually arguing with He Hongxian, a yin-yang realm cultivator. He Hongxian wasn't a kind person. Did this brat have a death wish? Song Qian frowned slightly and looked at Lin Feng thoughtfully. When Mu Wuxiu saw Lin Feng, he was clearly stunned. Then, a faint smile appeared on his face. Mu Wuxiu was the son of the Northern Desolation City Lord. There was a 70% to 80% chance that he had seen Lin Feng before. After all, Demon Saber Nailin Jing had appeared in Northern Desolation City that day. All the major powers in Northern Desolation City were in a state of extreme vigilance and nervousness. However, Lin Feng and Demon Saber Nailin Jing had been drinking in the tower for an entire night. Just thinking about it was a bit unbelievable. Reckless brat, I'll let you know how stupid it is to offend a Yin Yang realm cultivator. He Hongxuan's expression was gloomy. He took a step forward. He sent a palm strike toward Lin Feng. Clearly, He Hongxian knew that he couldn't win against Lin Feng in a war of words, so he planned to directly attack. The world of cultivators. In the end, the strong were respected. He Hongxian has made a move. That brat is probably going to suffer. I wonder if He Hongxian will kill that brat later. That's hard to say. He Hongxian is arrogant and ruthless. I wouldn't be surprised if he killed that brat. Many people were discussing. Clearly, in everyone's opinion, facing the attack of He Hongxian, a Yin Yang realm cultivator, Lin Feng didn't have any strength to resist. The gap between the Martial King realm and the Yin Yang realm was too big. It was like an ant trying to shake a tree. In the face of He Hongxuan's attack, Lin Feng sneered. He directly took out the bronze mirror. Lin Feng wanted to test the power of this treasure. Killing a martial king was as easy as crushing an ant. What if he faced a Yin Yang realm cultivator? This is. When they saw Lin Feng take out the bronze mirror, many people's eyelids twitched violently. After all, only a small number of cultivators saw Lin Feng take out the bronze mirror. Most people didn't see it. Is it a bronze artifact? Some cultivators exclaimed. Naturally, everyone knew what a bronze artifact meant. Even Mu Wuxiu and Song Qian's eyelids twitched violently when they saw the bronze mirror in Lin Feng's hand. Brat, I didn't expect you to have such a treasure. This treasure is mine. He Hongxian looked at the bronze mirror in Lin Feng's hand with a greedy gaze. He quickly rushed over and reached out to grab the bronze mirror in Lin Feng's hand. Buzz. At that moment, the bronze mirror in Lin Feng's hand swept out with a green light. Then, it swept over He Hongxian. Bang! The power of this attack was shocking. It directly sent He Hongxian flying. Wah! He Hongxian actually spat out a mouthful of blood. His body crashed heavily into the stone door, and his face instantly turned as pale as paper. Isn't this bronze mirror too powerful? It's really a heaven-defying treasure. Even He Hongxian couldn't resist the bronze mirror's power. Voices of discussion rose and fell. Many people looked at the bronze mirror in Lin Feng's hand in shock. This treasure was truly too terrifying. Many people's eyes burned with greed. But they wanted the bronze mirror's power. The desire in many people's hearts was suppressed. Even an expert like He Hongxian couldn't resist the bronze mirror's power. What about them? If they tried to steal it, wouldn't they be courting death? Brat, I'm going to kill you. He Hongxuan's handsome face twisted. He had never been humiliated like this before. Killing intent surged in his heart. He just wanted to tear Lin Feng to pieces. He wanted to take revenge. I told you, so what if you're in the Yin Yang realm? You're just a frog in a well. You don't even know your ancestors' names anymore. Lin Feng's mouth twitched as if he was joking. He Hongxian was about to go crazy. His eyes were filled with killing intent. If looks could kill, Lin Feng had already been cut to pieces by He Hongxuan's gaze. I'll let you know the consequences of offending me. He Hongxian shouted. A cold light flashed in his hand, and a treasured sword flew out. The treasured sword had pictures of wind, thunder, rain, and snow on it. These pictures represented the 4 seasons: spring, summer, autumn, and winter. This treasured sword was called the 4 Seasons Sword. It was made of a kind of deep-sea ice stone. It was a rare treasure. 10,000 Swords God-killing technique. He Hongxian immediately displayed a powerful swordsmanship. Dense sword chi intertwined and surrounded Lin Feng from all directions. He Hongxian was worthy of being a Yin Yang realm expert. When he used the 10,000 Swords God-killing technique, it was indeed powerful. The sword chi swept across the sky. The terrifying power made people's hair stand on end. Many people paled when they felt the power of the 10,000 swords god-killing technique. Deity sword Villa sword techniques are indeed exquisite. A total of 999 sword cheese. This Xianxia really is a genius. He actually comprehended the myriad sword god-killing art to the level of 999 strands of sword chi. That little boy is in danger. He's surrounded by sword chi. Even though the bronze mirror is extremely powerful, it can't destroy all the sword chi. Many people were talking about it. The power displayed by He Hongxuan's myriad sword god-killing technique was indeed too terrifying. In many people's eyes, Lin Feng was going to die. After all, Lin Feng was only a martial king. His strength was not enough to challenge He Hongxian. Only cultivators of the same level would be able to withstand He Hongxuan's attack. As for Lin Feng, only death awaited him. Heaven-devouring jar. Just as the densely packed sword chi was about to slash down, Lin Feng waved his left hand. The heaven-devouring jar flew out. Is this also a magic treasure? What the hell is this? Many people rolled their eyes. But at that moment, Lin Feng activated the heaven-devouring jar. The heaven-devouring jar's power surged out. The densely packed sword chi was directly devoured. Then, the bronze mirror shot out a beam of green light. Once again, He Hongxian was sent flying. Wah! He Hongxian spat out a mouthful of blood. His face became even paler and uglier. That broken jar actually devoured He Hongxuan's sword chi. Many people were shocked. They stared at Lin Feng's two treasures in shock. Little boy, if you didn't have these two treasures, killing you would be as easy as crushing an ant. He Hongxian roared. Lin Feng looked at He Hongxian as if he was an idiot. What's the point of saying all this? I don't even want to fight with you. I can beat you up with my magic treasure. The corners of many people's mouths twitched. This kind of battle was too depressing. He clearly had the advantage in terms of strength. But what was the use of being strong? In the world of cultivators, there were too many factors that could determine victory. For example, magic treasures, and Lin Feng was using two powerful magic treasures. One was attacking. The other was devouring his opponent's attack. The two of them worked together, beating He Hongxian. Little boy, don't be too happy. I have a way to deal with you. He Hongxuan's face was gloomy. Buzz. He Hongxuan's dantian shone brightly. Martial spirit. He Hongxian was about to activate his martial spirit. He's about to use his trump card. I wonder what He Hongxuan's martial spirit is? He Hongxian was able to break through to the yin-yang realm. His martial spirit must be extraordinary. Many onlookers looked at He Hongxian. A strange energy was emitted from He Hongxuan's body. Soon, the energy enveloped the entire stone room. When that energy enveloped Lin Feng was stunned. Lin Feng suddenly felt that the connection between him and the bronze mirror and the heaven-devouring jar had become very weak. What's this? Lin Feng was very surprised. Ha ha ha, little boy, this is my martial spirit. It's an isolating martial spirit. It can isolate the connection between objects. Now, I've used my isolating martial spirit to isolate you from the two magic treasures. You can't use them anymore. He Hongxian laughed complacently. Lin Feng was very surprised. He said, this martial spirit is really strange. Little boy, it's about time to end this. He Hongxuan's face was filled with killing intent. He held his sword and jumped forward. He can't use his magic treasures. That little boy is going to die, right? Many people cried out in alarm. In the onlookers' eyes, Lin Feng was relying on his two magic treasures. But now, Lin Feng couldn't even use his magic treasures. He was definitely going to die. He's going to lose. He'll probably be killed by He Hongxian. Song Qian shook her head. That's not necessarily true. Mu Wushu stared at Lin Feng. Song Qian looked at Mu Wushu in surprise and said, Brother Mu, why do you think so highly of him? After all, he's only a martial king. He's the strongest martial king I've seen in so many years. Mu Wushu murmured. The scene of the battle at the peak of northern wasteland city appeared in his mind. Mu Wushu could naturally feel it. Compared to the battle at Northern Wasteland City, Lin Feng had become even stronger. Did he break through again? Mu Wushu narrowed his eyes. His gaze was sharp. Song Qian was very surprised. She didn't know why Mu Wushu thought so highly of Lin Feng. Her beautiful eyes stared at Lin Feng. At that moment, Song Qian saw, facing He Hongshuan's attack, Lin Feng put away the magic treasures that he couldn't use for the time being. He stretched out his left hand. On his left hand, a dazzling blade of light condensed. He stretched out his right hand. On his right hand, a terrifying sword chi condensed in an instant. Blade of light, sword chi. Blade and sword fusion. Lin Feng shouted in a low voice. Boom boom, as the terrifying aura spread out, everyone saw it. A huge blade of light and sword chi fused together in the air. It instantly attacked He Hongxian. Bang! The two sides fiercely collided. As if struck by lightning, He Hongxian was blasted away. His body was torn apart by the sword chi and the blade of light. Blood dripped. In an instant, he was covered in blood. It was extremely miserable. The entire cavern became so silent that one could hear a pin drop. Everyone turned to look at Lin Feng in shock. How was this possible? How was this possible? This was absolutely impossible, this thought flashed through everyone's mind. It seemed that other than these thoughts, they could not think of anything else. That was because everyone was deeply shaken. Originally, everyone thought that Lin Feng was able to suppress He Hongxian because he had two powerful treasures. Now, they could not be used. Was he going to be miserable? But what was the result? He Hongxian was defeated. He Hongxian was defeated with an overwhelming advantage. Song Qian's eyes widened in disbelief. What kind of monster is this guy? She stared at Lin Feng. Then, Song Qian looked at Mu Wushu and asked, "Do you know him? Did you say anything about what happened in Northern Desolate City?" Mu Wushu smiled bitterly. He's the one who caused all the commotion. Song Qian was shocked. News about Northern Desolate City had been blocked. However, some large factions and experts still had sources of information. Song Qian was a yin yang expert. It was not surprising that she could get such information. Mu Wushu nodded and said, "That's right." Song Qian's heart was filled with an indescribable shock. When she heard about what happened in Northern Desolate City, she did not care. That was because the Tianwu continent was filled with legends about geniuses. For example, a certain genius fought a yin-yang dragon in a deep-sea lake for 3 days and 3 nights before leaving. Another example was a certain genius who could fight a yin-yang expert at the age of 15 and not lose. Such news. There were too many. However, if one really investigated, they would find out. Most of these legends were fabricated. Many people made up such legends for Yangming. Originally, Song Qian thought that what happened in Northern Desolate City was also a fabrication. But now, she knew that it was all true. The witness of what happened in Northern Desolate City, Mu Wushu, was beside her. The main character of the Northern Desolate City incident had used his own strength to beat He Hongxian, who was in the yin-yang realm, half to death. Said Mu Wushu. Although this He Hongshuan's talent is not bad, he's wasting his talent. He doesn't cultivate diligently, and the only reason he was able to break through was because of the accumulation of countless cultivation resources. I just didn't expect his battle power to be so weak. Song Qian asked. How strong do you expect someone as arrogant as He Hongxian to be? Mu Wushu nodded. It was exactly as He Hongxian had said. Many people who seemed to be arrogant and insufferably arrogant might actually not be that powerful. The truly powerful ones were those who kept a low profile. Clearly, He Hongxian belonged to the first category. Moreover, once a cultivator broke through to the yin-yang realm, there would be a huge gap in their combat power. They were both at the first level of the yin-yang realm. A cultivator who comprehended spirit could instantly kill a cultivator who didn't. A first firmament yin-yang realm cultivator who had comprehended spirit could even contend with a second firmament or third firmament yin-yang realm cultivator who had not comprehended spirit. As for the cultivators at the first heaven of the yin-yang realm who had comprehended force, they could easily defeat a first firmament yin-yang realm cultivator who had comprehended spirit. If they comprehended spirit and force at the same time, that would be even more terrifying. Therefore, there was a huge gap in cultivation between each realm. Although Lin Feng hadn't broken through to the yin-yang realm, he was a cultivator who had comprehended spirit and force at the same time. He could be said to be a rare existence. How can you be so strong? Xianxia got up from the ground and looked at Lin Feng with a face full of horror. Lin Feng's expression was indifferent as he stepped forward. He wanted to kill Xianxia. Kid, you can't kill me. Xianxia roared. Sword Dao incarnation. Xianxia roared and soared into the sky. Swoosh. Sword Qi soared into the sky, Xianxia disappeared. What replaced him was a dense Sword Qi. Xianxia transformed into Sword Qi one after another, then, the densely packed Sword Qi rushed out. Stay. Lin Feng's expression was indifferent. He used Sky Splitter to kill the Sword Qi. Puff, puff, the Sword Qi was torn apart one by one. But dozens of Sword Qi still managed to escape. There were too many Sword Qi, and it was impossible to destroy them all. This is the deity Sword Villa's escape method. It will harm their origin. Unless you're an almighty powerhouse, it'll be extremely difficult to kill him, Mu Wushu said. Song Qian smiled. I've heard of junior brother Lin's name for a long time. Now that I've met you, you're even stronger than the rumors say. The ancient barbarian kingdom was attached to the Blue Cloud sect. Although Song Qian wasn't a disciple of the Blue Cloud sect, she had gone to the Blue Cloud sect to cultivate in the past. It was reasonable for her to address Lin Feng as junior brother. Senior sister Song, you're too polite. Lin Feng cupped his fists. Brother Lin, it seems like the three of us need to work together to open the door to the main stone room, Mu Wushu said. Lin Feng nodded. The world of cultivators was indeed a world where the strong were respected. Lin Feng thought to himself. He had beaten Xianxia half to death. The surrounding cultivators looked at him in awe. Even Mu Wushu and Song Qian, who were geniuses and goddesses, had taken the initiative to talk to him. Strength. It was the foundation of the world of cultivators. Lin Feng nodded. Let's try and see if we can open the door. Okay. Song Qian nodded. The three of them arrived in front of the stone door. Open. Lin Feng, Song Qian, and Mu Wushu exerted their strength at the same time. Rumble. Rumble, this time, the stone door to the main room was shaken. The three of them will definitely be pushed open if they work together. It's a pity that we're not fated with them. A cultivator sighed. Ordinary cultivators like them naturally didn't dare to compete with Lin Feng, Song Qian, and Mu Wushu for the treasures in the stone room. The stone door was indeed too heavy. Even Lin Feng and the other two had to expend a great deal of strength to move the stone door. The heavy stone door was gradually pushed open by the three of them. They didn't completely push the stone door open, and there was no need for that. They only pushed it open a little. It was enough to enter. Lin Feng and the other two entered the stone room one after the other. The stone room was very large. After they entered, they were immediately stunned on the spot. They were dumbstruck. Because, in the stone room, there was a woman in snow-white clothes with her back facing them. That graceful and charming figure. That enchanting and moving figure. One could vaguely see snow-white skin. Lin Feng, Song Qian, and Mu Wushu looked at each other. They all saw a trace of shock in each other's eyes. How many years ago was this cave abode? There was actually a woman inside. Could it be that macho? If it really was that macho. If she was still alive. So many people had barged into her cave abode. They had disturbed her cultivation. Most likely, everyone would die without a proper burial ground. Lin Feng, Song Qian, and Mu Wushu's expressions became unprecedentedly serious. This woman's body was surrounded by immortal energy. She was like a fairy that had descended from the 9 heavens. Even though Lin Feng was a little worried about his own safety. However, they couldn't help but want to see how beautiful that face would be. Is it Senior Macho? Lin Feng asked in a low voice. But the fairy-like woman didn't turn around. Something's not right. She doesn't seem to be a human. Song Qian whispered. Lin Feng and Mu Wushu nodded. Now, they also felt that something was wrong. Her clothes were as white as snow. She was peerless. She had the best appearance in the world. But she didn't turn around. Lin Feng felt that it was a pity. Her body was slowly dissipating. It turned into specks of star-like light. Is it a mark? Lin Feng whispered. Finally, the specks of star-like light turned into a painting. In the painting was a woman. Although only her side profile could be seen. But even if it was only her side profile, it could already be called a peerless fairy. Just a glance. It would be unforgettable. Senior Macho, Lin Feng was shocked. The woman in the painting was the mysterious woman who had just disappeared. She should be Macho, right? There are words on the painting. Xianxia said. The three of them looked over. They saw a short poem written on the painting. Kaiwei, Wei also stopped. Returning day after day, the years also stopped. Indulging in the house, because of Macho. Not less than Ju, because of Macho. Kaiwei, Wei also stopped. Returning day after day, the heart also stopped. Intense worry, hunger and thirst. My garrison is not set, the emissary returns. Kaiwei, Wei also stopped. Returning day after day, the years also stopped. The affairs of the king are dispirited, not to mention others. Worried about Kong Gui, I can't walk, what is Bill Wei? The beauty of Wei Chong. What is Bai Lucy? A gentleman's carriage. Once the military vehicle was in motion, the four horses began to move. How would they dare to settle down? 3 victories in a month. Driving on the other side, for moo. What a gentleman relies on is what a villain goes against. For mules, like a fish robe. Isn't that the day precepts? Hiss. In the past, I went to the willows. Today, I come to think of it, the rain and snow are falling. As Lin Feng Trio read this poem, they could not help becoming somewhat infatuated. It was as if they were looking at a peerless beauty standing in the forest, looking into the distance. Waiting for his lover to return. In the past, I've gone, willow trees rustling gently. Today, I'm thinking of the snow and rain. This sentence expressed his deep longing for his lover. Helplessly. Senior Macho. But his lover never came back. The painting suddenly burst into flames. It floated in the air. Scorching flames. Let it ignite. The flame seemed to want to burn away the thousands of years of longing. They were burned as well. Painting. They were reduced to ashes. The 3 people in the stone room did not speak for a long time. After a long time, Lin Feng took a deep breath and said, cherish what you have in front of you. Only then will you not leave behind endless regret and sorrow. Mu Wushu said, yes, then he sighed and said, I wonder who that man is? Such a peerless beauty has waited for him her entire life, but he still hasn't returned. There was a hint of resentment in his tone. He seemed to feel that it was not worth it for Senior Macho. Song Qian said, as expected, there are no good men. Lin Feng and Mu Wushu could not help but laugh bitterly. At this time, Song Qian was clearly being unreasonable. It was useless to reason with her. Look, there's a stone platform over there. There seem to be 3 things on it. Lin Feng pointed to a stone platform in the depths of the stone room. The 3 of them quickly walked over. There were indeed 3 things on the stone platform. The first item was a scroll. The second was a small porcelain bottle. The bottle constantly emitted roars and flashed with light. There seemed to be a ferocious beast sealed inside. But upon closer inspection, it was not a ferocious beast. Instead, it was a drop of powerful ferocious beast's blood. It was the blood of a ferocious beast that had died countless years ago. Its divine power had yet to dissipate. The third item was a palm-sized piece of metal. This metal was imprinted with a star-like imprint. It was 9 heaven star metal. This was the legendary divine metal. It was most suitable for forging magic treasures. I'm about to forge a magic treasure, and I need precious materials. How about this 9 heaven star metal belong to me? Song Qian said. Lin Feng and Mu Wuxi nodded. Song Qian was delighted and put away the 9 heaven star metal. Brother Lin, are you planning on taking it? A scroll? Or a ferocious beast's blood? Mu Wuxiu asked. His eyes were fixed on the scroll. Clearly, Mu Wuxiu really wanted the scroll. This scroll might contain some powerful secret technique. Lin Feng, on the other hand, wanted the ferocious beast's blood. This was because Lin Feng had already cultivated several terrifying techniques. He did not need to cultivate any new secret techniques for a while. Moreover, it was very difficult to find a secret technique that could interest Lin Feng. However, the ferocious beast's blood was different. It could increase Lin Feng's cultivation level. Now, Lin Feng's most pressing matter was to increase his cultivation level and reach the Yin-Yang realm as soon as possible. Without reaching the Yin-Yang realm, he was still an ant. I want the ferocious beast's blood. What do you think, Brother Mu? Lin Feng smiled. Lin Feng's choice was exactly what Mu Wuxiu wanted. Mu Wuxiu smiled and said, I want this scroll. The three of them took their treasures. Next, they searched the stone room again. However, they did not find anything else. The three of them did not stay and left the cave. The other cultivators rushed into the main room. Mu Wuxiu said, I hope Brother Lin can forget about the unpleasant events in Northern Desolate City. When you come to Northern Desolate City in the future, you must come find me. With me around, the Flame Dragon Gang will not dare to cause trouble in front of Brother Lin. Mu Wuxiu's meaning was obvious. Even if he had to offend the Flame Dragon Gang, he had to befriend Lin Feng. Lin Feng cupped his fists and said, when the time comes, I will definitely pay you a visit. Song Qian smiled and said, Junior Brother Lin, are you here to train in the ancient barbarian mines? Lin Feng nodded and said, yes, I'm here to train as an inner disciple for a year. Mu Wuxiu and Song Qian were shocked. Lin Feng had just become an inner disciple, he was already so powerful. In the future, when they thought of this, they became even more determined to befriend Lin Feng. Song Qian smiled and said, when I have time in the future, I will visit you at the ancient barbarian mines. When the time comes, I will definitely treat you well. Lin Feng cupped his fists. The three of them parted ways. Lin Feng hurried to find a place to refine the ferocious beast's blood. He hoped that the ferocious beast's blood would help him break through. Lin Feng sat cross-legged in a cave. He took out a porcelain bottle and broke the seal. Roar, a ferocious beast pounced out. It was a Baixia. This was an ancient ferocious beast. However, right now, it was just a manifestation of blood. Lin Feng sneered and smashed the Baixia's phantom with a punch. Then, Lin Feng swallowed the ferocious beast's blood. Time passed. A day later. A terrifying aura came out of the cave. Bang! Lin Feng broke through, and the aura in his body leaked out. The entire mountain peak was blasted into pieces by the energy that leaked outwards. There was a huge crowd in front of the God-fallen cliff. Many cultivators had arrived. Currently, the Heavenly Sage Great Emperor's ancient imperial weapon was shaking the world. Naturally, it would attract countless cultivators. Of course. Everyone was still in a wait-and-see mode. No one dared to enter rashly. Because, the God-fallen cliff was too dangerous. Even though the power of the restrictions had weakened a lot. This place was still a land of death. It devoured people's lives. If one entered rashly, only death would await them. Many powerhouses from large factions had arrived. Have you heard? Even the powerhouses from the Palace of Immortality have arrived. Some cultivators were discussing. Lin Feng was shocked. Even the Palace of Immortality had been alerted, they were the overlords of the 72 northern prefectures. However, it was normal. Even the Palace of Immortality was very interested in imperial weapons. Even the ancient factions did not have many imperial weapons. They were existences that surpassed the gods. They were supreme treasures forged by great emperors. Any one of them could cause an entire realm to sink into oblivion with just a light blow. Once activated, they could instantly destroy a top-tier faction. This was how terrifying imperial weapons were. I heard that these imperial weapons all have gods. Usually, the gods are in a state of deep slumber. A cultivator said. Gods? Lin Feng muttered. This was the first time he had heard this term, and he was very surprised. What is a god? A young cultivator asked. Clearly, like Lin Feng, he did not understand the meaning of the word God. Gods who ignite their divine fire can be called gods. This is the cultivation of cultivators, an old cultivator said. An old cultivator said. They had also heard of it. They had cultivated to the peak of the rebirth realm. If they could ignite their divine fire, they could transcend the shackles of reincarnation. They could become gods. If they could become gods, their lifespan could reach 100,000 years. What a long lifespan! Of course, their cultivation would also become more powerful. The old cultivator continued, cultivators can continuously increase their cultivation, and so can their treasures. A young cultivator said, it's like our natal treasures. They will become stronger as their master's cultivation increases. The old cultivator nodded and said, that's right. After pausing for a moment, the old cultivator continued, when a cultivator reaches the mystic realm and ignites a divine flame, they are known as gods. When an artifact spirit forms a divine dwelling and cultivates within it, they are known as gods. Everyone pondered the old cultivator's words. Lin Feng asked, Senior, are you saying that the treasure's artifact spirit will create a divine matter to complete a transformation similar to a cultivator's breakthrough from the rebirth realm to the god realm? The old cultivator smiled and said, that's exactly what I meant. When a cultivator is in the reincarnation realm, he is still immortal and has not transcended. If he ignites his divine flame, he will have completely transcended and will no longer be immortal, but a true god. It's the same for weapon spirits. If they can create a divine palace, they can become gods. They can even absorb the willpower of all living beings to strengthen themselves. After the transformation, a god will have complete consciousness. Even if its master dies, it can continue practicing cultivation. If someone can awaken a god, that great imperial weapon will explode with 30% of the strength of a great emperor, said Lin Feng. Hiss. The sound of people sucking in cold breaths could be heard. Many people's eyes widened. Explode with 30% of the strength of a great emperor? Didn't that mean that it could easily kill a god? A cultivator asked, Senior, are you saying this from hearsay? It's just a weapon. How can it explode with 30% of the strength of a great emperor? That's complete nonsense. The old cultivator smiled and said, if you believe it, it's true. If you don't, it's not true. Whether you believe it or not depends on your thoughts. The old cultivator walked into the distance and sat cross-legged on a mountain peak, no longer speaking. Clearly, many people didn't believe the old cultivator's words. A weapon that could unleash 30% of the strength of a great emperor, wouldn't that make one invincible? Lin Feng rubbed his chin, pondering the old cultivator's words. He didn't know if the old cultivator's words were trustworthy. If the fire Qilin was here, it would definitely know. More and more powerhouses arrived. Even powerhouses from outside the 72 prefectures came. God sect. This was an extremely ancient faction located in the 16 prefectures of Serene Cloud. The 72 prefectures were surrounded by the endless lake, separating them from the rest. Passing through the boundless endless lake, this was the 16 prefectures of Serene Cloud. There were many powerful factions in the 16 prefectures of Serene Cloud. However, the God sect was definitely one of the strongest. This was because it was an ancient faction. The powerhouses of the God sect were shrouded in divine light. Their appearances couldn't be seen clearly. Not far away were the cultivators of the Longevity Hall. Waves of immortal light covered their true appearances. Roar. A dragon's roar shook the 9 heavens. A 1,000-meter-long dragon flew over with many cultivators sitting on it. Many people looked at the dragon in shock. The ferocious dragon was only a mount. Who was this person? Could it be a powerhouse from the ancient divine sect? A cultivator exclaimed in shock, feeling a little uncertain. There were 3 ancient factions in the 16 prefectures of Serene Cloud. The God sect. The ancient divine sect. The fairy pavilion. Now, 2 of the 3 ancient factions had arrived. Keek keek. In the distance, mist floated. A gloomy voice could be heard. It was a ball of black mist that covered the sky and the sun. Dozens of blurry figures could be seen in the black mist. The godly temple of the wildlands. Someone exclaimed. This was another ancient faction in the 72 prefectures of Serene Cloud. Of course, they were slightly weaker than the Longevity Hall. However, that was only relative. The Godly Temple of the Wildlands was a very terrifying faction. However, this faction was both righteous and evil. Many evil factions were protected by the Godly Temple of the Wildlands. For example, the factions of the East County had joined forces to destroy the Soul Devourer Temple. They had almost succeeded. However, the Godly Temple of the Wildlands had interfered and caused them to fail. Even the powerhouses of the Godly Temple of the Wildlands had arrived. There were both righteous and evil factions. They were all eyeing the Imperial weapon covetously. What exactly is the Imperial weapon left behind by the Heavenly Sage Great Emperor? Lin Feng scratched his chin and couldn't help but think. A single weapon had attracted so many top-notch powerhouses. Could it be that the old cultivator was telling the truth? Could an Imperial weapon really unleash 30% of a Great Emperor's combat strength? If that was the case, it would be too terrifying. It's you. Suddenly, an incredulous voice could be heard from the mist. It was the powerhouse of the Godly Temple of the Wildlands. He seemed to have discovered someone extraordinary. His emotions were fluctuating violently. This attracted everyone's attention. The powerhouses of the Longevity Hall, the God Sect, and the Ancient Divine Sect also looked over. Many powerhouses from the Primordial and Ancient Era also looked over. An old cultivator was sitting cross-legged on a mountain peak. He was dressed in green. He looked very ordinary. In fact, he even looked a little shabby. No matter how one looked at him, he looked like an old cultivator who had fallen from grace. He could not be associated with a top-notch powerhouse. It's him, Lin Feng was shocked. It was the old cultivator who had been chatting with them earlier. Who is he? The powerhouse of the God Sect asked. Burial of the Ninth Era. The powerhouse of the Godly Temple of the Wildlands said in a trembling voice. Burial of the Ninth Era? Who is he? Countless cultivators were puzzled. They had never heard of this name. When some of the older cultivators and the higher-ups of the top-notch factions heard this name, they were deeply shocked. Buried deep in the starry sky. 9 reincarnations, just to meet you again. Xianxia was a name no one wanted to mention. A name so powerful that the Tianwu continent trembled. And now, he had appeared here. It was truly inconceivable. Xianxia? Who is he? Many people were puzzled. They didn't know who he was. Finally, a cultivator whispered, he's someone who buried time. Buried time? Everyone was puzzled. What was time? Time was the evolution of the great Tao of heaven and earth. It was the order of the great Tao. Who could bury time? It sounded inconceivable. No one knows who he is. All we know is that he appears once every 10,000 years. A cultivator said. Anyone who hadn't heard of Xianxia's name was shaken. Appeared once every 10,000 years, this meant that Xianxia had appeared more than once. How many tens of thousands of years had he lived? Was he a god? Lin Feng was greatly shaken. She really couldn't associate that smiling and somewhat downtrodden cultivator with a god. Rumor has it that Xianxia cultivated a technique that buried time. Every time he appeared, the time was very short. Then, he would bury himself in the eternal depths of time and space. Time wouldn't flow there, and he wouldn't continue to age. He could live forever. A cultivator told the rumors he had heard. No one knew how long Xianxia had lived. No one knew how powerful he was. 50,000 years ago, an ancient sacred land in the middle continent attacked Xianxia. A quasi-archaic power. How powerful was it? But it was destroyed in the end. No one knew what happened that night. Xianxia's fierce name was passed down. He was a person full of secrets. Buried time, endless life. Lin Feng muttered, feeling shocked. But soon, he frowned slightly. Why did he have a strange feeling? Was this a curse? Was Xianxia cursed? Lin Feng didn't know why such a strange thought appeared in his mind. But he couldn't get rid of it. May I ask if you are Senior Xianxia? A cultivator from the Longevity Hall asked. I came from eternity, and I will return to eternity. I buried time, but time cannot erase me. The old cultivator muttered. His body gradually dissipated and eventually disappeared without a trace. Everything felt like a dream. He left? Many people were shocked. Zhang Jiushi left just like that. He wasn't interested in the imperial weapon. No one knew why he had come here. Mysterious and powerful. This world doesn't lack strong cultivators. Lin Feng muttered. This Song 9 was obviously full of secrets. Of course, these secrets were not something Lin Feng could explore. Zhang Jiushi's departure made many top forces heave a sigh of relief. Because in their opinion, if Zhang Jiu had the intention to use the imperial armament, he would have been able to use it. Then, no one would be able to compete with Zhang Jiushi. This existence was simply too powerful. If that old man is Zhang Jiushi, doesn't that mean what he said before is true? A cultivator exclaimed. Zhang Jiushi had said this before. A monarch weapon could unleash 30% of a monarch realm expert's combat strength. This was definitely a power that could instantly kill a god. Now, Zhang Jiushi's identity was clear as day. If one carefully thought about Zhang Jiushi's words, no one would think that Zhang Jiushi's words were nonsense. Monarch weapons are actually so terrifying. No wonder these top forces are so crazy about them. Lin Feng muttered, his heart filled with shock. Whoever obtained a monarch weapon might not be invincible. However, it wouldn't be a problem for them to sweep through Tianwu continent's 3,000 prefectures. Buzz, at this moment, in the depths of the God-fallen cliff. A violent fluctuation spread out. Then, flowers rained down. Golden lotuses appeared on the ground. The sound of the Tao rose in spirals. Immortal chi filled the sky. Boundless divine light surged. The sound of the great Tao was endless. It was as if an ancient sacred emperor was about to descend. Monarch weapon tremor. Everyone was shaken to the core. This was the monarch weapon tremor. It caused a phenomenon in the world. In the depths of the God-fallen cliff, looking into the distance, within the divine light, a mysterious supreme treasure floated up and down. Is that a monarch weapon? Many cultivators were so excited that their bodies were trembling. Even the Palace of Immortality and the other ancient factions were shocked. They couldn't suppress the excitement in their hearts. Is that a monarch weapon? Lin Feng's heart pounded wildly. The moment the monarch weapon appeared, it caused a phenomenon in the world. It was really terrifying. As expected of a legendary treasure. Didn't they say that some ancient factions have monarch weapons? But most of the rumors are not true. Lin Feng muttered. If they could really control such a supreme treasure, those ancient factions would have already swept through the 3,000 prefectures and unified the Tianwu continent. But in reality, the Tianwu continent was very peaceful. Although there were demons causing trouble, but they were all small-scale. There were no large-scale battles or conflicts. Many major factions were excited. Now, there were already experts who were planning to make a move. They wanted to enter and investigate. God-fallen cliff, won't it be a 90% chance of survival if we enter? Lin Feng shook his head. This was the place where the heavenly Saint Great Emperor was buried. A great emperor was buried there. Since it was called a land of death, naturally, it was endlessly terrifying. Entering it would also be a 90% chance of survival. However, for the monarch weapon, many people were willing to take the risk. Perhaps this was the spirit of cultivators. Although there was a 90% chance of death, they had no regrets. Whoosh! 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 More than 20 experts moved. They gathered together and entered the God-fallen cliff. These top factions finally can't hold back and are about to make a move. Many people discussed. There were more than 20 top experts, all of them at the Yin-Yang realm. It was a force formed by the ancient factions, the desolate factions, and the ancient factions. This force could be considered powerful no matter where it was placed. They flew into the God-fallen cliff. But at that moment, something strange happened. Two powerhouses lost control of their bodies and fell to the ground. When they fell to the ground, they had already turned into bones. What happened? Everyone's hair stood on end. This was too terrifying. The sky fell in a few breaths of time. How could they turn into bones? The power of time. An almighty from the Palace of Immortality said gloomily. Time. It was enough to destroy everything. The seemingly endless years of a cultivator were in front of time. It was just a drop of water in the ocean. It was not worth mentioning. Time had buried these people. The forbidden land of death had the power of time. Whether it was the primordial demon mountain, Nine-Dragon Ridge, Sun-Moon Cave, God Burial Stream, Undying Mountain Range, or the God-Fallen Cliff, they were all covered by the power of time. One wrong step and they would die tragically. The others' expressions changed drastically. They quickly landed in the forest where the God-Fallen Cliff was, not daring to continue flying. However, as soon as they landed, the bodies of 3 experts cracked like porcelain. No! They shouted in horror. But they were powerless to stop it. Bang! In the next moment, their bodies shattered. What did they encounter? Many people felt their hair stand on end. They had just entered the Godluo Cliff. 5 Yin-Yang Realm cultivators had already died. These were big shots. Usually, the death of a cultivator of this level would cause a huge uproar. But now, cultivators of this level had died so tragically. The power of cultivators is really too weak in front of the order of heaven and earth. Lin Feng muttered. The Godluo Cliff was a land of death created by the order of heaven and earth. Countless secrets were hidden in it. But they wanted to explore it. How difficult was this task? Those cultivators gritted their teeth, avoided the dangerous area around them, and continued to walk deeper into the cliff. No one died. It seems that not every place in the Godluo Cliff is so dangerous. Lin Feng stared at the cultivators in the Godluo Cliff. Now, they were walking deeper into the cliff. There were 7 mountains in the Godluo Cliff. Those cultivators crossed 2 mountains. They reached the 3rd mountain. Could it be that we can really reach the depths of the 7th mountain? Those people from the major factions were very excited. In the deepest part, they buried the heavenly Saint Great Emperor. There was the inheritance of a great emperor and a powerful great emperor weapon. If they could really reach that place, the rewards were immeasurable. Unimaginable. But, soon, those people were killed. In the void, there was a cold light surging. With a light sweep, 6 or 7 cultivators were swept away. And then they died. It was a terrifying thing. They died tragically just like that. It was so terrifying that it made one's countenance change. The restrictions of the Godluo Cliff are really strong. Lin Feng frowned slightly. He felt that the remaining people would not be able to reach the depths of the Godluo Cliff. They had not even gone halfway, and they had already lost so many people. Moreover, the deeper they went, it would be more dangerous. Everyone, let's retreat. A cultivator said with fear in his heart. Even if they were prepared to die here before entering the Godluo Cliff. But when they saw the cultivators around them die one by one, they were also frightened. Everyone was afraid of death. And what was even more terrifying than death was waiting before it. 6 or 7 cultivators decided to retreat. They went back the way they came. However, there were still a few cultivators who did not want to give up. They continued to walk deeper into the forest. However, not long after, screams could be heard from the depths. The cultivators who chose to go deeper. He died a horrible death. The rest of the people were pale and quickly walked out of the Godluo Cliff. However, they had encountered something terrifying. One cultivator after another fell to the ground. Not even a scream could be heard. He collapsed in the forest. Then, his body turned into a bloody pulp and merged with the ground of the God-fallen cliff. What happened? Lin Feng muttered. What happened in the Godluo Cliff was really too terrifying. Even if he didn't enter it. It made him feel cold all over. That was more than 20 Yin-Yang cultivators. But now, all of them had fallen. This matter was bound to cause a huge uproar. Ever since the Dark Ages of the Middle Ages. Since then, more than 20 Yin-Yang realm cultivators had died in one go. But now. However, more than 20 Yin-Yang realm experts were buried in the God-falling cliff. This was enough to shock anyone. Many cultivators looked at the God-falling cliff with pale faces. Clearly, everything in the Godluo Cliff. This made them feel even more horrified. Imperial weapon. The orthodoxy of the Heavenly Saint Great Emperor. Was it really that easy to obtain? Of course not. It was as difficult as ascending to the heavens to obtain it. The losses are too great. Even the top factions can't bear such losses. Lin Feng frowned. I hope these old bones can still be of some use. At this time, an old cultivator from the ancient divine sect walked out. He was really too old. His whole body was bent. He couldn't even straighten his back. He gave people the feeling that he was about to die. This was a terrifying existence. However, his lifespan had reached its end. The old sect master of the ancient divine sect. Someone exclaimed. He recognized the old cultivator's identity. His background was so great that it was terrifying. The divine martial sect. In the past, this name had once resounded throughout the Tianwu continent. Didn't they say that he died 3,000 years ago? He actually lived until now. He should be 12,000 years old, right? Some cultivators discussed. Lin Feng was shocked when he heard this. 12,000 years old, heavens, wasn't this lifespan too long? He could be considered an old immortal. I didn't expect to see the divine martial sect senior here. Many experts from the top factions bowed to the old sect master of the ancient divine sect. Even the almighty experts were just juniors in front of the old sect master. This must be an ancient powerhouse, right? His lifespan must be more than 10,000 years. Lin Feng was shocked. He guessed the divine martial sect's cultivation level. No need to be so polite. The divine martial sect's master smiled. His voice was old and hoarse. He had come out of seclusion for the Luotian cliff. Ancestor, please reconsider. We really don't want you to go in. The cultivators from the ancient divine sect begged. The old sect master knew that he didn't have much time left. Moreover, his body was too old. His cultivation had been declining. He couldn't improve. If he couldn't break through, it would be difficult for him to break through the shackles of heaven and earth. He couldn't go against the heavens to prolong his life. Therefore, the divine martial sect wanted to do something for the ancient divine sect in his final moments. At this moment, the imperial weapon of the Luotian cliff vibrated. The restrictions on the cliff were much weaker than before. The divine martial sect wanted to enter the Luotian cliff with his broken body. It would be best if he could retrieve the imperial weapon for the ancient divine sect. Even if he couldn't retrieve the imperial weapon. The heavenly Saint Great Emperor was also buried deep in the Luotian cliff. There were countless treasures and inheritances of the heavenly Saint Great Emperor. The divine martial sect hoped to bring them out. It would be enough to benefit the ancient divine sect. It had to be said that the old senior of the divine martial sect was worthy of respect. Even if his life was coming to an end. They were all thinking of doing their best for their sections. Actually, he still has 100 years left, but this is a one-time opportunity. The divine martial sect isn't willing to wait any longer. I've made up my mind. Don't try to persuade me. The divine martial sect's master said. He walked toward the Luotian cliff. Soon. The divine martial sect arrived at the Luotian cliff. He avoided many dangers. Finally, he reached the fifth mountain. Many people were shocked. The old sect master of the ancient divine sect was indeed worthy of his title. Even though he was old and weak, he still passed through many dangers and reached the fifth mountain. When the divine martial sect walked toward the sixth mountain, he encountered danger. His body began to crack. He encountered an unknown and terrifying power. Time reversal. The divine martial sect shouted. His weakened blood chi suddenly soared into the sky, as hot as the sun. Everyone could see that the old sect master had become younger in an instant. He burnt his lifespan and used a heaven-defying divine ability to restore himself to his peak state. The divine martial sect looked to be in his 30s. He was very handsome, and his battle strength could shake heaven and earth. The divine martial sect broke the destruction of his body in that area. But as soon as he walked out of that terrifying area, an even more terrifying power enveloped him. The divine martial sect burned 100 years of his lifespan to restore his youth, but under the shroud of that power, the divine martial sect became even older. In an instant, his peerless glory disappeared with the wind. Elder Shenwu sect used a heaven-defying technique to make his bloodline flourish and regain his youth, but it also violated the laws of time. Therefore, the laws of time in the God Luo cliff erased Elder Shenwu sect. The Almighty of the Immortal Hall sighed. What a terrifying law of time. Lin Feng's face was full of shock. Although a few cultivators had encountered the power of time before, compared to the power of time that the old sect master encountered, it was not worth mentioning at all. The most dangerous and fatal power in the land of death was the power of time. Because no one could resist the erosion of time. In fact, the powerful Xianxia was known to have buried time. But he could not truly resist the erosion of time. He buried himself in the depths of eternal time. There, time stopped flowing. That was why he could live until now. But if Xianxia was always in the outside world, he would also age quickly. Then, like Shenwu sect, he would age to the point where he could not defy the heavens. His cultivation would regress. He would become so old that he could not reverse the situation. But he would make a last attempt. But Shenwu sect still failed. Ancestor, you died so tragically. The cultivators of the ancient divine sect knelt on the ground and cried. They might have expected such a scene. But seeing Shenwu sect die tragically in the God Luo cliff, they could not help but feel sad. Rest in peace. Lin Feng murmured. He was full of admiration for Shenwu sect. When his life was coming to an end, he did not choose to escape. He chose to leave the mountain. He wanted to fight for a large amount of cultivation resources for his descendants, to fight for the inheritance of an emperor realm expert. Or even an emperor weapon. Although he failed. But it was admirable. Shenwu sect's tragic death touched too many people. Even a powerful expert like Shenwu sect. But he could not enter the depths of the God Luo cliff to obtain an emperor weapon. Who could do it? The experts of the top forces became hesitant. Many of the top forces temporarily left and went to a nearby valley to discuss. It seems that these forces are going to be serious. A cultivator said. I heard that the longevity bell of the Immortal Hall is also an emperor weapon, a cultivator said so. Emperor Chongqing. Qin Chongqing, he was a figure that had shocked the ages. He had founded the Longevity Hall and passed it down to this day. Why was the Longevity Hall able to suppress the godly temple of the wildlands, which was also an immemorial power? This was related to the longevity bell. Is it really an imperial weapon? Who can confirm this? Someone questioned. Another cultivator said, rumor has it that it's not a real imperial weapon. It's still far from being a real one. Back then, Emperor Chongqing had the opportunity to refine the longevity bell into a real imperial weapon, but apparently, there was a mistake and it was all for naught. Some believed that the longevity bell was a monarch weapon. Some people thought that it was impossible. Two opinions were in dispute. However, it didn't matter if it was an imperial weapon or not. The longevity bell would be extremely terrifying. Actually, it said that only a few influential groups have great imperial weapons, such as the ancient Jiang clan, the Divine Dynasty, the Great Zhou Empire, the Ji clan, and the Long-Lived Temple. With such great imperial weapons, they could dominate the entire Tianwu continent, but because they have more than one great imperial weapon, they're afraid of each other. That's why they haven't tried to unify the Tianwu continent. A cultivator asked. Lin Feng rubbed his chin and said, is the Great Zhou Empire that powerful? He suddenly thought of Ji Yuhan, the little princess of the Great Zhou Empire. She was mischievous and very cute. Back then, she had gone through life and death with Lin Feng, but after they parted, they never saw each other again. The ancient Jiang clan's ancestor was a minister of the Great Zhou Empire's Ji clan. That cultivator said. Lin Feng was shocked. In the ancient times, the ancient Jiang clan's ancestor, Jiangxing, was the first prime minister of the Great Zhou Empire. This cultivator obviously knew a lot of things and talked about the secrets of the top influential groups. If the long-lived temple uses the longevity bell, they might be able to enter the depths. But the longevity bell controls the destiny of the celestial sect. It's not easy to make the longevity bell come out. There are many benefits involved, said Lin Feng. Obviously, these cultivators were all experienced and knew how the top influential groups dealt with each other. The world was bustling with activity, and everyone worked for benefits. The top influential groups were no exception. Kid, it's you. At that moment, a cold voice came from afar. The voice was filled with hatred. Lin Feng looked over and saw Yu Buiyan looking at him. You are quite lucky. You actually managed to escape from me. Are you here to die? Lin Feng's eyes were filled with killing intent. Now, he had the bronze mirror. His cultivation had also broken through to the 9th level of the martial king realm. His battle strength had soared, he also had a supreme treasure. Lin Feng believed that he could definitely kill Yu Buiyan this time. He rushed toward Yu Buiyan. You don't know what's good for you. Yu Buiyan sneered. Boom. A terrifying aura came from another direction. It was much stronger than Yu Buiyan. A middle-aged cultivator appeared. A second Yin-Yang realm cultivator. Lin Feng frowned. Yu Buiyan had found a helper. It was very likely that he was also from the Flame Dragon Gang. The Flame Dragon Gang could become one of the top influential groups in the northern wilderness city. It was impossible for Yu Buiyan to be the only Yin-Yang realm cultivator in the gang. Haha, I've searched high and low for you, only to find you without any effort. Kid, you didn't expect to meet me here, did you? At that moment, a sinister voice sounded. Lin Feng looked over. Black qi swept over from afar. A demonic expert, Lin Feng frowned slightly. Who was this? A one-armed cultivator walked out of the black qi. He was skinny. He looked like a malicious spirit. Black Demon Patriarch. Lin Feng was shocked. He didn't expect it to be this person. Black Demon Patriarch wanted to refine him into an evil spirit of a demonic treasure, but Lin Feng destroyed his demonic treasure. Moreover, Lin Feng cut off one of Black Demon Patriarch's arms. Such a deep hatred. Black Demon Patriarch could not forget. Even in his dreams, he wanted to kill Lin Feng. When he saw Lin Feng just now, he couldn't believe his eyes. He had searched for Lin Feng for so long, but he couldn't find him. Yet, he saw him here. Black Demon Patriarch was overjoyed. Who is that kid? He's surrounded by 3 Yin-Yang realm experts. Many people exclaimed in surprise. He was just a martial king cultivator. He was actually surrounded by 3 Yin-Yang realm cultivators. This was really unbelievable. Kid, let's see how you'll die today. A resentful voice suddenly sounded. 2 figures flew over. The person who spoke was actually Xianxia. He was almost killed by Lin Feng in Macho Cave Abode. In the end, he used a desperate method and luckily escaped. It was obvious that Xianxia had met the experts of the sect. Beside Xianxia was a cultivator in his 30s. He was also at the Yin-Yang realm. He glanced coldly at Lin Feng. 5 Yin-Yang realm experts. They surrounded Lin Feng. Seeing this scene, many people were dumbfounded. They couldn't understand. Why would so many Yin-Yang realm cultivators surround a martial king cultivator? Moreover, the Yin-Yang cultivators seemed to be on high alert. Could it be that the martial king cultivator had some powerful methods? Could it be that these Yin-Yang realm cultivators found it difficult to deal with? But soon, everyone felt that this might be their imagination. A martial king was as weak as an ant in front of a Yin-Yang realm expert. Surrounded by 5 Yin-Yang realm experts, this kid will definitely die. Many onlookers looked at Lin Feng as if they were looking at a dead man. 5 cultivators besieged him. Lin Feng was facing an unprecedented crisis. These were 5 Yin-Yang cultivators. Apart from Yu Buiyan and Xianxia, who were slightly weaker, there were 4 other cultivators. The other 3, the mysterious demon ancestor. The cultivators around Yu Buiyan. The cultivators around Xianxia, all 3 of them were very strong. Therefore, Lin Feng was indeed in trouble. Yu Buiyan, the mysterious demon ancestor, Xianxia, Zhang Shang, and Li Guangxiao. Who is that kid? How did he attract 5 Yin-Yang cultivators to attack him together? Some cultivators were puzzled. It's him. Some people were surprised as if they had recognized Lin Feng. Oh? Who's that kid? Someone asked, feeling extremely curious. He's a disciple of the Blue Cloud sect, the main character of Northern Desolate City, said the cultivator. Is what happened in Northern Desolate City true? It's not just a rumor? Said a cultivator in surprise. Of course it's true. I saw it with my own eyes. That kid fought with Yu Buiyun, and Yu Buiyun couldn't defeat him. Now, that kid seems to be stronger than before, said the cultivator. He's stronger than before. He's not even in the Yin-Yang realm, but he can fight against a Yin-Yang cultivator without losing? Is that kid really that strong? Many cultivators were shocked. He's more than strong. He's also very daring. He drank with Demon Saber Nalan Jing in front of so many strong cultivators. His temperament is terrifying. If it were me, I wouldn't be able to take a step forward, said another cultivator who had experienced what happened in northern Desolate City. But even though he's strong, he's facing 5 Yin and Yang cultivators at the same time. The difference in strength is too great. A cultivator shook his head and said. Obviously, he didn't think highly of Lin Feng. After all, he was surrounded by 5 strong cultivators. No matter how he looked at it, he was bound to lose this battle. The other cultivators nodded in agreement. They hadn't even started fighting yet. In their opinion, Lin Feng's defeat was already inevitable. Brat, have you thought about how you want to die? The Black Demon Patriarch looked at Lin Feng with a sinister gaze. The eyes of the other 4 experts were also filled with killing intent. Lin Feng smiled when he saw the 5 strong cultivators attacking him from all sides. The corners of many people's mouths twitched violently when they saw Lin Feng's carefree expression. This brat. Doesn't he know how dangerous the situation he's in now is? How dare he laugh? What was he thinking? Those cultivators naturally didn't know about Lin Feng's inner world. The more dangerous it was, Lin Feng became even calmer. Danger was approaching. Only by maintaining a clear mind could one make the most correct response. Just like now. 5 experts besieged him. Lin Feng knew that he had no hope of winning this battle. The power of the bronze mirror would not be able to be fully displayed. First of all, Lin Feng could easily suppress early-stage Yin-Yang cultivators with the bronze mirror. If he suppressed mid-stage Yin-Yang cultivators, it would be more difficult for high-level cultivators. After all, Lin Feng was only at the 9th stage of the Martial King realm. No matter how powerful the Dharma treasure was, it was useless if it couldn't be used. It was like asking a baby to chop someone with an axe. Naturally, the killing power wouldn't be too great. Secondly, He Hongshuan's martial soul was strange. It cut off the connection between cultivators and Dharma treasures. This would cause Lin Feng to lose the opportunity to activate the bronze mirror. Lastly, if the 5 experts joined forces, their attacks would be endless. They wouldn't even give him time to activate the bronze mirror. Therefore, the situation Lin Feng was in was indeed quite troublesome. If he was careless, there was a possibility that he would die and his Tao would vanish. Therefore, during that battle, Lin Feng had decided to avoid him. He planned to break out of the encirclement. However, the 5 experts had already locked onto Lin Feng. Even if he could break out of the encirclement, but in the next moment, he would definitely be entangled. If I want to get rid of these guys, I can only enter the God-fallen cliff. Lin Feng's lips curled into a sinister smile. He was actually forced to enter the God-fallen cliff to get rid of their encirclement. Lin Feng thought. Naturally, his killing intent was as vast as the sea. This brat is full of tricks. Everyone, let's kill him together. Don't give him any chance. When the Black Demon Patriarch saw that Lin Feng didn't speak, he immediately guessed what Lin Feng was thinking. Among the 5 experts, the Black Demon Patriarch knew Lin Feng the best. He could guess what Lin Feng was thinking. It wasn't something inconceivable. Boom, the 5 Yin-Yang realm experts attacked at the same time. Black Demon Palm. 10,000 Sword God-Killing Technique. Spring and Autumn Sword Technique. Sun and Moon Rotation. Astral Wind Thunder Annihilation / 5 experts, 5 powerful secret techniques, the power of each of them could be said to be extremely terrifying. At the same time, they attacked Lin Feng. Even the surrounding Yin-Yang realm experts who were watching the show were shocked. The joint attack of the 5 Yin-Yang realm experts was indeed terrifying. Will that brat be killed by the 5 Yin-Yang realm experts? Many cultivators exclaimed. The destructive power of the 5 Yin-Yang realm cultivators attacking together was too powerful. That kind of attack. It was shocking. It made one's heart tremble. facing such a terrifying attack. They wanted to block it, unless they were very powerful existences in the Yin-Yang realm. Obviously, Lin Feng wasn't one of them. Many people thought that Lin Feng would be turned into ashes by this attack. But at this moment, Lin Feng attacked. He condensed the Tao word, destroy. He activated the 5 black holes at the same time. He knew how terrifying the joint attack of the 5 experts was. He wanted to resist. He had to use all his strength. Violent waves swept out. The Tao word, destroy, formed. It emitted a shocking energy wave. It instantly flew out. Bang, Lin Feng fought against 5 alone. The Tao word, destroy, collided with the powerful secret technique of the 5 Yin-Yang realm experts. Instantly, energy surged crazily. Waves of destructive energy swept out. The 5 experts were forced back. At the center of the explosion, the destructive energy wanted to tear Lin Feng's body into pieces. Devouring martial spirit, ultimate form, 5 devouring martial spirits as one. Lin Feng pushed the devouring martial spirit to its peak level. After the 5 devouring martial spirits fused into one, the terrifying energy that wanted to destroy Lin Feng's body was devoured by Lin Feng's body. However, the energy was too huge and couldn't be devoured completely. Lin Feng's face turned pale. He didn't dare to hesitate and took advantage of the fact that the 5 experts were forced back by the energy shockwave. Lin Feng directly rushed towards the Luo God Cliff. What? That brat didn't die? Many people cried out in surprise. Their faces were full of disbelief. That was the attack of 5 Yin-Yang realm experts. How did he, a martial king realm cultivator, block it? This was too shocking. But then, many people cried out in alarm. Isn't rushing towards the Luo God Cliff a death sentence? Some cultivators said, if he rushes into the Luo God Cliff, he might have a chance to live, but if he continues to stay outside, he will definitely die. Those supreme experts from the top forces must be very interested in his secrets. Many cultivators were shocked. It was indeed as that cultivator said. A small martial king realm cultivator actually blocked the joint attack of 5 Yin-Yang realm cultivators. This was too terrifying. Obviously, that brat was full of secrets. In the world of cultivators, killing people was very simple. Because of a treasure. Because of a legacy. Or even because of some small grudges. These could be the reasons for killing people. And Lin Feng had such a secret. Outside the Luo God Cliff, there were many experts. Even if he could get rid of the 5 Yin-Yang realm cultivators. What about those more powerful cultivators? Would they let Lin Feng go? Obviously not. Damn it, we let him escape. The 5 Yin-Yang realm cultivators had gloomy expressions. Lin Feng rushed into the Luo God Cliff. He felt a terrifying power enveloping his body. It was the power of time. He thought of the Yin-Yang realm cultivators who died tragically under the power of time and the old sect master of the eternal divine sect, Shen Wuzong. He felt a crazy surge towards him. It wanted to destroy his power of time. Lin Feng's expression changed. In an instant, Lin Feng felt 50 years of his lifespan being mercilessly taken away. Lin Feng wanted to cry but had no tears. He only had a total of 200 years of lifespan. 50 years was taken away in an instant. A few breaths later. Was he going to become a pile of bones? The scene in front of him was too terrifying. Shrinking earth into an inch. Lin Feng roared. At the moment of life and death, he pushed his speed to the limit. He couldn't fly here. Because there was a powerful restriction in the air, he might be swept by the restriction and die tragically. But shrinking earth into an inch was enough for Lin Feng to run hundreds of meters in an instant. He fell into the forest. Although he escaped fast enough, Lin Feng still lost 60 years of his lifespan in an instant. Fuck, Lin Feng felt like cursing and swearing in the streets. In the blink of an eye, 110 years of his lifespan was taken away. That was close to 60 years of lifespan. This kid didn't die. Many cultivators were shocked. He was enveloped by the power of time and didn't die, he was too lucky. But even if Lin Feng escaped for the time being, So what? Not many people thought that Lin Feng could survive. That was a land of death. More than 20 Yinyang realm cultivators and the old sect master of the ancient divine sect all died there. Lin Feng was just a small martial king cultivator. How could he be lucky enough to survive? The sky gradually darkened. Under the night sky, the Luotian cliff became terrifying. A cold aura enveloped the entire Luotian cliff. Black fog lingered. It blocked one's vision. The cultivators outside who were looking at the Luotian cliff couldn't see what was happening inside the Luotian cliff. Lin Feng carefully walked towards the Luotian cliff. He vaguely felt that there seemed to be something terrifying spying on him. This cast a shadow over Lin Feng's heart. Creatures that could live in a land of death were extremely terrifying. If such a creature really appeared, at that time only death would await him. Lin Feng sped up. But soon, his expression changed greatly. Because he felt a terrifying attack sweeping towards him. This was an attack hidden in the void. Lin Feng had triggered the restriction here. Retreat, he reacted quickly and retreated immediately. Previously, Lin Feng had seen the Yin-Yang realm cultivators who entered the God-falling cliff die silently. It was these invisible restrictions that swept across their bodies, causing them to die instantly. If Lin Feng wasn't a spirit array master, he wouldn't have been able to detect it in advance. Then, only death awaited him. But now, Lin Feng had detected it in advance. This allowed him to keep his life. A deep wound appeared on his left shoulder, and blood immediately flowed out. Lin Feng sucked in a breath of cold air. This restriction's attack was too terrifying. Fortunately, he retreated quickly. If he retreated too slowly, if this attack landed on his body, wouldn't he be sliced into two? Lin Feng walked in another direction. Not long after, he felt an extremely terrifying aura appear. Lin Feng quickly hid in a big tree. A black shadow appeared without a sound. He couldn't see clearly what that black shadow was. But it was obvious that it was a terrifying beast that lived in the land of death. The existence's pale green eyes scanned the surroundings as if looking for Lin Feng's figure. At that moment, Lin Feng even held his breath. He didn't dare to move. In the end, that terrifying creature rushed into the distance and disappeared in the blink of an eye. Phew, Lin Feng let out a long breath. He had finally avoided this calamity. The land of death, there is no turning back. Lin Feng muttered. Not many people knew this sentence. It was the fire Qilin who told him. The land of death. There was no turning back. If one wanted to walk out of the land of death, either that, or they were extremely lucky and walked out safely. But this probability was so small that it didn't need to be considered. The second was to use powerful combat strength to sweep away all obstacles. The third was to obtain an opportunity in the land of death and be protected. If one turned around rashly, they would encounter attacks that were 10 times more dangerous than when they entered. This was the order law of the land of death. No one knew who made it. That was why there was a saying that entering the land of death was equivalent to 9 deaths. This saying was completely correct. Lin Feng continued to walk deeper into the land of death. When he reached the third mountain peak, Lin Feng suffered a tragic blow. His chest was pierced through by an invisible force. Blood immediately flowed out. There was a terrifying restriction around him. Lin Feng didn't dare to move. Cold sweat immediately flowed out. He could feel it. The restrictions around him weren't something he could break. If he dared to move, he might be beheaded. Cough cough, Lin Feng coughed violently, his face pale. His injuries were serious. But here, he couldn't take out anything stored in his storage ring. Naturally, he couldn't take out the spirit medicine. The death impasse had cut off his connection with all sentient beings. Like the storage ring, like magic treasures. What a despairing place. Lin Feng muttered. He finally stopped the bleeding. He felt very tired. His vision was a little blurry. His tired body. His mental energy was extremely exhausted. Coupled with the injuries on his body, Lin Feng felt like he was about to fall to the ground. In the darkness, cold eyes looked over. A creature from the land of death appeared. Lin Feng smiled bitterly. Was he really going to die here? He could feel the cold aura quickly approaching him. The creature from the land of death quickly flew towards his location. The situation was critical. At this time, a figure suddenly appeared in the distance. Although it was blurry. But Lin Feng could see him. The creature shrouded in darkness screamed in horror. Then, it fled into the forest and disappeared without a trace. Who is he? Lin Feng muttered. He tried his best to stay awake. That blurry figure walked deeper into the land of death. A small golden path appeared in the darkness. Lin Feng was shocked. He followed the path and walked deeper into the land of death. Lin Feng actually avoided the terrifying restrictions in that area. He walked out from inside. Senior, who are you? Are you a cultivator who entered? Or is it a brand? Lin Feng muttered. But he couldn't catch up. Because he couldn't hold on anymore and fell to the ground. When Lin Feng woke up, he felt that his injuries were much better. It should be the undying body healing his injuries. But the land of death's attacks were very strange. It was difficult to completely heal his injuries. A cave. Lin Feng looked at a cave not far away. He walked in. The deeper he went, the temperature in the cave became hotter. What's in the cave? Lin Feng was shocked. He went deeper. Finally, Lin Feng arrived at the depths of the cave. In the deepest part of the cave was the belly of a mountain. At the center of the mountain, a pitch-black flame was twisting. When he saw the flame, Lin Feng's purple earth core fire jumped violently. Heavenly fire, Lin Feng's voice trembled. Who would have thought there was a type of heavenly fire hidden in a cave in the land of death? Open, 72 clusters of fire seeds formed in the beginning of the world. After countless years of nurturing, they turned into 72 types of heavenly fire. Any kind of heavenly flame was extremely terrifying. Of course, to truly display the terror of the heavenly fire, it wasn't as simple as refining the heavenly fire. Lin Feng refined the purple earth core fire. However, it was difficult to activate the power of the purple earth core fire. This was because the purple earth core fire hadn't awakened yet. The awakening of the heavenly fire. The awakening of the power of the heavenly fire. Once the heavenly fire was activated, its power could burn the sky and boil the sea. How terrifying was that? Of course, awakening the power of the heavenly fire also required luck. However, it was as difficult as ascending to the heavens. Lin Feng didn't expect to encounter a second type of heavenly fire here. A pitch-black flame. Could it be the black flame devouring god fire? Lin Feng's eyes were filled with shock. The 72 types of heavenly fire varied in strength. The purple earth core fire that Lin Feng refined was a relatively weak heavenly fire. It was ranked 67th among the 72 types of heavenly fire. However, the black flame devouring god fire was terrifying. It was ranked 8th among the 72 types of heavenly fire. I actually encountered the black flame devouring god fire. Can I refine this type of flame as well? Lin Feng's heart was burning with desire. However, he had already refined one type of heavenly fire. Could he refine a second type of heavenly fire? According to the fire Qilin, if he refined different types of heavenly fire, there would be a great conflict between different types of heavenly fire. At that time, the greatest possibility would be to explode and die. However, Lin Feng cultivated the archaic dragonesque elephant technique. Therefore, he wanted to try. If the archaic dragonesque elephant technique could suppress two types of heavenly fire, perhaps it could really refine the black flame devouring god fire. Back then, when Lin Feng had absorbed the purple core fire, he had broken through 3 layers in a row. However, the purple earth core fire couldn't be compared to the black flame devouring god fire. If he refined the black flame devouring god fire, would he have a chance to directly break through to the yin-yang realm? Even Lin Feng, he couldn't help but become excited. Something's not right. There seems to be something in the flames. Very quickly, Lin Feng discovered that something was wrong. The black flames floated in the air, and a golden divine egg could be vaguely seen within the blazing flames. Divine egg? The black flame god devouring flame is incubating a divine egg? Lin Feng sucked in a breath of cold air. Wasn't this a little too shocking? Black flame devouring god fire, the 8th-ranked heavenly flame, it was actually placed here to hatch a divine egg. Could that divine egg be the descendant of a heavenly god or an emperor? Lin Feng's eyes were filled with shock. This cave was not simple at all. Who cares whose descendant he is? Since I've come across it, there's no way I'll let go of this opportunity. Lin Feng gritted his teeth. He decided to give it a try. No matter if it was the black flame god devouring fire or the sacred egg. They were all heaven-defying. If he could get it, this was a great opportunity. He entered the belly of the mountain and walked toward the black flame soul-devouring fire. But at this moment, a flame suddenly flew out of the black flame soul-devouring fire and swept toward Lin Feng. The black flame soul-devouring fire was known to be a flame that could devour gods. From this, it could be seen that it was a terrifying flame. The space around it began to distort. The black flame soul-devouring fire wanted to destroy Lin Feng. Lin Feng did not dare hesitate and quickly summoned the purple earth core fire. He used the purple earth core fire to protect himself. Bang! The purple earth core fire and the black flame soul-devouring fire clashed in the air. Although the purple earth core fire was not as strong as the black flame soul-devouring fire, it was still stronger. However, the black flame soul-devouring fire's fire essence was mainly protecting the sacred egg. There was only one fire which was attacking Lin Feng, nothing more. Therefore, in this clash, Lin Feng's purple earth core fire had gained the upper hand. Could there be a fire spirit? Lin Feng frowned. If there was a fire spirit, he would have to give it up. A fire spirit to a heavenly flame was equivalent to a cultivator's soul. If a terrifying flame like the black flame soul-devouring fire had its own consciousness, then Lin Feng would definitely lose this battle. He might even die at the hands of the black flame soul-devouring fire. Soon, Lin Feng realized that his worries were unnecessary. The black flame soul-devouring fire did not have a fire spirit. Lin Feng did not sense a fire spirit's aura. This allowed Lin Feng to breathe a sigh of relief. He now had an advantage. He could use his own strength to activate the purple earth core fire. It could allow the purple earth core fire to display even more power. However, the black flame soul-devouring fire could not do this. Lin Feng activated the purple earth core fire to envelop the black flame soul-devouring fire. Although the flame was resisting, the power it released was very weak. It was trying its best to protect the sacred egg. Therefore, it did not dare to release too much power. It was probably worried that the sacred egg would be destroyed. This shocked Lin Feng. What kind of existence was this sacred egg, even if it was the egg of a divine beast? It was not qualified to let the black flame soul-devouring fire hatch. To be precise, even if it was the egg of a divine beast, such as a vermilion bird or blue swan, it could not withstand the temperature of the black flame soul-devouring fire. Being enveloped by the black flame soul-devouring fire would instantly extinguish all life. However, the sacred egg in front of him was obviously fine. This meant that there were too many problems. Lin Feng gradually approached the black flame soul-devouring fire and the sacred egg. The purple earth core fire was trembling. This was the suppression of the heavenly fire. The higher level heavenly fire would suppress the lower level heavenly fire. The black flame soul-devouring fire was suppressing the purple earth core fire. The purple earth core fire wanted to go back into Lin Feng's body. However, Lin Feng desperately activated it and brought it out. Gradually, the purple earth core fire began to corrode the black flame soul-devouring fire. Lin Feng took a deep breath. He planned to devour the black flame soul-devouring fire. However, at this moment, something terrible happened. The sacred egg shook slightly. A ray of divine light swept out. It pressed down on Lin Feng. Then, Lin Feng sensed a terrifying strength in the air. He couldn't even imagine how terrifying that strength was. That power instantly pressed down on him. Crack, crack, it was crushed by that terrifying power. Lin Feng's body. It actually began to crack. Damn it, this sacred egg is actually attacking me. Does the creature in this sacred egg have its own consciousness? Lin Feng's face was pale. He frantically activated the archaic dragonesque elephant art. He hoped to break the suppression of that ray of divine light and quickly withdraw, avoiding the attack of the divine light. However, Lin Feng failed. He was shocked to find that he could not move at all. Just the pressure alone was enough to make Lin Feng's body completely split apart. If that strike had landed on his body, he would have died. Wouldn't he die for sure? Lin Feng's face was pale. But now, his divine consciousness was isolated by the order of the Land of Death and the many magic treasures on his body. He could not activate any magic treasures. Lin Feng was about to lose all hope. Just at this critical moment, Li Changshou's heart trembled. The storage ring on Lin Feng's hand vibrated violently. Then, a pitch-black beast egg flew out. It floated in front of Lin Feng. Lin Feng was shocked. It was the beast egg that he and the fire Qilin had obtained from the mysterious space full of undead creatures. At this moment, the beast egg emitted endless black fog, drowning the sacred egg that was enveloped by the black flame soul-devouring fire. The black fog instantly swallowed the divine light from the sacred egg. This beast egg is so domineering. Lin Feng was shocked. He never thought that the beast egg he obtained before would be so powerful. He had thought of a way to hatch this beast egg. But he had never succeeded. Because the more powerful the beast egg, the harder it was to hatch. If one wanted to hatch it, it needed an opportunity. And Lin Feng was waiting for this opportunity. Now, it was a life and death crisis. The beast egg appeared. It had dealt with Lin Feng. And this beast egg seemed to be replenishing its energy by devouring the divine egg. This made Lin Feng very excited. This beast egg was too heaven-defying. What race was it? If it could hatch, it would be his pet. Thinking of this, Lin Feng couldn't help but become excited. However, the divine egg wrapped in the black flame god devouring fire was not simple either. When the beast egg wanted to devour it, streaks of destructive light shot out from the divine egg. Bang bang bang, the two sides collided fiercely. Every collision, the surrounding void was faintly trembling. Lin Feng turned pale with shock. It was just two eggs. They could actually produce such a powerful collision. I'm afraid even a yin-yang cultivator would be shocked to death under the energy shockwaves of this collision. Fortunately, he had the protection of the beast egg. Otherwise, he would probably die under this crazy collision. After hundreds of collisions in a row, Lin Feng's beast egg finally gained some advantage. This made Lin Feng excited. But at this time, something even more terrifying happened. In the depths of the mountain, there was a deep passage. It was pitch black. Suddenly, in the depths of the passage, two cold eyes lit up. When the two eyes lit up, Lin Feng felt as if he had fallen into an endless purgatory. Terrifying. It was really too terrifying. Lin Feng had also seen almighty cultivators. But even almighty cultivators seemed as weak as ants in front of the existence in the depths of the cave. A creature of the forbidden zone, Lin Feng was horrified. There were some extremely terrifying creatures in such a forbidden zone of death. However, most of these creatures resided in the deepest areas. Now, there was actually such a terrifying creature in this cave. Was it protecting the sacred egg? Thinking of this, Lin Feng felt endless fear. What was the origin of this divine egg? He hatched it with the black flame devouring god fire. Furthermore, he had such a powerful beast guarding him. Let's go. Lin Feng gritted his teeth and circulated the archaic dragonesque elephant art to resist the terrifying pressure. He had to leave this place as soon as possible. No matter how attractive the black flame god swallowing god fire and the egg were, it was still not enough. He had to leave as well. Because, the creatures in the cave were too terrifying. Even if an almighty level existence were to come, they would probably only have the fate of being killed. Not to mention the current Lin Feng. Lin Feng's egg was clearly psychic. It had also sensed the terrifying aura in the depths of the cave. It wrapped around Lin Feng and flew outside. Screech! Right at this moment, an ear-piercing shriek came from the depths. The creature in the dark cave pounced out. Endless flames engulfed the world. Within the flames, Lin Feng was a terrifying creature. It was a 9-headed golden crow. Bloody light surged. The aura emitted by the 9-headed golden crow almost shattered the void. Heavens, it's actually a 9-headed golden crow. The legendary pure-blooded golden crow. Lin Feng felt his scalp go numb. The Golden Crow clan. According to the bloodline, it was divided into many species. For example, Lin Feng had seen the Golden Crow in the Thunderblade's secret realm. However, that was only the most ordinary Golden Crow. Perhaps it had a trace of the Golden Crow's bloodline. However, it was definitely not much. The strongest of the Golden Crow clan was the pure-blooded Golden Crow. Nine-headed Golden Crow. It was one of the pure-blooded Golden Crows. How strong were the pure-blooded Golden Crows? It was said that the pure-blooded Golden Crows of the ancient era hunted gods for food. From this, it could be seen how strong were the pure-blooded Golden Crows, and in front of him was a pure-blooded Golden Crow. The pure-blooded Golden Crow pounced. Its claws swept. A claw light instantly tore the world apart. Then, it grabbed at Lin Feng. This attack was too terrifying. It was impossible to block. Fortunately, Lin Feng's beast egg was strong enough to sweep out endless demonic energy and block the pure-blooded Golden Crow's attack. Then, it wrapped around Lin Feng and madly flew outside. Behind them, endless divine fire surged out. The pure-blooded Golden Crow quickly chased after them. Whoosh! Lin Feng and the beast egg rushed out of the cave first. The pure-blooded Golden Crow didn't chase after them. It seemed to be afraid of something. It might have received an order not to leave the cave, or it might have some other reason. When it reached the entrance of the cave, it unwillingly screamed twice. Its cold eyes glanced at Lin Feng and the beast egg. Then, it shrank back into the cave. The beast egg flew back into the storage ring and fell silent again. Lin Feng was standing in the middle of the forest. He looked extremely happy. It's just an egg. Not only is it surrounded by the 8th-ranked black flame-devouring god fire, but it is also protected by the pure-blooded Golden Crow. Its origin is probably terrifying. No matter what your origin is, when my cultivation increases, I will definitely come here again and eat the divine egg, kill the pure-blooded Golden Crow, and refine the black flame-devouring god fire to increase my cultivation. Lin Feng fiercely stared at the cave not far away. He continued to walk deeper into the cave. Not long after, Lin Feng was attacked again. This time, it was a silver-white beast. This was a terrifying creature of the death impasse. Its body was upright. It looked like a huge praying mantis, but it had 2 heads. The head of the praying mantis was on the left. The head of the scorpion was on the right. Its eyes were extremely cold. It quickly chased after Lin Feng, wanting to devour him. Lin Feng fled into the depths of the cave. That is, suddenly, Lin Feng's pupils violently shrank. He saw 5 or 6 corpses lying on the ground. Next to the corpses, there was a little girl who looked like she was carved out of jade. Her big black eyes were staring at him. Who is this? Also died in the forbidden area? Why did they bring in a little girl? Is the one who died her elder? Lin Feng's expression changed. Screech! A sharp, ear-piercing cry came from behind. The terrifying creature was already chasing after him. Lin Feng's expression was uncertain. If he ran away, the little girl would definitely die. He turned around and ran towards the little girl, holding her in his arms. Pooh! A terrifying attack instantly slashed out, tearing Lin Feng's body apart. Lin Feng was swept away. He fell to the ground and rolled more than 10 meters away. His face was pale. He could only smile bitterly. His injuries were too severe. He couldn't use his magic treasures. This time, he was definitely going to die. The terrifying creature jumped up and pounced towards Lin Feng. At this critical moment, Lin Feng suddenly discovered that he had formed a connection with the storage ring. Lin Feng was extremely puzzled. Didn't the Order of the Fallen God Cliff cut off his connection with the storage ring? No matter what method he used, he couldn't connect them. But now, he could connect again. It was too strange. However, Lin Feng didn't have time to think about that. With a thought, he took out the black dragon sword. Lin Feng held the black dragon sword in his hand. When the terrifying creature pounced on him, Lin Feng's sword pierced through its body. Buzz, the black dragon sword emitted an extremely terrifying aura, crazily devouring the flesh and blood essence of this forbidden area's creature. Open. Open, the seal. Roar, 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 the creature roared. It struggled madly, it reached out with its claws, trying to pull the black dragon sword out of its body. But the black dragon sword seemed to have become a part of its body. No matter how hard it tried, it couldn't pull it out. The black dragon sword was madly devouring the creature's flesh and blood essence. These creatures are first and foremost terrifying, and they are related to the land of death. It seems that they can't leave the land of death and live there all year round. Their bodies contain the strange energy of the land of death. The black dragon sword is devouring its flesh and blood essence. Could it be that it wants to fuse with its body, the unique energy of the land of death? Lin Feng pondered, but no matter what it was devouring. For the black dragon sword, it seemed to have taken a huge step forward. Vaguely, Lin Feng and the black dragon sword formed a mysterious connection. He could vaguely see. In the deepest part of the black dragon sword, there were 9 golden seals. Those 9 seals. A huge black dragon was locked in place. It's the black dragon sword's weapon spirit. It was sealed in the deepest part of the black dragon sword by the 9 seals. No wonder the black dragon sword couldn't unleash its power. Lin Feng frowned. The terrifying creature's struggle didn't have any effect in the end. It was completely devoured. This was truly a shocking scene. A ball of pure energy was refined by the black dragon sword. Then, it surged towards the first seal. As expected, it's to devour a special kind of energy from the land of death. Lin Feng was shocked. The ball of energy fused with the first seal. That seal began to disintegrate. Suddenly, a cold voice came from the first seal. It seemed to be left behind by the powerhouse who strengthened the seal. Who is this? Why did you seal the black dragon sword? Lin Feng was shocked. The first seal was to destroy the ball of energy. But the ball of energy was not simple. There was time, space, reincarnation, all kinds of terrifying power contained within it. This was a kind of energy unique to the land of death. It was energy produced by fusing various laws of order. Outside cultivators who entered the land of death couldn't live for long. It was because these strange energies would constantly take away their lives. Even if they wouldn't encounter any danger here, they would still die quickly. However, the creatures in the land of death would not be affected by this energy. The energy being devoured by the black dragon sword was very strange. The first seal wasn't able to destroy it. Instead, the energy surged into the first seal. The first seal was gradually being destroyed. The first seal has been opened. A deep voice resounded in Lin Feng's mind. Next. All kinds of information appeared in Lin Feng's mind. The first seal has been opened. I can use the real power of the black dragon sword, but because my cultivation level is not high enough, I can't use it. However, you can activate it by burning your lifespan. The first time you activate the black dragon sword's power, you will burn 20 years of your lifespan. The second time you activate it, you will burn 40 years of your lifespan. Every time you activate it, you will burn twice as much lifespan. When you break through the yin-yang realm and unlock the first seal of the black dragon sword, you will no longer burn your lifespan. Lin Feng was dumbfounded. He never thought that after the first seal of the black dragon sword was broken, he would have to pay such a huge price to activate the power of the black dragon sword. Burning one's lifespan. His cultivation level was not enough to activate the true power of the black dragon sword, but if he wanted to use the power of the black dragon sword, he had to pay a price. Is this what the fire Qilin meant when it said that you have to pay a price to get something? Lin Feng smiled bitterly. However, the only thing that made him happy was that as long as he broke through the yin-yang realm. Then, when he activated the power of the black dragon sword to unlock the first seal, he would no longer burn his lifespan. My connection with the storage ring was cut off again? Lin Feng was extremely puzzled. What happened just now? He was about to die. However, he managed to get in touch with the storage ring. He took out the black dragon sword in time to kill that creature. But in the blink of an eye, the connection was cut off again. It was really strange. Lin Feng looked at the little girl. The little girl was about 4 or 5 years old. She had 2 ponytails and was very cute. A pair of big black eyes looked at Lin Feng curiously. Little girl, are you hurt? Lin Feng asked with concern. The little girl didn't say anything. She continued to look at Lin Feng. Lin Feng checked and found that the little girl wasn't injured. He let out a sigh of relief. What's your name? Lin Feng asked. The little girl still didn't say anything. Don't tell me you don't know how to speak? Lin Feng muttered. Cough, cough. Lin Feng coughed violently. His face was still extremely pale. His head was also dizzy. His body had just been pierced by that creature, and his injuries had worsened. The little girl looked at Lin Feng's pale face. She pointed in a direction not far away. Lin Feng looked over. Then, he saw a plant growing in the mist. There were 3 blood-red fruits on the plant. Heavens, the legendary cinnabar fruit. Lin Feng gasped. The cinnabar fruit was a legendary panacea. It grew from a bud to a fruit. It needed to grow for more than 70,000 years to mature. It was said that panacea could extend one's lifespan by 500 years, it could preserve one's appearance forever, and one's appearance would never age. Even when one reached the end of their life, their appearance would still be the same as when they had just consumed the panacea. It could even bring back the dead. The panacea had too many uses. It was simply an otherworldly soul treasure. A panacea, it could cause a storm of blood. It was rumored that in the ancient era, there were fairies from the moon palace, goddesses from the 9 heavens, and other peerless beauties, all looking for panacea. It was to preserve one's appearance forever. It allowed them to maintain the appearance they had when they had consumed the panacea. This way, they wouldn't age. Lin Feng naturally knew the value of panacea. He carried the little girl to the cinnabar fruit. He plucked a cinnabar fruit. He quickly ate it. Immediately, Lin Feng felt it. Inside his body, a powerful medicinal power surged out. His injuries healed at a speed visible to the naked eye. The attacks of the creatures and restrictions in the forbidden area were very strange. Ordinary methods couldn't heal him at all. But the cinnabar fruit could. After swallowing the cinnabar fruit, Lin Feng's injuries healed. He carefully sensed his lifespan. Lin Feng immediately revealed a pleasantly surprised expression. He had actually increased his lifespan by 500 years. The rumors are true. The cinnabar fruit can increase one's lifespan by 500 years. Then, doesn't that mean that it can also preserve one's appearance forever? Lin Feng touched his delicate face. But then he smiled. I'm not a woman. Why should I care about whether or not I can preserve my appearance forever? He also plucked the other 2 cinnabar fruits and handed one to the little girl. Little girl, are you hungry? You should eat one too. Lin Feng said. The little girl shook her head. Seeing that the little girl didn't eat, Lin Feng carefully put the cinnabar fruit in his pocket. The little girl couldn't speak, so Lin Feng didn't know her name. However, Lin Feng found a sachet hanging on the little girl's body. He opened it and found a jade pendant inside. On it were the words Li Mingxi. Li Mingxi, is this your name? Lin Feng rubbed the little girl's head and asked. She was obviously stunned. She looked at the jade pendant in Lin Feng's hand. She rolled her big black eyes. Then she smiled. Then she nodded. Follow me out, okay? I will help you find your family. Lin Feng said. Li Mingxi's beautiful big eyes revealed a puzzled expression. She didn't seem to know what family meant. Perhaps it was because she was too young. But she could still understand what go out meant. She nodded and stretched out her small hand. Lin Feng held Li Mingxi in his arms and walked out. I don't know if we can get out alive. Lin Feng was a little worried. But what Lin Feng didn't expect was that along the way, they were unimpeded. He was very puzzled. How did he walk out of such a terrifying place of death like this? We've finally left. We can live a more comfortable life. I hope we can come back a little later. After Lin Feng and Li Mingxi left the God-fallen cliff, a long sigh of relief seemed to come from the depths of the God-fallen cliff. The sky was not completely bright yet. Lin Feng carried Li Mingxi and rushed into the distance. He planned to take advantage of the still dark sky to leave this place. If he was discovered by those experts, he would definitely die. You actually came out alive? However, there were too many cultivators here. Someone noticed Lin Feng and exclaimed. Not good, let's go. Lin Feng's expression suddenly changed. He soared into the sky, wanting to escape quickly. However, he was stopped. Patriarch Xianxia and the others appeared here, their faces full of killing intent as they surrounded Lin Feng. There were 7 people surrounding Lin Feng. Yu Buiyun, ancestor Xianxia, He Hongxian, Zhang Shang, and Li Guangxiao were the only ones left. There were also 2 Yin-Yang realm cultivators. Lin Feng didn't recognize them. However, it was obvious that they wanted to kill Lin Feng. In the surroundings, many people looked over with killing intent. However, they didn't attack immediately. It was too inconceivable to come out alive from a place of death. He must have obtained a great opportunity. Otherwise, how could he have escaped alive? What's that smell? It's so refreshing. A powerful being who was hiding in the dark sniffed the air and said in surprise. Suddenly, he looked at Lin Feng's pocket. Lin Feng quickly put the 2 red fruits into his storage ring. Holy herbs, said another almighty. Only holy herbs can emit such a smell. The sound of people sucking in cold breaths could be heard. Everyone looked at Lin Feng fervently. Mingxi, don't be afraid. Bury your head in my arms. Don't look at anything. Lin Feng took out a long piece of cloth and tied Li Mingxi to his body. He was worried that he wouldn't be able to take care of her during the battle. I am not afraid, Li Mingxi suddenly smiled. She was innocent and cute. Her voice was crisp and light. However, Lin Feng found it strange. Li Mingxi seemed to have just learned how to speak. However, Lin Feng didn't think too much about it. Li Mingxi grabbed Lin Feng's clothes and looked around with her big black eyes. Then, she buried her head in Lin Feng's arms. Ancestor Xianxia and the others were confused. Why was Lin Feng hugging a little girl? However, they didn't think too much about it. The little girl seemed very ordinary. Boy, you actually managed to escape from the god-falling cliff. You're really not simple. Ancestor Xianxia looked at Lin Feng sinisterly. Ha 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 ha, even though we managed to escape, even though we managed to obtain an enormous opportunity inside, all of this now belongs to us. Yu Buiyun sneered. The 7 Yin-Yang realm cultivators' faces were filled with killing intent. Lin Feng glanced at the 7 of them before his gaze finally landed on the 2 unfamiliar cultivators. And who are you people? He asked indifferently. Immortal Feather Sect, Qi Lei. Wind Cavern, Su Qing. The 2 of them looked indifferent. Immortal Feather Sect? Fengyang Cave? Where are they from? Lin Feng muttered to himself. These people wanted to kill him, not because they had a grudge against him. It was all for Lin Feng's treasures and secret techniques. Now, Lin Feng had walked out of the land of death. This made people's imaginations run wild. The 2 of them sneered but did not say anything. Lin Feng glanced at the 2 of them coldly. In the future, Immortal Feather Sect and Wind Cavern will be destroyed because of your stupidity. Boy, you're about to die, yet you still dare to boast shamelessly. Everyone, let's kill this boy. Qi Lei sneered. Alright, let's do it. The 7 Yin-Yang realm cultivators began to prepare their attacks. Rumble, soon, a terrifying attack was formed. When the secret techniques executed by the 7 powerhouses merged together, they formed a torrent of attacks. The expressions of many Yin-Yang realm cultivators who were watching the battle suddenly changed. Such a powerful attack. How could that boy block it? Was he going to be killed? Many people revealed a sneer on their faces. When Lin Feng was killed, they would snatch the treasures on Lin Feng's body. Many people were eyeing Lin Feng's treasures covetously. It was the same for some of the almighties. This was the world of cultivators. Killing for benefits. It was too common. Black Dragon Sword, Lin Feng held the sword with both hands. Holding the Black Dragon Sword. He burned his lifespan, in an instant, 20 years of his lifespan was burned. The power of the Black Dragon Sword was activated. Slash! Lin Feng shouted. The sword slashed out. Roar, a high-pitched dragon roar resounded through the sky. The Black Dragon Sword emitted a terrifying aura that could destroy heaven and earth. The black dragon sword that had consumed 20 years of Lin Feng's lifespan to activate. Its power was indeed powerful. Pooh. The attacks of the 7 cultivators were instantly torn apart. The dazzling and powerful sword light swept out. Such power was so strong that it made one's heart tremble. Ripping sounds could be heard. Yu Buiyun and He Hongxian were instantly killed. They couldn't block the black dragon sword's attack at all. The others frantically retreated. They took out powerful defensive Dharma treasures to block Lin Feng's attack. However, this attack was too powerful. Lin Feng burned 20 years of his lifespan to use this attack. It wasn't something an ordinary Yinyang realm cultivator could block. The Dharma treasures were also torn apart by this attack. That kid is holding the black dragon sword. What? It's actually that treasure? Didn't they say that it was destroyed long ago? Some cultivators recognized the black dragon sword in Lin Feng's hand and immediately cried out in alarm. No, Patriarch Xianxia and the others cried out in fear. They fled frantically. However, they couldn't block Lin Feng's attack. Pooh. Ripping sounds could be heard one after another. Patriarch Xianxia, Zhang Shang, Li Guangxiao, Qi Lei, and Su Qing were also killed one after another. Lin Feng took their storage rings and shot into the distance. However, soon, more cultivators rushed towards Lin Feng. Kid, leave your life behind. A cold voice suddenly rang out. 3 Yinyang realm cultivators attacked. Burn your lifespan. Lin Feng shouted in his heart and burned 40 years of his lifespan. In exchange for great power. He slashed out with his sword. Pooh. The 3 Yinyang realm cultivators were instantly killed. He could use it again, his lifespan would be doubled, however, the black dragon sword's power would also be doubled. Everyone, don't be afraid. This kid is burning his lifespan to activate the black dragon sword. He only has 200 years of lifespan in total. He has already burned his lifespan twice. I'm guessing that this kid can burn his lifespan one more time before his lifespan is almost exhausted. Continue to burn his lifespan, an expert sneered. Whoosh whoosh whoosh, more than a dozen figures appeared. Powerful Dharma treasures flew out one after another. They charged towards Lin Feng. Die. Lin Feng sneered. 80 years of lifespan, he instantly burned it. In exchange, he gained even greater power. He slashed out with his sword. The black dragon sword slashed out a sword light that pierced through heaven and earth. It swept across the surroundings. The Dharma treasures were instantly destroyed. Then, the sword light slashed towards the dozen Yinyang realm cultivators who attacked. Run, the Yinyang realm cultivators' expressions changed drastically. They frantically retreated. Pooh. However, they were still cut down by the sword light. Kid, how dare you? A cold voice suddenly sounded. A Yinyang realm 7th firmament cultivator appeared. He slapped towards Lin Feng. Bang. This cultivator was too strong. He wasn't someone an ordinary Yinyang realm cultivator could compare to. He slapped Lin Feng and sent him flying dozens of meters away. Lin Feng slammed into a tree. The entire tree was broken. He fell to the ground, panting heavily. Kid, die. The Yinyang realm 7th firmament cultivator sneered. He quickly flew over and slapped towards Lin Feng. That kid is going to die, many people exclaimed. In their opinion, Lin Feng was definitely going to die this time. After all, Lin Feng had already burned his lifespan 3 times. His own lifespan should be almost used up, right? Therefore, he could no longer burn his lifespan to fight against the 7th level Yinyang realm expert. That terrifying attack came crashing down. At this moment, Lin Feng jumped up. Lifespan burn. 160 years of lifespan was burned. An even more powerful force erupted from the black dragon sword. Die. Lin Feng swept his sword towards his opponent. Buzz. 1,000-meter sword light instantly formed. It slashed down. Not good, the 7th level Yinyang realm cultivator's expression changed drastically. However, this person was indeed powerful. Purple Path Divine Firmament Lightning Indestructible Protection Technique. This Yinyang realm 7th firmament cultivator used his full strength to execute a powerful secret technique. Around his body, purple lightning intertwined. Dense runes circled around him. They formed a lightning barrier. When Lin Feng's attack came crashing down, it was actually blocked by the light shield he had condensed. Ha ha ha, kid, this is your last attack, right? I blocked it. Let's see how you die later. The seventh Sky Yin Yang Realm expert laughed out loud. He was indescribably arrogant. Lin Feng sneered. It's too early to be proud. Lifespan burn, support. Lin Feng shouted in his heart. The fourth attack. It hadn't dissipated yet. As long as it hadn't dissipated, he could continue burning his lifespan to support this attack. Lin Feng burned another 100 years of his lifespan to support the fourth attack. Instantly, the power of the sword chi increased greatly. Pooh. The barrier was torn apart. How is this possible? The seventh-level Yin-Yang Realm cultivator roared in disbelief. The next moment, his body. It was torn in half. A high-level Yin-Yang Realm cultivator was also killed by Lin Feng. Lin Feng used the Black Dragon sword to cut down 4 attacks, killing dozens of Yin-Yang Realm experts. However, he had already consumed 400 years of his lifespan. The fifth attack. He would lose 320 years of his lifespan. But obviously, Lin Feng could no longer launch a fifth attack. Swish swish swish, terrifying figures appeared one after another. They were all almighty-level existences. They finally made their move. Boom, a mighty figure swept out an attack and sent Lin Feng flying. Wow, Lin Feng spat out a mouthful of blood. His face was deathly pale. They were done for. He was dead meat. I've implicated you. Lin Feng rubbed Li Mingxi's head and couldn't help but sigh. Big brother. Brother. Li Mingxi bit her lip and reached out to wipe the blood from Lin Feng's mouth. It's time for everything to end. Several mighty figures hidden in the mist attacked, wanting to kill Lin Feng. It was a dangerous moment. A saber gleam appeared in the sky. Demonic saber appears. A low roar resounded in the sky. The saber gleam instantly slashed down. It was as if heaven and earth were about to be split apart. Demonic saber, it's Nailan Jing. Nailan Jing, do you think you can save this kid from boundless space and time? What a joke. Break. 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 A few almighty experts sneered. They made their moves and attacked the blade aura. Hurry up and leave, Nailan Jing's voice resounded in Lin Feng's ears. Lin Feng didn't dare to hesitate. He carried Li Mingxi and frantically fled into the distance. A dazzling saber gleam drowned out heaven and earth. It collided with several almighty experts. Li Mingxi stuck her head out and looked in the direction of the god-falling cliff. A trace of coldness appeared in those originally pure and innocent big black eyes. Bang, an earth-shaking sound of collision suddenly surged. Several almighty experts and demonic saber Nailan Jing collided across boundless space and time. They had broken through Nailan Jing's attack. But Lin Feng had already disappeared without a trace. That kid ran away. The almighty experts looked gloomy. Damn it, it's all because of Nailan Jing. He ruined our plan. Chase him, he can't have gone far. The almighty experts wanted to chase after Lin Feng. But at that moment, there was a shocking fluctuation in the depths of the god-falling cliff. There seemed to be endless anger. It surged out. What's that? Everyone looked at the depths of the god-falling cliff in shock. No one knew what had happened there. There was a terrifying fluctuation in the air. Monarch, please calm down. A few trembling voices came from the depths of the god-falling cliff. The voices were extremely old. It was as if they had crossed the river of time, as if they had lived from ancient times to the present. In the mist, a pair of cold eyes looked at the figures in the abyss. Nothing grows within 100 miles. A cold voice came. The pair of eyes then disappeared. Phew, the existences in the depths of the land of death who had lived for countless years sighed. Then, they smiled bitterly. Death Demon Monarch, you can attack. An old voice came. Yes, then, a younger voice came. The world, which had begun to brighten, suddenly, it became dark. Endless black fog rushed out from the depths of the god-falling cliff. Look, what's that? Someone pointed at the depths of the god-falling cliff. Heavens, there's a change in the land of death. Run! Countless people shouted in fear. Everyone ran away madly. The faces of the Almighties were also pale as they frantically rushed into the distance. Endless darkness covered the earth. Look, a figure is coming out of the land of death. Someone shouted in fear. Everyone looked. Sure enough, they saw a blurry figure. His body. It was too huge. It was like he was supporting the sky and the earth. It was like he had come out of an endless purgatory. Everywhere he went, everything was destroyed. The flowers and trees were drying up. Life was withering. Why is it like this? The cultivators who were running away madly looked at their bodies in fear. Their bodies had turned into dust. They scattered with the wind. Ancient existence of the land of death, you dare to violate the immemorial divine pact and come out of the land of death. The almighty experts shouted in fear. What's the immemorial divine pact? Back then, the immemorial divine pact was signed by our monarch and the other monarchs together with the immemorial gods. Now, the immemorial gods have fallen and left, but our monarch is still immortal. You lowly ants dare to anger our monarch. You don't know what's good for you. The figure in the darkness that looked like a death god laughed coldly. The almighty experts wanted to tear open the void and escape. However, they soon discovered to their horror that their bodies were no longer the same. They began to crack. No! The almighty experts shouted in fear. The next moment, their bodies directly exploded. Endless darkness covered the earth. There was no life. They could escape. Lin Feng carried Li Mingxi and ran far away. Finally, he couldn't hold on and fell into the forest. Not far away, a small stream flowed. It made a tinkling sound. Li Mingxi got up from the ground and gently shook Lin Feng's body. When the endless darkness covered them, the death god in the darkness quickly retreated, not daring to get close. Lin Feng felt a chill on his face. It was as if rain had fallen on his face. He opened his eyes. He saw the delicate Li Mingxi holding water from the stream and sprinkling it on his face. It's good that you're still alive. Lin Feng smiled and rubbed Li Mingxi's head. Big brother, are you feeling better? Li Mingxi asked innocently. Lin Feng nodded and said, Big brother will be fine. He sat up from the ground. Then, he took out a pill and swallowed it. Although there were still 2 cinnabar fruits and 10,000 years old elixirs, Lin Feng did not use these things. They were too valuable. It was better to use them at a critical moment. After absorbing the medicinal strength of the pill, Lin Feng's face regained some color. At this time, he looked into the distance. Suddenly, he revealed a dumbfounded expression. Looking into the distance, the dense forest, which was originally full of vitality, seemed to have turned into a land of death at this moment. Dead flowers, plants, and trees were everywhere. What's going on? Lin Feng had a dumbfounded expression. He had no idea what had happened at all. Mingxi, do you know what happened? Lin Feng squatted down and asked. Li Mingxi shook her head and made a sleeping gesture with her hands. She indicated that she had fallen asleep just now. It's very likely to be related to the land of death. What a terrifying place. Lin Feng muttered and hugged Li Mingxi in his arms. Then, he soared into the sky and flew into the distance. The land of death was barren for 100 miles. The dead silence here was somewhat terrifying. Although the darkness had dissipated, there was still residual energy. It filled the air. It had not completely dissipated. An old figure, carrying a hoe, walked towards the direction of death step by step. It was an old man. He wore coarse clothes. He wore a bamboo hat. He looked like an old farmer who had just returned home after working in the fields. But with every step the old man took, then, he disappeared from where he stood. The next moment, he had already appeared more than 10 miles away. Obviously, this was not an ordinary person. This old farmer. They entered the god-falling cliff, a land of death. The power of time swept over. However, he shattered it with a single kick. The power of the restriction swept over. However, it was difficult to injure his body. This old farmer was truly terrifying. Several restricted region creatures appeared, throwing themselves at the old farmer. Which forbidden zone creature couldn't instantly kill a supreme existence? However, in midair, the restricted region's creature's body collapsed. He couldn't even get close to the old farmer. This old farmer passed through the 9 mountains. They arrived at the depths of the land of death. Trespassing on the cultivation grounds of the primal chaos monarch? Do you have a death wish? A cold voice suddenly sounded. In the abyss. Endless black fog filled the air. Within the black fog, an existence with 1 foot on the ground and the head of the sky above appeared. Death Demon Venerable. It was actually him. This existence had the least experience in the depths of the land of death. However, his cultivation was not inferior to the others. It could be said to be heaven-defying. Rumble, Death Demon Venerable made his move, grabbing at the old farmer. The old farmer smashed him with his hoe. Bang, Death Demon Venerable was sent flying. Even the void exploded. Distorted space-time power leaked out. You, who are you? Death Demon Venerable had a serious expression. This old farmer's combat power, he was too strong. At their level, they could tell the strength of their opponent with just 1 attack. Death Demon Venerable was not his match. Where is the primal chaos monarch? The old farmer asked. His voice was very old. However, it had the majesty of a monarch. If you want to meet our primal chaos monarch, you will have to defeat me first. Endless black fog surged out of Death Demon Venerable's body. Death Demon Venerable, you are not his match. An old voice sounded. Next, in the endless abyss, an existence appeared, holding an ancient weapon. It was a weapon that caused the void to tremble, and the great Tao to wail in sorrow. It was shrouded in divine light. It was impossible to see what it looked like. An imperial weapon. The existence in the depths of the land of death took out the imperial weapon. He confronted the old farmer. Clearly, he was extremely wary of the old farmer. You are still alive? The old farmer looked at the existence holding the imperial weapon in surprise. The existence laughed bitterly and said, I am indebted to the primal chaos monarch for allowing me to live until now. The primal chaos monarch is truly powerful. As expected of the leader of the 9 primal chaos monarchs. The old farmer sneered. So, the primal chaos monarch can tear apart the primal divine pact? My primal chaos monarch has gone through 100 reincarnations. Now is the time when he is most playful. Patriarch Xianxia, why don't you understand? The mysterious existence said. The old farmer sneered. Understand? You unilaterally tore apart the primal divine pact? Do you think all the primal gods who made the pact have fallen? How laughable. If I don't punish you, won't the rest of the land of death revolt? Today, I will take the life of this Death Demon Venerable. Boom, he was too strong. When he attacked, the heavens collapsed, the earth cracked, the sun and the moon dimmed, the stars reversed, and the universe collapsed. Attack, in the depths of the land of death, several figures appeared. All of them had terrifying auras. They activated their ancient imperial weapons and swept toward the old farmer. Clang, both sides engaged in a fierce battle. Several powerful existences with ancient imperial weapons in their hands were sent flying. You want to fight me with just the likes of you? Even your primal chaos monarch didn't dare say he could defeat me. The old farmer sneered and swung his hoe, sending the rulers of the forbidden lands flying. As expected of the primal dragonesque elephant's junior brother. Even if he can't compare to your senior brother, he's still terrifying enough. One of the rulers of the forbidden land sneered. His voice contained a hint of mockery. The old farmer's expression sank. He sneered and said, Are you trying to say that I'm inferior to my senior brother? Have you thought about the price of infuriating me? Boom, a great battle erupted. This battle was truly tragic to the extreme. The surrounding void kept collapsing. The entire desolate realm and barbarian realm trembled violently. Countless people turned pale with fright. They didn't know what was going to happen. You want to destroy desolate realm and barbarian realm? We don't care, said one of the existences. We haven't awakened our imperial weapons because we don't want to destroy Desolate Realm and Barbarian Realm. Are you threatening me? Do you think I won't flatten the God-falling cliff? The old farmer sneered. Light flashed as a small cauldron appeared in his hand. The cauldron's aura was comparable to the imperial weapons of the rulers of the Forbidden Lands. Imperial weapon. Xianxia cauldron. The rulers of the Forbidden Lands took a deep breath. You've even brought a great imperial weapon with you. Indeed, you can kill us with it, but if we activate it before we die, the 72 prefectures in the north will be annihilated instantly. Is that what you want to see, Ancestor Xianxia? Said the oldest ruler of the Forbidden Lands. I'm confident I can destroy you before you destroy the 72 prefectures, said the old farmer. His eyes were cold. The rulers of the Forbidden Lands felt a headache coming on. The old farmer was too strong. They couldn't fight against him. It was indeed troublesome for them to deal with this. At that moment, a ball of primal chaos light appeared in the boundless mist. A petite figure appeared in the primal chaos light. It looked like a little girl. She smiled and said, Xianxia, I've reincarnated 100 times. You're not my match. If we fight, it won't be good for either of us. What if I join in? Can we kill you? Zhang Jiushi stepped forward. End of chapter 672. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.